Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.
Chapter 601 Taking Down Nick Fury. Chapter 601 Taking Down Nick Fury. Steve Rogers arrived at the SHIELD Trident headquarters and went straight to Nick Fury's office, where he immediately questioned him. "All you do is lie, isn't that it?" Nick Fury had clearly already seen Natasha's report, and began to speak. "I'm not lying, Agent Romanoff's mission is different from yours." Steve walked up to Nick Fury and continued questioning him. "Don't you have an obligation to share information with me?" Nick Fury was sitting with his back to Steve, not even facing him directly. "I have no obligation to do anything for you," Steve Rogers said with a serious expression. "The hostages may all die, Nick." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury turned to Steve and said, "So I sent the best soldiers ever to save their lives." Steve retorted, "Soldiers need to trust each other, and the army also relies on trust. Instead of letting everyone fire indiscriminately." Nick Fury stood up, looked at Steve, and said loudly, "Last time I trusted someone, and I lost an eye." Clearly, this isn't the first time Nick Fury has used his injured eye to fabricate stories. In reality, his eye was gouged out by a flurkin. Then Nick Fury, his voice returning to normal, said, "I don't want to assign you tasks that you don't want to do. There's nothing that Agent Romanoff doesn't want to do." Steve, however, wasn't buying Nick Fury's act and instead said, "My men are all doing their own thing. How am I supposed to lead a team to carry out a mission?" Nick Fury countered, "That's called each person doing their own job. No one leaked the secret because everyone only knew part of it." Steve scoffed, "Except you." Upon hearing the other person's words, Nick Fury's expression turned serious, and he then said, "You've misjudged me. I will share. Because I'm a really good person." He then led Steve Rogers toward the direct elevator in the office. "Today, I'm going to share a very important secret with you." Once inside the elevator, Nick Fury said directly, "Project Insight Bay." The machine next to him recognized Nick Fury after he entered and showed that he had passed. However, an alarm sounded immediately after Steve Rogers entered. "Captain Rogers does not have access to Project Insight," Nick Fury said. "Overstepping authority, Director Nicholas J. Fury." Authorization confirmed, successful. With authorization granted, the elevator doors closed and began to descend slowly. Steve looked at the AI program in the elevator and said, "The elevator used to play music." Nick Fury responded, "Yeah. My grandfather worked as an elevator operator for 40 years. The building he worked in was pretty good, and he earned a lot in tips. When he comes home at night, there's a big roll of $1 in his lunch bag. He greets people, and they respond. Later, as society declined, when he greeted people, they would say, 'Stop talking nonsense.' He has to be careful with his lunch bag at all times." Steve asked, "Has he been robbed?" Nick Fury smiled and then said, "Every week, some thugs would ask him, 'What's in the bag?' What should we do? Let's show it to them." A bunch of worn-out $1 bills, and a loaded .22 Magnum. Steve nodded upon seeing this, without saying anything more. Clearly, Nick Fury told this story intentionally to set the stage for the upcoming Insight project. I saw him continue, "My grandfather likes other people, but he doesn't trust them very much." As the elevator descended, Steve was shocked by the underground facilities and the hidden space carrier inside. Looking at the shocked Steve, Nick Fury said, "Yes, it is a bit bigger than Magnum." 3 massive space carriers were moored on the ground. One by one, Quinjet fighters were lifted and placed onto the decks of the space carriers. Huge artillery systems stood on the decks of the space carriers, with cannons protruding all around, indicating their terrifying power. Clearly, the space carrier before him was far more powerful than the one he had boarded before. As the two stepped out of the elevator, Nick Fury introduced them to each other. "This is Project Insight, a helicopter carrier 3 generations ahead of its time, connected to positioning satellites." Steve asked, "A satellite launched by the Lemuria satellite?" Nick Fury continued, "Once it's in the air, there's no need to land. The new engines can continue suborbital flight." "Was it designed by Stark?" Nick Fury nodded and said, he looked at the old turbocharged engine and gave us some advice. These long-range precision-guided weapons can eliminate 1,000 enemies per minute. Terrorists don't need to show their faces, satellites can read their DNA. We can nip many dangers in the bud. Steve retorted. It is the people who do bad things who should be punished. Nick Fury explained, we can't wait for others to do bad things. In addition, it can also monitor and identify aliens that suddenly appear on Earth. The last time the Kree attacked, our early warning system didn't detect them at all until they launched a large-scale attack. For this, we even sacrificed our first-generation space carrier. What we need to do now is to prepare for the future. The existence of the Dragon Balls has attracted the attention of countless people. I believe the Kree are not the only forces that invaded because of the Dragon Balls, nor will they be the last aliens to invade. Steve paused for 2 seconds and then asked, who are we? Nick Fury looked at Steve and said, after the Chitauri invasion, I convinced the World Security Council that we needed quantum-level precision threat analysis, and this time we are far ahead of the curve. The Kree invasion has prompted the World Security Council to increase its investment in this area. If the project goes smoothly, it will produce more space carriers, truly achieving 24/7 coverage around the world. Steve looked at the busy people around him and said, pointing a gun at everyone, is that what you call protection? Do you think this thing would be useful against a Kree mothership of that caliber? Nick Fury looked at Steve and said, how will you know it won't work if you don't try? The individual Kree ships did not demonstrate high defensive capabilities, only the mothership's strength exceeded our expectations. However, space carriers can precisely lock onto and deliver nuclear weapons for nuclear strikes in suborbital space. I believe that even their motherships will not be unaffected. Of course, the existence of space carriers and the InSight project is for early warning of alien motherships. If we can detect it in advance, civilian casualties can be minimized. Just like Ronan after this landing, as long as they are in no man's land, Nick Fury dares to drop tactical nuclear bombs, or even high-yield nuclear bombs, on the enemy. He really wants to see if those terrifyingly powerful aliens can withstand the attack of nuclear bombs. However, this is just Nick Fury's idea. Of course, as a precaution, the nuclear warheads have not yet been delivered to the space carrier that has not yet taken off. Nick Fury continued, I've read the Strategic Scientific Corps documents, the Greatest Generation. You've done a lot of shady things. Steve looked at Nick Fury and nodded, saying, yes, we compromised. Sometimes this keeps us up at night, but we are doing it for the freedom of the people. Then, pointing to the space carrier, he said, but that's not freedom, that's fear. Nick Fury persuaded Steve again. SHIELD accepts the world as it is, instead of changing it according to its own wishes. It's a bit too late for you to start that plan now, Captain. So don't get your hopes up too high. The conversation between Steve Rogers and Nick Fury ended badly. It was clear that the captain did not approve of the other's code of conduct that threatened all of humanity, especially the idea of preemptively eliminating him through DNA, which was even more unacceptable to Steve. Steve would never accept the idea of directly judging and killing someone who has never committed a crime. However, Steve Rogers approves of the warnings about extraterrestrial life. The 2 alien invasions have caused considerable pain to the people of New York, especially this time when all countries lost some superhumans and all 137 contestants were attacked. Steve Rogers drove his Harley Street 750 away from the Trident building and arrived at the St. Louis Memorial. There are many antique airplanes here, as well as a Steve Memorial. Here, Steve saw a biography about his life, some of his own videos, and an introduction to his former best friend Bucky Barnes. In addition, he saw images of his former lover, Peggy Carter, and a description of her that said Peggy Carter never married. Seeing Peggy Carter in the video still as beautiful and charming as ever, Steve Rogers looked somewhat pained. He had already met Peggy Carter, but he couldn't get the Dragon Ball that would make her young again. Let alone making Peggy Carter young again, he couldn't even convince Smith Doyle to directly resurrect those who died during the Kree invasion. As for the super soldier serum that Howard replicated, he also consulted Howard. However, the result was that Peggy Carter's body simply could not withstand the modifications of the super soldier serum, and she would die on the spot. Thinking about this made Steve Rogers' expression even more pained. If there was no other way, he could only face it calmly. But even if there was hope, he couldn't realize it because of his own abilities, which also caused him some inner turmoil. Steve Rogers took one last look at the young Peggy Carter on the screen before leaving the museum. The other side, Smith Doyle was sitting in his SHIELD office, having already read Natasha's entire report on the mission. After reflecting on the plot of Captain America 2, he came up with a very good angle. That is to make Nick Fury, who faked his death, truly die this time. He was very dissatisfied with Nick Fury, who always made a mess of things. The fact that the aliens under his command could carry out a secret invasion made him feel disgusted. Having blood allows you to possess the other's superpowers. That's even more outrageous than Cell. Cell needed genes and Android 17 and 18 to evolve, but that thing just casually created a hodgepodge. In addition, over the years, he has created a lot of messes. As the director of SHIELD, he didn't even detect the Hydra intrusion. If Pierce hadn't insisted on pushing through Project Insight to get rid of Nick Fury, Hydra would never have been exposed. As for the fact that after Nick Fury's death, he no longer had the authority to access all of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s files or to check on the situation of Hydra members, Smith Doyle was not worried at all. His vampire clan can access memories through blood, making it incredibly easy for them to identify spies and Hydra members. As for who will take over SHIELD after Nick Fury's death, he is the obvious choice. It seems I'll need to lend a hand to Pierce's assassination attempt. Natasha and Yelena are good candidates. The question is how to arrange it discreetly and without leaving a trace. In addition, Smith Doyle also wanted to see which version of Nick Fury was on his side. After he truly dies, can he return again? Trident Building. As Steve left, Nick Fury suddenly spoke up. Closed office. He then took out the USB drive that Natasha had handed over and plugged it into the computer's port. Open the launch files for the Lemuria satellite. The voice of strong artificial intelligence resounded, DD, access denied. Run decryption. Decryption failed. Nick Fury looked at the screen displaying decryption failed and said again, overstepping authority, Director Nicholas J. Fury. However, after a short reading, the sound rang out again, authorization failed, all files are archived. Upon hearing that the authorization had failed, Nick Fury asked in confusion, whose order? Nicholas J. Fury. Upon hearing that it was his own order, Nick Fury sensed something was wrong. How could he not know the order he himself had given? Keeping this in mind, Nick Fury went to the elevator and gave the order, World Security Council. The elevator doors closed quickly, heading upstairs to where the Security Council was holding its meeting. Upstairs in the meeting, Pierce was facing difficulties from members of the Security Council. One of the Security Council members, who was presented with a virtual image, said if Nick Fury thinks his masked man and commandos can handle the trouble he's caused, he's sorely mistaken. This mistake cannot be tolerated. Another Security Council member said, given that the attack occurred just 1 mile from our waters, I'm afraid that's not enough. I want to hold a hearing. Another female council member, however, refused, we don't need hearings, we need action. The council's responsibility is to oversee SHIELD. At this point, a member of the Security Council spoke up. This issue has raised many questions, and we have serious doubts about Nick Fury's abilities as director of SHIELD. Another Security Council member also said, for example, how could a French pirate hijack a classified SHIELD warship in broad daylight? After listening to the speeches of the board members, Pierce Alexander began. Just to clarify, board member. He is Algerian. If needed, we can draw a map. The British Council member scoffed, thank you for your wisdom, Minister Pierce. But the Council takes international piracy very seriously. Pierce took off his glasses and said nonchalantly, is it? I don't care. I don't care about a single ship or vessel, I care about the entire fleet. If the Council gets into trouble over something minor, they'll criticize me. Doesn't that mean we need someone to supervise us? Upon hearing Pierce's suggestion to establish a higher-level oversight body within the Security Council, a council member quickly remarked, Mr. Minister, we didn't mean. At that moment, Pierce's secretary came over and whispered in his ear, Minister, Chief Nick Fury is here. Pierce nodded, then addressed the council members. Excuse me. The British council member asked, is there trouble again, Minister? As Pierce walked out, he said, it depends on how you define trouble. End of this chapter. Chapter 602 Attack. Chapter 602 Attack, bonus chapter 13,000 to 40,000 words. Leaving the meeting room, Pierce looked at Nick Fury inside and said, our offices are only 40 floors apart. You won't come even if no one hijacks the ship. Nick Fury countered, no, I will come even if nuclear war breaks out. Nick Fury then looked at the conference room next door and said, are you busy? Pierce said, money can solve everything. Nick Fury glanced around and then spoke, I'm here to ask for your help. I hope you can organize a vote. The Insight plan needs to be postponed. Upon hearing this, Pierce immediately said, Nick, you're not asking me for help. This requires a long hearing by the subcommittee. Upon hearing Pierce's veiled rejection, Nick Fury said, maybe there won't be any problems, but I have to make sure everything is perfect. Pierce countered with, "What if there's a problem?" Nick Fury said, "Then we should all be glad that we didn't send the space carrier into space." Pierce knew he couldn't persuade Nick Fury, but he had already decided to kill him. "Okay, but you have to get Iron Man to my niece's birthday party." Seeing that Pierce had agreed, Nick Fury reached out his hand and said, "Thank you, sir." Pierce shook hands with Nick Fury and said, "I'm not just passing by, I'm going to have some fun." After speaking, Pierce turned and left, and Nick Fury nodded in agreement. "As long as I achieve my goal, that's fine." As for getting Tony Stark to help him attend a birthday party, Nick Fury thought it was no problem at all. It wasn't like asking Smith Doyle to attend, so it was no challenge at all. With Nick Fury leaving his office, Pierce also dealt with the Security Council members. The smile on his face vanished completely. The Insight project was a crucial part of Hydra's resurgence, and at this critical juncture of impending success, it absolutely could not be delayed. If it is postponed, other unforeseen risks will definitely arise, and based on his understanding of Nick Fury, the so-called postponement plan must have been discovered, or he must have vaguely sensed unease. If we allow it to be postponed and then investigate slowly, it will definitely cause big problems. Pierce rubbed his head. Since he couldn't solve the problem, he decided to deal with the person who raised it. At this moment, Pierce's murderous intent was no longer concealed. As long as Nick Fury was dead, Project Insight would continue and would not stop just because the director was gone. As long as the space carrier takes off, everything will be fine. As for Smith Doyle, Pierce believed that if he presented some of the things Nick Fury had done to him, the latter would even applaud and say it was good he died. To this end, he prepared a stack of charges against Nick Fury, such as the early persecution research on superhumans that disregarded human lives, the super soldier program that caused a large number of deaths, the frozen prison and the slingshot base, all of which were favorable evidence. He had always been curious about how Smith Doyle managed to keep Nick Fury, that black guy, as his boss. He believed that Nick Fury had been killed by the other party years ago, thus triggering a full-scale war between SHIELD and the League of Assassins. After all, the titles of Nick Fury and the Nick Killer weren't given lightly. However, the reality was that in the early days, Nick Fury never met with Smith Doyle alone. As Smith Doyle's strength increased, Nick Fury became even more determined not to provoke him. As for Hydra's ambition to rule the world, Pierce had already abandoned this unrealistic idea after witnessing Dragon Ball, Smith Doyle, the Eternals, and Magicians. Perhaps promoting Smith Doyle to the top would be a good option, while Hydra continues to feed on SHIELD and grow stronger. With this in mind, Pierce immediately began issuing orders to some Hydra members to prepare to kill Nick Fury today. In order for the assassination plan to succeed, Pierce also decided to activate his ultimate weapon, the Winter Soldier, and not just one person, but the entire Winter Soldier squad. However, there is only one Winter Soldier at the current secret base in Washington. The other members of the Winter Soldier squad need to be transferred over. Although he was alone, Pierce believed that dealing with an ordinary person should not be a problem. However, to ensure the success of the subsequent plans, the Winter Soldier at the Washington base was activated first, and the entire Winter Soldier squad was also activated and deployed as a backup plan. The other side. Lost in thought, Steve Rogers found himself unknowingly walking towards the Veterans Affairs office. Looking at the sign in front of the building, Steve thought for a moment and decided that since he was already there, he might as well go in and take a look, since he had promised the soldier earlier. Upon entering, Steve saw people communicating and encountered Sam giving a lecture. However, the lecture ended in just a few minutes, and Sam and the other veterans came out. Seeing Sam come out, Steve greeted him, "Isn't this the running prodigy? I heard the last few minutes it was a really good talk." Sam packed his belongings and said with a smile, "Yes, we all have the same problem. Guilt, remorse." Steve asked, "Have you lost someone close to you?" Sam took a deep breath and then said, "My wingman, Riley, night flight mission. It was a standard airborne rescue mission, something we'd practiced thousands of times, but a rocket hit Riley. There's nothing I can do but watch helplessly." Upon hearing this, Steve said apologetically, "I'm sorry." Sam continued, "After that, I struggled for a long time, trying to find a reason to stay there." Steve looked at the speech in the other person's hand and asked, "Are you happy to be back to normal life?" Sam looked around and said, "It seems like the officers who gave me the orders are all gone." Then he smiled and said, "I guess so. Do you want to quit?" Steve shook his head, "I do not know either. To be honest, I don't know what else I can do after quitting." At that moment, Peggy Carter appeared in Steve's mind. "My love, what can I do to save you? If I had never known about Dragon Ball, perhaps I wouldn't feel so guilty." The other side. Nick Fury left Trident headquarters and was driving towards SHIELD Center. The slots for the super soldier serum injection have been confirmed, Natasha and Rumlow. There are only 2 slots available this time. In fact, there was quite a short list, and Coulson was also applying for members of his own team, including Donnie Gill, Ward, and Shinharan from The Boys, etc. However, Howard has already promised him that he will provide 10 doses of super soldier serum next time, at which point SHIELD can easily assemble a super soldier squad. Clearly, the Kree invasion also allowed Howard to begin manufacturing the super soldier serum. Although he did not authorize SHIELD to produce the technology, it was still a good start. The Cars and Vehicle Assistant said, "Activate Communication Encryption Program." Nick Fury gave the order, "Connect Security Line 0405. Confirm." The call connected, and Hill's image and voice recognition appeared in the upper left corner of the car window. "I am Hill." Nick Fury said, "I need you to come to Washington, the situation is serious." Hill replied, "I need 4 hours. 3 hours, done." The call ended, and the car stopped at a traffic light intersection. At that moment, a police car stopped next to Nick Fury. At first, he didn't pay attention to it, but then he noticed the 2 white police officers in the car staring at him. Nick Fury said, "Do you need to see my ID?" He then turned his head dismissively to look ahead. He knew that discrimination was everywhere, but fortunately, his car had the SHIELD emblem on it. The police officer glanced at Nick Fury, sounded the siren, and drove off. The light turned green, and Nick Fury slowly started his car. However, the next second, a police car at the intersection rushed over and crashed into Nick Fury's car. Boom! The violent impact caused Nick Fury's car to shift, and all the airbags deployed. The police car that had been driving in front of Nick Fury suddenly reversed and crashed directly into the front of Nick Fury's car. Another police car came from behind and crashed into it, and the right side of the car was also hit by a police car. In an instant, Nick Fury was surrounded by 4 police cars, clearly not giving him a chance to drive away. The 4 cars pinned Nick Fury's car down. At this moment, only the butler's voice could be heard, and Nick Fury's physical condition was displayed on the screen. "A fracture has been discovered." The violent impact clearly caught Nick Fury completely off guard. His head hit the airbag on the steering wheel, causing him to bleed from his nose, and his right wrist was fractured. "Anesthesia is recommended." Nick Fury immediately reached for the anesthetic, preparing to inject it. At this moment, the police car that was positioned to the left of the driver's seat reversed, an armored vehicle drove up, and a group of fully armed special police officers filed out. The car assistant's voice sounded again. No Capitol Police were deployed in the vicinity. Nick Fury immediately injected the anesthetic into his injured arm while observing his surroundings. He saw all the police officers in the car get out and aim their guns at him, while SWAT officers were also pointing assault rifles at his vehicle. More and more police cars arrived at this time, and including the armored special police vehicles, there were now 6 police cars and personnel. Nick Fury quickly said, "Get out of here quickly." Da-da-da-da. All police officers and SWAT teams pulled the triggers and fired at Nick Fury's vehicle from all directions. Fortunately, the car was well defended, with a high-quality bulletproof body and bulletproof windows, but the large number of bullets falling at once still caused cracks in the glass. "The in-car assistant reminds you, power system failure." Nick Fury immediately retorted, "Then fucking reboot it." As the shooting continued, a reminder appeared on the screen again, armor integrity 83%, 81%, 80%. As Nick Fury watched the armor's defensive capabilities steadily decline, he looked around and saw 4 SWAT officers carrying a ramming hammer off the armored vehicle. The 4 men placed the impact hammer outside Nick Fury's passenger seat, and as soon as the equipment was activated, the 4 supports of the impact hammer immediately embedded themselves deep into the ground. "Warning, the car window is about to be damaged." Nick Fury complained, "Really? You don't need to remind me." Nick Fury immediately moved from the driver's seat to the passenger seat and asked, "How long will it take to start up?" Calculating. The impact hammer was now in place, and the SWAT team immediately activated it. Boom! The slam slammed violently against the car window, causing the car to shake violently as if it were about to roll over. The strength of the car window is 31%. Prepare countermeasures. Upon hearing the car's assistant's reminder, Nick Fury called out, "Wait a minute." Boom! The impact struck again. "The window strength is 19%, and we recommend initiating countermeasures." And many more. Boom! The third impact reduced the strength of the car window to only 1%, and a large number of SWAT officers approached with guns, waiting to shoot Nick Fury the moment the window shattered. Upon hearing 1%, Nick Fury exclaimed, "It's now." The next second, the door between the driver and passenger seats opened, and a 4-barreled machine gun popped out. Nick Fury grabbed the handle and fired directly at the car window. Da-da-da. The car window shattered immediately, followed by a barrage of bullets that killed the SWAT officers outside the vehicle. Clearly, they hadn't anticipated this. Nick Fury turned the machine gun around, firing in all directions, and pulled the grenade launcher. A grenade was fired directly into the armored vehicle's compartment, detonating at a distance. Then a shot was fired at a police car blocking the road, and the car flew up and exploded to the side. The police officers, beaten, could only look for cover and run behind the car. The car's in-car assistant's voice sounded. "The power system has been restored," Nick Fury shouted as he fired, full speed ahead. The car started immediately, but there were obstacles in front, behind, left, and right. It immediately rammed the police cars in front and behind to clear a path. The police officer who killed Nick Fury kept shooting at him. However, due to the armor protection issue, the attack failed to hit Nick Fury, and instead allowed his car to escape. At this moment, the car's onboard assistant was in autonomous driving mode. Nick Fury looked at the enemy behind him and immediately shouted, "Activate helicopter function. Flight system damaged." Nick Fury shouted again, "Then turn on the navigation camera." He then jumped into the driver's seat and said, "I'll take control." Meanwhile, the police officers behind were giving chase in their cars. They were determined not to let Nick Fury escape alive. Nick Fury drove away while trying to call for help. "Call Agent Hill. The communication system is damaged." Upon hearing this bad news, Nick Fury asked in return, "Are there any other good places?" The in-car assistant replied, "The air conditioning system is working perfectly." Upon hearing this news, Nick Fury was speechless and could only try to escape the pursuers by driving. At this point, the car management system reminds you again, "Traffic jam ahead. Then give me another way. Traffic is congested on the Roosevelt Bridge. All motor vehicles are prohibited. 17th Street is passable, 3 blocks ahead." Nick Fury, frustrated, drove recklessly, ignoring the traffic jam ahead. Seeing that Nick Fury was unable to leave quickly due to the traffic jam, several police officers immediately abandoned their car and got out to shoot him, but due to the angle, the effect was not ideal. End of this chapter. Chapter 603 Shooting Black Egg. Chapter 603 Shooting Black Egg. Facing the congested road ahead and the screaming crowds all around, Nick Fury, disregarding everything else, rammed violently into the car in front of him, smashing his way through. At that moment, a policeman carrying an assault rifle ran to the platform parallel to the driver's seat and fired at Nick Fury. Da-da-da. Bullets flew, but Nick Fury leaned back against the seat, hiding himself behind the B-pillar so that the enemy's attacks, even if they passed through the car window, could not reach him. Nick Fury then rammed his car, killing 2 police officers before creating a path for a quick escape. However, the people behind them were in hot pursuit, chasing after them in police cars. The car sped along the road while the other side kept shooting at Nick Fury, making for a very thrilling and dangerous scene. At this moment, Nick Fury regretted not injecting Howard's super soldier serum into himself. He truly never imagined that as the head of the world's top intelligence agency, he would one day face being brutally murdered in broad daylight. With the help of his smart assistant, Nick Fury managed to take down 2 pursuing police cars by maneuvering past a large truck at an intersection. After taking down the 2 pursuing vehicles, Nick Fury quickly said, "Find me a way out. Smart butler. Route calculation for the safe zone is in progress." However, at that moment, Nick Fury saw a man dressed in black standing in the middle of the road at the traffic light intersection, seemingly holding a weapon. Just as Nick Fury was about to run over the man in the middle of the road is none other than Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier. He calmly raised his weapon, aimed it at the undercarriage of the oncoming vehicle, and pulled the trigger. The next second, a round bomb flew close to the ground and landed directly under Nick Fury's vehicle. Boom! The bomb exploded instantly, and Nick Fury's car flew through the air in a burst of flames. Just as it was about to hit him, Bucky calmly stepped to the side and turned his body away. Boom! The car slid past my face, crashed onto the ground, and slid forward for half a block before coming to a stop, billowing black smoke. At this moment, Bucky, carrying a weapon, approached his target step by step. Nick Fury's car had flipped over. Looking through the window at the approaching enemy, he pulled out an electromagnetic cutting device. They started cutting directly at the roof of the car, and found that the blade was pointing directly at a manhole cover. Nick Fury secretly rejoiced at his own survival and immediately escaped the scene through the sewer system. After Bucky walked over with his gun, he reached out and grabbed the car door, ripped it off, and threw it out. Then he looked into the car and saw a large hole in the roof and a drainage channel below. Yelena chewed her gum and, through her binoculars, witnessed Nick Fury's attack and eventual escape from afar. They actually let this guy get away. These assassins are no good either. At that moment, Natasha was still receiving the super soldier serum injection at SHIELD, while Yelena was tasked with tracking and monitoring Nick Fury's situation and witnessed this dramatic scene. As for why Nick Fury is said to be a human, it's because Smith Doyle told stories about the Skrulls, including Nick Fury marrying a Skrull and many Skrulls hiding their identities and impersonating others. Yelena opened the map and looked at the marked addresses of Nick Fury's home, Steve Rogers' home, and Jessica Jones' home. Looking at these three addresses, Yelena knew that these were the three places that Nick Fury trusted the most, with Nick Fury's own home being the lowest priority among the three addresses. Lady Whip and Mr. Captain, which black marinated egg would you choose? The other side. After having a quick dinner outside, Steve rode his motorcycle back to his building after dark. He parked the motorcycle and ran upstairs with light and cheerful steps. To be honest, he was in a really good mood today. Rogers, who had just arrived at the door, saw his neighbor, a young woman, coming out while making a phone call. In a good mood, Steve Rogers waved to the other person and then took out his keys to open the door and go home. At this moment, the other party hung up the phone and said to Steve, "My aunt has been having trouble sleeping lately." Seeing the clothes my neighbor was carrying, as if she was going to the laundry room, I said, "If you don't mind, you can use my washing machine. It should be cheaper than the one in the basement." The other party smiled and said, "Really? How cheap is it?" Steve said, "How about a cup of coffee?" The neighbor smiled and said, "Thank you, but I've already taken many of them down, and don't use your washing machine to wash my white coat. I just finished my shift and came back from the infectious disease ward." Upon hearing the other party's reason, Steve smiled and said, "Wow, then I'd better keep my distance." The nurse replied, "Hopefully it's not too far." Upon hearing the other person's words, Steve nodded without saying anything more, took out his keys, and turned to open the door. Just then, the nurse suddenly said, "It seems you forgot to turn off your stereo." "Really? Thanks." Watching the other person go downstairs, Steve's expression turned serious. He stood at the door and listened for a moment. The speakers inside were indeed playing music. He knew very well that he hadn't turned on the speakers when he left. It seems someone broke into his house and even did something inside. Instead of using the key to open the door, Steve went around to the outside of the wall, opened the window, and climbed in. Steve, who came in from the kitchen, picked up the shield from the hallway and slowly approached the speaker. As I approached, a quick glance revealed that the person sitting on the sofa listening to music was none other than Nick Fury. He then lowered his guard and said, "I don't think I gave you the key to my room." Ah. As Nick Fury got up, the movement aggravated his wounds, causing him to cry out. He then spoke, "Do you think I need it? My wife kicked me out." Steve looked at Nick Fury and said, "I didn't even know you were married." Nick Fury said, "There are so many things you don't know." Steve walked up to Nick Fury, nodded, and said, "I know that, Nick, that's the problem." Steve turned on the room lights and was astonished to see Nick Fury covered in injuries. Nick Fury made a quiet gesture, then turned off the lamp beside him, and typed a few words on his phone screen to show Steve. "There are listening devices everywhere." Steve looked at the words on it, then surveyed his surroundings. As the music played loudly, Nick Fury then said, "I'm sorry for showing up uninvited, but I really have nowhere else to go." He then typed a few more words on his phone. "There's a mole within SHIELD." Steve looked at the information above and asked, "Who else knows about your wife?" Although the question was directed at his wife, the real question was who else knew about the mole within SHIELD. Nick Fury stood up, walked towards Steve, and said, "Well, my friends." Steve asked, "So, are we friends?" Nick Fury looked at Steve and said, "That's up to you." Steve then spoke up, "You can trust me." But the next second, bang, 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 3 shots were fired in quick succession, piercing Nick Fury's body and hitting the wall behind him. The sudden scene left Steve wide-eyed, while Nick Fury was shot and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Steve quickly pulled the fallen Nick Fury to the side to avoid being shot again by the enemy, while looking towards the window from which the bullets were coming. After pulling Nick Fury to a safe area behind the wall, Steve was about to chase after the enemy when he found his arm was being held tightly by the other man. Steve looked at Nick Fury in confusion, only to see Nick Fury release Steve's arm and open his palm to reveal the USB drive he was holding tightly. Cough, cough. Trust no one except Smith Doyle. In Nick Fury's view, the least likely person in SHIELD to attack him was Smith Doyle. If the other party wanted to kill him, they wouldn't have to go through all this trouble, and he wouldn't have any chance of surviving anyway. Steve took the USB drive, but then he heard the sound of someone breaking down the door. He immediately turned around and half hid behind the wall to look at the doorway. "Captain Steve?" Then the neighbor nurse walked in with a gun. "Captain, I am Agent 17 of the SHIELD, Special Operations Team." Hearing the other person's words, Steve asked in confusion. "Kate." Agent 17 Kate explained. "I'm here to protect you." Seeing Kate enter, Steve quickly asked, "Who sent you?" However, Kate had already seen Nick Fury lying on the ground, shot, and paused for a moment before speaking. Kate then put down her pistol and immediately went to check Nick Fury's vital signs. Finding him severely wounded but not yet dead, she immediately took out her walkie-talkie and said, "The Fox is injured and unconscious. Please send emergency medical personnel." The voice of the special agent on the other end of the walkie-talkie came through. "Have you confirmed the gunman's location?" Kate glanced at the bullet holes in the wall. Steve, having already spotted the retreating gunman outside the window, spoke up immediately. "Tell them I went after them." Steve immediately started running, then broke through a window and jumped into the building across the street. He then watched the running sounds on the rooftop and began sprinting rapidly inside the building. With his shield in front of him, no door could stand in his way. They were all smashed to pieces by Steve. After crossing the second building, Steve finally jumped to the roof of the third building and caught up with the fleeing gunman. Seeing that the other man had reached the edge of the stairs and was about to jump to escape, Steve Rogers threw his shield at him with all his might. This blow would definitely kill the gunman. Shoo! The shield flew out and was about to hit the opponent when the gunman turned around and caught the shield that Steve had thrown with one hand. Steve was secretly surprised to see this. It seemed to be another superhuman. The next second, Bucky hurled the shield back at Steve. Shoo! The shield flew back swiftly, accompanied by the sound of it cutting through the air. Steve reached out with both hands to catch the shield, and the moment he caught it, he was propelled backward a short distance by the immense inertia. At that moment, Steve realized that the opponent's strength was in no way weaker than his own. When Steve looked up again, the other person was no longer at the edge of the building. He rushed over to check, but found nothing when he looked downstairs. The other side, Yelena took out her sniper rifle and, after confirming that the captain had left, used the Assassin's Creed Special Edition combat power detector to completely lock onto Nick Fury behind the wall using the imaging system inside. They didn't kill him completely again. This assassin is really incompetent. I have to clean up the mess. I don't know who arranged this. He then aimed at Nick Fury's chest and pulled the trigger. Bump! An armor-piercing round was fired directly, instantly piercing through the wall and creating a large hole in Nick Fury's chest right in front of Agent 17. If it weren't for the wall, this shot would have ripped Nick Fury's body in two. Seeing the images and values that had gone offline on the combat power detector, Yelena put away her weapon and immediately began her retreat. Agent 17 was stunned when he saw Nick Fury, who was dead beyond any doubt. A few seconds later, the report came in. The Fox was attacked a second time and died on the spot. New York, SHIELD, Emergency Center. Upon receiving the news, Natasha and Rumlow, who had just been injected with the super soldier serum, rushed over and found that a number of SHIELD agents had already gathered inside. Inside the emergency room, Nick Fury was already covered with a white sheet. At that moment, Natasha pushed open the door and walked in, looking at Steve Rogers in the doorway and asking, "What is the specific situation?" Steve Rogers looked up and said, "Nick Fury was attacked 3 times, including once before he met me. However, I was attacked a second time in my home, and a third time when I went out to find the killer. In this third attack, the enemy used armor-piercing rounds, and the walls of various buildings killed him directly." Seeing this, Natasha asked, "What does an assassin look like?" Steve said in a deep voice, "I only saw the second wave of killers. It moves quickly, is powerful, and has a metal arm. Although there was no actual contest, he is no less than me in terms of speed and power." At that moment, Hill also came over and looked at Nick Fury inside. Natasha was shocked. The captain had been injected with the super soldier serum, yet this person was no less powerful than the captain. This must be some kind of superhuman from who knows where. End of this chapter. Chapter 604 Confirmed Death. Chapter 604 Confirmed Death. Then Natasha seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Metal arm?" Steve nodded and said, "Yes, the entire right arm is made of metal. He easily caught the shield I threw." Natasha said, "I heard that a team of super soldiers appeared during the operation at Rose Manor, and one of them seems to have a metal arm." Hill, who was standing nearby, immediately started retrieving information using his tablet and quickly found Shinharen's description of the team of super soldiers in that battle. "That's right, one of the super soldiers in that team does have a metal arm," Steve muttered. "Could it be that they attacked Nick Fury?" Natasha nodded and said, "It's highly likely. After all, super soldiers equipped with mechanical arms are quite rare." Just then, Smith Doyle pushed open the door and walked in with Sharon Carter and Barbara. Smith Doyle entered, glanced at Nick Fury lying there covered with a white sheet, walked over and removed the sheet, but sensed no life force from him. Nick Fury just sacrificed himself like that? Steve said, he was attacked twice at my place, and the second shot was an armor-piercing round, which killed him completely. It's my fault. I fell for the enemy's trick of luring me away from the mountain. I shouldn't have rushed out. Smith Doyle covered Nick Fury's face with the white sheet again and then spoke, it's not entirely your fault, the enemy is too cunning. Agent 17 was also present at the time, but there was no time to provide assistance. It's a pity he died on the spot, otherwise my treatment pods could have brought him back. At this moment, more SHIELD agents arrived, and Hill spoke up, Chief Inspector, we must avenge the bureau chief. The other party attempted to assassinate the director of SHIELD several times in one day, which is a provocation against us, and he actually succeeded in doing so. Smith Doyle nodded and said, find them, crush them. Steve Rogers then asked, Chief Inspector, is it possible to bring the bureau chief back to life? Noticing the gazes directed at him, Smith Doyle frowned slightly, then spoke, I can't do it, but you can try to win the next World Martial Arts Tournament. Hearing this same excuse again, Steve Rogers angrily turned and left. He couldn't understand why Smith Doyle wouldn't use the Dragon Balls to revive the director, even in a situation like Nick Fury's death. Hill then spoke up, Inspector General, Steve just couldn't accept it for the moment, it wasn't intentional. But it really can't be. Smith Doyle shook his head and said, the Dragon Balls can't be used indefinitely. Not long ago, they were thinking of reviving the people who sacrificed themselves last time, and now it's Nick Fury again. Do you really think Shenron has no temper? I'm afraid he'll just grab the earth and blow it up. Hill was stunned by the answer. She could understand being rejected, but what did he mean by crushing the earth to pieces? Will the dragon attack us? Smith Doyle shrugged his shoulders and said nonchalantly, crushing the solar system would be no challenge for that person. Also, don't treat the resurrection as a safety net. If you don't have the confidence to win the championship, don't treat it as a trump card. Nick Fury was the one he arranged for Yelena to finish him off. How could he possibly allow him to be resurrected so easily? Hill nodded and said, I understand. It seems we need to notify the bureau chief's family to come and collect the body, but it will take some time. After speaking, Hill walked out. At this moment, Natasha walked over and said, the group that attacked Nick Fury was very likely the super soldiers from the Rose Estate incident. Smith Doyle nodded and said, this matter will be investigated. How do you feel about Howard's version of the super soldier serum? Natasha said, I thought I would become a muscular woman, just like Steve went from being a skinny guy to the muscular man he is now. I was surprised that my body didn't change at all, and I'm very satisfied with the result. Now I can be considered a superhuman. Smith Doyle nodded and said, go check on the captain. The first thing Nick Fury did after being attacked was to hide in his house. We should give him an explanation. Natasha nodded and then left the room. Natasha, who had come out, saw Steve Rogers, who was pressed against the corner of the wall and said nothing, and walked over to him. Steve. Steve Rogers looked up at the woman in front of him. Natasha. Natasha asked, why would Nick Fury go to your house? Steve shook his head and said, I don't know why he came. Actually, I really can't understand what he did to be attacked so intensely in one day. He was already injured before he came to my house. Just then, Rumlow, who had come out, called out from behind Steve, Captain, they asked you to return to SHIELD. Steve turned to look at Rumlow and said, okay, wait. Rumlow emphasized, they want you to go back immediately. Steve looked at Rumlow, paused for 2 seconds, and then said, okay. Seeing that the captain had agreed, Rumlow turned and left. Natasha looked at Steve and said, you really can't lie. After saying that, Natasha turned and left. Steve watched Natasha leave with a sense of helplessness, as there were some things he simply didn't have the chance to ask her. At that moment, the voice from the walkie-talkie caught Steve's attention. The commando team will immediately escort Captain Rogers back to SHIELD. Steve glanced at the commando team behind him, then saw the vending machine door open beside him, with staff restocking snacks. Steve immediately realized where he had hidden the USB drive in his hand. After dealing with the USB drive, Steve immediately headed towards Rumlow and the others. Let's go. It is good. Rumlow immediately gave the order. Assault team, move out. Coulson's team, having received new support from Nick Fury after the Airbus was destroyed, got a near-complete air command center. Coulson said at this time, we have just received news that director Nick Fury has been assassinated. Upon hearing Coulson's words, everyone present froze, and then spoke up, how can this be? Coulson said, this is intelligence passed on by Commander Hill. The attackers are very likely the same group of people we are tracking down. According to the captain's intelligence, the attackers were the same team of super soldiers who appeared when we were investigating Rose Manor. Now return to New York. Everyone nodded and said yes, sir. The other side, Trident Building. Steve boarded a plane and returned to SHIELD headquarters, heading towards Alexander Pierce's office. In the hallway, he saw his nurse neighbor, Agent 17, reporting to Pierce. Pierce comforted him. No matter the outcome, you did your best. Agent 17 Kate said apologetically. Thank you, sir. Number 17 then turned to leave, but saw Steve Rogers approaching and greeted him. Captain Rogers. Steve scoffed. Neighbor. Steve was somewhat unhappy that his neighbor had been assigned to be a SHIELD agent and was being used to monitor him. It was ridiculous that an ordinary agent was capable of protecting him, let him monitor him. As Pierce looked at Steve Rogers, who had walked up to him, he began to speak. Captain, I am Alexander Pierce. Steve grasped Pierce's hand and said, Sir, it's an honor to meet you. Pierce smiled and said, It is an honor for me, Captain. My father used to be in the 101st Airborne Division. Come in. Steve followed Pierce into Pierce's office, where he picked up a photograph on Pierce's desk. It was a picture of Pierce and Nick Fury together. Seeing this, Pierce spoke up. This photo was taken 5 years after I met Nick, when I was at the Colombian State Department. After the Colombian Liberation Army occupied the embassy, the guards helped me escape, but the rebels took hostages. Nick was the local head of SHIELD, and he came up with a plan to launch a raid through the sewers. I said, no, we will negotiate. As a result, the rebels refused to negotiate with us, so they ordered a kill or be killed operation. They ransacked the basement, but what happened to the law? Empty. Nick disobeyed my direct orders and carried out a mission on foreign soil without authorization, rescuing more than a dozen government officials, as well as my daughter. Steve looked at Pierce and said, So you promoted him? Pierce nodded and said, I have never regretted it. After recounting the story of the photo, he subtly told the captain that Nick Fury was one of his men and someone he had promoted. Pierce then looked at Steve and asked, Captain, why was Nick Fury at your house last night? Steve shook his head, I do not know. Pierce asked again, Did you know that it was monitored? Steve nodded, I know, Nick Fury told me. This is when Pierce spoke. Did he tell you that he was the one eavesdropping? Upon hearing this, Steve was also taken aback. Sure enough, Nick Fury was someone who couldn't trust anyone. Seeing that Steve remained silent, Pierce spoke up. Let me show you something. At this moment, Pierce opened the virtual screen next to him and played an interrogation video. The person being interrogated in the video is none other than Bartok, who jumped ship and ran away. Unexpectedly, this person had already been arrested and brought back by SHIELD. In the video, the interrogating man asked, Bartok, who ordered you to do this? Steve looked at Pierce and said, Is this a live stream? Yes, they caught him last night in a safe house in Algiers, which isn't exactly safe either. Steve asked, You mean he's a suspect in the assassination of Nick Fury? Pierce shook his head and said, Bartok didn't like assassinations. It's not him, it's much more complicated than that. Pierce then continued, Bartok was hired by an anonymous individual to attack the Lemuria star. They communicated via email and were paid by wire transfer. The money then went through 17 fake accounts before finally being transferred to a holding company. The company's registrant is Jacob Vichy. As he spoke, Pierce handed the compiled documents to Steve. Steve took the documents and asked, puzzled, should I know him? Pierce continued, that shouldn't be the case. Victor died 6 years ago. His last address was 14 to 35 Elmhurst Street. Steve flipped through the documents while listening to Pierce's explanation. Pierce continued, when I first met Nick Fury, I learned that his mother lived at 14 to 37 Elmhurst Street. Upon hearing this, Steve looked at Pierce and said, You mean Fury hired pirates? Why? Pierce explained. The prevailing theory is that this hijacking was merely a cover for the transaction of classified information. The deal went wrong, and as a result, Nick Fury lost his life. Steve retorted, If you really know Nick Fury, you should know that this is impossible. Pierce nodded, Otherwise, why would you come to see me? Pierce then got up and walked to the side, saying as he went, Do you know? I work on the council not because I want to, but because Nick Fury requested it. Because we are all very realistic. Pierce walked to the French windows, looked at the scenery outside, and said, We know that, aside from diplomatic maneuvering and hypocrisy, building a better new world sometimes requires destroying the old one. But this inevitably makes enemies. At this point, Pierce turned to look at the captain. They will say you are shameless and dirty because you are willing to do shameful things just to create something better. The thought of those people living such carefree lives makes me extremely angry. At this moment, Pierce walked back to his desk from the French windows and continued, "Captain, you were the last person Nick saw before he died. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think you feel the same way." Pierce continued, "So I'll ask again, why is he with you?" Steve looked at Pierce in front of him, his mind filled with Nick Fury's dying words to him, "Don't trust anyone except Smith Doyle." She felt a pang of regret for not being honest with the other party in the hospital because she was angry that they refused to use the Dragon Balls to revive the people who had sacrificed themselves last time, as well as Nick Fury. After thinking for a moment, Steve said, "He told me not to trust anyone." Pierce asked, "Including him?" Steve thought of Smith Doyle and then said, "I'm sorry, those were his last words." "Excuse me." After speaking, Steve picked up the shield that was placed to the side and prepared to turn and leave. "Team leader." When he heard Pierce call him, Steve stopped and looked over. Pierce then spoke up, "Someone murdered my friend, and I must find out the reason. Anyone who blocks my way will regret it. No matter who it is." Steve looked at Pierce, remained silent for a few seconds, and then said, "Clear." Steve then turned and left Pierce's office, taking the elevator. End of this chapter. Chapter 605 The Position of Bureau Chief, a must-have. Chapter 605 The Position of Bureau Chief, a must-have, bonus chapter 17,000 to 4,000. Steve said to the elevator manager, "Go to the control center." Beep, confirmed. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, Rumlow reached out to stop them, then gave an order to the person behind him, "All assault team members, get ready to take your positions." "Clear." "Yes, sir." Rumlow walked in with his commando team and then spoke, "Go to the evidence collection point." Beep, confirmed. After explaining his location to the elevator manager, Rumlow greeted Steve, "Team leader." Steve turned around. "Rumlow." The elevator doors closed and it slowly descended. At this moment, Rumlow spoke up. "The evidence team found some fibers on the roof and wants us to come and take a look. Should the tactical squad be in position?" It was indeed Nick Fury who formed a tactical squad for Steve, with Steve Rogers as the captain and Rumlow, Natasha, and a group of commandos as members. Of course, both of them are still members of the Avengers, and Natasha is also the captain of the Inspectorate team, currently on secondment. Upon hearing Rumlow's words, Steve thought for a moment and said, "Let's see what's going on first." Rumlow nodded and said, "Okay." At this moment, Steve noticed that the two commandos Rumlow was with seemed a little nervous, their hands constantly resting on the guns beside their legs. Seeing this, Steve frowned slightly. This was SHIELD headquarters, why were they so nervous? The elevator stopped, and 4 agents carrying briefcases walked in, talking as they entered. "Administrative level." Beep, confirmed. "Borrow it for a moment." The 4 people who entered walked to the 4 corners of the elevator, while Steve stood in the middle of the group. Steve looked at the 4 people, and Rumlow, who was standing in front, spoke up. "I deeply regret what happened to Fury. What a tragedy." The captain looked at Rumlow and said, "Thank you." The elevator continued to run, and Steve looked around again, only to find that some of the 4 people who had just entered had sweat on their foreheads. You know, SHIELD agents are all in excellent physical condition, and more importantly, both the elevators and the buildings have central air conditioning, so this guy is sweating with tension. However, just as the elevator descended 1 floor and opened again, 3 burly men entered. "Archives." Beep, confirmed. Steve had already sensed something was wrong, and as the elevator doors closed, he spoke up, "Before we start, does anyone still want to leave?" Upon hearing Steve's words, the group immediately launched an attack. Several agents behind him grabbed Steve by the neck, hugged his waist, and pulled out special high-voltage stun guns to attack him. Someone even pressed the elevator's stop button, and the crowd began to surround and attack Steve Rogers. The 4 men who had come in with the suitcase immediately disassembled the handle on it. This was not an ordinary handle, but a high magnetic handcuff used to restrict Steve Rogers' movements. Furthermore, among those involved in the attack, Rumlow had successfully been injected with the super soldier serum. The 2 agents immediately put the magnetic bracelet on Steve's wrist and activated it, then pressed Steve's arm against the alloy railing of the elevator. Once the captain's hands are immobilized, the battle can be ended quickly. However, their strength was no match for Steve, who possessed the super soldier serum. To avoid falling into their trap, Steve kicked an agent who was holding down his arm in the knee. Boom! He kicked the other person so hard they stumbled, and then flung the magnetic handcuffs off that arm onto the elevator. At the same time, he launched an attack on the people around him. Although one person held his neck and another held his waist, he still quickly knocked several people to the ground. Boom! Boom! Steve elbowed the agent who was holding him by the waist, denting his cheek. Then, with an over-the-shoulder throw, he slammed the burly man who was holding his neck down in front of him. At that moment, Rumlow kicked Steve's left wrist, and the immense momentum caused his left hand to stick to the alloy wall. But at this moment, only Rumlow remained standing among the SHIELD agents inside the elevator. Rumlow swung his stun baton and started hitting Steve. Boom! Steve groaned several times, the powerful electric current making it audible. What? The stun gun was pressed against Steve's back, and the current was turned on to the maximum. The massive amount of electricity, enough to stun a superhuman, only managed to injure Steve without knocking him unconscious. Despite the pain, Steve slapped Rumlow. Inside the command center, Heatwell watched the footage on the monitor, picked up the microphone, and said, "Dispatch a commando team to the 25th floor." At this moment, another agent launched an attack with a stun baton. Steve used his other unrestrained arm to grab the other agent and shove the stun baton at the other agent. In just a few seconds, he knocked the other person unconscious with an electric shock. After knocking everyone down, Steve took the opportunity to start disassembling the metal. Finally, using all his strength, he removed the magnetic handcuffs from the alloy. Seeing the two agents get up again, Steve attacks them once more. Since they were all SHIELD agents, Steve didn't go for the kill. At this moment, Rumlow, with two stun guns in his hands, looked at Steve and said, "Take it easy, big guy. This is not a personal grudge, Captain." As he spoke, he immediately launched an attack on Steve. However, in this confined space, although Rumlow had a certain advantage wielding a stun gun, he was far inferior to Steve in terms of physical strength. Although Steve was beaten with a high-voltage electric baton until he grimaced, Steve still managed to seize an opportunity to knock him unconscious by hitting him on the back of the head. Steve looked at the unconscious Rumlow and said, panting heavily, "I feel it's just a personal grudge." He then stepped on the edge of the shield, causing it to spring up and attach to his arm. After using the shield to cut the strong magnetic handcuffs on his arm, he pressed the elevator button. As the elevator doors opened, a team of fully armed commandos with guns in hand, taking aim, came into view. "Put down your shield and raise your hands." Upon seeing this, Steve quickly turned around, dodged into the elevator, and then used his shield to shatter and cut the cable. As the alarm sounded, the elevator plummeted downwards. After the elevator descended more than 10 floors, the emergency stop procedure was activated, and the elevator stopped again. After forcefully prying open the elevator doors, Steve watched the approaching commandos and closed the doors again. These assault rifles can't penetrate S.H.I.E.L.D.'s elevator doors. After closing the elevator doors, Steve glanced down and saw that there were still more than 10 floors below. At that moment, a sound came from outside. "Surrender, Captain, open the door. You have nowhere to run." Steve took a deep breath. This height wasn't a problem for his current physique. Steve smashed the elevator glass and jumped down. Boom! Steve used his shield to cushion the impact and immediately stood up. Steve stood up, glanced around, and quickly ran towards the garage. He could only leave this place faster by driving his own motorcycle. In front of the monitor, Heatwell looked at the incoming footage and shouted, "How can it be?" He never expected that even with super soldier Rumlow and multiple ambushes, they couldn't stop Steve Rogers. He went to the garage. The bridge was closed. Just as the bridge was about to close, Steve flew off on his motorcycle. Just then, a Quinjet flew over and issued a warning. "Captain Rogers, surrender immediately. Repeat, surrender immediately." As the warning was issued, the heavy machine guns on the fighter jets were extended, ready to attack at any moment. Ignoring everything else, Steve instead floored his modified motorcycle. Seeing that Steve didn't stop, the fighter jets began strafing. Da-da-da. Because it was a warning, the fire control system did not target Steve Rogers, but instead fired at the open ground in front of him. Steve ignored the danger, dodging on his motorcycle while throwing his shield at the fighter jet's engine. In an instant, one of the engines was destroyed by the shield, the fighter jet lost its balance, and Steve took the opportunity to twist the brakes and jump towards the fighter jet due to inertia. Steve jumped onto the fighter jet, pulled his shield from the engine, and then wreaked havoc, smashing the other two engines before jumping out of the Quinjet. With 3 of its 4 engines lost, the fighter jet could no longer maintain its balance and plummeted from the sky. The aircraft was at a very low altitude, and due to the materials used, it was simply scrapped without harming the pilots inside. After doing all this, Steve got back on the motorcycle and sped away again. In the command room, Heatwell shouted, "Listen up, everyone. Whatever you have on hand, cancel it. We are now on level 1 alert. Notify the Ministry of Transport to turn all traffic lights on at intersections in the Special Administrative Region Red and close all runways at nearby airports. Put all the surveillance footage from the city onto this screen behind me. Track all communication devices, phones, computers, tablets, check everything that can be checked. I need to know immediately if someone tweets. At that moment, Smith Doyle walked in with Sharon Carter and Barbara. He opened his mouth and asked, "What happened that they're hunting down our Captain America?" At that moment, Pierce walked in and said, "Chief Inspector General. Because he lied to us. Captain Rogers knows the cause of Chief Fury's death, but he is unwilling to tell us. I know it's hard for people to accept, so I talked to him about it. But he still refused to tell us the specific reasons, nor was he willing to tell us the cause of Chief Fury's death. So, Captain America is now a fugitive of SHIELD. Execute the order." Pierce then looked at Smith Doyle and said, "Chief Inspector, there are some things I think we need to discuss." Upon hearing that Pierce wanted to communicate with him, Smith Doyle smiled and then said, "Okay, Secretary Pierce." Before leaving, he gave Sharon Carter and Barbara a look, and the two then arranged for their team members to be stationed at various locations within SHIELD to conduct inspections. Upon arriving at Pierce's office on the top floor, Smith Doyle sat down on the sofa. Pierce opened a bottle of whiskey and poured a glass for each of them. Smith Doyle picked up his glass and took a sip. It tasted pretty good. Pierce then spoke up, "Inspector General, SHIELD is currently leaderless due to Nick Fury's sacrifice, which makes command very inconvenient, and morale is low. I would like to suggest to the Security Council that you first become the acting director, and then become the director of SHIELD after the procedures are completed." Smith Doyle was somewhat surprised to hear that Pierce wanted to promote him to the position of director of SHIELD, as he had originally thought that Pierce was going to promote a Hydra agent to the position. Indeed, while Pierce is pushing forward with Project Insight this time, he doesn't intend to bring Hydra to the forefront, but rather to remain underground. With the strength of someone like Smith Doyle, he has already given up on the idea of dominating the world. Now he was considering how to keep Hydra hidden underground, developing under Smith Doyle's wing, and whether they could gain eternal life through Smith Doyle's Dragon Balls. Smith Doyle nodded and said, "SHIELD really can't be leaderless, so I'll take this position." Upon hearing Smith Doyle's agreement, Pierce's face lit up with joy, and he said, "With you at the helm of SHIELD, I believe the future of SHIELD will reach new heights. I will apply to the Security Council later." Meanwhile, Pierce thought to himself, "Now that you've taken over as director of SHIELD, you naturally won't resurrect Nick Fury." Smith Doyle smiled and said, "Other uncertainties exist, but at least there won't be another case of a bureau chief being shot." The other side. Having escaped SHIELD headquarters, Steve Rogers disguised himself and immediately went to the vending machine where he had hidden the USB drive. Steve froze, staring at the empty hiding place. But the next second he saw Natasha appear next to him, and he immediately turned around to look at her and pulled her into an empty room. "Where have you gone?" Natasha looked at Steve and said, "Safe place." Steve took off his hat and said seriously, "Speak the key." Natasha countered, "Where did you get this?" Steve said directly, "Why should I tell you?" Seeing this, Natasha asked with some confusion, "Why should Fury give it to you?" Steve knew that this USB drive seemed to be the one Natasha had copied, so he asked, "What's inside?" Natasha shook her head and said, "I do not know." Steve said angrily, "Don't lie," Natasha explained. "I just look like I know everything, Rogers." Steve glanced at the door, and after confirming that no one was approaching, he said, "You must know that Fury hired these pirates." End of this chapter. Chapter 606 Bait in New Jersey. Chapter 606 Bait in New Jersey. Upon hearing this, Natasha paused for a moment, then her mind raced. Everything makes sense now. There's something wrong with that ship. You and Fury need to find a way to get on. Steve, however, angrily grabbed Natasha's arm and questioned her, "Don't make me ask you a second time." When confronted by Steve, Natasha admitted she didn't know the details, but she did reveal one piece of information she did know. "I don't know what secrets that ship holds, but I do know some information about the people who attacked Nick Fury." Upon hearing this, Steve Rogers was momentarily stunned. Natasha actually knew. Under Steve's gaze, Natasha slowly said, "Actually, I had met that person before Rose Manor, the man with the metal arm. Most intelligence agencies do not believe in his existence. Those who do call him the Winter Soldier. Over the past 50 years, he has been involved in more than 20 assassinations." Upon hearing this, Steve countered with a question. For 50 years, even though he wore a mask, he didn't look like an old man at all. Natasha recounted her experience. "That might be a title, not a representation of a person. 5 years ago, I was escorting a nuclear weapons engineer out of Iran. When we were almost in Odessa, someone shot out my tires, and the car went out of control and fell off a cliff. We escaped. The Winter Soldier is there too. When he saw me blocking his way, he shot me right through the hole and killed the engineer. Natasha pulled up her clothes, revealing the gunshot wound on her stomach, 3 fingers width to the right of her navel. I still remember that silver-white metal arm. Looking at the gunshot wound on Natasha's stomach proved that he wasn't just making up stories. Natasha said self-deprecatingly, "I can't wear a bikini anymore." Steve, in a very straightforward manner, said, "You must look terrible in a bikini right now." Natasha was speechless for a moment, then continued, "With our capabilities, tracking him is unrealistic. I've tried. Moreover, he has rarely shown his face in the past 5 years, except for one time at Rose Manor, and that was not by himself but by a team of super soldiers." "Do you know what this means?" Steve said, "They have the ability to produce super soldier serum. After all, it's extremely difficult to assemble a team of superhumans who excel in physical enhancement." Natasha said, "So we're not facing just one person, but a squad of super soldiers, and even the forces behind them. After all, this group of people didn't just appear out of thin air." Steve nodded and said, "It's indeed a bit difficult for just the 2 of us. Could you contact Smith Doyle?" Nick Fury's dying wish was that Smith Doyle could be trusted, but at the time, there were many people and suspicious individuals in the intensive care unit, and coupled with Smith Doyle's rejection, he left the room without having much communication with him. Natasha said, "The Inspector General is at SHIELD headquarters. Are you planning to walk right into a trap? I heard you just escaped from inside." Hearing Natasha's words, Steve Rogers felt somewhat helpless. He really didn't dare to go back to SHIELD headquarters now. "Then what do you think we should do?" Natasha smiled and took out the USB drive that Nick Fury had given to Steve. "With this in hand, he will come to us on his own, or we will find him. So we need some allies, like our whip lady." Steve took the USB drive back from Natasha and then said, "Let's see what he really wants. As for Jessica Jones, I know where she lives." The other side. Alexander Pierce was speaking with the Security Council members when he began to say Nick Fury was brutally murdered, and any normal person would call him a martyr, not a traitor. British Council members questioned, "Then why is he a traitor?" "It's because he allowed mercenaries to hijack his own ship." A member of the French Council added, "Nick Fury used his relationship with you to force the Council to delay the Insight project. He knew this plan would expose his illegal activities. To put it nicely, he lied to you. To put it bluntly." Pierce looked at the 5 Security Council members and began to speak, "Do you want me to resign to take responsibility? I can write my resignation right now." At this point, the female council member representing the United States said, "We can discuss this later." Upon hearing this, Pierce exclaimed in surprise, "You really want me to resign?" At this point, a member of the British Council said, "We have already discussed it, Mr. Minister. The Council has decided to immediately restart the Insight project. If you want to talk a good game, now's the time." Hearing the Council's opinion, Pierce was secretly pleased. Just as he had predicted, these people would take the initiative to advance the Insight project. SHIELD cannot remain without a director. I suggest that Smith Doyle become the acting director and take charge of SHIELD. On the one hand, it can appease the internal workings of SHIELD, and on the other hand, with him around, such troublesome things will not happen again, and global interests can be better guaranteed. Even aliens will have to treat him with respect. The French representative then spoke up, "He's a bit too righteous and indignant. Could he have some negative views about certain practices within SHIELD? Pierce said, "A strong bureau chief may have some minor drawbacks, but the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Some non-compliant projects and behaviors should be abandoned." As the Inspector General of SHIELD, Smith Doyle did not dismantle the entire SHIELD. He dealt with some scum and corrupt individuals. "Do any of you have a better candidate?" The U.S. representative then spoke up, "I agree." After thinking for a moment, the other representatives also said, "I agree. I agree." The French representative stated, "I abstain." The other side. Smith Doyle sat in his SHIELD office, pondering Pierce's ideas. Pierce wanted to promote him to be the director of SHIELD, and he naturally agreed without hesitation. At the same time, he was also wondering whether the Insight project would bring Hydra to the forefront. Given the current proliferation of superhumans, the emergence of Inhumans, and his overwhelming strength, Pierce knew that the 3 space carriers in Project Insight wouldn't be particularly effective against top-tier superhumans, unless he was stupid. In that case, Pierce would not expose Hydra, which is lurking within SHIELD, and bring it to the forefront. In this way, Pierce would not need to take control of SHIELD himself to expose Hydra, and it would be a better option to push him into a position of power. Hydra could continue to infiltrate SHIELD, allowing the vampire-affiliated organization to continue its expansion. However, Pierce had no idea that he already knew about Hydra, and that with the help of the vampire clan, he could easily expose the Hydra agents hidden within SHIELD. Now all he needs to do is sit in charge of SHIELD, await the Security Council's appointment, and completely take control of SHIELD. He has now deployed agents from the Inspectorate to control various key departments and positions within SHIELD. The other side. Natasha and Steve arrived at an Apple store inside a large shopping mall. Natasha plugged the USB drive into the computer and started operating it. This driver has a level 6 location system, so once we activate it, SHIELD can locate us. After observing his surroundings, Steve spoke. How much time is required? 9 minutes, let's begin now. As the drive started, SHIELD immediately received the location information and dispatched a team of 6 superhumans led by Rumlow, plus 9 commando members, to the location. All 6 members had been injected with a physical enhancement agent. While Natasha was hacking the USB drive, she said, "Phrase guess is right. Someone is trying to hide something on that ship. This drive is protected by some kind of artificial intelligence. It has been reorganizing itself, resisting my commands." Steve looked at the computer in front of him and asked, "Can you crack it?" Natasha said nonchalantly, "The person who developed this program is a bit smarter than me. But it's only a little bit." At this moment, Rumlow and his group arrived outside the mall. 16 people got out of 4 large SUVs, all dressed in plain clothes, with guns loaded and tucked into their waistbands, and then walked into the building. Natasha is still working on the decryption. "I'm going to try the tracking program, the one that SHIELD uses to track malware. Even if we can't read the document, we might be able to trace its origin." Just then, the sales assistant came over and asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Natasha looked at the sales assistant and said, "It's okay, my fiancé and I are choosing a place for our honeymoon." Steve said with a smile, "Yes, we're getting married." The sales assistant said with a smile, "Congratulations, where are you headed?" Steve looked at the computer screen, where the tracking map showed New Jersey. New Jersey. The sales assistant looked at Steve's glasses with a surprised expression. Just when Steve thought he had been recognized, the sales assistant spoke up, "I also have these glasses." Natasha said with a smile as she operated the device, "Wow, you two really do look like twins." The sales assistant laughed and said, "Haha, I also wish I had your figure." As he spoke, he gestured to show Steve's strong and perfect physique. The deliverman then added, "If you need anything, feel free to contact me. My name is Ben Aaron." Steve nodded and said, "Okay, thank you." After speaking, the sales assistant turned and left. At this moment, Rumlow had already led his men into the mall, and Steve spoke up to remind him. 9 minutes as agreed, almost up. Natasha laughed and said, "Don't be nervous, it's all taken care of." At that moment, a detailed address appeared in front of the two, Whitten, New Jersey. Seeing Steve's surprised expression, Natasha said, "Are you familiar with this place?" This was the address where Steve had his military training, so he began to speak, "We're familiar with each other, let's go." After speaking, he unplugged the USB drive and walked outside with Natasha. Just as Steve stepped out of the Apple store and into the mall lobby, he noticed the arrival of the SHIELD agents. Standard tactical squad, 2 in front, 2 behind, and 2 more on the flanks. "If we are discovered, we will work together to finish this quickly." Natasha, however, noticed the combat capability detector the agent was carrying and said with some helplessness, "Get ready to fight." With their current combat power, they are simply too conspicuous to avoid. At this moment, a SHIELD agent arrived at the Apple store where Natasha and her group had been. After looking around and not finding their target, he immediately reported no signal source detected. Rumlow gave the order, "Search every floor." Several groups of agents reported separately, "No target found on the 3rd floor. No target found on the 2nd floor." Hearing that no one had noticed, Rumlow gave another order, "Search from the top floor downwards and meet up with me." Rumlow then took the escalator upstairs, while Natasha and Steve took the elevator downstairs. Rumlow tapped his combat power detector and instantly locked onto Natasha and Steve Rogers. "Got you." Rumlow shouted, "Natasha, Steve has betrayed SHIELD and is now wanted. Come with me to capture him." As he spoke, Rumlow jumped toward the two of them, drawing his stun gun from his waist. At that moment, Natasha grabbed Steve and asked, "Are you telling the truth?" Rumlow watched as Natasha grabbed Steve and nodded, saying, "I have no reason to lie to you. You can see it by logging into s.h.i.e.l.d.'s internal network." As he spoke, Rumlow walked over and reached out to grab Steve Rogers. At that moment, Natasha suddenly launched a sneak attack, kicking Rumlow. What? With the force of the kick, Rumlow was sent flying, and because he was on the escalator, he fell to the ground. Bump! Rumlow got up from the ground, watched the two men running outside, and immediately gave the order through his headset. Steve Rogers is running towards the door in the lobby on the first floor. In addition, Agent Natasha assisted Steve, and is suspected of betraying SHIELD, and was arrested along with him. Natasha and Steve were both superhumans. With incredible running speed, they had already run out of the mall before the SHIELD agents could even catch up. After the two left the mall, Natasha stole a car and drove towards New Jersey. After Rumlow and his men chased after them out of the mall, they didn't see Steve Rogers. Actually, it wasn't that he couldn't catch up, but rather that he had been ordered to deliberately let the two go, chasing after them so they wouldn't have time to contact more people, and could only run towards the location in New Jersey. However, Pierce had already planned to completely eliminate Steve Rogers at the base in New Jersey. End of this chapter. Chapter 607 Promotion to Director, Approval of Project Insight. Chapter 607 Promotion to Director, Approval of Project Insight, Bonus Chapter 21,000 to 40,000. The other side. Steve drove Natasha towards New Jersey. Natasha said, "Shouldn't we contact reinforcements first?" Steve said, "We couldn't get through on the phone. I think we should go to New Jersey first and see what's going on. After obtaining the evidence, it might be better to contact Jessica Jones, since I'm already wanted by the police. You might have already been implicated." Natasha glanced at Steve and said with a smile, "I'm not wanted by the authorities. Besides, I'm different from you. I'm an agent of the Ministry of Supervision." As they spoke, Natasha showed Steve her information on the SHIELD intranet, which still indicated that she was a SHIELD agent and not wanted by any organization. Steve Rogers paused for a moment, then spoke, "So this is the advantage of having connections. S.H.I.E.L.D. Trident Tower." Pierce entered Smith Doyle's office and began to speak. "The Security Council's appointment has been approved. From now on, you are the acting director of SHIELD. Once the process is complete, you can remove the word agent from your resume. Now we can move our office to the director's office. By the way, do you have anyone you would recommend for the position of Inspector General?" Upon hearing the appointment, Smith Doyle also spoke. "Sharon Carter, who works under me, is a good candidate for the position of Inspector General." Pierce nodded and said, "Carter Page's niece, huh? That's a respectable status, and she can certainly keep the people under her command. You will serve as the Inspector General concurrently for now. Once the title of Acting Inspector General is removed, the position can be handed over to her. To be honest, I thought you would choose Natasha, since I heard her adoptive parents are with you." Upon hearing Pierce's words, Smith Doyle smiled and then said, "Natasha is good too, but this position is not suitable for her. After all, she is still a member of the Avengers." Pierce then changed the subject and said, "Our agents have sent word that Natasha and Steve are getting involved together." Smith Doyle said nonchalantly, "I sent him there. I also want to know what exactly Steve Rogers got from Nick Fury." Upon hearing Smith Doyle's words, Pierce smiled and didn't mention Natasha again, so the warrant for her arrest naturally disappeared. "Come on, let me show you S.H.I.E.L.D.'s real big plan." Smith Doyle stood up and said, "Then I'd like to see it for myself." Smith Doyle followed Pierce to the Insight Project's production base. 3 enormous space carriers were moored underground. One by one, Quinjet fighters were lifted and placed onto the decks of the space carriers. Huge artillery systems stood on the decks of the space carriers, with cannons protruding all around, indicating their terrifying power. Clearly, the space carrier before him was about what he already knew. Smith Doyle nodded and said it was pretty much what he knew. "This is Project Insight, a helicopter carrier 3 generations ahead of its time, connected to positioning satellites. Once it's in the air, there's no need to land. The new engines can continue suborbital flight. These long-range precision-guided weapons can eliminate 1,000 enemies per minute. When aliens invade again, these weapons can be deployed on the battlefield to fire on those alien soldiers. We have also equipped ourselves with some laser weapons, but the number is not large at the moment." Upon hearing this, Smith Doyle nodded, appearing to be quite pleased. Pierce continued, "By combining our specialized satellite system with ground-based facial recognition, we can conduct global surveillance. If another large alien army sneaks in, an alarm will sound as soon as they show themselves. The appearance of a large number of unfamiliar life forms will be identified immediately. This would minimize the possibility of a Kree invasion. If the project goes smoothly, it will produce more space carriers, truly achieving 24/7 global coverage." Smith Doyle thought for a moment and said, This feature sounds good. Global early warning is interesting. Pierce continued, in addition to that, it has another special function. We designed an algorithm that predicts who might pose a threat to the planet by collecting and analyzing large amounts of personal data. Before the enemy actually commits a crime, satellites can read his DNA, and we can nip many dangers in the bud. Upon hearing Pierce's words, Smith Doyle thought to himself, this is right, this is the Insight Project and Zola's algorithm that he knows, not the two functions from before. At this moment, Smith Doyle shook his head and said, big data algorithms are not necessarily accurate, and products such as the Internet and artificial intelligence have huge flaws. When data networks are hacked, they may not become weapons to protect the Earth, but rather weapons to kill us. Earth's Internet technology is a backward technology to those alien forces. Pierce was taken aback when he heard Smith Doyle's question. If the Kree had altered the data in the Zola algorithm via the network, these three space carriers could very well have turned against them. At this point, Smith Doyle continued, furthermore, this idea of preventing premature elimination has been abandoned by the Assassin's Guild. Only those who truly do bad things should be punished. Smith Doyle then told Pierce about the Assassin's past mission to eliminate danger using the Sacred Loom, and how the Assassins changed after his arrival. Pierce was also taken aback, and after thinking for a moment, he asked, and what about the Sacred Loom? Smith Doyle laughed, I destroyed it. We cannot rely on a magic weapon to determine the future of others. Pierce paused for a few seconds, then asked, so, is Project Insight going to be postponed? Smith Doyle shook his head and said, continue as planned. The Insight plan still has many merits. However, we can stop at this last algorithm for now, as it needs to be modified. What do you think, Secretary Pierce? Upon hearing that Smith Doyle did not intend to stop the Insight project, and instead expressed more approval of the only thing he rejected, which was the Zola algorithm, after thinking for a moment, Pierce said, now that you're the director, you can naturally do things your way. Pierce had long set his sights on hiding Hydra under Smith Doyle's wing, allowing it to feed on SHIELD and extract more blood from them. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse Smith Doyle's first proposal after taking office, and unlike Nick Fury, Smith Doyle wasn't aware of anything. Smith Doyle glanced at Pierce, then looked at the three space carriers in front of him and said, then let's continue with that. The other side. Steve took Natasha to the place in New Jersey where he had once trained. Arriving at the campsite, Steve was filled with emotion as he gazed at the camp gate. He then asked, is this it? Natasha took out her phone, glanced at it, and nodded. The documents were sent out from here. At this moment, Steve spoke up, Caspian Camp, that's where I come from. As the two entered the camp, it gradually grew dark. I received training at this camp. Natasha took out her phone to scan for signals and asked as she did so, has it changed much? Steve looked around and said, it's all right. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Steve felt as if he had returned to the training grounds he had once been in. After scanning the area, Natasha shook her head and said, there's no chance here. No thermal imaging, no signal, not even radio waves. She then put her multifunctional mobile phone back into her pocket and said, the programmer must have used a router to prevent others from tracking him. Seeing Steve looking in a certain direction with a puzzled expression, Natasha asked, what happened? Steve walked toward the building in front of him, saying as he went, military regulations stipulate that ammunition must not be stored within 500 yards of barracks. This building should not have been built here. Upon reaching the gate, Steve smashed the lock with his shield and led Natasha inside. The two entered the room and then turned on the lights. Looking at the SHIELD logo on the wall, Natasha spoke. This is SHIELD headquarters. Steve nodded and said, it was probably launched from here. The two explored the various rooms and found a photo of the three of them on a wall. Natasha said, that's Tony's dad. Steve nodded and said, Howard. Natasha, noticing Steve looking at a photo of another woman on the wall, asked, who is that girl? Steve didn't say anything, but turned and left. Standing in front of a huge cabinet, Steve sensed that something was hidden inside. Working in such a secluded place. He grabbed the cabinet and pulled hard, and the cabinet slid to both sides, revealing the elevator hidden behind it. Why is there an elevator hidden here? Natasha went up, scanned the keypad on the elevator door, confirmed the keypad code 8539, and entered it directly. The elevator doors opened, and the two of them took it underground. As the two entered, the elevator doors slowly closed. Soon the room lights turned on automatically, and Natasha looked at the ancient equipment in front of her and said, the data source can't be here, these are all outdated. But looking at the huge device in front of her, which had an external USB port, Natasha thought for a moment and then inserted the Y drive into it. As the USB drive was inserted, the system in front of me started up automatically, and a computer-generated audio system began to play. Start the system? Natasha stepped forward and typed yes into the computer. As the system started up, a cube-shaped image appeared on the screen. A camera was pointed at Steve, and the computer-generated voice sounded again. Steve Rogers was born in 1918. The camera then turned to Natasha. Natalie Olenova-Romanov was born in 1984. Natasha looked at the camera above her and said uncertainly, "This is a video recording, isn't it?" "I wasn't recording, ma'am. Perhaps I am no longer the way I was when the captain captured me in 1945, but I am." At that moment, a photo of Zola appeared on the other computer screen. Steve looked over, and after seeing the photo on the computer, he began to look around, explaining as he did so. Arnim Zola was a German scientist working for the Red Skull. He has been dead for many years. Zola's voice rang out, "To correct my first point, I am Swiss. Secondly, look around, I'm still alive and kicking." After Steve and Natasha entered the area, Zola immediately reported the situation to Pierce. Pierce thought for a moment and then decided to sacrifice Zola to eliminate Steve. "Zola, hold off Steve and Natasha, I'll use an ICBM to destroy that place immediately." Zola didn't care about any of that. He had already successfully digitized himself and could reside anywhere with the network. Even if this place was destroyed, he would be resurrected in another Hydra secret base. The loss of just one base could completely eliminate Steve, and for him, it was all worth it. Zola continued to introduce himself. "In 1972, I was diagnosed with late-stage cancer. Science can't save my body, but my mind must survive. So I stored my thoughts in a database of 2 million units. You are in my brain." Steve looked around, then walked back to the computer and asked, "Why are you here?" Zola explained, "I came at your invitation." At this moment, Natasha said, "In Operation Paperclip after World War II, SHIELD recruited German scientists of strategic value." Zola added, "They felt I could help them achieve their goals, and I also achieved my own goals." Steve then spoke up, "Hydra perished along with Red Skull." Zola said, "Cut off one head, and 2 new ones will grow back." Steve disbelieves. "Prove it to me." In order to keep Steve, they need to buy time. At the same time, Zola also believed that the captain was bound to die this time, so he didn't hide anything and spoke directly. Loading archive. Soon, some video materials began to play on the computer screen in front of them. Hydra's founding creed was that humans cannot control their own freedom, but we didn't realize that if we try to take away their freedom, they will resist. War has taught us a lot. Humanity needs to voluntarily give up freedom. After the war ended, SHIELD was established and recruited former Hydra agents like myself. A new Hydra was born, like a beautiful parasite in SHIELD. Unfortunately, not long ago, Ms. Natasha and the agents of the Inspectorate once again chopped off one of our heads, the Austrian branch, Whitehall. Natasha was stunned as she looked at the images and Zola's words. "How is that possible? Whitehall is one of your people." End of this chapter. Chapter 608 Standing on the Shoulders of Giants, Aiming for the Stars and the Sea. Chapter 608 Standing on the Shoulders of Giants, Aiming for the Stars and the Sea. At this moment, a photo of Whitehall's death appeared on the screen, and Zola said, "Accidents are always inevitable. The death of one Hydra head will always bring 2 new Hydra heads. The encroachment continues and one day a world order dominated by Hydra will be formed. We will definitely win in the end, Captain. Your death, like your life, is meaningless." Upon hearing Zola say that Hydra had won, Steve angrily punched and destroyed the monitor in front of him. Boom! The largest screen in front of me was damaged, but the one next to it remained intact. Zola's voice rang out again, "We were just talking about." Natasha then spoke, "The Inspector General will not allow any of this to happen. This is just your imagination." Zola paused for a second, then spoke, "Smith Doyle, he really is an unsolvable man. But he won't know about Hydra's existence. We will remain hidden in the shadows. By standing on the shoulders of giants, this time we will stand even higher, and perhaps even venture beyond Earth." Before Zola could finish describing his vision for the future, Steve asked, "What's on the USB drive?" Zola began, "Project Insight. Planning requires insight, so I wrote an algorithm." Natasha asked, "What algorithm? What's it used for?" Zola said, "The answer to your question is enough to make one's heart flutter and become infatuated. It's a pity you're going to die, you won't be able to hear it." At this moment, Zola was unaware that, at Smith Doyle's request, Pierce had suspended Zola's algorithm on the 3 space carriers. Natasha disbelieved. "Kill us? I'm curious about Hydra's power. Is it that Winter Soldier squad?" Zola scoffed, "You are not worthy of using this squad." At that moment, the door to the room began to close automatically as Zola spoke. The noise of the door closing was quite loud and immediately caught the attention of the two of them. Steve threw his shield, trying to wet it to prevent the door from closing, but it had no effect and the shield bounced back. At that moment, Natasha's phone also went off with an alarm. She took it out and, upon seeing the alarm, exclaimed in shock. "Steve, missile detected. The distance isn't far, at most 30 seconds left." Steve asked in confusion. "Who launched it?" "SHIELD. Zola's voice rang out again. "I've been stalling for time, Captain. Just accept your fate. It's for your own good." Natasha yanked the USB drive out. Steve looked around and saw the drain at his feet. He went up and pulled it aside, revealing a drainage channel about 1 meter wide, 2 meters long, and 1 meter high. Steve picked up Natasha and jumped down, raising his shield above his head. At that moment, missiles also attacked. Boom! The server room, which was more than 10 meters underground, was instantly engulfed in flames, while Steve held up his shield to fend off the building debris falling from above. After the explosion, Steve and Natasha survived thanks to the super soldier serum's enhanced physique and the drainage ditches and shields they used as trenches. Steve and Natasha ran out and, seeing the large number of armed helicopters that had appeared in the distance, quickly evacuated the area. Soon, Rumlow arrived at the scene with a large number of commandos and began the search. After searching, Rumlow found the footprints of Steve and Natasha as they retreated, and then gave the order, "Recall everyone." The group then boarded an armed helicopter and returned to their homeland. At Pierce's home. When he got home, he had just opened the refrigerator when he saw the Winter Soldier sitting next to him. At this moment, the nanny's voice rang out. "I'm leaving now, Mr. Pierce. Before you leave, is there anything else you need me to do?" Pierce, driving the Winter Soldier, began to speak. "It's over, it's all right, Leonard, you can go home now." Leonard said, "Okay, good night." "Good night." The nanny then left, and the sound of the door closing followed. Noticing the nanny had left, Pierce looked at the Winter Soldier and said, "Would you like some milk?" Pierce took out a glass, poured himself a drink, and then said, "The schedule has changed, making this a very rare opportunity. 2 level 6 targets, and that idiot Zola actually exposed Hydra in front of them. Kill them within 10 hours. Just then, Leonard suddenly appeared behind Pierce. "I'm sorry, Mr. Pierce, The nanny was taken aback when she saw that there were other people in the living room besides Pierce. I forgot my phone." Pierce turned to look at the nanny, his expression turning helpless. To be honest, he had been using this nanny for many years and was quite used to her. "Leonard, you should have knocked." As he spoke, Pierce picked up the pistol on the table and fired several shots at the nanny. Bang, bang, bang. "What?" Bucky had no reaction to Pierce killing his own nanny. He had already been brainwashed and controlled. Pierce looked at Bucky and said, "Your sniper rifle is really good. It's just a bit of a pity that you didn't manage to cut Nick Fury in two and leave him with a whole body." Bucky immediately spoke up, "I didn't use a sniper rifle, I used an automatic rifle made in the former Soviet Union, the kind with the rifling worn down." Pierce paused for a moment, then immediately realized, could it be that someone else was involved in Nick Fury's death? "Wait, tell me the details of the mission." Bucky immediately reported. "At Steve Rogers' home, I attacked Nick Fury from outside the window and shot him several times. But I can't be sure if I killed him 100%. Nick Fury was pulled behind the wall by Steve Rogers for protection, which deprived me of the chance to finish him off. Then he jumped out of the window and chased after me." Upon hearing this, Pierce realized that the shot that truly killed Nick Fury was not fired by his own men, the Winter Soldier, but by another group of people. Pierce immediately began to ponder what kind of person would do the same thing to Nick Fury as he did. Although Nick Fury, as the leader of SHIELD, has faced countless assassination attempts over the years, what force could possibly have timed them so perfectly? In terms of the highest returns, one is himself and the other is Smith Doyle. Needless to say, the assassin was indeed dispatched. As for Smith Doyle, after thinking for a moment, Pierce ruled out the other party. Given Smith Doyle's strength and personality, he would have done this long ago and wouldn't have chosen to kill him by shooting. However, Pierce did have some good news. It was confirmed that Smith Doyle would not use the Dragon Balls to revive Nick Fury unless someone won the championship and used their own wish to revive Nick Fury. Those who are capable of winning the championship will not make this wish, and those who want to make this wish are not capable of winning the championship. Feeling much more at ease, Pierce decided that he absolutely could not reveal the news of Hydra's presence within SHIELD to Smith Doyle, that good-for-nothing Zola. "The other Winter Soldier soldiers have arrived in New York. I will have them join you in this operation. Those two guys absolutely cannot be given the chance to see Smith Doyle." Bucky nodded and said, "I see." The other side. Smith Doyle arrived at Nick Fury's office, which had now become his workplace. Looking at the office layout, Smith Doyle's gaze fell on a safe next to the chair. While he was at the emergency room, he didn't find Captain Marvel's call button on Nick Fury, so he came here to check it out. Smith Doyle approached the safe, crouched down, and began to examine it. He then used his hand as a knife to pierce through the safe and took out a metal box. Smith Doyle placed the metal box on his desk and frowned slightly. Would Nick Fury put Captain Marvel's call button in this? As the metal box was opened, its contents were revealed to Smith Doyle. A box of bear-shaped cookies. Smith Doyle shook his head speechlessly. It seemed Captain Marvel's pager wasn't here. The other side. Steve brought Natasha to Sam's house. Looking at this, Natasha asked, "Why not go find Jessica Jones first? With his strength, he would be a greater help to us. Could there be an extraordinary individual living here whom I don't know about?" Steve shook his head and said, "No, it's just that it's closer from here. And the other side has a super soldier squad. We need more help. Besides, there are a lot of people watching Jessica Jones, and I'm not sure if they're keeping an eye on her. It might be easier to have this person call out Jessica Jones for us." Natasha nodded in agreement, and then Steve Rogers went up and knocked on Sam's door. Sam had just finished his running workout and was taking some juice from the refrigerator to replenish his energy when he heard a knock on the door. Thump thump thump. Sam reluctantly put down his juice, walked to the glass door, and pulled back the curtains. Then Sam saw Steve and Natasha, looking disheveled, push open the glass door, and greet them. "Morning." Steve said, "I'm sorry, we need to lay low for a while. Everyone we know wants to kill us." Sam glanced at the two of them, then calmly said, "Not including me." He then made room for the two of them to come in. After Steve and Natasha entered, Sam cautiously looked outside the door. Only after confirming that no one else was outside did he close the glass door and draw the curtains. After entering the room, Steve and Natasha used Sam's bathroom to wash up. After finishing tidying up, Steve looked at Natasha and said, "Is everything okay?" Natasha dried her hair with a towel and didn't say anything. Steve walked over and asked, "What happened?" After thinking for a moment, Natasha explained, "Actually, SHIELD does have some problems, and I knew about it long before this." Steve asked, puzzled, "Why do you say that?" Natasha said, "Inspector General Smith Doyle had previously asked me to investigate SHIELD internally, including Director Nick Fury. I didn't expect that SHIELD would really have problems. You know, Daniel Whitehall of the Austrian branch was arrested by our own inspectorate. But I always thought he was just. I never expected him to be a Hydra. Now I can't tell either. I even suspect Nick Fury has some problems." Steve asked with some confusion. "Nick Fury has already been assassinated, why would you suspect him?" Natasha thought for a moment, then spoke, "I was in Kroborski before, in the Red House. You have no idea how I got in. Actually, Nick Fury lied to me. He had a partnership with the Red Room. He staged a fake story to tell me that he had destroyed the Red Room and then recruited me into SHIELD to work for him. In fact, the Red House was not destroyed, and it even received his funding." Steve asked in confusion, "Did Nick Fury fund the Red House? What evidence do you have?" Natasha looked at Steve and said seriously, "The technology from S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier has been applied to the Red Room base. The other side sent the Red House base into the sky, and then controlled Black Widows to spread across the globe, stealing intelligence and creating war and famine. I saw all of this with my own eyes." Steve looked at Natasha seriously and said, "How can this be?" Natasha said calmly, "But that's the truth. However, Smith Doyle discovered the Red House and completely destroyed it. You should have heard of the Guild of Assassins ideology." Steve Rogers looked somewhat bewildered. Hydra was lurking within SHIELD, and the dead Nick Fury might not have been a good person either. What about him, who was bought and sold by SHIELD and constantly carried out Nick Fury's missions? Steve Rogers swallowed hard, then nodded and said, "Heard about it." Steve then continued, "But Nick Fury is dead, so his problems are no longer the focus. Our task now is to find Hydra. I destroyed Hydra once before, so I'll continue to destroy it this time." Natasha didn't say one thing. She actually suspected that Nick Fury might also be a member of Hydra. At this moment, Sam walked to the door and said, "Gentlemen, I've made breakfast. You should eat the food of ordinary people." The two left the room, sat down at the dining table to eat breakfast, and began to review the events of the previous night. Natasha asked, "The question is, who in SHIELD has the capability to launch missiles within the country?" After thinking for a moment, Steve said, "Pierce." After thinking for a moment, Natasha still said, "I heard that Director Nick Fury was recommended by Pierce." Steve was silent for 2 seconds. Pierce had told him about this. "The focus right now is not Nick Fury. He's already been assassinated. Are you trying to tell me they had internal strife? Our mission is to find the Hydra agents lurking within SHIELD and eliminate them completely. The problem now is Pierce, but he's on the top floor of SHIELD headquarters, and we simply don't have the capability to go there and take him away. End of this chapter. Chapter 609 Captain, please Don and 039T make the same mistake again. Chapter 609 Captain, please don't make another mistake. Bonus chapter 25,000 to 40,000. Steve added. He is not fighting alone. Zola's algorithm is on the Lemuria star, and someone must have gone to retrieve it or deliver it to him. Natasha immediately realized. Jasper Hitterville is also on it. Steve asked, the problem is, how could I, Washington's most wanted criminal, kidnap a SHIELD official in broad daylight? Then he looked at Natasha and said, since you're not wanted, you might as well give it a try. No, even though you're not wanted, they're not stupid. They'll give you a chance to get close if you're with me. At this moment, Sam walked over with a document in his hand and said, the answer is, no kidnapping is needed. Looking at the file Sam had placed on the table, Steve asked, what is this? Sam said, I guess you could call it a resume. Natasha picked up the file and began to look through it. Is this Pamela? You participated in the Khalid Kandor mission. Then he looked at Steve and said, you didn't say he was an airborne rescuer. Looking at the group photo, Steve asked, is this Riley? Sam nodded and said, that's right. Natasha preached, I heard that helicopters can't fly in because of rockets. What kind of parachutes are you using? Stealth parachutes? Sam began to speak. No, it's the one after that. He then flipped the file to the back. Looking at the things on it, Steve turned to Sam and said, didn't you say you were a pilot? Sam smiled and shook his head, saying, I never said that. Looking at the contents of the file, Steve shook his head and said, I can't ask you for help, Sam. There's a reason you retired. I need to talk to you about something else. I need you to deliver something to one of my colleagues. Sam retorted, dude, Captain America wants my help, isn't that reason enough? And the two things can be done at the same time. Steve smiled, then asked, where can we get this? Sam began by saying, the last one is in Meadburg, behind 3 security doors and a 12-inch thick steel wall. Steve thought for a moment and then said, it should be fine. At this moment, Natasha looked at Steve and said, first, go get Sam the Falcon equipment, then have Sam go find Jessica Jones. With our strength, we will obviously not be afraid of the Winter Soldier Squad. Steve and Natasha took Sam to Fort Meade. After acquiring the Falcon equipment, Sam used Captain America's shield to recruit Jessica Jones. Steve Rogers looked at Jessica Jones as she arrived and said with a smile, Jessica, I knew you would come to help me. Jessica Jones glanced at Steve, Natasha, and Sam who had brought her to the room, and said, you're a notorious fugitive now. By the way, could Director Nick's death really be related to you? Steve shook his head, I still don't understand why Nick Fury was attacked. But I already know who attacked him. Jessica Jones shrugged and said, okay, I trust you. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Steve then told Jessica Jones about his plan and his determination to find Hydra and destroy it completely. Jessica Jones spoke up, Hydra, huh? That's quite an old organization. I thought you wiped it out during World War II. Then, changing the subject, he continued, Chief Nick has been kind to me, so let me avenge him. Natasha smiled and said, looks like we have backup. Steve nodded, now that everything is ready, let's set off. We have already tracked down Heatwell's whereabouts. The other side. Heatwell and the national congressman came out of the restaurant, the counselor said as he walked, I have to fly home tonight. There's been a problem in my constituency that I need to deal with. Heatwell asked, is there a problem with any constituent, Mr. Congressman? Not really. The senator stopped and looked at Heatwell, then continued, 23 years old, a bit hot. Extremely spicy. I remember she wanted to be a journalist, but I don't remember. Who would want to listen to her? Heatwell said with a smile. It doesn't seem like a big problem. The senator said, is it? She scratched my back so hard it hurt. Then he smiled and said, this is not the place to talk about these things. Then, looking at the brooch on Hitterville's collar, he complimented, nice brooch. Thanks for the compliment. The counselor smiled and said, give me a hug. The two embraced, and the senator whispered in Heatwell's ear, long live Hydra. Clearly, this member of parliament is also a member of Hydra. While the two were communicating, Steve and the other two arrived at the scene and communicated through headsets. Steve hid in the car, while Natasha aimed at the target from a distance with a sniper rifle. Steve asked, did you see it? Sam nodded and said, yes, I saw it. After the congressman left with 4 bodyguards, only Heatwell and his 2 security personnel remained at the scene. Just then, the phone rang. Heatwell took out his phone and saw that the caller ID showed Alexander Pierce. Upon seeing this phone number, Heatwell said to the two security guards behind him, "Go and bring the car over first." After dismissing the security personnel, Heatwell answered the phone. "Hello, sir." At that moment, a strange man's voice came through the phone. "Agent Heatwell, did you have a good lunch? I've heard the crab cakes here are quite good." Heatwell asked in confusion, "Who are you?" "The handsome guy wearing sunglasses at the 10 o'clock position." Heatwell looked towards the 10 o'clock direction but didn't see the target man. Another 10 o'clock direction. "You see it?" At that moment, Heatwell saw a black man sitting at a roadside stall, drinking a beverage and making a phone call. He then picked up his drink and gestured to Heatwell. Heatwell questioned, "What do you want to do?" Sam said, "Turn right at the corner. There's a gray car in the second parking space, let's go for a drive." Heatwell scoffed, "Why should I listen to you?" Sam began by saying, "Because that tie looks expensive, I don't want to get it dirty." Heatwell glanced down at his tie. A red dot had appeared on it, the infrared sight of a sniper rifle. Hitter immediately looked around but didn't see the gunman. Since it was the plaza in front of the building's restaurant, there were no obstacles to cover, and it would take time to run into the building. Meanwhile, Sybil wasn't wearing any special bulletproof vest, so a shot from that position could have been fatal. To survive, Heatwell had no choice but to follow the other party's instructions and walk towards the vehicle. He wanted to see who was causing him trouble. As long as he survived, he would have plenty of ways to get revenge on the black man in front of him. However, when Sybil got into the car and saw Steve Rogers inside, he was stunned. It was actually this guy. He never expected that Steve, who was wanted by the police, would come to see him in this way. And it wasn't just Steve Rogers. Jessica Jones was also in the driver's seat. At that moment, Sybil wanted to jump out of the car and run away. He knew he was no match for Steve, but soon Natasha also came down from the sniper position. Upon seeing the three people, Heatwell dared not reveal himself any further. He couldn't fight them, and he couldn't run away. He could only hope that his two security personnel would react in time after he disappeared. Steve, Natasha, and Jessica Jones led him to the rooftop of a building, where Steve threw Sitwell several meters away. Heatwell got up from the ground and said, "Captain, don't keep making the same mistakes on the wrong path." "Jessica, Steve is wanted by SHIELD. You're not helping him, you're hurting him. Inspector General Smith has been promoted to acting director." Hearing Sitwell's words, Steve asked in surprise, "Smith became the director?" Heatwell nodded and said, "I'm currently the acting director, but I'll become the director once the procedures are completed. You really shouldn't go further down the wrong path." Natasha was somewhat surprised, not expecting her boss to become the head of SHIELD so quickly. Jessica Jones's eyes darted around. This person becoming director would be a good thing for SHIELD. Steve Rogers then spoke up, "It's a good thing that Smith became the director, but it might not be for you. Tell me about the Zola algorithm." Heatwell picked up his non-prescription glasses and nervously held them up to his face. "Never heard of it." Steve pressed on, asking as he went, "What did you do on the Limaria star?" Heatwell said as he backed away, "I'm seasick and keep throwing up." Heatwell retreated to the edge of the building, and was about to pretend to slip and fall when Steve grabbed him and helped him to his feet. Seeing this, Heatwell unintentionally provoked the other party and said, "Is this some kind of implied message? Can you throw me off the roof?" "That's not like you, Rogers." Steve looked at the other person and said, "You're right, that's not true. But that's just her style." At that moment, Natasha kicked Sitwell, sending him sprawling to the ground. "What?" As Sitwell was free-falling through the air, his heart leaped into his throat. Was he really going to die like this? He knew that the other party hadn't brought him here to be paired up with someone just to let him fall to his death like this. Sure enough, the next instant, a figure shot up from below, grabbed him by the collar, pulled him up, and flew him upstairs. Despite having many thoughts running through his mind, Heatwell still showed fear and continued to scream. Meanwhile, Natasha and Steve were still chatting on the rooftop. "Wait a minute, what do you think of that girl in the accounting department, Laura?" Steve shook his head and said, "Is it Lillian, the one with the lip ring?" Natasha nodded and said, "Yes, she's quite cute." Steve refused. "I still can't accept a lip ring, and besides, I already have someone in my heart." Natasha asked curiously, "Who is it?" Just then, Falcon flew up with Sitwell, and Sam was about to drop Sitwell right in front of Steve and the other two. Steve Rogers looked at Sitwell and said, "What exactly is the Insight Project?" Heatwell gritted his teeth and said, "Do not know." "Are you two really going to stick with this traitor?" "Steve, you injured your colleague in order to prevent everyone from knowing who killed Chief Nick. And you, Natasha, the organization injected you with the super soldier serum to enhance your strength, just so you could be with this traitor?" "Jessica Jones, the director saved your life, he rescued you from that villain, Purple Man." Now the department wants to know who killed Director Fury, but the person who knows is unwilling to tell us. Sidwell was unaware that Steve, Natasha, and Jessica already knew about Hydra. He pretended to be an elite agent of SHIELD and deceived the three of them verbally. Steve and Natasha exchanged a glance. Clearly, neither of them readily believed Sidwell's words. After all, everyone in the agency knew that besides being a senior agent of SHIELD, he was also Pierce's assistant. If Pierce were Hydra, it's impossible that he wouldn't try to win over his assistants, and Heatwell was too suspicious on that ship. Steve asked, "Heatwell, are you Nick Fury's man or Pierce's man?" Upon hearing Steve's words, Sidwell feigned ignorance and said, "Is there a difference? Nick Fury is the current director who died in the line of duty, and Pierce is the former director. And I, Sidwell, am a member of SHIELD." Seeing that Sidwell was putting on such a convincing act, Natasha spoke up. "Heatwell, what exactly is Zola's algorithm? What exactly is your purpose on the Lemuria starship?" Hearing Natasha's renewed questioning, Sidwell shouted, "I don't know what you mean by the Zola algorithm. And was my trip to the Lemuria star ordered by Director Fury when he was alive, or was it informed to me by Agent Hand?" At this point, Sidwell glanced at Steve and then said, "I'm not the only one who knows about this. Agent Coulson knows about it too. He was there at the time. By the way, this matter is also related to the Inspectorate. My original mission was to assist the Inspectorate in investigating the members of Coulson's team. Sharon Carter and Barbara from the Inspectorate are investigating the underlings trained by Level 8 Agent John Garrett, one of whom is Ward, who happens to be a member of Coulson's team." Sidwell was originally supposed to participate in the investigation of Ward, but he happened to receive orders from Trident headquarters, which is why he went there instead. Upon hearing this, Steve was clearly taken aback, and said somewhat uncertainly, "Wait, you mean Agent Coulson, Agent Hand? There's even a Ministry of Supervision?" End of this chapter. Chapter 610 The Ruthless Black Widow. Chapter 610 The Ruthless Black Widow. Heatwell immediately said, "Yes. My original mission wasn't to go to that wrecked ship at all, but rather because of Nick Fury's temporary transfer order. Even if there's something wrong with that ship, it's not my problem." At this moment, Natasha quickly spoke up, "Steve, let me check with Barbara and the others." Jessica then spoke up, "I'll contact Coulson to confirm if this is true." Seeing the two go to confirm, Sidwell looked at Steve and said, "Steve, don't keep making the same mistakes on the wrong path. I am loyal to SHIELD, and I will carry out the missions of whoever is the director, just like we are now listening to Director Smith." Hearing Sidwell's words, Steve became somewhat uncertain whether Sidwell was truly as ignorant as he claimed. "Then I remembered Nick Fury's dying words, 'Don't trust anyone.'" At that moment, Natasha and Jessica Jones returned, nodded to Steve, and indicated that Sidwell had not lied. Seeing this, Heatwell began his verbal offensive, also in an attempt to buy time. "I don't know what conflict you had with Commander Pierce, nor do I know why you are unwilling to reveal the reason why Commander Fury saw you before he died. But what I want to say is that Commander Nick was personally promoted by Commander Pierce. Before Commander Pierce stepped down, he specifically handed this position over to Commander Nick. That's why Commander Pierce took Commander Nick's death so seriously." Although Sidwell didn't say it explicitly, the implication was that Nick Fury and Pierce were in cahoots, and if you think Alexander Pierce has a problem, then Nick Fury has a problem too. Steve was also affected by Sidwell's words and looked at Natasha with some uncertainty. Moreover, Pierce told him that Bartok was recruited by Nick Fury, but Zola told him that he was Hydra, and that he informed Pierce, who then bombed him with an intercontinental ballistic missile. The deduction is that Pierce is a Hydra agent, and Nick Fury, whom he promoted, is also a Hydra agent. However, there is also a point of contention: why did Nick Fury have Bartok hijack the Lemuria starship? Let alone for the sake of $30 billion, Nick Fury, as the director of SHIELD, would never use such a stupid method if he wanted to steal money. Natasha, seeing the somewhat confused look in Steve's eyes, interrupted him directly, "Our enemy is the Hydra. Regardless of whether Nick was one of them or not, he is already dead, but Pierce must not be let go." Steve immediately realized that he wasn't there to avenge Nick Fury, but to thwart Hydra's plot. At this moment, Natasha stepped forward and suddenly twisted Heatwell's arm backward with great force. Crack. Ah! In an instant, Sidwell's arm was crippled. After doing all this, Natasha turned around and used all her strength to smash Sidwell's calf. Crack. Natasha broke one of his legs, and instantly Sidwell had one arm and one leg broken on the spot. Sam stared at the scene before him without saying a word, while Jessica opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. Steve looked at Natasha with some surprise. At this moment, Steve was still unsure whether Sidwell was Hydra, and whether such behavior was a bit too arbitrary. Seeing the look in Steve's eyes, Natasha explained, "Special measures are needed during special times. I will apologize if my judgment is wrong." With one arm and one leg crippled, Sidwell held in agony. Although he was a SHIELD agent and had done some field work, he mostly did clerical and coordination work. In terms of combat skills, he was far inferior to agents like Natasha. At this moment, he felt Natasha's determination to kill him. At this time Natasha said, "Tell me, what exactly is the Zola algorithm? Don't tell me you didn't know. As Pierce's secretary, didn't you know he was a Hydra? Otherwise, why would Pierce trust you and let you stay by his side?" As she spoke, Natasha's hand reached for Sidwell's throat. At this moment, when Natasha mentioned Hydra, Sidwell knew they had been exposed. He wondered which idiot had revealed their biggest secret to Steve and Natasha. Sensing Natasha's murderous intent, Sidwell could no longer hold back. He knew that Natasha was absolutely capable of killing him. Heatwell immediately said, "Zola's algorithm is a program that selects targets for the Insight project." Steve's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Sidwell to actually know. He immediately asked, "What goal?" Seeing that Sidwell had paused, Natasha grabbed his other arm, about to try the same trick again, when Sidwell quickly said, "You, the Cairo television presenter, the Deputy Minister of Defense, the high school graduation student from Iowa City, Bruce Banner, Stephen Strange, anyone who threatens Hydra. Whether now or in the future?" Steve asked in confusion. "Future? How does it predict the future?" Heatwell suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha, of course can. The 21st century is an e-book, and Zola taught Hydra to read it." At this moment, Natasha released Sidwell, who turned around and, seeing their bewildered expressions, said, "Your bank records, medical history, voting preferences, emails, phone calls, and your DAMSAT scores. Zola's algorithm predicts people's future by analyzing their past." Steve looked at Sidwell and asked, "And then?" Hitchwell realized that he had said so much under the threat of death. "God, Pierce will kill me." Steve stepped forward and asked, "And then?" Seeing Natasha approaching again, Sidwell knew he was at her mercy, so he decided to go all out and reveal the whole truth. "Then the helicopter carriers of Project Insight will eliminate them, solving the problem for millions of people at once." Hearing this, the four men felt a chill run down their spines. Even Steve, who had experienced World War II, found the idea of eliminating millions of people at once terrifying. Jessica Jones then asked, "Aren't you afraid of Smith Doyle?" Sidwell said, "We don't need to deal with everyone at the same time. We can just clean up a batch at a time. Now that Mr. Smith is the director, there are some entities that are immune to this type of attack, and we won't record them." Soon the four of them took Heatwell and drove towards the location of the Trident building. On the bus, Sybil thought about how much he had already revealed and considered whether he should just surrender. Hydra doesn't like whistleblowers. Before he could finish speaking, Sam, who was driving, angrily said, "Then why are you so loose-lipped?" Natasha then said to Steve, who was sitting in the passenger seat, "The Insight project starts in 16 hours, and we're a bit short on time." Steve looked out the window and said, "Smith didn't terminate the Insight project. I don't know if he was unaware of it or if he was misled. It seems we need to use the Heatwell to bypass the DNA scan and go straight to the helicopter carrier." Upon hearing Steve's proposal, Sybil questioned, "What? Are you crazy? This idea is terrible. Do you know how many superhuman teams SHIELD has prepared?" Boom. Just then, there was a muffled thud on the car roof, and the next second the window shattered. Heatwell was grabbed by an arm and thrown across the road, whereupon a speeding truck crashed into him. "What?" With a scream, Heatwell vanished without a trace. Just then, Bucky, the Winter Soldier standing on the roof of the vehicle, pulled out his pistol and fired at the seats below. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots were fired in quick succession, but none hit Natasha. Jessica Jones instantly transformed into a whip, and the tentacles behind her rose up and shot towards Bakaiza on the roof of the car. At that moment, Sam floored the accelerator and pulled the handbrake, and the Winter Soldier Bucky was thrown out by the inertia. However, Bucky did a somersault and landed gracefully, using his metal arm to grip the ground and reduce the force of his outward impact. Seeing the Winter Soldier stand up, Natasha drew her pistol and prepared to fire. Boom. Just then, an armored vehicle crashed into her from behind, and Natasha lost her grip on the gun, which fell to the ground. The armored vehicle behind them, carrying Steve and the other's vehicle, drove forward. Bucky, the Winter Soldier, jumped onto the roof, smashed the windshield, and ripped off the steering wheel, throwing it away. Seeing the steering wheel snatched from his hands, Sam turned to Steve and shouted, "Shit!" At that moment, Natasha picked up her pistol and fired at the Winter Soldier on the roof of the vehicle. "Piu, piu, piu." Bucky, the Winter Soldier, took the opportunity to jump onto the hood of the armored vehicle behind him to avoid it, and then the armored vehicle crashed into the vehicle in front of him again. Jessica Jones climbed out of the car window and stood on the roof of the car, transforming into a whip and staring intently at Bucky in front of her. At that moment, the armored vehicle accelerated, instantly knocking over and causing Steve's vehicle to roll over. Jessica Jones leaped into the air and charged toward Bucky, the Winter Soldier, aboard the armored vehicle. Steve, along with Sam and Natasha, jumped out of the car and slid a short distance using the car door as a shield. But Sam wasn't so lucky. The sudden inertia caused him to lose his grip, and being just an ordinary person, he was thrown off and rolled around on the road. Jessica Jones leaped onto the hood of the armored vehicle and launched a rapid attack on Bucky. However, Bucky was no less formidable, using his metal arm to deflect Jessica Jones's attack. The armored vehicle stopped, and 5 Winter Soldier soldiers got out, one of whom pointed a flamethrower at Jessica Jones. Shoo! Fire snakes shot out, and Jessica Jones dodged the attack with a backflip, leaving Bucky's side instantly without an opponent. One of the 5 Winter Soldier soldiers who came down handed a grenade launcher to Bucky. Bucky, holding a grenade launcher, fired a grenade at Steve. Boom! Steve shoved Natasha aside and held the shield in front of him. Boom! The grenade hit Steve's shield, and an instant explosion sent huge flames soaring into the sky. Steve was blasted away by the impact, crashing into the windshield of a car behind him before falling off the overpass, his shield flying out of his hand. Steve fell off the overpass and crashed into a moving bus. The sudden accident caused the bus to collide with a crane and be instantly overturned. Meanwhile, on the bridge, Bucky and 5 Winter Soldier soldiers were firing wildly at Jessica Jones, as well as Natasha and Sam, who were hiding behind the car. Meanwhile, Jessica Jones's actions were unknowingly leaked beforehand. The Winter Soldier was carrying a handheld sonic cannon and a flamethrower, which prevented the symbiote from showing its face and kept it firmly under control. If Jessica was hit by the sonic cannon, the symbiote would be blasted out of her body. This left Jessica Jones struggling to cope with the attacks of the 2 Winter Soldier, making it impossible for her to support Natasha and Falcon. Da-da-da. At this moment, the assault rifle bullets in the hands of the 3 Winter Soldiers were being poured out like water, as if they were free. The 2 were suppressed so much that they didn't even dare to show their heads, and could only keep hiding under the vehicles behind them. Natasha returned fire with her pistol, and Bucky fired a grenade, which blew up the vehicle Natasha was hiding in. Fortunately, Natasha dove out to avoid the grenade as it came hurtling towards her. Natasha frantically dodged, but the 3 Winter Soldier warriors clearly didn't intend to engage in close combat until they ran out of ammunition. At that moment, Bucky fired another grenade launcher. Natasha flipped and jumped off the bridge, simultaneously firing her grappling hook to quickly dodge to the bottom of the bridge and run to the other side. Bucky, armed with an assault rifle, approached the bridge, ready to shoot Natasha as she popped her head out. But Natasha, who was running, spotted the shadow on the bridge and fired a shot at the Winter Soldier. Boom! Natasha was a very accurate shot. She hit the Winter Soldier's goggles with a single shot, but the goggles turned out to be bulletproof, only cracking slightly. Bucky then crouched down to avoid Natasha's gunfire. Seeing the cracks in his goggles, Bucky immediately removed them and threw them away. He then stood up, raised his gun, and began firing wildly at the area below. Soon both sides ran out of bullets, and Natasha ran away again, using parked cars on the street as cover. Watching Natasha flee, the Winter Soldier said to the 2 beside him, "Leave her to me, you guys go and deal with Steve." After saying that, Bucky jumped off the bridge. The 3 Winter Soldier behind her glanced at Jessica Jones, who was being blocked, and realizing she wasn't their target, they jumped off the bridge. End of this chapter. Chapter 611 The Immortality Project. Chapter 611 The Immortality Project. Bonus chapter 29,000 to 40,000. The Other Side. Trident Building. Barbara walked into the director's office. "Sir." Smith Doyle looked up and asked, "What's the matter?" Barbara began her report. "Natasha just contacted me to inquire whether Sidwell is conducting an investigation with us into Agent Ward of Coulson's team, and about being sent on Nick Fury's mission before it begins." According to Natasha's report, Steve is now surrounded by 2 retired Air Force special agents, Sam and Jessica Jones. It is further noted in the encrypted channel that the former paperclip project led to the resurgence of Hydra. Upon hearing Barbara's report, Smith Doyle was not surprised that Natasha knew about Hydra, but he did not expect that she would know about Sidwell's mission. Could it be that Sidwell, that cowardly and weak fellow, really deceived Steve and the others? Smith Doyle nodded and began to speak. "I already knew about this. Don't worry about Hydra. It won't be long before I completely expose this leech that's sucking blood from Shield. By the way, what's the situation with Coulson's team? Barbara, seeing Smith Doyle's confident words, was no longer worried about Hydra. You should know that your superior is the most powerful being in the world, capable of annihilating even legions in space with a flick of his wrist. Coulson's team has temporarily placed Ward under house arrest, confining him to a cell at the Airbus Center, a cell made of subadamantine. As for Ward's final outcome, Coulson said that a thorough investigation is needed before a decision can be made. Should we send reinforcements to Natasha as well? Smith Doyle thought for a moment and decided that Ward's problem was a minor one that could be resolved at any time, so there was no rush. He suggested that Coulson handle it himself first. Furthermore, with Natasha's current setup, they have a total of 4 people: Captain America, Jessica, Falcon, and Natasha. Jessica has a symbiote, and Natasha recently received the super soldier serum. With this setup, defeating Bucky the Winter Soldier should be a piece of cake. He shook his head and said, "Let Coulson interrogate Ward first. I believe that Natasha and her team are strong enough to handle the current crisis. You guys set up controls in all areas, and at the same time, arrange our personnel to prepare for taking over Shield Academy. Here is a list of people that Shield can trust." Barbara nodded upon seeing this, took the list, and then took her leave to arrange the takeover of the Shield Academy. Smith Doyle then called Marcus, the progenitor of vampires, at the headquarters of the League of Assassins, instructing him to order the vampires within the base to prepare to take up positions at Shield upon receiving the order, in order to find the Hydra members hiding within the other side, on an island unknown to anyone. Inside the island, a hidden base was built. Inside the white base were incubation chambers, and inside the incubation chambers lay the bodies of young Nick Fury. These are all clones of Nick Fury. Long before cloning himself, Nick Fury had 2 clone subordinates. One was Dum Dum Dugan, and the other was the clone agent Kenish, who was in charge of various secret bases. Having had 2 successful cases, and considering that he might one day be assassinated, Nick Fury created a large number of clones. Unlike Kenish, who activated all clones, Nick Fury, drawing inspiration from Dum Dum Dugan, only activated a clone of himself after his original self died. And after the death of this clone, the next body is activated, achieving immortality in another sense. Nick Fury woke up after receiving the transferred memories. As he stepped out of the base, he saw Shield senior agent, Commander Hill, who had arrived there. The person in charge of this cloning base was none other than Hill, who was known for his immortality project. Hill said, "I'm very sorry, but your injuries are so severe that even the technology from Tahiti cannot save you. The only option is to activate the Immortality Project on the Clone Island." Nick Fury nodded and began to speak. "Did you bring my 2 items with you?" At this moment, Hill took out a black cube and Captain Marvel's call device, placed them on the table in front of her, and said, "I took those 2 things from your pocket immediately." Nick Fury stepped forward and picked up the cube first. This cube is a toolbox containing Shield data, top-secret bases, intelligence on agents, and information accessible only to the director. It is also one of Nick Fury's backup plans. Putting it into his trench coat pocket, Nick Fury picked up the Captain Marvel call button from the table, his other trump card. Nick Fury looked at Hill and said, "Tell me what happened after I died." Hill nodded and said, "Yes." Hill then began to report to Nick Fury on some of the changes that had occurred within Shield during this period. The other side. Just as Steve got up from the bus, 3 Winter Soldier soldiers, carrying heavy machine guns, opened fire on the bus where Steve was. Da-da-da. A barrage of bullets was fired, as Steve's exact location was unknown, and the bullets were sprayed at the overturned bus from end to end. Da-da-da. Steve could only dodge and run away quickly. After jumping off the bus, he picked up his shield from the ground and held it in front of him, while he curled up behind the shield. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Sam on the bridge immediately ran to his car, opened the trunk, took out the Falcon suit, and put it on. Sam glanced at Jessica and, seeing that she didn't need his help, then looked down at the 2 people firing at the bus below and decided to go support the captain. Sam immediately spread his wings and leaped down, flying to the side to the position of a Winter Soldier, and kicked out with both legs. Caught off guard, the Winter Soldier was kicked away by Sam, who used his power to accelerate. Bump! As Sam kicked one of the men away, the 2 Winter Soldier soldiers next to him reacted and immediately turned their guns around, preparing to fire at Sam. Sam reacted quickly, shouting to Steve, "Go, leave this to me." Steve glanced at Sam, and seeing that the other had successfully held off the 2, he immediately rushed out and ran towards Natasha's location. Sam, on the other hand, used his ability to fly to hold off the two after seeing that they had run out of heavy machine gun ammo. When the two men dodged, he flew over and strafed them with an Uzi submachine gun. When the two men ambushed and fired, he pulled away and flew a kite. On the other side, Bucky, the Winter Soldier, took out a grenade launcher and blew up a police car that had come to cause trouble. After reloading, he carefully walked toward Natasha's location. At that moment, behind a car, Bucky seemed to hear a sound. Landing point, 2300 block of Virginia Road, meet up in 2 minutes. Listening to the location of the sound, Bucky crouched down, pulled out a grenade, and gently rolled it towards the car. He then raised his gun, aiming there, ready to shoot Natasha as soon as she peeked out. However, after the round grenade rolled over, what was hidden there wasn't Natasha, but a cell phone she had secretly played a recording on. Boom! The grenade exploded instantly, and the car was torn to pieces in the inferno, but Pakistani did not see the target. Just then, Natasha suddenly jumped out from behind, kicked the grenade launcher out of Bucky's hand, straddled his shoulder, and immediately pulled out a noose, aiming to strangle his neck. However, Bucky managed to reach in with his left hand to block the way while simultaneously stepping back, shoving Natasha, who was on his shoulder, towards the car. Then, with his metal right arm, he grabbed Natasha and threw her away, sending her flying into a car in front of him. Boom! Natasha fell off the car, and Bucky picked up his grenade launcher, ready to shoot her. At that moment, Natasha immediately threw a round dart, which instantly adhered to Bucky's metal right arm and released a large amount of electricity. Zila! His right arm was instantly paralyzed, and the pistol he was holding with both hands immediately drifted away from its position. At this moment, Natasha took the opportunity to escape, and Bucky saw this and directly pulled the object off the metal arm with his left hand and crushed it. He moved his right hand without any hindrance, then aimed and chased after Natasha again. Natasha ran while shouting to disperse the crowd. Run, run! Snapped. The bullet shattered the car window and struck Natasha in the shoulder, causing her to stumble and fall forward. Natasha fell to the ground, clutching the spot where she had been shot, and quickly leaned against the car door to avoid a second shot. At the same time, he looked around to find the Winter Soldier's location. She thought she would never be injured again after receiving the Super Soldier Serum, but she was unexpectedly hit by a bullet so soon. Boom! The Winter Soldier jumped onto the hood of the car and aimed a grenade at Natasha's hiding spot. At this critical moment, Steve quickly ran over and launched an attack on the Winter Soldier. Seeing Steve charging towards him, the Winter Soldier swung his mechanical arm and smashed him down. Clang! Steve held his shield in front of him, and the Winter Soldier slammed his fist into the shield, producing a dull thud of metal clashing. Seeing his attack blocked, the Winter Soldier pushed aside the shield and kicked Steve in the stomach. Boom! Steve was kicked away, and the Winter Soldier also fell onto the roof of the vehicle. Da-da-da! After the Winter Soldier fell to the ground and sat down, he instinctively pulled the trigger. Bullets poured out, but Steve managed to block them with his shield in time. However, after a few shots, the gun ran out of bullets. Upon seeing this, the Winter Soldier immediately dropped the grenade launcher and jumped out of the car. Steve took the opportunity to move closer to the enemy, but little did he know that the Winter Soldier was carrying a VZ-61 Scorpion submachine gun on his back. He took out the submachine gun and started shooting at Steve. Da-da-da-da. The VZ-61 Scorpion submachine gun has an extremely high rate of fire. Steve once again used his shield to dodge, while using the vehicle as cover to shield his lower body. Soon the VZ-61 Scorpion submachine gun ran out of bullets, and the Winter Soldier was about to reload when Steve leaped over and kicked the gun in the Winter Soldier's hand, knocking the submachine gun away. The moment the submachine gun was kicked away, the Winter Soldier drew his pistol and fired again at Steve, who was 7 steps away. Clap, clap, clap. However, all the bullets hit the shield, which allowed Steve to get close and punch it directly in the face. Boom! After taking Steve's punch to the face, the Winter Soldier abandoned his weapon, grabbed the shield with his left mechanical arm, and smashed it directly into Steve's face with his right hand. Boom! Clearly, the attack he had just received was immediately retaliated against. Steve pulled back his left arm, trying to regain control of the shield, but the Winter Soldier grabbed the shield and spun it around violently. Because the shield was on his left arm, Steve quickly spun in the same direction, but the Winter Soldier still managed to grab it. Steve immediately threw a punch and launched an attack. Ding, ding, ding. All 3 punches landed on the shield, but the Winter Soldier seized the opportunity to punch him in the chest, sending him flying 5 or 6 meters away. Seeing this, Steve got up and charged at the Winter Soldier again. However, the Winter Soldier did not leave his shield as a blocking weapon. Instead, he used it as a frisbee and flew towards Steve. Shoo! The shield was incredibly fast. Steve dodged it, and the shield slammed into the rear door of an SUV, embedding half of it inside. At this moment, the Winter Soldier pulled out a tactical knife from his body, held it in his right hand, and launched an attack on the charging Steve. The two exchanged blows, but the Winter Soldier's dagger had no effect. Instead, Steve seized the opportunity, punched him in the face, and then kicked him away. Seeing the Winter Soldier being kicked away and crashing into the car door, Steve jumped over and delivered a follow-up knee strike. After being attacked 3 times in a row, the Winter Soldier took the opportunity to block Steve's right hook with his metal arm, punched him in the face, and then kicked him away. Seeing the Winter Soldier charging towards him, Steve threw him over his shoulder, but the Winter Soldier took the opportunity to grab his neck with his metal arm. Steve's hands were gripping the Winter Soldier's metal hands, trying to pry them off. Sensing Steve's strength, the Winter Soldier stopped squeezing and instead threw him away. Boom! Steve crashed onto the car and was thrown off. The Winter Soldier jumped onto the car hood, then jumped down and punched Steve on the ground. Boom! Steve dodged and slammed his fist into the ground, the force of which instantly cracked the spot where he was hit. After getting up, Steve engaged in another close fight with the Winter Soldier, who then pulled out a tactical knife. Steve immediately felt himself falling downwards and was almost stabbed by the knife. End of this chapter. Chapter 6:12 Who the hell is Bucky? Chapter 6:12 Who the hell is Bucky? As the fight continued, the two arrived in front of the vehicle where the shield had been blocking their way, and Steve took the opportunity to retrieve his shield. With the shield in hand, he was no longer afraid of the opponent's dagger. In fact, during the battle, Steve grabbed the opponent's face and flung him away, while the Winter Soldier's mask fell off. Seeing the Winter Soldier stand up and turn around, Steve froze on the spot, then called out in confusion, "Bucky?" The Winter Soldier countered, "Who the hell is Bucky?" After speaking, Bucky pulled out his pistol, preparing to shoot Steve, whose defenses were wide open. At this point, Jessica finally used her immense strength to knock out the symbiote temporarily and then stunned the two Winter Soldier on the bridge. She then rescued Sam from danger, but it was the 3 Winter Soldiers who worked together to pull Sam down from the sky. If Jessica hadn't rescued him in time, Sam's Falcon suit would have been torn apart on the spot and he would have died. Jessica arrived with her Falcon to provide support, and tentacles extended from behind her, sweeping away Bucky, the Winter Soldier, who was about to fire. After getting up, Bucky looked around and raised his gun again to shoot Steve. Whoosh! Boom! Natasha picked up the grenade launcher that Bucky had dropped earlier and fired the grenades at the Winter Soldier. Flames shot into the sky, but after the explosion, there was no trace of Bucky at the scene. At that moment, the police sirens blared, and a large number of SHIELD armored vehicles rushed over. Countless assault team members filed out of the vehicles and surrounded Steve, Sam, Natasha, and Jessica. Rumlow charged ahead, raising his gun and shouting, "Put down your shield, Captain, kneel down. Kneel on the ground, kneel down now, kneel down." Looking at the large number of armed Special Forces members, Steve thought for a moment, then put down his shield and raised his hands. Rumlow walked up behind Steve and kicked him in the shin. "Kneel on the ground, kneel down." Rumlow was clearly settling a personal score, retaliating against Steve for knocking him out in the elevator. Seeing Steve kneel down, Rumlow took the opportunity to put special handcuffs on Steve, but also noticed that a news media helicopter had appeared in the sky. At this moment, a reporter was sitting in the helicopter, holding a microphone, while a photographer next to him was carrying a camera and pointing it downwards. Global Daily News Live Steve Rogers, who was wanted by the police, has been captured by SHIELD agents. Here is first-hand information from the scene. Please take a look at the situation on the ground. The scene of the battle was extremely brutal, with explosions and destroyed cars everywhere. We haven't seen any of the captain's enemies yet. Seeing what was happening in the sky, Rumlow quickly said to the agent beside him, "Put the gun down, don't do this here. Lay down." Clearly, the agent next to him had the muzzle of his rifle pressed against Steve's forehead, his face filled with murderous intent, giving the impression that he was ready to pull the trigger at any moment. After Rumlow emphasized it twice, the agent standing to the side finally had no choice but to put down his assault rifle and stand aside. Sam and Steve had already been arrested, and their hands were fitted with special handcuffs, with Steve's handcuffs being even larger than Sam's. Rumlow looked at Jessica and Natasha and said, "You two have violated SHIELD regulations and need to come here as well. Please don't make things difficult for us. As for the handcuffs, I believe you two wouldn't harm your own people." Seeing that Rumlow didn't use any methods on Natasha and Jessica, the two were somewhat surprised. They exchanged a glance and followed him. Natasha said, because of Chief Smith? Rumlow nodded and said, we all serve SHIELD and Director Smith. On the transport vehicle, Steve looked somewhat dejected and said, it's him. He just looked at me like that, but he didn't recognize me. Sam retorted from the side, how could that be? 70 years have passed. Steve lowered his head and said, it was Zola who did it. Packy's unit was captured in 1943, and Zola used them for human experiments. That's probably why he survived after falling off the train. They must have found him. At this moment, Natasha comforted her. This is not your fault, Steve. Steve sighed and said dejectedly, even when I have nothing, I still have Bucky. Sam looked at the spot on Natasha's shoulder where she had been shot and said to the assault team member beside him, get a doctor here quickly. If the wound isn't pressed tightly, she'll bleed to death in the car. Just then, the assault team member being questioned suddenly pulled out a high-voltage stun gun. Bah! A white flash of lightning on the stun gun startled Sam. Suddenly, the assault team member took the stun baton in his hand and stabbed it directly into the body of the team member next to him. Then, he kicked the team member in the head, knocking him unconscious. This sudden turn of events left Steve and the other three stunned. After dealing with the commando guards nearby, she removed her level 3 helmet, revealing her true appearance. Hill said after taking off the level 3 helmet, this thing is giving me a headache. Hill looked at Sam in front of her, then looked at Steve with a puzzled expression and said, who is he? The convoy continued its journey until it stopped beneath a hidden tunnel. Rumlow got out of the car and gave the order, gentlemen, Steve needs to be transferred to the interrogation room, which is in a different direction from us. You'll need to change vehicles. After speaking, Rumlow smiled and opened the vehicle that had been imprisoned. Inside, besides the unconscious commandos, there was only a large circular hole in the bottom of the vehicle, indicating that the 4 men had escaped again. Damn it, I just don't trust those 2 women. The other side, top floor of the Stark Industries building. Tony was studying the Mind Scepter in the lab when Jarvis's voice rang out. Sir, the level 1 target you asked me to search for has appeared? Upon hearing this, Tony stopped what he was doing and then spoke, playback information. However, it was surveillance footage of Bucky, the Winter Soldier, attacking Natasha and the others. Jarvis captured and enlarged the scene where Bucky's mask broke, revealing his face. Based on the comparison, this person is most likely Bucky Barnes, the primary search target. In addition, Captain America Steve Rogers has been arrested by SHIELD. Tony exclaimed in surprise, did I spend more than 10 years in the lab? Jarvis's voice sounded, sir, your time flow has not changed in any particular way. Tony Stark nodded, looked at Bucky's photo, and said in a deep voice, you've finally shown up. Tony's hatred for Bucky, who killed his parents, hadn't lessened in the slightest during this time. Although he had resurrected his parents, how could he possibly let go of his hatred for the murderer who caused their deaths just because his parents were resurrected? Looks like I'll have to go to SHIELD and have a good talk with Steve. Hopefully he can give me some useful information. After speaking, Tony Stark walked out of his laboratory. The other side, Hill led the 4 men to a base beneath a dam. Once inside, Hill spoke, she's been shot and needs help removing the bullet. At that moment, a man ran over and said, leave it to me. Hill began, just bring the things over, she'll want to see him first. Natasha looked at Commander Hill with some confusion, who is he? Why do I want to see him? Jessica Jones was also very curious about this place. Hill led the 4 to the office of this secret base. After opening the door, they saw Nick Fury sitting inside. Nick Fury looked up at the crowd and began to speak, finally come. The group entered Nick Fury's office, where the doctor also came in with hemostats, bullet tweezers, and other equipment. Natasha took off her coat, and the doctor, seeing that the wound had already begun to scab over, said with some surprise, what terrifying recovery ability. Sam paused for a moment, then said, is this all the ability you have as a superhuman? Natasha nodded, this is one of the abilities of the super soldier serum, but the downside is that if it's not removed in time, the wound will heal. Sam felt his understanding had been refreshed once again. With such a strong effect, wouldn't it be difficult for bullets to kill these kinds of people unless they were hit in a fatal spot? Moreover, given their speed and reaction ability, it would be difficult for them to be hit. At this moment, the doctor spoke up. You'll have to bear with it for a moment. I need to cut open your wound and remove the bullet. Natasha nodded, let's begin. At that moment, Jessica Jones stepped forward and punched Nick Fury's desk. Boom. Damn it, I thought you were dead and I was even planning to avenge you. You were just hiding in the back watching the show. Natasha looked at Nick Fury and asked, I've seen your body, it's definitely you. There's a huge hole in his chest, and he's only held on by a thin layer of skin and flesh. He definitely won't survive. Jessica Jones sniffed the air and then spoke, I can't smell the symbiote on you either. I don't believe any symbiote would risk its life to resurrect you. Steve looked at Nick Fury, who had stood up, and asked, who exactly are you, and who was the one who died? Why didn't you tell us? Why did you hide it from us? Hill then spoke up to explain. To make those who intended to assassinate the bureau chief believe that the assassination had succeeded. Nick Fury said, a dead man cannot die again. Besides, I don't know who else I can trust. As for the one who died, it was indeed me, but it was my double. The other side, Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, is currently undergoing arm repairs at the Hydra base, where his metal arm was damaged in the recent battle. At that moment, a memory appeared in Bucky's mind. Dr. Zola looked at him and said, Sergeant Barnes. On the train, a man shouted at him, Bucky no. Then he fell off the train and was taken away. Zola's voice rang out again in the operating room. The modification process has begun. You will become Hydra's new weapon. Freeze him. The sudden recollection of the memory caused Bucky to go berserk, and he smashed the staff member next to him who was repairing his arm. The sudden turn of events caused all the guards on site to raise their guns and aim at Bucky, ready to fire at the slightest sign of attack. However, Bucky remained seated in his chair without making any further moves. Pierce arrived at this moment, and a staff member nearby said, Sir, he is unstable and out of control. Pierce didn't care. After approaching the room, he gestured for the guards to put down all their guns, then went up to Bucky and said, Mission report. Start mission report. Bucky just sat there, stunned, without any reaction. Seeing this, Pierce went up to Bucky and slapped him across the face. Snapped. The slap was loud and crisp, and this time Bucky reacted, then spoke, Who is that person on the bridge? Upon hearing the Winter Soldier's words, Pierce spoke up, You saw him earlier this week while on another mission. Bucky thought for a moment and then said, I know him. At this moment, Pierce pulled up a chair next to him, sat down, and looked at Bucky seriously, saying, What you do benefits all mankind. You shaped this century, and I need you to do it again. Human society is at a critical juncture between order and chaos, and we will help them make a choice tomorrow morning. But if you don't complete your mission, I can't get started, and Hydra can't restore the world to its rightful freedom. However, Bucky looked at Pierce and said, But I know him. Seeing the Winter Soldier's reaction, Pierce was somewhat helpless, then stood up and said, Prepare it for him, and freeze it again. A staff member nearby quickly said, He's been out of cryogenics for too long. Seeing this, Pierce said directly, Then brainwash him and start over. Soon, staff members came forward and began to re-brainwash Bucky. Pierce ignored Bucky's pain and turned away, while simultaneously checking on the condition of the other 5 Winter Soldier members, hoping they wouldn't be in the same state as the guy in front of him. The other side. Natasha looked at Nick Fury with scrutinizing eyes. How could someone who looked exactly like him be a simple double? At this moment, Jessica Jones spoke up, Smith Doyle has become the acting director. You're a dead man at SHIELD now. You've been resurrected, but you didn't go out and reveal your identity immediately. Have you ever thought about what you're going to do once the process is complete and Smith Doyle becomes director? Will you split up SHIELD? Nick Fury said, I don't think the council will answer my calls anymore. End of this chapter. Chapter 613 Hill, this is not what I know, not what I know at all. Chapter 613 Hill, this is different from what I know, it's different. Bonus chapter 33,000 words. Nick Fury looked at Pierce's photo and said, This person refused to accept the Nobel Peace Prize. He said that peace is not an achievement, but a responsibility. He then tossed aside Pierce's photo and looked at Natasha, saying, It's this kind of thing that caused me to have a crisis of trust. Natasha said, We need to stop the carrier from launching. Reporting the situation to Commander Smith will do the trick. Nick Fury said, The Insight project has not stopped to this day, and I suspect that Pierce has deceived Smith Doyle. Or they used some reason we don't know about. Therefore, we need 2 options. One of the options is for Hill to go to SHIELD headquarters and meet with Smith Doyle, hoping that he will stop Project Insight. If he agrees, even Pierce can't stop him. Jessica Jones said with a smile, Is it because Smith Doyle was able to shoot down the space carrier? As he spoke, Nick Fury took out a briefcase from the side, opened it to reveal its contents. Sam asked curiously, What is this? Jessica Jones also looked into the contents of the box. Hill explained, Once the space carrier reaches an altitude of 3,000 feet, it will use the triangulation of the Intuition satellite to become a lethal weapon. Nick Fury said, We must infiltrate the aircraft carrier and replace the positioning module with our own. Hill displayed the actual situation on the computer screen, showing graphics of the aircraft carrier and the locations of the modules, and then began to speak, Replacing only 1 or 2 is useless. All 3 aircraft carriers must be linked together, because even if only 1 aircraft carrier is operational, many people will still die. Nick Fury added, we have to assume that everyone on the aircraft carrier is a Hydra agent, and we have to get past them. Plugging the module into the server might. Perhaps, we can salvage this. Steve interrupted him directly. We're not going to save anything, we're not just going to destroy the aircraft carrier. Nick, we still need to take down SHIELD. Nick Fury quickly said. SHIELD has nothing to do with this. Natasha thought for a moment, believing that Smith Doyle wanted to control SHIELD, not destroy it, and then spoke up, the director of SHIELD is now Smith Doyle. Steve said directly, accounted for by an agent. If he suspends the Insight project, then I won't say anything more. But the result is obvious, Project Insight continued, either because he didn't really take control of SHIELD, or because he was misled by Pierce, this Hydra. Then he looked at Nick Fury and said, you handed the task over to me, and this is the result. SHIELD has been infiltrated by Hydra, you said it yourself. Hydra is right under your nose, yet no one has noticed. Nick Fury asked, why are we meeting in this cave? Because I discovered the Hydra. Steve countered. How many people paid the ultimate price before you discovered it? Nick Fury glanced around and then said, I really don't know anything about Barnes. Steve, however, directly mocked. Even if you knew, would you tell me? Or should we continue with your so-called, each doing their own job, approach? SHIELD and Hydra, not one of them can be left alive. Hill agreed, he's right. Seeing that even Hill supported Steve's opinion, Nick Fury was also taken aback for a moment, and then looked at Jessica Jones, hoping to get her support. Jessica Jones spoke up, I don't care. If you decide to destroy SHIELD, then go ahead and destroy it. Natasha then spoke up, can we really destroy SHIELD with just a few of us? I think it's better to focus the mission on the space carrier. Jessica Jones thought for a moment and then spoke, Director Nick, I remember there are still quite a few symbiotes under the control of SHIELD. What if Hydra also controls that area? I'm afraid a lot of symbiote warriors will suddenly appear, and then... Nick Fury looked at the four people in front of him and immediately spoke, it is indeed very dangerous. Steve, we need to think this through. It's too dangerous for you guys right now. Steve shook his head and said, we don't have that much time left, SHIELD must be destroyed. Seeing this, Nick Fury spoke up, our current manpower is far from sufficient. Steve, however, spoke up, I believe there are still compatriots within SHIELD that we can win over, and Smith Doyle will definitely support us once he knows the truth. Nick Fury closed the suitcase and then spoke, all right, it seems it's your turn to give the order now, Captain. After finalizing the battle plan, Steve went outside. Looking at the scenery before him, his mind was filled with memories of himself and Bucky. During the most difficult time after his parents' death, Bucky was by his side. I remembered what Bucky had once told me, I'll be with you until the end, man. Although I don't know how Bucky is doing now, I must save him. Just then, Sam walked over and said, he will definitely be there to stop us. Steve looked ahead and said, I know. Sam continued, listen, no matter what he was like in the past, he is not worth saving now. You need to stop him. Steve said with a hint of melancholy, I don't know if I can bring myself to do it. Sam began by saying, he might leave you with no choice, he might forget you. Steve turned to Sam and said, he will remember me. Then he said, it's time to get ready to go. After saying that, Steve turned and left. Seeing this, Sam looked somewhat helpless, and then said, are you really going to wear this? Steve shook his head and said, no, since we're going to war, we have to wear military uniforms. Before setting off, Steve went to the museum and took the Howling Commando's uniform from his own statue, hoping that this outfit would awaken Bucky's memories. They then infiltrated the shore closest to Trident headquarters with Sam and Hill, while Natasha was left with other plans. Trident Tower, headquarters of SHIELD. In Chief Smith Doyle's office, the phone rang. Sharon Carter's voice came through the phone as I answered it. Sir, Tony Stark is here and wants to see you. Smith Doyle was somewhat surprised by Tony Stark's arrival, but he still spoke up, bring him in. Sharon Carter and Tony Stark entered shortly afterward. Sharon Carter began by saying, Sir, Tony Stark is here. After speaking, Sharon Carter left and closed the office door behind her. Tony Stark surveyed the office, then said with an exaggerated expression, Dude, you know what? I thought I had been in the lab for more than 10 years. The changes in such a short time are too great. The captain has become a wanted criminal. You arrive at SHIELD only to be told that Nick Fury has been assassinated and you have become the acting director. Smith Doyle also laughed, let's sit down and talk. A lot has indeed happened recently. Tony Stark, sitting in the chair opposite Smith Doyle, shrugged and said, I'm quite happy that you've become the bureau chief. With you here, it's at least better than that sallow-faced guy. But was he really assassinated? Smith Doyle nodded and said, "At least that's the current intelligence." Tony Stark paused for 2 seconds, then slowly began to speak. "Nick Fury, forget it, let's not talk about him anymore. I didn't come here because of him. Where is Steve Rogers? I'd like to ask him something. I saw on the news that he was arrested by SHIELD. Smith Doyle shook his head. "That might disappoint you, he escaped. They escaped halfway there before they were even brought back to SHIELD. What do you want with him?" Tony Stark was somewhat disappointed to hear that Steve Rogers had escaped. Then he said, "I'm looking for the captain because of Bucky Barnes. As you know, my parents were assassinated. Although I was resurrected, I must avenge the murder of my parents. The person who killed my parents was Bucky Barnes. I learned from surveillance footage that he was fighting Bucky Barnes before he captured Steve." Upon hearing that Tony had come for this matter, Smith Doyle nodded and then spoke. "Although Steve Rogers has run away, I believe he will be back at SHIELD soon. As for your enemy, I think there's a high probability that he will continue to chase after Steve." Tony paused for a moment, then said somewhat uncertainly, "You mean?" Smith Doyle nodded. Just then, the office phone rang again, and Smith Doyle answered it. "Sir, Secretary General Pierce has brought the Security Council members and they will arrive at headquarters in 5 minutes. "I see." Smith Doyle looked at Tony Stark and then said, "The Security Council members are coming to attend the launch of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Insight project. As an advisor to SHIELD, you'd like to come along." Upon hearing Smith Doyle's invitation, and recalling that Doyle had just mentioned that Steve and Bucky would be returning to SHIELD, Tony Stark replied, "The Insight project, I'd like to learn more about it." Just as Smith Doyle and Tony were getting up and heading towards their destination, the office door suddenly opened. Hill walked in, and upon seeing Smith Doyle and Tony Stark, immediately spoke, "Chief Smith, there's a problem with the Insight project, it needs to be stopped immediately." Tony Stark turned to Smith Doyle and raised an eyebrow. Smith Doyle looked at Commander Hill in front of him and asked, "Secretary Pierce did not say anything unexpected had happened." Hill, without regard for whether Tony Stark was present, immediately said, "Pierce's Hydra, Project Insight." Hill then recounted the conspiracy behind Project Insight and the problems with Hydra. Smith Doyle checked the time and said, "Commander Hill, I am aware of your accusations. But what I know may not be the same as what you know." Hill stared wide-eyed, somewhat bewildered. Smith Doyle said, "Pierce told me about Zola's algorithm in the Insight project. At my request, the Zola algorithm has been cancelled, the space carrier will take off as scheduled, and will not shoot innocent people who have not committed crimes. The current focus of the Insight project is Insight. To detect unfamiliar faces that may appear on Earth at any time, and to provide early warning of surprise attacks, landings, and infiltrations by extraterrestrial forces." Hill was stunned. "Has it already become like this?" Smith Doyle waved his hand and said, "Go back to your post and take a look at this launch of the space carrier. As for the Hydra matter, I will handle it." After saying that, Smith Doyle ignored Hill and walked straight out of the office. Tony Stark said with a smile, "This kind of Insight project is quite interesting. Don't worry, with Smith Doyle around, nothing bad will happen." In the underground construction area of the Trident headquarters, within the space carrier's basement, a loudspeaker announced, "Entering the final stage of launch, the Insight hangar is on high alert. There are 3 hours and 10 minutes left until launch. Guidance system ready. Everyone, please proceed to the launch pad." At this moment, in the Trident headquarters lobby, Pierce received all the Security Council members. "How was the flight?" The U.S. representative stated, "It's pretty good, but the journey from the airport to here wasn't great," Pierce said as he walked. "Unfortunately, SHIELD cannot control everything." The Russian council member began with a sarcastic remark, "Including Captain America. It's clear that all the members of the press council who issued the warrant for Captain America's arrest and his capture are already aware of it." Pierce glanced at the other person but didn't say anything. At this moment, a commando stood in front, holding a box in his hands. Pierce went up, took the box, and said, "Identification here relies on biometrics, and this badge will allow you to move freely here." The box contained a total of 5 badges, one for each of the 5 board members. Everyone picked up the badges and pinned them to their collars. At this moment, Smith Doyle brought Tony Stark into the hall. Pierce's smiles widened as he introduced the new director of SHIELD to the Security Council members. "Distinguished members of the board, this is our new director of SHIELD, Smith Doyle. This gentleman next to me is Tony Stark, an advisor to SHIELD." The council members greeted Smith Doyle warmly. "Mr. Smith, with you here, we feel much more at ease with SHIELD." Smith Doyle smiled and nodded. The council members did not ignore Tony Stark, and nodded in greeting, but they were even more enthusiastic towards Smith Doyle. Pierce immediately invited everyone to the top floor to launch the Insight project. End of this chapter. Chapter 614 No, I will destroy. Chapter 614 No, I will destroy. The other side. The few people sitting in the empty seats in the broadcasting room were chatting idly. I've had my car parked here for 2 months, but this is his parking space. Then where did he go? They probably went to Afghanistan. He could have explained it beforehand. No, DT6, the landing lanes are full. Just then, the headsets the three of them were wearing suddenly emitted a piercing sound. The three quickly took them off and said, "There must be something wrong with the antenna." One of them stood up and said, "I gonna go see." The moment he swiped his card and opened the door to his workplace, he saw 3 people standing there, Sam, Jessica Jones, and Captain America, 2 of whom were pointing guns at him. Steve stepped forward and said, "Please give way." The staff member was so frightened that he raised his hands and then moved aside. Steve quickly led his men to take over the broadcast room. Natasha, disguised as a representative of the U.S. Council, felt reassured as she looked at Smith Doyle and Tony Stark in front of her. This operation is a sure thing. Pierce definitely won't be able to cause any trouble. It's unclear whether he'll pass the intelligence to Smith Doyle. Under Sharon Carter's arrangement, the League of Assassins, led by Marcus, and its vampire members have quietly infiltrated SHIELD. Pierce then led the Security Council members to the rooftop conference room. As everyone drank champagne, Pierce began his speech. "I know the process has been very difficult, and some of you may have already disliked me. But we are gathered here today because with the official launch of Project Insight, alien forces can no longer invade Earth silently without being detected. SHIELD will contribute its unique strength to defending the Earth." At this point, the French representative spoke up, "Pierce, I heard that the Insight project was changed recently. Even the Zola algorithm was cancelled. It's important to understand that the key to getting this agreement approved was the Zola algorithm's ability to nip criminals in the bud." Natasha, disguised as the American representative, also showed a curious expression. It should be noted that she, Steve, and even Nick Fury were all brought together because of the Zola algorithm of Project Insight. Pierce looked at Smith Doyle and said with a smile, "All of this is thanks to our director of SHIELD, Smith Doyle." His words moved me and made me realize that trying someone who has not committed a crime is itself a crime. And in today's world, where alien technology is significantly more advanced than ours, Zola's algorithm could even become a vulnerability that aliens could exploit. On Director Smith's advice, we discontinued the Zola algorithm in the Insights program and focused on detection and insights. Natasha, disguised as the American representative, began to speak. "I agree with Chief Smith's idea. Crime prevention is indeed important, but to execute people directly for the sake of prevention is going too far. The current Insight project is quite good." At this moment, Natasha wanted to notify Steve and the others to stop their operation, but she had absolutely no chance here. After all, Project Insight no longer has the Zola algorithm and is no longer focused on eliminating criminals in advance but on reconnaissance. Their only remaining task is to combat Hydra. Smith Doyle nodded and said, "The Insight initiative focuses on insight. Crime prevention measures should not be implemented in a one-size-fits-all manner, so as to avoid creating opportunities for lazy officials and those with ulterior motives to exploit." Tony Stark nodded in agreement, indicating his approval of the Insight plan. Pierce turned to the large screen behind him and said, "We are finally all gathered here, and the whole world will be grateful. Cheers." As Pierce raised his champagne glass, everyone else followed suit. For Pierce, Hydra's current power is insufficient to bring them to the forefront. Exposure would mean certain death. Pierce readily agreed to Smith Doyle's request to terminate the Zola algorithm. Furthermore, the fact that Smith Doyle was able to easily annihilate the Kree Empire, one of the 3 great empires in the universe, gave Pierce the idea that Smith Doyle could lead them out of Earth and into the universe. Once they become one of the major powers in the universe thanks to Smith Doyle, ruling the Earth will no longer be important. At that time, Hydra could easily manage any inhabited planet and experience the thrill of ruling the world as its ruler. Just as Pierce was envisioning the future, the radio blared throughout Trident headquarters, including Pierce's conference room. "Attention all SHIELD agents, this is Steve Rogers. You've heard a lot about me these past few days, and some of you have even been ordered to hunt me down, but I think I should tell you the truth. SHIELD is not what we imagine it to be. It has been infiltrated by Hydra, and their leader is Alexander Pierce. The Commando team and Project Insight have also been infiltrated." At this moment, all 5 council members in the meeting room turned to look at Pierce. But Tony Stark, who was already prepared, simply looked at the champagne glass in his hand with amusement and glanced at Pierce. Steve's speech was still going on. "I'm not sure how many are left, but they're here, maybe right next to you." As Steve finished speaking, SHIELD agents throughout the operations room and command center immediately began to scrutinize their colleagues. Pierce then spoke up, "This is slander, blatant slander. Steve Rogers, that heartless bastard, only did this because I wanted to investigate Nick Fury's death, and he knew about it but didn't tell me. This is retaliation." Steve Rogers continued. "They almost got what they wanted and gained absolute control. The murder of Nick Fury is just the beginning. If you launch the space carrier today, Hydra will be able to kill anyone who gets in the way of their plans. Unless we stop them, which I know is difficult, but the price of freedom has always been high. I am willing to pay this price, even if I am all alone. I will persevere to the end. But I believe I am not alone." Pierce smiled when he heard Steve Rogers say that. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am not wrong, he is indeed slandering me. The Zola algorithm on the space carrier has been uninstalled, and apart from that, the space carrier has no ability to kill anyone. Chief Smith would not allow such a thing to happen." Hearing Pierce say this, the council members glanced at Smith Doyle beside them and felt much more at ease. At the same point in time when Steve was giving his speech, the Hydra members within the Trident were not idle. Although they did not have Pierce's list, they split into 3 groups. One team went straight to the space carrier, immediately shot down the SHIELD agents there, and took control. The other team, led by Rumlow, headed to the Operations Command Center. The last group led a team to support Pierce. After Steve finished speaking, Sam, who was behind him, asked, "Did you memorize a script or improvise?" Steve's words were clearly highly provocative. At this moment, Hill arrived immediately, opened the door to the monitoring room, and spoke to Steve. "Steve, the situation has changed." Tony Stark then smiled and said, "With his oratory skills, he would really be suitable to run for president. It's too inflammatory. I'd like to vote for him even if I heard that." Upon hearing Tony's words, Smith smiled. "You know what, if Steve really runs for president, he could actually become the president." In Smith Doyle's memory, in another numbered Marvel universe, Steve became the president of the United States. The Russian council member asked directly, "Pierce, I need an explanation." However, at that moment, a large number of commandos walked in, and Pierce shouted upon seeing them, "Get out." When the commandos saw Pierce get angry, they turned and left, closing the conference room door behind them. The British council member began by saying, "Pierce is suspending the Insight project for now." At this time Smith Doyle said, "The Insight project is proceeding normally and will not be suspended because of a few words from the captain. If there's a real problem, I'll bring it down if necessary." Pierce then spoke up, "Let's follow Chief Smith's advice." The other side. Rumlow approached the operations commander and, under the watchful eyes of everyone, walked up to the technician responsible for launching the space carrier and began to speak. "Steve Rogers is now on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s wanted list. Do not let your work be disturbed. Send the aircraft carrier into space according to the normal launch procedure." The technician looked nervously at Rumlow, but did not take immediate action. "Do you have any opinion?" Rumlow shouted loudly. "Do you have any opinion?" The technician quickly said, "Sorry, sir." He then took a deep breath, made a decision in his mind, and then spoke. "I could hardly believe what the captain said. I refused to let the space carrier take off until the outcome was clear." Rumlow began by saying, "Project Insight has received Director Smith's approval and is now taking off normally." The technical staff member spoke up, "We need to see Chief Smith Doyle's approval." Rumlow took a deep breath, took out his phone, and dialed Chief Smith Doyle's private number. As soon as the call connected, Rumlow began to speak. "Director Smith, because of Steve Rogers' words, many employees in the technology department are skeptical. We need you to confirm whether to continue with the Insight project." At that moment, Smith Doyle's voice came through the phone. "The Insight project is proceeding as scheduled, and the space carrier has taken off on time." Rumlow immediately said, "Yes, sir." Rumlow put away his phone and spoke to the technician. "Now, according to the normal plan, we will begin the launch of the space carrier." Everyone present heard the voice on the other end of the phone, and the technician nodded and said, "Yes, execute the command." As the technical agents operated the control platform, the launch procedure for the space carrier was initiated. With the launch procedure confirmed, the 3 gates hidden beneath the river at the center of the Trident instantly opened. The gates above the space carrier slowly opened, revealing the space carrier hidden underwater. On the decks of these aircraft carriers, a large number of Quinjet fighters were parked. As the deck was fully opened, the aircraft carrier engines were instantly ignited, and the 3 aircraft carriers slowly took off. Smith Doyle walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looked down at the slowly rising space carrier, and said with a smile, "It wasn't easy, but it's finally up." Tony Stark looked down at the space carrier and spoke up, "I hope things won't turn out as I wish." Pierce then said, "I'm very curious about what Nick Fury said before he died that made Steve think I was Hydra. If I were Hydra, who would I recommend Nick Fury to? After Nick Fury's death, why would I recommend Smith instead of choosing one of my own trusted confidants? Or is it that Mr. Smith, whom I recommended, is also?" The members of the Security Council spoke up, "We may have been deceived by someone with ulterior motives. After all, Steve's stockpile was in existence before Hydra existed, and being reminded of the extinct Hydra caused a stress reaction." Natasha, disguised as the American representative, watched all this with curiosity. She was certain that Pierce was Hydra and wondered how Smith was going to operate. Meanwhile, in the broadcasting room, Hill addressed the 3 of them. The Zola algorithm was removed from the Insight Project's space carrier by Smith Doyle and will not attack innocent people. Hearing Hill's words, Steve breathed a sigh of relief, but still asked, "What about Hydra? And what if those people deceive him?" "The first priority now is to stop the Insight Project and conduct an internal review. If everything goes smoothly, we can restart Project Insight. We cannot trust the changes to the space carrier before we have reviewed them." Hill looked at the screen on the computer and immediately said to the 3 of them, "The space carrier has been launched." Steve Rogers gritted his teeth and said, "We cannot allow the space carrier to take off. If there are any problems, it will be too late to regret it." "Do you expect to be resurrected?" "If there really is no problem, I just need to go up and replace the chip, which won't affect anything." After saying that, Steve Rogers ran out. Having fought against Hydra for many years, he couldn't trust them at all and couldn't give them any hope. Sam glanced at the captain who had rushed out, gritted his teeth, and followed him. He looked at Jessica Jones and asked, "Aren't you coming with me?" Jessica Jones smiled and then said, "I trust Chief Smith more. If he says he can solve it, then he can solve Hydra. Let's just wait patiently." Hill took a chair and sat down. It's a pity that the captain went completely crazy as soon as he heard about Hydra's resurgence, but let him go if he wants to. Hopefully, nothing bad will happen. End of this chapter. Chapter 615 Pierce Slander. He and 039s slandering me. Chapter 615 Pierce Slander. He slandering me. Bonus chapter 35,000 words. At Smith Doyle's request, not all the crew on the 3 space carriers were Pierce's men. There were also a large number of SHIELD agents. Sam and Steve ran towards the launch site of the aircraft carrier, and Sam asked, "Captain, how do you distinguish between bad guys and good guys?" Steve said as he ran, "The person who shot you is a bad guy." Sam immediately understood, then lowered his arms, the wings on his back popped out, and he took off, heading straight for an aircraft carrier. Steve, on the other hand, jumped onto an aircraft carrier. Since the carrier was rising from below, its current height was lower than the landing area of Trident headquarters, so Steve jumped directly onto the carrier. However, Steve had just jumped onto the aircraft carrier and hadn't run far when a full squad of assault troops encountered him. "Steve, this is the heli-carrier. You may not land without permission." Seeing that the assault team in front of him did not attack him directly, Steve said, "Since Hydra has infiltrated SHIELD, I have no choice but to board the heli-carrier for the safety of the people and everyone. Please do me this favor." The members of the assault team exchanged glances, then shook their heads and said, "I'm sorry, Captain. We cannot release you without the orders of Chief Smith Doyle." Steve Rogers shook his head. "Then I can only apologize." After speaking, Steve Rogers threw his shield, knocking everyone down and taking the grenades from their bodies. The other side. Sam used the Falcon aircraft to approach another space carrier, but before he could successfully land on the carrier, the defense system on board was activated and a broadcast sounded. "Unregistered unidentified flying persons should immediately move away from the landing site and be questioned. Unregistered unidentified flying persons should immediately move away from the landing site and be questioned. Unregistered unidentified flying persons should immediately move away from the landing site and be questioned." Despite 3 warnings, Sam did not leave the landing site but instead searched for a suitable landing location. Upon seeing this, the captain of the space carrier immediately ordered an attack. Close-in weapon systems and anti-aircraft guns fired directly at Sam in a crossfire. Thump thump thump. Da-da-da. Fortunately, Sam was a small target. He then performed a Cobra maneuver in midair to dodge while communicating through his headset, "Captain, I've run into the bad guy you mentioned." Steve, having just destroyed a commando squad, immediately asked, "Are you okay?" Sam communicated with Sam while performing rapid dodges in midair. "Not dead yet. At the council meeting, everyone witnessed the situation on the space carrier, including Sam and Steve's landing and attack. Pierce looked at Smith Doyle and said, "Director Smith, you're now in charge of SHIELD, so how should we deal with these two madmen?" Smith Doyle looked down at the two men, picked up the walkie-talkie, and spoke, "Arrest Steve Rogers, alive." As for the other stranger, Sam Wilson, he was arrested for obstructing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Insight program, and his fate is irrelevant. Tony Stark raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything more. Steve Rogers is one of us. This is, at best, an internal matter for them to handle behind closed doors. This Sam guy, whoever appeared out of nowhere, dares to get involved. The other Security Council members present, as well as Pierce, offered no objections after hearing Smith Doyle's order. At this moment, Smith Doyle put down the walkie-talkie, turned to look at Pierce, and then said, "Secretary Pierce, shouldn't you give everyone an explanation regarding Hydra?" Pierce paused upon seeing the topic raised by Smith Doyle, then spoke, "This is Steve's slander. Chief Smith wouldn't believe it, would he?" Smith Doyle then slowly began to speak. "While we shouldn't doubt Secretary Pierce based on just anyone's words, I have an excellent way to determine whether Secretary Pierce is Hydra." Pierce's heart skipped a beat when he heard Smith Doyle say that. What method could possibly distinguish whether someone was a Hydra agent? Pierce looked at the crowd and noticed that the Security Council representative was also showing interest. "While we shouldn't doubt the Secretary General based on one person's words, the person who said this is Steve Rogers, a man who had many dealings with Hydra during World War II. Perhaps he really has noticed something wrong. In addition, people are quite curious about Smith Doyle's method," Pierce calmly stated. "I'm very curious about what method it is." Smith Doyle picked up the walkie-talkie and spoke, "Bring people in." The council doors opened, and Sharon Carter walked in with Marcus. "Sir, I brought the man." Pierce frowned slightly as he looked at Marcus, who had appeared, wondering how this man could determine whether he was Hydra or not. Was it some kind of superpower? Natasha, disguised as the American representative, was quite curious about Marcus. He seemed to be a vampire elder in the League of Assassins, but she hadn't heard of his ability to see through whether someone was lying. Clearly, Natasha was unaware that vampires could access memories through blood. Just then, an agent on the space carrier spoke up and reported, "The satellite has reached an altitude of 3,000 feet. In the broadcasting room, Hill saw that the satellite had reached its designated orbit and immediately asked, "Falcon, how's the situation?" In the midst of battle, the space carrier's firepower was too fierce. Sam was completely unable to land and get close, and could only fly around it continuously. They finally found an opening, took care of the two assault team members on the deck, and landed successfully. "Captain, I'm coming in." However, the next second he saw the Quinjet take off and fly towards his position. "Shit." Sam cursed and immediately took off again to evade, while the enemy's machine gun fired a large number of bullets. Sam quickly dodged, specifically flying under the wings of the fighters parked on the deck, using the wings of other Quinjet fighters as shields. Boom. What? One of the fighter jets was shot down, and Sam was blasted out, landing on the edge of the deck. Sam saw the approaching fighter jet, held two submachine guns, leaned back, and pulled the trigger. A barrage of bullets rained down, striking the fighter jet's windshield and immediately creating numerous cracks. At this moment, Sam spread his wings and arrived below the space carrier, and the fighter jets immediately changed direction and chased after him. P.S. It's the last day, please vote with some monthly tickets. End of this chapter. Chapter 616 Pierce, we and 039 read just a support group, you have to believe me. Chapter 616 Pierce, we're just a support group, you have to believe me. The other side. After taking down a squad of assault soldiers, Steve encountered another heavily armed push squad. "Captain Steve, Chief Smith has given orders. Give up resistance and surrender, and we will not pose a threat to your life." Steve Rogers frowned and began to speak, "I have my mission, and I cannot rest easy until Hydra is eliminated." Upon seeing this, the assault team member spoke up, "I'm sorry, Captain Steve." He immediately pulled the trigger of his weapon, and saw that some of the stun guns fired grappling hooks and others fired electric nets. The purpose was clearly to capture them alive. Seeing this, Steve dodged the attacks while also being somewhat hesitant to use his full strength. Steve felt that if these people didn't kill him, they weren't Hydra, so he couldn't kill them either. He could only try to stun them. For a moment, Steve was entangled by the other party, when Hill's voice rang out, "Captain, there are 8 minutes left." Steve got up from the ground and said, "I've done my best. These are all SHIELD agents, so I can't kill them. This situation, where you can't tell friend from foe, is too uncomfortable. Jessica, I need your support." In the broadcasting room, Hill looked at Jessica Jones beside him, but she shook her head. I support Chief Smith. It's already good enough that Steve wasn't arrested. I won't help him with this. After hearing Jessica's words, Hill immediately asked, Falcon, where are you? Falcon just said it has logged in, but it hasn't successfully replaced me yet. As Falcon dodged the attacks, he said, I need to go around in circles first. Da-da-da-da. The Quinjet fighters behind him kept strafing, and as Sam flew in a straight line, he immediately locked onto the target and pressed the missile launch button. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, more than 10 micromissiles flew out and rushed directly toward Sam. Sam immediately changed direction and moved to the other side below the space carrier, flying close to the wall. The missiles, however, had automatic guidance capabilities and immediately followed. However, the missile's turning ability was clearly not as flexible as Sam's own, and all the missiles attacked the armor below the space carrier. Boom, boom, boom. Even the last few missiles shattered the area below where the positioning chip was placed. Seeing this, Sam flew straight in and said, I'm in. However, he was sent flying by a punch as soon as he landed. The person guarding him was none other than Mike, the centipede serum warrior who had been recruited into SHIELD by Coulson. What? Sam, who had been knocked away, immediately spread his wings, regained his balance, and flew back up. He looked at the black man guarding the spot and said, there is a superhuman in my chip room. I need some time to deal with him. Seeing this, Sam flew over to try and lure Mike, but Mike didn't fall for it at all. Instead, he raised his arm, and a miniature missile rose from the metal device on his arm and began to aim at Sam. Whoosh! The miniature missile was launched, and Sam immediately changed direction to dodge it. However, Sam had already been locked on, and the miniature missiles were equipped with tracking and identification capabilities. Upon seeing a Quinjet approaching and preparing to attack him, Sam immediately used his agility to cause the missile to collide with the Quinjet. Boom! Inside the Security Council, Pierce looked at the man who had been brought in, his heart pounding with anxiety. He didn't understand why Smith Doyle would believe Steve's words and doubt him, and what he didn't expect was that Smith Doyle had a way of distinguishing truth from falsehood. At this moment, Pierce held the phone that could wake up Hydra, but he dared not wake up the Hydra agents inside SHIELD. If all you do is distinguish between the truth and falsehood in your own words, you're willing to sacrifice yourself to save the entire Hydra. Pierce, with a calm expression, began to speak. Logically speaking, Steve is not qualified to investigate me based on a single sentence. But in order to put everyone's minds at ease, I think I cannot refuse. I wonder what kind of superpower this gentleman uses to determine whether I am Hydra. Marcus looked at Pierce and smiled disdainfully. As the progenitor of vampires who had lived for countless years, he didn't care about ordinary people like Pierce who held high positions of power. It's very simple. All I need is your blood. Through your memories, I can determine your past and naturally know whether you are a Hydra. After all, you can't deceive your memory. Upon hearing Marcus's words, Pierce's expression changed. What kind of ability was this? To be able to acquire memories through blood. If what he said is true, then everything about Hydra has been completely exposed. At this moment, Natasha felt at ease. With this ability, identifying Hydra would be too easy. However, while Natasha felt at ease, the other 3 Security Council members felt a jolt of unease. Although they are not Hydra, everyone has secrets, especially those representing their respective countries. The man before me can acquire memories through blood, so wouldn't that mean that as long as I obtain their blood, there are no secrets in the world for him? The British Council representative then asked, is there a time limit to the memory that Mr. Marcus has acquired? Marcus glanced at the British representative, a wicked smile playing on his lips, and said, there are no restrictions. Even if you have forgotten memories from when you were 3 years old, I can detect them through your blood. The other Security Council representatives were also terrified upon hearing this answer. It truly was a highly dangerous superpower. At this moment, Pierce spoke up, you're kidding me. With so many memories, how can you still be sure who you are after you've seen them all? Marcus began by saying, the overwhelming amount of memories can indeed easily cloud the mind for ordinary people, but to me, your decades of memories are nothing more than a collection of stories. Seeing the other person's confident expression, Pierce could no longer maintain his composure. His expression changed repeatedly as he looked at Marcus, who was about to approach, and Pierce spoke, no need for blood tests, I'll confess. I am indeed Hydra, and even more so, the leader of Hydra, but our ideology has long since ceased to be about controlling or destroying the world. We are currently existing in the form of, well, a mutual aid society. Hearing Pierce's words, everyone present was astonished. They hadn't expected that the other party was indeed Hydra, and even more so, the leader of Hydra. Smith Doyle's lips curled slightly at this moment. He didn't believe Pierce's words about the Mutual Aid Society at all. He was well aware of the situation. Secretary Pierce, you're so afraid of having your memories checked that you're even willing to expose yourself. Is it because there are too many unspeakable secrets inside? For example, information on all Hydra members. Upon hearing Smith Doyle's words, Pierce gave a bitter laugh, slowly sat down in his chair, placed the collection on the table, and said, if you want to see it, then go ahead and see it, but I didn't lie. My goal is no longer to dominate the world, especially after I learned of the existence of people with your strength. Originally, I planned to follow behind you and see if I could have the opportunity to see the scenery of the universe outside of Earth, so that Earth could also become an empire in the universe. But unfortunately, it seems I don't have that opportunity anymore. Smith Doyle considered Pierce's words and thought it was possible, but that didn't mean he would let him off the hook. A dead Hydra is a good Hydra. Otherwise, will SHIELD listen to them or Pierce? You have to know that Hydra's infiltration of SHIELD is astonishing, even numbering no less than a third, which is why they were able to break SHIELD apart under a surprise attack. Let me see for myself whether it's true or not. Marcus, it's up to you. Marcus nodded and said, yes, Chief. Marcus stepped forward, grabbed Pierce's wrist, and immediately bit it, using the blood to read all of Pierce's memories. At that moment, at the takeoff point of the fighter jets in the Trident building, a team of pilots spoke up, all SHIELD pilots, take off immediately. Our objective is to destroy that unknown flying unit. Whoosh. Boom. A single howitzer shell destroyed a Quinjet that had just taken off, and the crash caused an even larger explosion. Boom. Nearby staff members were blasted away. At that moment, Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, led a squad of Winter Soldiers, each carrying a grenade launcher, and fired a grenade at a Quinjet on the tarmac. Many pilots were blown up, and the Quinjet fighters were almost completely destroyed. At this moment, nearby special agents wanted to retaliate, but Bucky picked up an assault rifle and fired first, killing the agent on the spot. He even picked up a grenade and threw it into the fighter jet that had just closed its suspension ladder. Boom. Another fighter jet has been destroyed. A ground crew member picked up an assault rifle and launched an attack on Pakistan. Ding, ding, ding. Bucky used his metal arm to block the incoming bullet in front of his face, then punched the other man to death and kicked him in the face. The ground crew member was kicked away by Bucky and crashed into the turbofan engine of a Quinjet that had just taken off. The engine exploded instantly, and the jet was destroyed once again. At this moment, there was only one pilot left. Just as he was about to take off, Bucky jumped onto the top of the enemy's cockpit, smashed the glass, and killed the enemy. Clap, clap. After killing his opponent with 2 shots, Bucky casually threw away his weapon, went to the cockpit, ripped off the glass, threw away the dead pilot, and started the plane himself, heading towards the space carrier. His mission was to kill his target. The other Winter Soldier hijacked Quinjet fighters and flew towards the carrier where Steve was. In the conference room, Marcus is still reading memories, which will obviously take a considerable amount of time. At that moment, Tony Stark saw everything happening on the tarmac through the floor-to-ceiling window and immediately spoke up, Bucky has appeared. Smith, I'm going to get my revenge. Hearing Tony's words, Smith Doyle said, no one can stop you from avenging the murder of your parents. Tony Stark nodded, pushed open the door, and prepared to go to the rooftop helipad. At that moment, a skyplane landed on the rooftop helipad. The sound of the propellers drew everyone's attention, and they stared wide-eyed at the people getting off the plane. Tony Stark looked at Nick Fury as he walked down and said, I heard you're dead. It's true what they say, evil lives on for 1,000 years. After speaking, Tony Stark ignored Nick Fury and summoned his suit. Immediately, a suit inside the Stark Tower experimental facility activated and flew toward Tony Stark's location. Nick Fury glanced at Tony and then spoke, I didn't expect to see you here. What a surprise. After speaking, Nick Fury, wearing a black trench coat, walked into the meeting room. Natasha had now removed her disguise, and Smith Doyle looked at Nick Fury as he entered and said, I clearly saw your body. I never imagined you would still be alive. That was quite unexpected. Nick Fury frowned as he looked at Pierce being drained of blood, then spoke, we need to have some means to prevent ourselves from being easily assassinated. Marcus was still reading Pierce's memories after all. With so many memories, even just looking at some key points would take a considerable amount of time. Pierce was deathly pale, clearly having lost a lot of blood, but upon seeing Nick Fury enter, he still spoke, I also sent you flowers, did you receive them? Nick Fury said, that's because you thought I was dead. Nick Fury then voiced his doubts, also in an attempt to clear himself of suspicion in front of everyone, why did you make me the director of SHIELD? Nick Fury believes that Pierce, as the former director of SHIELD and a member of Hydra, should have handed over his position to another Hydra member after stepping down, and he doesn't understand Pierce's behavior. When Pierce heard this question, he immediately replied, "Because you are the best and the most ruthless person I know." Nick Fury countered, "I am doing my best to protect the people." Pierce said, "My enemy is your enemy, Nick. Chaos, war, dirty bomb attacks on Moscow or EMP bombing of Chicago are only a matter of time. Through diplomacy. Treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. You know where I figured this out, Columbia. You didn't ask, you just did what you were supposed to do." Pierce then looked at Smith Doyle and said, "However, there is now a more suitable candidate. He is more suitable than you to take charge of SHIELD. Cough, cough, it's a pity I won't live to see the day when Earth becomes a cosmic empire." At this moment, Smith Doyle looked at Nick Fury and said, "Nick Fury, you'll have to undergo a memory check later too." Nick Fury refused, "I do not accept." End of this chapter. Chapter 6:17 American Law Enforcement, Sam, I can end 039T breathe. Chapter 6:17 American Law Enforcement, Sam, I can't breathe. Nick Fury glanced at everyone, his gaze finally settling on Pierce, before slowly speaking. "I'm not a member of Hydra, so there's no need for me to undergo a memory review. As for whether what I said is true or false, I believe that if your subordinates are capable, they should know whether my identity is true or false." Smith Doyle wasn't surprised at all when Nick Fury refused. Although he wasn't sure what the situation was with the resurrected Nick Fury, the one who died back then shouldn't have been a Skrull in disguise. After all, Skrulls would reveal their true form when they died, rather than dying in a disguised form. Could it be the Tahiti Project? In the cinematic universe, Coulson was saved even after Loki pierced his heart with his scepter, so Nick Fury's situation isn't hopeless either. Smith Doyle then spoke up. "As someone promoted by Pierce, I suggest you undergo a memory test." Nick Fury glanced at the council members, none of whom spoke up for him, and immediately said, "Sorry, I refuse. Furthermore, I think we should first have this gentleman verify my identity from Pierce's memory." At this moment, Marcus was no longer absorbing Pierce's blood. In such a short time, he did not explore all of Pierce's memories, but only focused on some things related to Hydra. Smith Doyle knew that Nick Fury was not a member of Hydra, and he did not allow Marcus to make wild accusations based on his memories. "Marcus, have you obtained information on all the Hydra members?" Marcus wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "We have it all under control." Smith Doyle asked, "Was our sacrifice, Director Nick Fury, also a member of Hydra?" Marcus glanced at Nick Fury in front of him and said, "According to Pierce's memory, Nick Fury was not a member of Hydra." Hearing that Marcus wasn't talking nonsense, Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't be branded as a Hydra member. Pierce was pale, looking as if he had lost too much blood, and then he spoke, "Smith, you really surprised me. You're too honest for a politician, and you're not a politician to begin with. According to our principles, regardless of whether Nick Fury is Hydra or not, he is now one of us." Although the members of the Security Council present did not express their opinions, they certainly agreed with Pierce's words. At this moment, Nick Fury spoke up, "So I am very comfortable with Smith Doyle becoming the director of SHIELD. Although I am not dead, I have decided to step down as director of SHIELD and appoint acting director Smith as the new director immediately. I wonder if any of the members of the council have a different opinion." The representative of the British Council spoke first, "I agree." The other council representatives exchanged glances and said, "We agree too." Pierce smiled at Nick Fury but didn't say anything more. He felt a little dizzy and needed to rest. Natasha sighed inwardly, thinking that Nick Fury was truly decisive. He had actually given up on SHIELD in order to avoid being subjected to memory scrutiny. If Nick Fury hadn't died, he would still be the director of SHIELD. Even though Smith Doyle has become the acting director, legally the director is still the living Nick Fury. However, Nick Fury is quite bold to avoid having his memories examined. It's just unknown what secrets are hidden in his memories. Since Nick Fury had already said so, Smith didn't insist any further. To be honest, he wasn't very interested in Nick Fury's memories anyway. He only said this to scare the other party. He already knew that the other party was not Hydra, and he also knew a lot about Nick Fury's secrets, especially after he gained the director's authority. Many secrets were no longer secrets to him. "It seems that Director Nick is preparing to retire." Nick Fury said, "It's not retirement, it's just a change of workplace." Smith Doyle nodded thoughtfully. It seemed this guy was going to establish the Sky Sword Bureau. The other side, on a space carrier, Steve knocked out all the commando members in front of him and turned to look at the location of the chip room. "Hill, in the broadcast room, saw Nick Fury enter the top-floor conference room via the monitor and spoke again, reminding him once more. 6 minutes left. Hearing that there were still 6 minutes left, Steve knew he couldn't delay any longer and immediately shouted, "Sam, come help me." Sam, upon hearing Steve's words, also spoke up, "They'll be there soon, I can't break through from here myself." Sam glanced at Mike, who was guarding there, and immediately abandoned his plan to fly towards the A-class space carrier where Steve was. Steve and Sam had just met up on the deck of the A-class space carrier when Bucky and his Winter Soldier squad charged over. Bucky slammed into Steve, sending him flying through the air and crashing through the railing onto the deck. The sudden scene made Sam shout as he watched Steve fall. "Steve!" It immediately deployed its wings and jumped down to go to the rescue. At that moment, a Winter Soldier who had previously fought Sam grabbed Sam's wing. "Kid, this isn't something you can get involved in." Then he threw it up with force. "What?" After performing a 360-degree somersault in the air, Sam regained his balance, immediately popped out 2 submachine guns from his wings, grabbed them, and fired at the Winter Soldier. Da-da-da-da. However, the Winter Soldier did not flinch at Sam's barrage, and the 2 of them fired grappling hooks at him. Whoosh, whoosh. The submachine gun bullets hit the Winter Soldier's body armor, flattened the bullets, and fell off. The grappling hooks instantly caught Sam's wings on both sides. The 2 Winter Soldier warriors pulled back forcefully, and the wings broke off on the spot, pulling Sam down from the air. Boom! Sam slammed onto the deck, writhing in pain. He felt like his ribs were about to break after all. He was just an ordinary person, and his combat power hadn't even reached 8 points. At that moment, a Winter Soldier rushed over and kicked Sam, who had just gotten up, sending him flying off the helicopter carrier. "What?" Sam screamed as he spun and fell through the air. Seeing himself falling, Sam immediately deployed his parachute, and his life was saved as the parachute deployed. Sam quickly landed on a helipad on the Trident building, but as soon as he landed, he was confronted by a squad of assault soldiers led by Rumlow. Without any hesitation, Rumlow kicked Sam in the shin. Crack! Ah! As his lower leg broke, Sam let out a painful scream. At that moment, an assault soldier, finding Sam too noisy, grabbed the butt of his assault rifle and slammed it into Sam's mouth. Bump! In an instant, several teeth flew out of Sam's mouth, and he fell to the ground. At that moment, a commando pressed his knee against Sam's neck and handcuffed Sam's hands. Sam lay sprawled on the ground, struggling to breathe as the knee pressed down on his neck, his face turning red and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Take him back to the interrogation room." About 30 seconds later, at Rumlow's signal, the commandos stood up and pulled Sam up. On the way to the interrogation room, one of the commandos spoke. "What is this? A retired guy dares to get involved in our SHIELD internal issues? He must have a death wish." Another commando said, "He was lucky. If he had landed a minute later, the Quinjet fighters that came on the way would have riddled him with bullets. Chief Smith has given the order, life or death are no object." The other side. At this moment, Steve was hanging on the edge of the helicopter carrier's engine, struggling to climb upwards. Tony Stark, who had arrived, looked at Steve hanging outside and flew over, saying, "Playing Spider-Man? Need my help?" Steve, seeing that the visitor was Tony Stark, also spoke up, "Thank you, you came at just the right time." Tony grabbed Steve Rogers from behind and carried him directly onto the space carrier, thinking to himself, "Hopefully you'll still think that way later." At this moment, on the deck of the space carrier, there were 5 Winter Soldiers, led by Bucky. When they saw Steve Rogers being brought up by Tony, they immediately got into a fighting stance. After capturing Sam, Rumlow's team, wanting to make an appearance, went to the top-floor conference room to give a report. Rumlow quickly ran to the conference room on the top floor, and was stunned by what he saw when he pushed open the door. Pierce sat pale-faced in a chair, leaning on the table as if he were seriously injured and about to die. Beside him were Agent Natasha, Nick Fury who was supposed to be dead, Agent Sharon Carter, an unknown man, and 4 council members. Seeing everyone's gazes upon him, Rumlow swallowed hard and then began to report. "Chief Smith, Sam, one of the perpetrators of the attack, has been captured alive and is currently being held in the interrogation room." Smith Doyle frowned slightly and said, "He's really lucky the Quinjet didn't blow him up in midair." Nick Fury felt a chill run down his spine. "This guy, Chief Smith, Sam is an accomplice that Steve found. His intentions are not bad, he wants to bring down Hydra." Smith Doyle said, "Let's tally up the losses he caused. If he can afford to pay, then we can talk. If he can't afford to pay, he'll be in big trouble." Rumlow's mind was buzzing, but he still responded immediately, "Yes, sir." After saying that, Rumlow dashed out to take stock of the damage, while a thought flashed through his mind, "The sky has fallen, Secretary Pierce seems to have had an accident." It seems that with Rumlow gone, Pierce, who had been half dead, finally smiled. I thought you would take him down as soon as he came in. Marcus then said from the side, Boss, that agent was also a Hydra member. I've seen him in Pierce's memories. Nick Fury was also taken aback. He recently received a super soldier serum injection. What a waste. Smith Doyle said nonchalantly. No rush. Once the list is finalized, we'll arrest them one by one. None of them will escape. Let's see what happens next. That group of people must be the Winter Soldier. Pierce nodded without arguing. The other side. On the USSA, Steve looked at the 5 Winter Soldier figures standing in front of him. The base was at the very front, with 4 muscular soldiers behind it. Steve stopped and looked at Bucky, saying, Someone will die, Bucky. I can't stand idly by, please don't force me to do this. Bucky didn't even turn his head, and said directly, He's mine, the Iron Man is yours. Tony Stark didn't say much after hearing the other party's assignment. He told them to live a little longer, and that once he dealt with the others, they would be next. Good food is worth the wait, and he had been waiting for this day for a long time, so he didn't mind waiting a little longer. Tony didn't care about Steve. Seeing that there was no room for negotiation, Steve simply threw his shield. Whoosh. Boom. When the shield flew towards him, Bucky simply used his metal arm to block it and bounce it back. He then pulled out a pistol and quickly fired at Steve from multiple angles: head, chest, abdomen, and legs. Clang, 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 clang. Steve moved his shield up and down rapidly, blocking all of Bucky's shots, and closed in on his opponent. Then Bucky retreated while simultaneously pulling out a pistol and firing 2 shots. Da-da-da. 2 shots were fired from different angles, and with Bucky's extremely fast reaction speed, Steve's prolonged defense was inevitably compromised, and he was immediately shot in the side. Ah! Steve groaned as blood gushed from the wound. Upon seeing this, Bucky immediately rushed forward to finish him off, but was knocked away by Steve's shield. Beiji steadied himself, drew his dagger again, and resolved to eliminate his target today. Seeing Bucky charging towards him and launching an attack, Steve once again engaged him in combat. The two exchanged blows, neither gaining the upper hand. Tony, on the other hand, showed no mercy. Facing the 4 Winter Soldier, he went all out, throwing out palm cannons, miniature missiles, and chest cannons without restraint. He didn't even consider close combat and simply used a kiting tactic in midair. Although the Winter Soldier is quite strong and has excellent evasion skills, he became a sitting duck on the deck of the space carrier. Before long, the miniature missile killed one of them on the spot, and of course, many Quinjet fighters on the deck were also destroyed. Smith, give me an inventory of how much was damaged, and I'll compensate you for it. Smith Doyle listened to Tony Stark's voice coming through the walkie-talkie and said with a smile, No need for that. You can just provide a space carrier. Tony said nonchalantly, No problem. After speaking, Tony raised a small missile from his arm and launched it after locking onto the 2nd Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier hid behind a pile of ammunition racks, thinking Tony wouldn't launch a missile attack, but the next second, boom, the small missile was launched, directly blasting the ammunition rack along with it, sending a fierce burst of fire into the sky, and the space carrier shook violently. Steve and Bucky nearly fell over. Steve, seeing what was happening in front of him, shouted, Tony, are you planning to blow me up too? Tony Stark glanced at Steve, then his gaze fell on Bucky. Then you take your parachute and land quickly. I'll handle things here. At this moment, inside the A-class space carrier, an agent asked, Commander Hand, shouldn't we stop them? Looking at the footage on the monitor screen, Hand said, Commander Smith has ordered that we leave it to them to handle themselves and not interfere. On the deck, as the space carrier ascended, the air became thinner. At this moment, although Tony Stark was paying attention to the situation of the space carrier, he spared no effort in attacking other parts of the deck, except for avoiding attacking the engine position. Soon, under its fierce long-range attack, the remaining 2 did not survive for long either. One of them was directly cut in half by the laser. The other person was blasted off the space carrier. At that height, it was impossible for him to survive unless something unexpected happened, especially since the landing point was on the ground rather than the lake. After dealing with the 4 Winter Soldier, Tony Stark stopped in midair, his gaze falling on Steve and Bucky. The 2 were locked in a fierce battle, with neither able to gain the upper hand. In fact, Steve was injured and unable to move. Bucky was brainwashed and showed no mercy, while Steve was trying his best to awaken him. By holding back at every turn, he inevitably got hurt at every turn. Tony Stark locked onto Bucky, raised his left arm, and the last small missile rose from his arm. Whoosh! The small missile flew out instantly, heading towards Pakistan. At that moment, Steve Rogers suddenly saw Tony Stark's actions. Facing the incoming small missile, he directly stood in front of Bucky, holding his shield in front of the two of them. Boom! The small missile struck the shield and exploded, the powerful blast sending both of them flying. Cough, cough. Tony, are you going to kill me too? Steve Rogers shouted at Tony Stark. End of this chapter. Chapter 618 No, Bucky. Chapter 618 No, Bucky Space Carrier A. Tony Stark landed from the sky, removed his mask, looked at the roaring Steve Rogers, and said coldly, "If you hadn't stood in front of me, nothing would have happened." Steve began to explain. "Tony, this is Bucky, my childhood friend, my brother. He's just been brainwashed by Hydra." Bucky Barnes, who had been blasted away and hit his head, also woke up. The violent impact to his head had not restored his memory, but as he looked at Steve Rogers in front of him, an idea popped into his mind. "He knows me, he saved me, who is he?" The sudden idea left Bucky Barnes somewhat bewildered, and he didn't immediately rush to fight Steve. Tony Stark looked at Steve and said in a cold voice, "I don't know what to do." Tony then closed his mask, raised his arm, and was about to fire a palm shot at Bucky. Seeing this, Steve turned around and looked at Bucky, who was standing there in a daze, and charged at Tony Stark with his shield raised. Bump! Steve bumped Tony, sending him stumbling, and fired his palm cannon at the fuel tank of a Quinjet parked nearby. Boom! The fighter jet exploded instantly, and the flames were particularly conspicuous on the deck. Bucky looked at Steve and asked, "Who are you, and why are you helping me?" When Steve heard Bucky Barnes' voice, memories of the two flashed through his mind. Bucky had been his playmate since childhood and often helped him. Later, Bucky successfully joined the army while he kept failing, eventually becoming a super soldier. Then, Bucky fought alongside him and formed the Howling Commandos. However, during an operation on a train, Bucky accidentally fell off a cliff and disappeared without a trace. This time, he didn't want to lose Bucky again. Tony, however, didn't hesitate when Steve was distracted. He seized the opportunity and punched Steve in the stomach. Suddenly attacked, Steve arched his body and collapsed to the ground like a shrimp. Tony stepped over Steve Rogers and walked toward Bucky's position. At that moment, Bucky drew his dagger, looked warily at Tony Stark who was approaching, and said, "I do not know you." Tony's voice came from inside the armor, his voice icy as he said, "But I know you, you who killed my parents." As soon as he finished speaking, Tony launched an attack, firing a palm shot at Bucky. Bucky dodged Tony's attack immediately, while simultaneously thrusting his dagger at Tony. Tony Stark threw a punch, and the dagger shattered the moment it pierced his fist. Tony then unleashed a sonic attack from his wrist at Bucky. Bucky immediately clutched his head in pain, just as Tony was about to be pursued. Steve, however, charged forward again with his shield raised, knocking Tony Stark flying. Seeing this, Tony regained his balance and immediately rammed back at Steve, sending him flying. Bump! Bucky rushed over and punched Tony Stark. "Since this Tin Man wants my life, I'll kill him first." Clang! Tony Stark raised his arm to block Bucky's punch, then grabbed Bucky by the neck, and with the boosters under his feet, he flew up while still holding Bucky, using the thrust of the flight to rub against the deck. After rubbing against each other for a while, Tony Stark pinned Bucky against the deck, one foot on Bucky's metal arm. Tony raised his palm towards Bucky's head, preparing to smash Bucky's head with a palm strike to avenge the murder of his parents. Clang! At that moment, Steve's shield flew over and hit Tony on the back, preventing him from launching an attack. Steve then caught the rebounding shield and ran towards Tony. Bump! Steve once again used his shield to knock Tony Stark away. Tony crouched down to absorb the force and stabilize himself, then looked up and said, "You actually attacked me for the sake of a Hydra Winter Soldier." Steve Rogers quickly said, "Tony, this is Bucky, he's my childhood friend. He was just brainwashed by Hydra, he's not a bad person." Tony sneered, "Not a bad guy. He is the enemy who killed my father and mother." Tony immediately rushed over and shoved Steve Rogers away with a shoulder charge. At the same time, an electronic shackle popped out from his arm and strapped it to the captain's leg. After subduing Steve, Tony immediately attacked Bucky, leaping up to grab him and squeezing his neck with one hand. He wanted to crush Bucky's throat like Bucky had crushed his own father. Bucky immediately tried to break free from Tony's arm, and Tony, seeing this, raised his other hand to finish him off with a palm strike. At that moment, Bucky used his metal arm to grab Tony Stark's hand, which was preparing to use the palm cannon. To Tony's astonishment, Bucky pulled Tony's hand over and, with a sudden burst of force from his metal arm, crushed the palm cannon device. Seeing this, Tony noticed a red laser flashing on his other wrist, indicating he was about to slice Bucky in two. Bucky suddenly shrank back and kicked Tony hard in the stomach, sending him flying. Z-Law! A red laser shot out, cutting across Bucky's scalp. Although Bucky narrowly avoided it, he was still left with a bald head, with all the hair in the middle swept away. At that moment, Steve Rogers smashed the electronic shackles on his feet with his shield, charged forward, and shouted at Bucky, "Run!" At the same time, a parachute was thrown towards Bucky's position. However, before the parachute could even reach Bucky, it was blasted to smithereens by Tony Stark. Boom! Tony Stark looked at Steve and spoke again. "Are you sure you want to get involved? If you do, we won't even be able to be friends anymore." Steve paused for a moment, then spoke. "He's been brainwashed, but that's not his fault. He's just a knife." On the other side, Rumlow entered the cell, looked at Sam who was tied to the interrogation chair, and said, "Kid, you're in for a rough time. Our director has stated that because of your actions, which caused damage to our equipment, you are responsible for compensating for all the losses. I don't know if your retirement allowance is enough to cover the compensation." Sam's speech was a little slurred, but he still managed to say, "I came here with the captain to wipe out Hydra. You can't treat me like this." Upon hearing Sam's words, Rumlow sneered inwardly, "Are you here to wipe me out?" Rumlow is unaware that his identity has been exposed, but he has not yet been held accountable. Then he smiled and said, "Your reason is not enough. Even the captain was ordered to be arrested, except that he was captured alive. You'd better be prepared to pay compensation, or I think you'll be spending the rest of your life in jail." At the council meeting, Marcus was currently organizing Alexander Pierce's memories, writing down a list of Hydra agents. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes, glanced at the wound on Pierce's wrist, then at Marcus, and said, "Are you a vampire?" Marcus nodded. Nick Fury exclaimed in surprise, "It's amazing that vampires have such abilities." Nick Fury was aware of the vampire clan that once existed in London, England, and the London branch of SHIELD even signed some agreements with the vampire clan. "If I had known earlier that the other party had such abilities, I would have recruited them into SHIELD long ago." Then Nick Fury looked at Smith Doyle and said, "Now no secret can be kept from Chief Smith." At the same time, Nick Fury recalled some information. The champion of the first Dragon Ball tournament seemed to be Serena, the head of the vampire clan, and now the captain of the boys. Her wish seemed to be to overcome her fear of sunlight. Looking back now, they really are a blessed race. I just wonder how many vampires Smith Doyle has under his command. Do you need to drink blood to survive? Marcus knew what Nick Fury was thinking and spoke directly, "Don't think of me as something so lowly. I don't need to live by sucking blood. Moreover, we have already developed artificial blood plasma." Nick Fury nodded. It seemed this vampire knew what he was thinking. He just didn't know if their embrace abilities, lifespan, and other aspects were the same as described in the novels and biographies, or if they possessed the ability to transform into bats and fly, or the ability to survive without dying. Considering Smith Doyle's immense power and his current position as director of SHIELD, it seems I'll need to call Danvers back to help me after this mission. I need a new, uncontaminated tissue. The name Heavenly Sword Bureau is quite good. Nick Fury glanced at the sky outside. "This time, I'm going to place the base in outer space." Smith Doyle looked at Nick Fury and said, "What, are you interested in him?" Nick Fury laughed awkwardly. "I'm quite curious about this legendary race. By the way, this time when I leave, I plan to take Commander Hill with me. Chief Smith, could you do me a favor?" After hearing Nick Fury's request, Smith Doyle thought for a moment and agreed, "Can." This is at the command center of Space Carrier A. Looking at the extensive damage on the deck, one of the agents under his command reported, "Commander Hand, if we continue to let them fight like this, the space carrier is at risk of crashing. It has already suffered serious damage in many places." Hand, realizing the seriousness of the situation, immediately spoke up, "Get Commander Smith back." "Yes." Soon, Smith Doyle, who was in the conference room, heard Agent Hand's voice on the walkie-talkie. "Chief Smith, we can't let Captain Steve, Tony Stark, and Hydra continue fighting up there. The deck of the aircraft carrier A has been damaged in many places, and with the escalation of the battle, it is at risk of crashing at any time. Furthermore, Captain Steve has gone mad for some reason and has started attacking Tony Stark's advisors with Hydra." Upon hearing Agent Hand's report, Smith Doyle spoke, "I understand. Don't worry about the space carrier being at risk of crashing. I will handle it." Nick Fury, who was overhearing the news, also changed his expression and immediately took out his phone to call Hill in the broadcasting room. Hill, immediately informed Steve that Hydra has been dealt with, and that we should not fight Tony on the space carrier. If he doesn't stop, Chief Smith will have to intervene. Upon receiving the message, Hill immediately reminded him, "Steve, Hydra Pierce has been captured by Chief Smith. Stop the attack immediately." On the USSA, Steve Rogers looked at the honeycomb-shaped micromissiles rising from Tony Stark's shoulder and said with a resolute expression, I won't abandon Bucky. In the broadcasting room, Hill, having received Steve's report, immediately said, Captain, don't do anything foolish, get out of there quickly. Boom, boom, boom. Nick Fury turned to look out the window and saw that Smith Doyle had already walked out of the conference room and was flying directly towards the location of the A-class space carrier. Smith Doyle used his aerial acrobatics to instantly appear on the deck of Space Carrier A. The deck was a mess from the fighting between the two sides, riddled with holes from the explosions, and the Quinjet fighters that had been secured there were almost completely destroyed, with only a few intact ones remaining. Smith Doyle locked onto Steve Rogers, appeared in front of him instantly, grabbed him, and said, Steve Rogers, you are hereby arrested for disobeying orders and disrupting S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Insight program. Before Steve Rogers could speak, he grabbed him and lifted him into the sky, saying to Tony Stark as he left, Tony, you've managed to sink the space carrier. There are over 5,000 agents on board. After being captured, Steve shouted, no. Ignoring Steve Rogers' wails, Smith Doyle instantly led him back to the conference room. As Smith Doyle released his grip, Steve Rogers knelt before the glass window, looking up at the space carrier overhead, and cried out in a sorrowful voice, Bucky. On the arc conductor, Tony Stark grabbed the badly wounded Bucky, lifted him up, and asked, do you remember them? Bucky said with a blank expression, I don't know who you're talking about. Tony Stark then spoke, Steve is right, you're just a knife too. After saying that, Tony threw Bucky directly under the space carrier, as if to let fate decide Bucky's life or death. However, the next second, Tony said in an icy voice, even if it's just a knife, I'll shatter it. Tony immediately fired a thick laser beam from his chest cannon at Bucky's location, piercing through Bucky's body. End of this chapter. Chapter 619 Hope. Chapter 619 Hoppy. Few days later the Insight mission was successfully launched. Tony Stark avenged the murder of his father and mother, while Steve Rogers was imprisoned within SHIELD. At that moment, Smith Doyle sat in the director's office, looked at Sharon Carter, and said, the Ministry of Supervision is now in your hands. Sharon Carter immediately said, thank you for your guidance, sir. As Sharon Carter left, Smith Doyle looked at Natasha beside him and asked, what's the current situation inside SHIELD? Natasha began her report. The vampire clan has now infiltrated SHIELD, and is currently reviewing the Hydra list provided by Marcus. In addition to SHIELD agents, some senators and businessmen have also been recruited as Hydra members. The capture of Hydra members has already begun. The number of Hydra agents within SHIELD far exceeds my expectations. Many tasks will be brought to a standstill as a result, and even half of the 3 space carriers of Project Insight are Hydra agents. In addition, Nick Fury took Commander Hill away, and also paid compensation for Sam and bailed him out. If it weren't for the existence of the vampire clan, I would even think that SHIELD might as well just be destroyed. Hearing Natasha's complaint, Smith Doyle chuckled and said, we can gather the power of the Avengers to launch an operation to strike and completely destroy Hydra's secret base. As for the Hydra agents within SHIELD, the capture operation must be swift, just don't let them escape. As for the pain caused by the loss of personnel, we have to bear it. Once Hydra is completely eliminated, this will be a brand new SHIELD. Regarding the manpower shortage, we can take those students from the SHIELD Academy who have not yet graduated and have a clean background and are eligible for early graduation. Upon hearing Smith Doyle's arrangement, Natasha opened her mouth and then spoke, the only good news is that there are no Hydra members in the Avengers. But the captain? Smith Doyle asked, what happened to Steve? Natasha said, I went to see him, but he remained silent. Bucky's death hit him hard. The main problem is that he lacks confidence in reviving Bucky. The World Martial Arts Tournament would be too difficult for him. Hearing Steve's somewhat dejected tone, Smith Doyle thought for a moment and then said to Natasha, you tell him this, like this, and then. Natasha's eyes widened, and she asked incredulously, is it really possible? Smith Doyle nodded and said, go ahead, everyone has a chance. Natasha walked out excitedly and went straight to the room where Steve was being held. Although it was called a detention, there was no one guarding it. Even the main door didn't require any additional authentication to unlock. Natasha simply pushed open the door and went inside. At this moment, Steve was curled up on a single bed, his numb expression unchanged. In just a few days, he lost 2 loved ones. Bucky was killed by Tony, and then he learned of Peggy Carter's death while in custody. The double blow left him somewhat despondent. Natasha sighed as she looked at the lifeless Steve Rogers, then knelt down beside him and slowly began to speak. Chief Smith said that none of this is your fault, the real fault lies with Hydra. Although Hydra's leader Pierce is dead, Hydra's bases have not been completely destroyed. Upon hearing this, Steve's expression changed slightly, but he remained curled up on the bed without making any movement. Natasha continued, "Go and eliminate the remaining Hydras, do the right thing, and accumulate merit. Chief Smith said he would give you a chance to make a wish." Upon hearing about the limited number of people allowed to make a wish, Steve said in a hoarse voice, "Bucky, Paige." The next second, Steve Rogers' eyes regained their focus, and he immediately sat up, looking at Natasha and saying, "Where is Hydra's base?" Seeing the changes in Steve, Natasha spoke up, "Avengers assemble, head to Hydra base." The other side. Nick Fury led Hill and Sam to his tombstone. Hill then asked, S.H.I.E.L.D. is no longer involved with us, so what about the island I was in charge of? Nick Fury took out his black cube toolbox and then said, "How could a top agent not have a backup plan? The project you're in charge of isn't an S.H.I.E.L.D.'s records, it belongs to my secret base. It's a pity that Coulson's Tahiti project will have to be left to Smith Doyle. But don't worry, I've already gained the support of some people who will help me set up a new department. Heavenly Sword Bureau. I won't make the same mistake again this time, and I've called in a powerful reinforcement." At that moment, Nick Fury took Captain Marvel's pager out of his trench coat pocket and made a call. "The distress signal has been sent, and it is believed that the other party will return to Earth soon." The other side. On an Airbus aircraft. Inside the detention room, Ward sat in the interrogation chair and loudly argued, "You're the one who let me board the plane. You chose me, Coulson. I did not do anything to betray the team." Coulson said with a serious expression, "That's not what I'm asking, Agent Ward." Ward said, "Garrett was killed while besieging Earth to fight the Kree. We shouldn't slander a fallen senior agent. He was my supervisor at SHIELD, and also my mentor." Coulson loudly questioned, "Then why is he a Hydra?" Ward, "Now tell me your true identity. Are you a SHIELD agent or a Hydra agent?" Unaware of the dramatic changes that had taken place within SHIELD, Ward retorted, "Wasn't Hydra destroyed a long time ago? Why use the identity of someone who is already dead to slander the identity of a fallen agent?" Upon hearing Ward's statement, Coulson began to speak. "Ward, you still have a chance to explain yourself to me before the plane lands at SHIELD. Once you are taken away by the Ministry of Supervision, you will have no chance whatsoever. You have 10 minutes to think about it." After saying that, Coulson walked out of the cell and went outside. At this moment, May walked over and asked, "Well, have you confessed?" Coulson shook his head and said, "No, he's still persisting." "How's it going at headquarters? Has it really changed that much?" May nodded and said, "We have just made contact with SHIELD, and the changes at SHIELD are so significant that neither you nor I could have imagined them. It's not just Ward, our whole team will be investigated later." Coulson walked into the conference room and began to speak. "Tell me about the situation first, and I'll decide whether to inform the whole team." May began to speak. "Not long ago, our boss Nick Fury was attacked and was initially pronounced dead, but was later confirmed to be alive. However, he stepped down as director of SHIELD, and was succeeded by Smith Doyle. Former SHIELD Director Alexander Pierce has been confirmed as a Hydra member, and Director Smith has obtained a list of Hydra members. Currently, Hydra members within SHIELD have been arrested, and a large number of SHIELD agents have been placed under quarantine for investigation. Among them, Garrett, a senior agent who was investigated before Hydra was exposed but has already sacrificed his life, has been identified as a senior member of Hydra, nicknamed Clairvoyant. Although Ward's situation has not been made public, you should understand that the Oversight Department began investigating Ward before Hydra was exposed, and his fate is self-evident." Coulson rubbed his head, looking a bit of a headache, and then asked, "Are they even targeting agents who have already sacrificed their lives this time? I thought that since the people were all dead, they would have a chance to land safely." May shook her head and said, "Have you forgotten those who died in the Battle of New York and then came back to life? What if he is resurrected later if his identity is not confirmed?" Coulson nodded in understanding. "In that case, notify everyone and inform them of the interrogation process after landing at SHIELD Center." May opened her mouth and said, "Okay, I'll notify everyone to come over. S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters." Smith Doyle had already removed all of Nick Fury's permissions and began browsing through S.H.I.E.L.D's various encrypted intelligence reports and base information. With encrypted intelligence and access privileges reserved for the director of SHIELD, Smith Doyle saw a great deal of information. This included the Tahiti project, which studied the bodies of the Kree, and was led by Phil Coulson. They saw the ice prison and the hidden laboratories beneath it, designed for the superhumans. The extraordinary laboratory beneath the ice prison was ordered to be abolished by Nick Fury 3 years ago, but the information and intelligence from that time are still recorded there. Before his birth sparked the supernatural wave, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s research on supernatural beings was anything but polite. The methods were extremely cruel, including blood extraction, marrow extraction, skinning, flesh cutting, high temperature, freezing, and all sorts of other tests. Anyone deemed unacceptable or harmful by SHIELD did not fare well. As for the slingshot base as a cover and the warehouse storing 084 items, Smith-Doyle knew very well about them through his permissions. Even in the files, Smith-Doyle found experimental records about the supersoldier serum, as well as intelligence on the only surviving former black supersoldier. Nick Fury, you've got some serious tricks up your sleeve. Some operations are even more Hydra-like than Hydra. Despite having seen a lot of intelligence information, Smith-Doyle still frowned. He couldn't find the series of secret bases that Coulson had established when he took over SHIELD, or the clone agent, in the files. Although he didn't find Coulson's secret bases for rebuilding SHIELD, Smith-Doyle found someone who interested him. SHIELD secret agent, the extraordinary Ghost Woman. Ghost's abilities could kill ordinary superhumans on sight, but that wasn't what interested Smith-Doyle. What interested him was Ghost's quantum state, a state between nothingness and substance. What truly concerned him was the quantum realm. If we were to say what he cares about in the current timeline, there are only a few things, one of which is Kong, who has been exiled in the quantum realm, and the other is the quantum realm itself. If Kong exists in the quantum realm, Smith-Doyle isn't too worried. Kong relies on technological means, and without energy, his abilities cannot be powered. He's confident he can crush Kong directly from inside. His concern is that the quantum realm has no Kong, but rather a quantum virus. If it's a quantum virus, then there's a risk of it developing into a zombie universe. Although he has great confidence in his abilities, Smith-Doyle still has to be somewhat concerned about a quantum virus that can infect everything. He decided to have Bulma come and study Ghost State and the quantum world behind him. As for Ant-Man, he needed to treat it with caution. If the other party recklessly opens the quantum channel and brings back the quantum virus instead of Janet, things will get complicated and we need to take precautions. He doesn't want to face an army of zombies. By the way, can this thing be removed by a dragon's wish? In addition to this, another thing that interested Smith-Doyle was the black monolith that the Hydra family possessed, which led to the planet where the hive was located. This thing is currently being held on a SHIELD destroyer. This black stone will turn into liquid after being exposed to shockwaves of a certain frequency. Anyone who enters it will be transported to the planet where the hive is located. It was a desolate and barren planet. Originally, there was a decent civilization on the planet, but it was devoured and parasitized by the hive, which sparked a war and eventually turned it into nothingness. Now, apart from the hive, there is no life on the entire planet except for the man who was temporarily spared by the hive. Smith-Doyle wasn't worried about Hive, that parasitic creature. With his strength, Hive had no chance of parasitizing him. A single gas blast would make it vanish into thin air. However, this planet has water and some plants, so theoretically it can be used as a sapling for the spirit tree. Secondly, it can also be one of the places where the future Red Ultimate Dragon can make a wish. It's a good alternative. This needs to be transferred to headquarters. While Smith-Doyle was reviewing intelligence information within SHIELD and searching for useful 084 items on the Marauder ship in space, one of Yonda's men ran over and said, "Boss, here's the latest bounty. Location, Earth bounty, Dragon Balls, 7 in total, 100 million star coins each." Yonda's eyes lit up when he heard the bounty offered by his subordinate. End of this chapter. Chapter 620. Star-Lord, you and 039 re just trying to scare me, they wouldn't and 039 to eat people. Chapter 620. Star-Lord, you're just trying to scare me, they wouldn't eat people. Earth. Yonda murmured, then looked at Star-Lord beside him. Star-Lord's eyes lit up. He had 7 Dragon Balls, each worth 100 million star dollars, and immediately said, "That's my hometown, I know it very well, and you need me. As for the bounty, we can split it 50-50. Rocket Raccoon, standing nearby, was also very curious about what kind of bounty could be so expensive, with a combined value exceeding that of the cosmic orb. He immediately took out a device with a full virtual screen that resembled a tablet and began searching. Yonda stepped forward, grabbed Star-Lord's shirt, and said, "I saved you and your friends this time, and you dare to tell me it's a 50-50th split?" Upon hearing Yonda's words, Star-Lord gave an awkward smile and said, "June 4th, you get 60% and I get 40%. Yondu then lifted a corner of his trench coat to reveal a whistle arrow lying beside him, and began to berate and threaten. You secretly took the cosmic orb by yourself this time, completely forgetting that you are a member of the Raiders, and in the end you messed everything up and made us lose face. How do you think this debt should be settled? Star-Lord glanced at the whistle in front of him, his eyes darting around before he spoke again. 70/30ths, we split at 70/30ths, you get 70% and I get 30%. However, Yondu was still not satisfied and continued, back then, you were a little guy with no one to rely on, and you even had trouble getting food. It was I who brought you onto the spaceship. Everyone wanted to eat you, but I saved your life and raised you to adulthood. Is this how you treat me? Star-Lord said helplessly, if it weren't for you, I might still be living on Earth, as an ordinary person. Also, don't threaten me with cannibalism all the time. Which one of them is a cannibal? I'm not a child anymore. At this moment, Yondu's expression turned fierce, and with a whistle, an arrow flew up and hovered in front of Star-Lord. Upon seeing this, Star-Lord immediately changed his tune. 80/20 split, you get 80% and I get 20%, but I'm an Earthling after all, I know this place well. Upon hearing Star-Lord's words, Yondu immediately laughed. Ha ha ha. He then gave Star-Lord a big hug and said, welcome back, kid. Then, with his arm around Star-Lord, he looked at the other raiders on the ship and said with a smile, I knew this kid was destined for great things, and he certainly didn't disappoint me. The other raiders, seeing Yondu once again protect and abandon Star-Lord's punishment, all wore expressions that said, I knew it, but under Yondu's tyranny, they all cooperated and put on a show. The other side, Earth, SHIELD, Headquarters, Director's Office. Smith Doyle looked at Bill Foster in front of him and Ava Starr beside him. The latter was a SHIELD researcher and also Ava Starr's adoptive father. Dr. Bill, I recently saw Ava Ghost's file at SHIELD. After hearing this, Bill spoke up, Sir, is there any new mission? Although the director of SHIELD had changed, Bill assumed that Smith had called him and his daughter over not only to meet them but also to arrange other assassination missions. It's important to know that Ghost Ava is a very special figure within SHIELD, known to very few people. She is primarily responsible for liaising with former SHIELD Director Nick Fury and carrying out special assassination missions, such as those involving personnel in specially secured areas where it's difficult to force entry. In these situations, Ava is needed to step in. Smith Doyle shook his head, it's not really a mission. The main thing is to find out about her current situation. According to the information I saw, SHIELD provides you with equipment and funding to sustain Ava's life. What she needs to do is complete some tasks for SHIELD. Bill nodded and said, yes, sir. Smith Doyle nodded, picked up the phone on the table, and immediately gave the order, bring Bulma in. Soon the office door opened, and Bulma walked in. Sit. Bulma looked at the middle-aged man beside her and a person wearing a white full-body special battle suit, and sat down on a chair next to them. Smith Doyle then spoke, this is Bulma, the chief scientist of the Capsule of Nature, who is also an advisor to SHIELD. Dr. Bill, could you tell me about Ava's situation? When Bill saw that it was Bulma, he stood up and waved to her. It's an honor to meet you, Dr. Bulma. Your inventions have brought great changes to the world. Bill knew Bulma, the chief scientist of the Capsule Corporation, while she was a genius scientist comparable to Tony Stark. Seeing this, Bulma also stood up, shook hands with Bill, and said with a smile, thank you, Dr. Bill. Bill then sat down and began to talk about the situation of Ghost Ava. Ava's father, Elijah Starr, was a distinguished scientist, just like Hank Pym, and was also Hank Pym's colleague. He was dismissed from SHIELD for some reason, and then continued to research quantum energy on his own. However, an accident occurred during an experiment involving quantum tunneling. Ava was a child at the time. She tried to run to her father, but her parents were killed. She herself was also affected by the quantum energy and gained the ability to change her molecular structure, becoming able to pass through solid objects. However, this also caused her body to become extremely unstable, and she may completely disappear from the real world over time. I found her at Ava's home and eventually adopted her. The Bureau made her a suit of armor, which is the one Ava is wearing now. It allows her to freely switch between her forms, but Ava is still unable to fully stabilize her body and there is still a possibility that she will disappear from the world. Upon hearing Dr. Bill's introduction, Bulma stood up and walked over to Ava, looking her over before speaking. In other words, because of the explosion of the quantum tunnel, she was in a quantum superposition state. In that special quantum state, her body would become a dimension other than ours, and matter in front of her would not be an obstacle to her, she could move freely through it. When this quantum superposition state disappears, her body will reappear in the normal world, just like an ordinary person. Bill nodded and said, yes, the problem with Ava now is that her condition is very unstable after she takes off this special suit, and there is a possibility that she could disappear in the real world at any time. Bulma thought for a moment and then said, she became like this because of the explosion of the quantum channel. To solve this problem, we cannot do without quantum energy. Bulma then asked with some curiosity, with her abilities, she would have a great advantage in the Dragon Ball battle and the subsequent World Martial Arts Tournament, so why didn't she sign up? Bill asked, somewhat puzzled, what is the Dragon Ball battle? Isn't the World Martial Arts Tournament just about prize money? Although that amount of money was considerable, it didn't help us much. Smith Doyle then said with a smile, Bulma, the Dragon Balls are at a high intelligence level within SHIELD, so it's normal that Dr. Bill can't access them. Through the conversation between the director and Bulma, Bill, though still unclear about what the Dragon Balls were, learned one thing: the two believed that these so-called Dragon Balls could solve Ava's problem. It seems that the last Kree invasion was aimed at the Dragon Balls. What exactly are those things, and what kind of abilities do they have? Bulma nodded after hearing this, and then said, well, I can't be completely sure about Ava's condition yet. She needs some tests. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a way to solve her problem. Upon hearing Bulma say this, Bill immediately exclaimed excitedly, really? Thank you so much, Dr. Bulma. I've been worried about Ava's condition. I consider her my own daughter, and I don't want her to end up like this. Dr. Bulma, I'm entrusting Ava's matter to you. We will definitely cooperate wherever needed. Even Ava, standing to the side, was somewhat moved. Could this woman really solve her problem? But she looked so young. Ava then spoke up, thank you for your help, Dr. Bulma. Bulma smiled and waved her hand, saying, haha, you're too kind. However, some tests will be needed at that time, and I believe the results will be available soon. Bill and Ava thanked them again. Smith Doyle then spoke, I'll leave Ava's matter to Bulma. I believe it will have a good outcome. Bulma and I still have some things to discuss. Bulma will contact you later to assist her with her treatment. Bill stood up and said, yes, sir. Bill then stood up with Ava to say goodbye and left the director's office. Bulma watched the two leave, then walked to Smith Doyle's desk, resting her hands on the desk as she looked at Smith Doyle in front of her. However, he stepped forward, kissed her, and then said with a grin, he's definitely the man I've got my eye on, he's so handsome. Smith Doyle smiled as he watched Bulma sneak up on him and start swooning. As long as you like it. By the way, I want to tell you about something related to the quantum realm. Bulma sat in the chair, looking at the somewhat solemn Smith Doyle, and asked, okay, go ahead, what do you need to tell me? Smith Doyle said, you know about things like the multiverse and parallel universes, right? Bulma nodded and said, I am able to come here because I believe in these things, and I have also learned about some speculations and information about this on the internet. Smith Doyle wasn't surprised by Bulma's words and felt quite relieved. After all, the future Bulma had developed a time machine. He immediately said, according to the intelligence I have, in a parallel universe similar to ours, there exists a virus in the quantum realm called the quantum virus. This virus behaves somewhat like the zombie virus in the game and movie Resident Evil, infecting everyone, even those with superhuman abilities. This led to the destruction of Earth in that universe by the quantum virus, and even superheroes could not escape it. I don't know if this virus exists in the quantum realm of our universe, so if you're going to study that, you have to be prepared. Bulma exclaimed in surprise, parallel universes? Even you and the Dragon Balls can't solve that? Smith Doyle shook his head and said, that parallel universe doesn't have me, nor does it have you or the Dragon Balls because of me. But other extraordinary beings, superheroes, all exist. Even with their combined efforts, they couldn't defeat the quantum virus, including Tony. Upon hearing Smith Doyle's words, Bulma's eyes widened, and she exclaimed in surprise, that definitely requires precautions. But with such high risks, why not just avoid researching the quantum realm? Smith Doyle immediately began to explain. It's not something we can avoid by not conducting research. SHIELD once had a scientist named Hank Pym, who later left SHIELD to found Pym Technologies. His main research achievement is the Pym particle, which involves the quantum realm. His wife got lost in the quantum realm because of a mission and can't get out, so he will continue his research for his wife's sake. As times progress, even without Hank Pym, people will continue to study the quantum field. The accident in Ava's biological father's experiment was also related to the quantum realm. What we need to do is avoid and prevent quantum viruses from happening in our universe. Upon hearing Smith Doyle's words, Bulma, knowing the serious consequences, immediately said, I will keep an eye on it. It seems we need to build a special experimental site to study the quantum realm. As for quantum viruses, if they don't exist in our universe, then all the better. If they do exist, I will develop vaccines and antidotes to counteract them. Smith Doyle looked at Bulma. If the quantum virus really existed, one possibility was that it could be due to a wish made through the Dragon Balls. Shenron, who had now evolved into a powerful being, certainly had the ability to eliminate the quantum virus. Another possibility was Bulma's scientific research capabilities. With the ability to create a time machine and develop a cure for viral heart disease, Bulma could potentially overcome the quantum virus if she made preparations in advance. Then I'll leave it to you, Bulma. Bulma blinked, then spoke, I can help you, but you have to promise me one thing. Smith Doyle smiled as he looked at Bulma's playful expression and asked, what's the matter? Bulma held up one finger and said, 1 month, you have to travel the world with me for a month. Upon hearing this request, Smith Doyle waved his hand and said, no problem. At the same time, Smith Doyle thought to himself, I've worked so hard for so long, I should enjoy myself. A month-long vacation would be great, maybe I can even take Bulma to see other planets. When Bulma saw that Smith had agreed, she thought to herself, a month-long honeymoon is still far better than that woman Fox. S.H.I.L.D. Coulson's Airbus landed at the airport. At this moment, a team of commandos stood under the plane, fully armed, watching the aircraft warily. Agent Hand is currently in charge of this matter. Originally, Hand was on the helicarrier A, but due to the battle between Tony Stark and Steve Rogers, the helicarrier A was severely damaged and had to undergo repairs. So she stayed at SHIELD to oversee the return of Coulson's team and the capture of the Hydra members in the opposing team. On the plane, Coulson looked out the cabin window at the commandos below, frowned slightly, and then asked, has Ward not explained yet? May shook her head and then said, no, he doesn't admit it. Even after using truth serum, he still refused to admit that he was a Hydra, believing that Garrett's Hydra identity was a slander, a political attack, and an internal power struggle. Fitz, standing to the side, spoke up, could it be that headquarters made a mistake? After all, we even used truth serum. Coulson then said with a deep, melancholy look in his eyes, veritable agents can be resisted. A very small number of SHIELD agents with strong willpower can lie under the influence of veritable agents. Simmons then spoke up, Ward saved my life, and I really don't believe he could be a Hydra agent, but this operation by headquarters is huge, and my parents told me that many people have been arrested. Coulson said, Donnie Gill, you escort Ward off the plane later, make sure nothing goes wrong. Otherwise, we would be completely unable to explain ourselves at SHIELD Center. Donnie Gill nodded and said, yes, sir. Soon, Coulson's team escorted Ward off the plane. As the group stepped off the plane, they felt a sense of oppression as they looked at the commando team before them. At this moment, the assault team made way, and Agent Hand walked over with a group of people. Hand glanced at Ward, who was being held captive, then looked at Coulson and said, only one person. It seems that the integrity of Coulson's team is better than I expected. All right, hand the person over to me. Coulson nodded, instructing Donnie Gill to hand Ward over to the commando members, and then said to Hand, Ward has never admitted to being a Hydra agent, and he didn't admit it even after we used the truth serum. Could there be some misunderstanding? After hearing the shout, he glanced at Ward and said, I didn't expect him to be such a man. It's quite an achievement to withstand S.H.I.E.L.D.'s truth serum. It's just a bit of a pity. Hand then spoke up, Director Smith has added a special group of superhumans to the department's inspection team, and their abilities are quite interesting. We can obtain the memories of a target by examining their blood. No Hydra member can deny that. Ward, it's a pity you appeared in the memories of other Hydra members, otherwise you could have really gotten away with it. When Coulson heard about this superpower, his eyes widened. Accessing memories was no longer a secret. Whether it was Hydra or a SHIELD agent, a quick examination of the memories would make it all clear. The members of Coulson's team now looked at Ward with no sympathy, only hatred. Their team had been infiltrated by Hydra and had even gained their trust. The thought filled them with fear. If Hydra hadn't been discovered by Chief Smith, they couldn't even imagine what the future would have been like. End of this chapter. Chapter 621 Coulson, Chief Smith needs a secretary. Chapter 621 Coulson, Chief Smith needs a secretary. In the universe, Star-Lord, along with Rocket Raccoon, Groot, Gamera, and Drax the Destroyer, boarded their spaceship and headed to Earth. Star-Lord sat in the pilot's seat on the spaceship, controlling it. Rocket Raccoon flipped through the intelligence reports and then spoke, Star-Lord, are we really going to that Earth to find the Dragon Balls? Although the bounties for Dragon Ball are very high and tempting, do you know what actually happened? Star-Lord spoke as he piloted the spaceship. What happened? To be honest, I'm also very curious. I had never heard of the Earth Dragon Ball story when I was a child. Little Groot sat in the chair, gazing curiously at the universe outside the spaceship, filled with wonder at everything. Rocket Raccoon then spoke up. Just recently, Ronan the Accuser and his army of accusers went to Earth, and then he and his army were buried on Earth. As for the bounty on Dragon Ball, he announced it through the Universe Bank before he died. Drax the Destroyer paused for a moment, then asked incredulously, Ronan is dead? Rocket Raccoon said, that's right, someone has avenged you for killing your wife. Drax the Destroyer thought for a moment, then spoke, who killed Ronan? I need to thank him properly, I owe him a favor. The Rockets responded with sarcasm, then your favor is really valuable. Star-Lord asked in surprise, are there already such powerful beings on Earth? Ronan and the Accuser Legion have been buried here. Is this still the Earth I remember? Gamera then asked, what is your memory of Earth like? Star-Lord recalled his childhood and said somewhat uncertainly, music and dance, with a touch of sadness. Rocket Raccoon interrupted directly, who asked you this? We are talking about technology and military force. These are powerful warriors. Star-Lord shook his head. Compared to other planets in the universe, Earth is very backward and probably does not yet have the ability to leave the solar system. As for combat skills, apart from Captain America in the comics, I have never heard of any other powerful men. Rocket Raccoon began to speak. It seems that you really didn't come into contact with the true nature of the Earth when you were young. According to you, let alone Ronan and the Accuser Legion, Earth might not even be able to defeat our spaceships. At this moment, Star-Lord also became curious about what the situation was like on Earth. At this moment, Gamera spoke up. Ronan's trip to Earth may have been arranged by Thanos. Everyone looked at Gamera, and Star-Lord asked, puzzled, there's actually someone who can command Ronan? Gamera paused for 2 seconds, then spoke, it's actually a collaboration. Thanos and Ronan have reached a cooperation agreement. As long as Ronan finds the orb for Thanos, Thanos will help Ronan destroy Xandar. But the people who attacked us this time were Nebula and the Black Order, and Ronan went to Earth, so there's only one possibility, it was Thanos' request. Rocket Raccoon flipped through the documents and said, no wonder the bounty mentioned that after the Dragon Balls entered the Universe Bank, there was only one condition to get them out, destroy Xandar. What exactly is the purpose of the Dragon Balls that makes Ronan believe that someone is willing to destroy Xandar in order to obtain them? Star-Lord then shouted, and many more. A Dragon Ball has a bounty of 1 million star coins, so even 7 Dragon Balls would only amount to 7 million star coins. Although this amount of money is not low, it is nothing compared to Xandar, the capital of the entire Nova Empire. What exactly is the value of the Dragon Balls? Drax the Destroyer spoke, I don't know, but it's definitely very valuable. Star-Lord turned to Gamera and asked, Thanos sent Ronan there, so he must know the value of the Dragon Balls. Gamera, do you know? Gamera shook her head and said, sorry, I don't know either. Rocket Raccoon then spoke up, since no one knows, there's no need to think about it anymore. We'll know when we get to Earth. Star-Lord, how many space jump nodes are needed to get from here to Earth? After thinking for a moment, Star-Lord spoke, 25 jump nodes are needed. Rocket Raccoon pulled the thrusters and shouted, let's go, Earth. The other side, SHIELD headquarters. Smith Doyle sat in his office, reviewing documents. With the arrest of a large number of Hydra agents within SHIELD, the agency's workload increased, and some bases were reduced to maintaining only the minimum necessary personnel to keep them running. At that moment, there was a knock on the office door, and Coulson pushed the door open and walked in. Coulson walked up to Smith Doyle and said, Sir. Smith Doyle nodded and asked, how's your squad doing now? Coulson said, currently, there is one staff member missing, but the rest of the situation is relatively stable. Smith Doyle looked at Coulson and said, the one who was killed was Ward, right, the Hydra agent? Coulson nodded and said, yes, sir. I never expected him to become a Hydra agent along with Garrett. Smith Doyle waved his hand and said, the mess Nick Fury left behind, I don't know how he became the director, I haven't found a single clue over the years. I see your team's previous mission was to investigate the super soldier squad that appeared at Rose Manor. Coulson didn't respond to Smith Doyle's comments about Nick Fury, but instead said, yes, sir. However, our investigation has made no progress, and at the same time, there has been an investigation into Ward within the team. Smith Doyle said, this mission has been cancelled. That super soldier squad was the Winter Soldier, and they were all wiped out by Tony Stark on the day of Operation Insight. Any progress on the Tahiti project? Coulson began by saying, we never expected them to be Hydra's winter warriors. It's really beyond our expectations. No wonder we didn't have any useful clues. Over there in the Tahiti project, the serum we created using the blood of Cree warriors has some drawbacks, according to our research. Some people who receive this treatment will inexplicably receive unknown signals and exhibit uncontrollable behavior of recording symbols. Although it has a healing effect on injuries, it has significant side effects. Smith Doyle then asked, has Nick Fury been included in the Tahiti program for treatment? Coulson reported, Sir, we have not received any information from the agents of Project Tahiti that anyone is using Project Tahiti. Furthermore, the amount of serum produced in Project Tahiti has not decreased. As for whether former director Nick Fury used Project Tahiti to treat himself during this period, I am not sure. Upon hearing this answer, Smith Doyle also began to ponder, if Nick Fury hadn't used the Tahiti project for treatment, would the Nick Fury appearing before him really be Nick Fury? If the other person is already dead, where will their soul go? Assuming that the person who witnessed the death that day was the real Nick Fury, and the Nick Fury who appeared later was not a Strithian in disguise, then the only person who could be an exact replica would be a clone. Clones, immortality. This reminded Smith Doyle of someone, Dum Dum Dugan, a member of the Howling Commandos. An alternative form of immortality created by Nick Fury, who cloned a bunch of Dum Dum Dugan's bodies. These clones' memories were synchronized with the original Dum Dum Dugans in the cloud, so when Dum Dum Dugan died in the outside world, one of the clones would awaken. The awakened Dum Dum Dugan possesses complete memories, even remembering clearly how he died. If this body dies again, another clone will awaken, and the cycle repeats. This is Dum Dum Dugan's unique way of being immortal. However, in a sense, the real Dum Dum Dugan has long since died, and the current Dum Dum Dugan is a clone with complete memories. If Nick Fury created a bunch of clones of himself as an alternative to immortality based on the Dum Dum bullets, then the Nick Fury appearing before him would make sense. And with the example of Dum Dum bullets, when Nick Fury was operating on himself, he thought that it wouldn't be much worse than Dum Dum bullets and might even be more effective. But in this situation, is Nick Fury still Nick Fury? No longer considering Nick Fury's situation, Smith Doyle began to speak. Since the Tahiti project has so many drawbacks, I will order its cessation and recall the agents there. As for the treatment, the assassins have better technology, and I will have them authorize SHIELD to use it. Regarding the treatment pods, Smith Doyle believed they were far superior to the Tahiti project. The serum made from Cree blood had obvious drawbacks, while the treatment pods had no side effects whatsoever. However, Smith Doyle will not use his home property for free just because he has become the director of SHIELD. He will only authorize the use of his property, and the usage fee for each use will be the same as Tony Stark's, and will be paid from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s budget. Coulson, having heard of the League of Assassins healing pods due to the Dragon Ball battle, spoke up at this moment. Chief, I think the agents in the Bureau will thank you. Smith Doyle waved his hand dismissively, then said, due to the Kree invasion and Hydra's crackdown, the department is currently short-staffed. Your squad cannot stop, it must be engaged in combat at its current strength. I will talk to Mr. Howard about the super soldier serum, so that the selected SHIELD elites will have the opportunity to become super soldiers. Upon hearing Smith Doyle mention the super soldier serum, even Coulson became quite interested. With the continuous emergence of superhumans, Coulson also wanted to experience the power of the super soldier. Sir, please issue the order. Smith Doyle didn't stand on ceremony at all, immediately pulling out a thick stack of documents. Coulson glanced at it and knew there were no fewer than 20 file folders, which meant at least 20 tasks. These tasks will all be handled by your team. You will decide how to prioritize them. Coulson swallowed hard, then spoke. No problem, sir. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Sir, if there are suitable candidates, may I recruit them myself? Smith Doyle frowned slightly, then thought for a moment and said, submit your list, and headquarters will approve it. Once approved, she can become a member of your team. As for the maximum number of people, Smith Doyle thought for a moment. Currently, Coulson's team consists of Donnie Gill, Simmons, Fitz, and May Linda, making a total of 5 people including Coulson. I'll give you 4 spots, but you can't transfer people from within SHIELD. You're given an opportunity to develop your own agents. However, I hope you will be careful in choosing your personnel, and don't let your team be mixed with other random wards again. Coulson immediately stood up and said, thank you, sir. I will carefully select the candidates. Smith Doyle nodded and began to speak. All right, let's go carry out the mission. Coulson immediately left Smith Doyle's office with a thick stack of file folders. The other side. Star-Lord led everyone on the spaceship through a series of space jumps, causing everyone on board to vomit. Rocket Raccoon shouted, "Stop, stop. This can't go on like this." Star-Lord was also in terrible pain at that moment, but he stubbornly insisted, "Since you've admitted defeat, then I'll stop." Rocket Raccoon immediately bristled and said, "Admit defeat? Impossible, who admitted defeat? Continue, let's jump straight to the jump point near Earth in one go." Just then, Drax the Destroyer tilted his head and saw the scene outside the spaceship, a man standing outside a fruit pit-shaped spaceship. "There's a handsome old man outside." Upon hearing Drax the Destroyer's words, everyone looked out into the universe. Sure enough, they saw the uniquely styled spaceship outside and the man standing on top of it. What a strong body. At this moment, Little Groot performed a fitness exercise and shouted, "Groot." Rocket Raccoon sensed danger. It was unusual for someone to stand on top of the spaceship and fly it at high speed without wearing a protective suit. This was clearly not a simple matter. The person outside at that moment was none other than Star-Lord's biological father, Ego. Ego had asked Yondu the Raider to find his children, promising Yondu a generous reward for each child he brought back. However, during a mission more than 20 years ago, Igor failed to bring back his child from Earth. Not long ago, Ego received information about Star-Lord, who was suspected to be his child. Ego then piloted his spaceship to find them. He needed a child to inherit his divine power to help him achieve his grand goal. However, things have not gone as planned. None of his previous children inherited his divine power. They were all drained dry by him like a power bank. Now he wants to know if this child he planted on Earth has inherited his divine power. Ego waved at Star-Lord and the other's ship, but the next second he saw Star-Lord's ship enter the jump point and disappear right in front of him. Watching the departing spaceship, Igor smiled and immediately piloted his own spaceship to give chase. Having already found his target, he wasn't in a hurry. Vomit. Caught off guard, Star-Lord vomited, then wiped his mouth and immediately cursed, "Couldn't you have given me a heads up?" Rocket Raccoon didn't say that he sensed danger from the spaceship and the man outside, but instead spoke up, "Even the famous Star-Lord is nothing special. I'd rather go straight to Earth." Upon hearing this, Star-Lord spoke up, "Don't try to take control of the spaceship, let me pilot it." Rocket Raccoon glanced at the outside universe and, not seeing the man and spaceship following, immediately spoke, "So what if you're scared? You little crammy, you're the one who's going to drive." Star-Lord glared at Rocket Raccoon, then piloted the spaceship toward Earth, as their bodies were starting to feel the strain from the frequent use of jump points. Gamera then asked, "What are your plans once you arrive on Earth?" Star-Lord began to speak, "Let's go and see the changes on Earth first, find out how Ronanite was destroyed, and then decide on the next step of the plan." Rocket Raccoon was fiddling with a device and said, "I will build a network information contactor so that I can gather information from their internet." Star-Lord glanced at Rocket Raccoon and said, "Don't speak when you get to Earth, because the raccoons there don't talk. As for Little Groot, put him in a pot and keep him as a plant. As for you two." Gamera and Drax the Destroyer clearly didn't look like humans. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Stay on the spaceship for now. I'll find you some clothes to disguise yourselves. Otherwise, going out in the open will definitely cause trouble." Rocket Raccoon said, "This is a completely useless suggestion. Let's rely on my equipment to gather intelligence." Seeing this, Star-Lord spoke up, "Little Raccoon, you're so brave." The next second, Star-Lord pressed the jump button on the spaceship, and once again the spaceship disappeared into the universe. The other side. Coulson, after leaving SHIELD, handed the file directly to May Melinda, then took out his phone, dialed a number, and made the call. "Sky, it's Coulson. I'll tell you a secret, Mr. Smith is now the director of SHIELD. I know you've always admired Mr. Smith and are grateful to him for helping you find your family. Here's a chance for you to get up close and personal with your idol. Would you like to consider it?" What opportunity? Of course, it's an opportunity for SHIELD agents. This is called being close to the water tower and getting the moon first. Only by joining SHIELD will you have more opportunities to see Mr. Smith. As for how to join SHIELD, I'll take care of that. Okay, let's arrange a place to meet in New York to discuss this. I think Director Smith might need a secretary, but he will be selected from among the SHIELD agents. End of this chapter. Chapter 622 The Combat Power Detector Exploded Again. Chapter 622 The Combat Power Detector Exploded Again. New York. Gordon used his teleportation ability to send Sky from the afterlife base to the outside of this coffee shop in New York, and asked, "Do you need me to come in with you?" Sky shook her head and said, "Thanks, Gordon, I can handle it myself." Gordon nodded and said, "I'll wait for you outside." Let me know when things are settled. Sky nodded and said, for your trouble. Sky was very grateful to Gordon for arranging and bringing her here by her mother, and then went into the coffee shop. Upon entering the coffee shop, Sky saw Coulson sitting by the window, so she walked over and sat down opposite him. When Coulson saw Sky approaching, he asked, any drinks? Sky looked at the waiter who walked over and ordered a cappuccino. Agent Coulson, about the secretary you mentioned earlier? Coulson smiled and said, there is a need for this, but a decision won't be made quickly, so you have a certain chance. Sky's eyes lit up. Smith Doyle was his idol, and becoming his secretary would be a good choice. What should I do? Coulson smiled and said, first, become a SHIELD agent. I happen to have a spot available. Once you achieve some results, I can recommend you to my superiors. Upon hearing Coulson's words, Sky's eyes darted around, and she quickly replied, you're not trying to trick me into joining your team, are you? Despite Sky directly seeing through his thoughts, Coulson's expression remained unchanged. He continued with a smile, saying, S.H.I.E.L.D. vetting process has become much stricter recently. Not everyone can get a spot through external recruitment. Also, our team is quite flexible and works directly with Director Smith. To become Chief Smith's secretary, you need to have some real skills. You don't even understand the mechanisms and regulations of SHIELD, so how did you get this position? Hearing Coulson's confident and assertive words, Sky thought for a moment, then reached out and said, then I'll leave it to Commander Coulson. Coulson grasped Sky's hand and said with a smile, welcome to SHIELD. We've taken on quite a few missions recently, so we'll learn about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s rules as we go. As he spoke, Coulson put the coffee money on the table and walked out. Sky saw this, picked up the coffee the waiter brought, took a sip, and followed him. As Sky stepped out of the coffee shop, she saw Gordon sitting outside and quickly went over to him, saying, Gordon, I've decided to join Coulson's team. Tell my mother so she won't worry. Gordon nodded when he heard Sky's words. At this moment, Coulson, driving his sports car, looked at Sky and said, Sky, let's get ready to go. Sky saw this and ran over, opened the car door and got in. At that moment, the Milan spaceship suddenly appeared in the distant sky, its tail emitting smoke as it descended towards the suburbs. Sky paused for a moment after seeing it, and then asked, what is that? Coulson also looked over, and the flying vehicle, which clearly did not belong to Earth's technology, and the sudden appearance of the figure made his heart tighten. He immediately spoke up, it seems our mission needs some changes. Sit tight, we're about to depart. Coulson pulled out sunglasses, put them on, and immediately made Lola float into the air, heading towards the Milan spaceship. The other side. On the Milan spaceship before landing on Earth, Rocket Raccoon looked at the walnut-shaped spaceship that had reappeared behind him and the man standing on top of it, and said, he's catching up, preparing for a space jump. Gamera looked at the starry sky behind her, her expression turning serious, and said, the other side has been following us through 5 space jump nodes. It seems they've been keeping an eye on us all along. Star-Lord began to speak, what's the difference? Whether they're targeting us or the Dragon Balls, they're both our enemies. After speaking, Star-Lord tapped the red button on the spaceship, and the spaceship immediately initiated another space jump, disappearing directly into the cosmos. Feeling the immense pressure from the spatial jump, Star-Lord pressed the spatial jump button several more times. When the spaceship reappeared, it had arrived at a place not far from Earth. Rocket Raccoon then spoke up and cursed, you damned bastard, you're definitely not an ordinary human being. Seeing Rocket Raccoon's utterly dejected expression, Star-Lord also let out a long breath and then spoke, that's what those guys from the Nova Corps said too. My bloodline isn't simple. The destroyer, having recovered its strength, spoke, I don't see anything different about you. Little Groot called out, Groot. Gamera then said, his skin is so thick that even a charging gun can't break it. Just as everyone was joking around, the spaceship suddenly shook violently. Boom. But Igor caught up again and launched an attack on the Milan. The Milan spacecraft's engines were immediately hit, and it was simultaneously captured by Earth's gravity, causing it to plummet into the Earth's interior. Damn it, he was definitely up to no good. Rocket Raccoon and Star-Lord immediately took control of the spaceship, but due to engine problems, they plunged into Earth without further preparation. Extraterrestrial. Looking at the planet before him, Igor quickly recalled the place and said, I've helped you return to your hometown, so don't thank me, my child. Igor returned to the ship's interior, looked at the Earth before him, and the ship entered stealth mode, heading towards Ohio, the birthplace of Star-Lord. The Trident of SHIELD. Smith Doyle arrived at the Insight Project Emergency Intelligence Center and began to speak, what happened? At this moment, Agent Hand spoke up, Chief Smith, the space helicarrier of Project Insight, in conjunction with satellites, has detected an alien spacecraft intruding into Earth's atmosphere. Smith Doyle was also stunned when he saw the spaceship appear on the screen. If he wasn't mistaken, shouldn't this be Star-Lord's Milan? How did they end up on Earth? According to this timeline, Star-Lord should have already formed the Guardians of the Galaxy and should be killing his own father now. Judging from the thick smoke at the tail of the other spacecraft, it seems to have malfunctioned. Has the landing site been predicted? Agent Hand began to speak. It is expected to land near this location in the suburbs of New York. Looking at the area marked with red dots on the map, Smith Doyle nodded. Send special agents to negotiate with the other party and determine the reason for their visit. Hand then spoke up. Agent Coulson is nearby. He saw the spaceship and immediately led his team there. They will be the first SHIELD agents to stop it. Upon hearing that Coulson had gone over, Smith Doyle nodded and said, "That guy certainly knows how to assign himself tasks. Let him contact me and report the situation promptly, and notify me immediately if anything changes." Looking at the spaceship on the screen, Hand said, "Yes, sir." Smith Doyle nodded and walked out of the Insight Project Emergency Intelligence Center. Smith Doyle did not choose to fly directly to Star-Lord and the others on the Milan to meet them or ask them why they came to Earth. He is the leader of the League of Assassins, the director of SHIELD, and also the chairman and shareholder of several corporations. He always rushes to the front lines in any situation, so what's the point of having subordinates? Now SHIELD works for him, instead of him working for SHIELD, acting as an agent on the front lines. As for the reason why Star-Lord and his crew visited Earth, Coulson and the others will find out and report back to him. As for the goofy Star-Lord, Rocket Raccoon, Gamera, Drax the Destroyer, and Groot on the spaceship, he was only interested in the little Groot, finding him somewhat cute. However, when it really comes down to needing his intervention, Smith Doyle will naturally not refuse. Now he needs to talk to Tony Stark's father, Howard Stark, about the super soldier serum, who will soon be coming to SHIELD headquarters to discuss the matter. The Milan spacecraft. In a wooded area on the outskirts of the city, the spaceship came to a stop after successfully crashing into and destroying a number of trees. As the hatch of the Milan spaceship opened, Star-Lord stepped out, waved, and said, "What bad luck. This is completely different from my planned landing." Rocket Raccoon, carrying Groot, crawled out and began to complain. "I knew that guy was up to no good, otherwise why would he keep following us? It's like a dog skin plaster, you can't get rid of it at all." Sure enough, they finally gave our spaceship a handy repair. I wonder if it can be fixed in your hometown. Drax the Destroyer emerged, glanced around warily, and relaxed considerably upon discovering that all he could see were trees. Finally, Gamera stepped out of the spaceship, looked at the forest in front of her, and asked, "Where are we? Is there any danger here?" Star-Lord scratched his head and then said, "I didn't even have time to locate myself, so I have no idea where I am. Why don't I go out and ask someone about the situation first, and you wait here for me? After all, your appearance is quite different from that of Earthlings. Earth is probably not connected to the universe. I'm afraid it might cause unnecessary trouble." At this moment, Rocket Raccoon pulled out a network information hijacking device he had made from his backpack, and while fiddling with it, he said, "The spaceship just flew over the city. It's impossible that no one noticed. By the time you find out, we've all been arrested. Let's see what I can do." We're in New York, America. Where is this?" Star-Lord thought for a moment, then spoke, "A megacity." Rocket Raccoon rolled his eyes and then began to look up the relevant information. The other side. Coulson and Skye went ahead, while Coulson reported to SHIELD that he had taken on the mission to investigate the suddenly appearing spaceship, and notified the other members of the team to come quickly. Skye then asked, "Coulson, is this another alien invasion?" Coulson shook his head. "I'm not sure either, but judging from the size of that spaceship, it probably doesn't look like it. This is only possible if a large number of spaceships appear. But we also need to be careful." Skye was also filled with curiosity and said, "It's a pity I didn't encounter the Kree invasion, otherwise I could have smashed them to pieces with one punch." Coulson looked at Skye with some surprise and asked, "Didn't the Kree ships find you last time?" Skye shook her head. "We didn't see the other side. By the time we received the information, the enemy had already been dealt with by Smith." Coulson sighed. "You guys are really lucky. Many contestants died because of them." Skye thought of the Inhumans in the Afterlife base. If a large number of Kree ships appeared, they would definitely suffer casualties, since not everyone had awakened their abilities. "You were really lucky." Coulson quickly flew to the vicinity, and while high in the air, they didn't immediately approach but instead spoke. "Skye, there's a box in front of you where the glove box is open. Inside is a combat capability detector and a telescope. Sky opened the glove box, took out a box inside, and opened it to find a brand new combat capability detector and binoculars. Take the combat capability detector and check the combat capability at the 3 o'clock position, where the spaceship crashed. Sky put on the combat power detector, then stood up and looked in the direction of 3 o'clock, while lightly touching the combat power detector to scan. Target found. There are 3 living beings plus 1 animal in total. Let me see how strong they are. Wait, there are actually 5 life forms. Is that a plant, and a raccoon? Their combat effectiveness is rising, from 8 points, 13 points, 80 points, to 100 points. No, it's still increasing. Coulson interrupted. Distinctive features and combat capabilities should be discussed together. Sky reorganized her thoughts and began to speak. That plant-like life form has 8 combat points, and the raccoon-like appearance has 13 combat points. Humanoid life form number 1 has 80 combat points, and humanoid life form number 2 has 150 combat points. Humanoid life form number 3, he. Before Sky could finish speaking, the combat power detector on her right eye exploded instantly. Bump. Coulson glanced at Sky, paused for a moment, and muttered, "It's exceeded the combat power by 500 points. Things are in trouble." Sky was also taken aback for a moment, clearly understanding what 500 combat power points represented. The one with over 500 combat points, Sky and Coulson, is none other than the goofy Star-Lord. However, the combat power detector detected the divine power within Star-Lord that came from Ego. Although Star-Lord was unaware of the divine power he possessed and was unable to mobilize its energy, he still could not escape the life energy detection of the combat power detector. However, it was clear that the divine power originating from Ego's body caused the combat power detector to malfunction. Star-Lord simply did not possess such strong performance capabilities, and he could not exert any of them at this moment. At this moment, Gamera, who had excellent eyesight, looked up and spotted Coulson's flying car in the surrounding sky. We've been discovered. End of this chapter. Chapter 623 Rocket Raccoon. My God, he actually named the car after a woman. Chapter 623 Rocket Raccoon. Good heavens, he actually named the car after a woman. Rocket Raccoon, seeing the direction Gamera was pointing, narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "I blasted them down." Star-Lord saw Rocket Raccoon about to draw his weapon and immediately said, Hey, don't be impulsive." While speaking, he physically stopped Rocket Raccoon's behavior. Drax the Destroyer spoke. "What should we do?" Star-Lord shouted. "Leave it to me." At this moment, Sky, who was in the flying car, looked in the direction of the target through binoculars and said, "It was as if they were waving us over." The targets are a green-skinned woman, a shirtless alien man, a raccoon, a bonsai-like plant-like person, and an alien who looks like an earthling. Coulson asked in confusion, "Human appearance?" Sky nodded and said, "Yes, one of the targets is very similar to us earthlings. Walking down the street, you would never think he's an alien." Coulson thought for a moment and then said, "Go and make contact. If there's a threat, use your abilities to blast them." Sky shrugged and said, "I may not be their match." As Coulson drove toward Star-Lord and the others, he sent messages to headquarters and his team with one hand. Upon receiving the message, May and her entire team flew in stealth mode from the Airbus Center toward the location reported by Coulson. Meanwhile, SHIELD headquarters also received the intelligence. 5 alien beings have arrived, a plant life form, a raccoon-like life form, and 3 humanoid beings, one of whom looks remarkably like an earthling. Their combat power values have been assessed, with one of them exceeding 500 points. Their danger is currently uncertain, so contact is being made. Upon receiving the message, Agent Hand of SHIELD headquarters immediately replied, requesting help at the first sign of danger. Coulson quickly drove the flying car Lara to a stop not far from Star-Lord and the others. Coulson and Sky got out of the flying car. From a distance, Coulson spoke, "I am Agent Coulson of SHIELD, and I am in charge of contact with extraterrestrial life. I wonder what purpose you all have come to Earth." As he spoke, Coulson looked at the 5 people with different appearances. Because of the damage to the combat power detection device, the scene here could not be transmitted back to headquarters in real time. Star-Lord glanced at Coulson's sports car and said with some surprise, "Has the Earth changed so much in just over 20 years? Flying cars have even appeared." Upon hearing Star-Lord's identical voice and hearing him mention the changes over the past 20 years, Coulson said somewhat uncertainly, "You visited Earth more than 20 years ago?" Star-Lord began to speak, "I was born in Missouri, and this trip was just a homecoming visit. I meant no harm." Sky exclaimed in surprise, "Earthlings, no wonder they look just like us earthlings. Rocket Raccoon then remarked. He's an Earthling, but he doesn't look like one. Does he look like Groot instead? Sky exclaimed in surprise, my god, the mouse can talk. Rocket Raccoon was immediately enraged and said, let me teach this woman a lesson, you're the rat. Star-Lord picked up Rocket Raccoon and said, misunderstanding, misunderstanding. His name is Rocket Raccoon, not Mouse. Sky realized she had said the wrong thing and immediately apologized, sorry, Rocket Raccoon. I never imagined there were raccoon people in the universe. I'm so sorry. Rocket Raccoon kicked Star-Lord and said, put me down, or I'll shoot you. Star-Lord released his grip, and Rocket Raccoon jumped down. He glanced at the flying vehicle the other had arrived in and said, I will not accept your apology unless you give me that thing. As he spoke, Rocket Raccoon pointed to the red sports car behind the two of them. Coulson paused for a moment, then spoke, you want my Laura? No way. However, the next second Rocket Raccoon bent over and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Rocket Raccoon laughed so hard he couldn't straighten up, and pointed at Coulson, my god, he actually named a car after a woman. Ha ha ha, I was laughing so hard. Drax the Destroyer then said in a very serious tone, so she's your wife? Gamera and Star-Lord stared wide-eyed at Coulson upon hearing the Destroyer's words, and even Sky, who was standing next to Coulson, looked over in surprise. Coulson quickly spoke up, don't get me wrong, I just really like my car, it's a modified antique. Sky's eyes lit up, and she said, here's what I'll do, I'll give you something even more interesting, something you'll definitely like even more. As she spoke, Sky pulled a box from her waist, and inside the box were many capsule-shaped bottles. Under the curious gazes of Star-Lord and the others, Sky took out a red capsule and said, I'm going to throw it onto the open ground over there. Don't do anything rash or cause any misunderstandings. Star-Lord asked curiously, what is this capsule-like thing? Sky began to speak, you'll know right away. After speaking, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Sky pressed the button on the capsule and threw it onto the open ground to the side. Star-Lord and the others looked wary of Sky's actions, ready to take action if things went wrong. Bump! The capsule unfolded immediately upon contact with the ground, revealing a red Ferrari 488 sports car. How about I replace this car with yours? Rocket Raccoon walked up curiously, wanting to investigate what technology was used to compress the car into that capsule. Star-Lord's eyes widened even more, and he muttered, is this really Earth? Have we stumbled into a parallel universe? Gamera was also astonished. She had followed Thanos on his campaigns across many inhabited planets in the universe and had visited all three major empires, but she had never seen such technology before. Drax the Destroyer glanced at the sports car and nodded, classic red, very pleasing to the eye. As for the technology behind the capsule of life, Drax made no comment, there were far too many technologies he didn't understand. Coulson, somewhat surprised, said in a low voice, the collaboration between Capsule Corporation and Ferrari, this thing is not cheap. I can't reimburse you. Sky waved her hand and said, my mom gave it to me, so you don't need to reimburse me. Sky, as the daughter of the Inhuman chieftain, is certainly not short of money. Jiaing maintained the entire Inhuman base and was not short of money. In particular, the establishment of the Next Life superhero team had made a lot of money. Of the company established by the Next Life team, 60% of the shares, excluding those held by the members, belonged to Jiaing. Jiaing gave the shares of the company to which the Next Life team belonged to Sky as a birthday gift. Sky is now a well-off young woman. Coulson's lips twitched, this belated maternal love was truly profound and enviable. Sky walked up to the car and said, permissions can be entered at this location. I'm transferring access to this universal capsule to you. We need to take a palm print. Sky and Rocket Raccoon started working on it, while Star-Lord asked from the side, Agent Coulson, is this really my home planet Earth? It's not some parallel universe, some future world. I remember when I left Earth, cars were still running on the ground, and I wasn't put into a capsule. Seeing this, Coulson spoke up, if there's no mistake, this is what you call Earth. It's just that you've missed out on a lot. However, to verify your information, is this Earth the same Earth you call your home planet? Tell me your information and I'll check it for you. Star-Lord thought for a moment and then said, my name is Peter Quill. I was born in 1980 in a small town in Missouri and left Earth in 1988. Upon hearing this, Coulson immediately forwarded the message to Fitz at Airbus Center, instructing him to conduct a search. If this were Earth, I think it wouldn't be long before I could find your information. Coulson soon received intelligence from Fitz, Peter Quill, born in 1980, whose mother, Meldus Quill, was a fan of Captain America Steve Rogers and died of cancer. Her son, Peter Quill, went missing on the day of his death. After reading the intelligence, Coulson spoke, yes, this is your hometown. Your mother is Meldus Quill? Star-Lord nodded and said, yes. Then Star-Lord said excitedly, I never imagined that the Earth would change so much, it's quite unexpected. Sky had already entered the transfer information for Rocket Raccoon. After Rocket Raccoon pressed his palm and the verification was successful, the car once again turned into a universal capsule. Interesting spatial folding technology, the person who invented it is a genius. As he spoke, Rocket Raccoon put the capsule into his pocket, thinking to himself, this thing would definitely fetch a good price in the universe. Sky smiled as she watched the raccoon being dealt with, and looked at the furry creature in front of her, feeling a little tempted to reach out and pat its head. At this moment, Rocket Raccoon looked up at Sky and said, stop with your presumptuous ideas, you disgust me. Sky gave an awkward smile, surprised that the other person was so perceptive as to have discovered her thoughts. At this moment, Star-Lord spoke up, I was trying to go back to my hometown with my friends, but something went wrong at the space jump point. My Milan suffered some malfunctions and made an emergency landing here. Coulson then generously stated, this is simple. I can send someone to take you back to your hometown. As for your spaceship, it's not safe to leave it here. I can send someone to take it away and keep it safe for you. After you come back from your hometown, we'll see how to fix it. I just don't know if our repair staff can be of any help. Rocket Raccoon walked over and said, Coulson, tell your men not to touch our ship, or it will be a big hassle for me to repair it. Coulson narrowed his eyes, surprised that this raccoon-like guy was in charge of the spaceship's maintenance. Coulson said with a smile on his face, our technology is not bad, we have our own spaceship technology, universal capsule individual spaceship. However, since you can repair it yourselves, that's even better. We'll put it in the warehouse for you to handle later. Star-Lord also said at this moment, it's better if we do the repairs ourselves. Also, could you please take us back to our hometown in Missouri? I'd like to pay my respects to my mother. Coulson nodded and said, no problem. Coulson then pressed the signal button on his headset, switched channels, and said, May, prepare for landing. We're taking a few guests to Missouri. As Coulson finished speaking, Star-Lord and the others looked up and saw May deactivate her stealth mode at the Airbus center and then maneuver the plane to make a vertical landing. Star-Lord looked at the Airbus in front of him and said, great stealth paint job, so cool. Rocket Raccoon curled his lip and said, it's SOSO. If you need it, our spaceship can also provide it. Star-Lord's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, I'll leave it to you then. The Airbus landed quickly, and as the stairs opened, Coulson spoke, you may now board the plane. May will take you to Missouri. I'll arrange for someone to take your spaceship to the warehouse for safekeeping. You can come back later to repair it and take it away. Star-Lord then spoke up, thank you so much. Coulson shook hands with Star-Lord and said, of course, we won't help you for nothing. You'll have to tell us about the interesting things in the universe later. Star-Lord patted his chest and said, no problem. At that moment, Fitz and Donnie Gill emerged from the suspended staircase and saw 4 alien beings and 1 Earthling, Peter Quill. Coulson said, Fitz, Donnie Gill, they are members of my team. They will take you to Missouri later. Coulson then introduced the situation to the team members. These are Peter Quill, Rocket Raccoon, and Drax the Destroyer said in a muffled voice, I am Drax. Little Tree Groot also shouted, Groot. Gamera then spoke up, I am Gamera, and we are the Guardians of the Galaxy. Star-Lord said with a smile, yes, we are the Guardians of the Galaxy. Thank you for your help this time. Coulson said with a smile, no trouble. Guardians of the Galaxy, that's a really good name. Star-Lord said with a smile, thank you. What's your squad's name? Coulson said with a smile, my team is called the Dream Team. Later, Coulson and Star-Lord said, I won't see you off. Here's my business card. Contact me when you're back, and I'll have them send you back. Star-Lord nodded and, together with Gamera, Rocket Raccoon, Groot, and Drax the Destroyer, boarded Coulson's Airbus Center to head home in Missouri. P.S. I'll start adding extra chapters tomorrow, aiming for 10,000 words. End of this chapter. Chapter 624 The road has widened. Chapter 624 The road has widened. As Star-Lord and the others departed, the Airbus successfully took off and flew towards Missouri. Coulson looked at Sky and said, do you believe them when they say they're the Guardians of the Galaxy? Sky shook her head. The name sounds like a righteous organization, but who knows if it's actually theirs. Coulson nodded, squinting as he said, such a prestigious title, Guardians of the Galaxy. Does that mean the galaxy is the galaxy itself? I'll have SHIELD and Asgard people inquire whether this organization exists. The two chatted with the Guardians of the Galaxy for a while longer. Not long after, SHIELD agents arrived and cordoned off the area. Star-Lord's Milan was towed into a SHIELD base warehouse. As for not touching the ship, how could SHIELD possibly agree to that? Immediately, many agents and staff took scanners and scanned and recorded every inch of the Milan spacecraft. The only thing they didn't do was disassemble it, for fear that it would be impossible to restore. The other side, SHIELD, Headquarters, Director's Office. Smith Doyle met Tony's father, Howard Stark, again. Howard Stark began by saying, "Thank you so much. Tony told me that you gave him the opportunity to avenge us." Howard Stark is no saint. He has no good impression of Bucky, who killed him and his wife. Their relationship was merely acquaintance, and Bucky's actions caused him to miss more than a decade of time with his children. During this time, Tony faced several close calls, including being betrayed by Obadiah and nearly losing his life. If he hadn't gotten into trouble, Obadiah wouldn't have dared to cause trouble or have those inappropriate thoughts. Smith Doyle waved his hand and said, "Tony is my friend, and I'm on his side in this matter. This time, the Hydra organization behind the scenes has been thoroughly exposed. We must not only cut off this knife, but also completely eliminate the person wielding it. Currently, the Avengers are constantly attacking Hydra's base, and it is believed that it will not be long before they are completely eradicated." Howard couldn't help but sigh. No one expected that the paperclip project would bring them back from the brink of death. Smith Doyle said, "This time, we will not give them another chance to be resurrected." Howard nodded and said, "I believe we can completely wipe them out this time." Howard then asked, "What are your plans regarding the super soldier serum? I heard that one of the people who received the injection last time was a Hydra agent." Smith Doyle nodded and said, "His name is Rumlow, nicknamed Crossbones, captain of the SHIELD Senior Agent Commando Team, but unfortunately he is a member of Hydra." Howard said helplessly, "A vial of serum was wasted, but fortunately it's not difficult to produce." Smith Doyle nodded and said, "As for the super soldier serum, my suggestion is that you keep the technology in your own hands and keep it a secret. The serum produced will initially be exclusively supplied to SHIELD, and will gradually be made available to various government departments and countries. As for sales to civilians, they will be gradually opened up later. Of course, we can discuss any ideas you may have." Howard was somewhat surprised to hear this and said, "I thought you would take it back to SHIELD and have SHIELD produce it themselves." Smith Doyle shook his head and said, "Seizing someone else's property is not my style." Howard laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, the world really needs people like you." Howard then spoke up, "I will have Tony set up a new company, mainly to produce the super soldier serum, and you will own 2% of the shares. Don't refuse, you have given my wife and me the gratitude to be able to see Tony again. Without you, no matter how many championships Tony wins, we won't be able to survive." When Howard said that, what could he do but accept it? He truly deserves to be called a prominent businessman and scientist of that era. The other side, on an Airbus aircraft, Star-Lord and his crew sat on the sofa in the lounge area, looking at the interior of the plane. Rocket Raccoon spoke up, "It's a really jarring disconnect. The capsule technology is amazing, but the interior of this plane doesn't feel very high-tech." Gamera nodded in agreement. "There's really nothing that catches the eye, it's all old stuff. However, these ancient artifacts are actually quite difficult to find in the universe." At this moment, Fitz walked over and said to Star-Lord, "Peter Quill, we found some information when we were looking up your information that I think might be important to you." Star-Lord looked at Fitz and asked with some confusion, "What news?" Fitz began by saying, "You still have relatives alive, your maternal grandfather named Jason." Upon hearing that his grandfather was still alive, Star-Lord was stunned, never expecting to have relatives on Earth. "Thank you for letting me know, this is very important to me." Fitz nodded and said, "I will let you know when we are almost at our destination." After saying that, Fitz left the rest area. Drax the Destroyer looked at Star-Lord and said, "This is such good news. I never thought you still had relatives living, unlike me who is all alone." Little Groot then shouted, "I am Groot." Rocket Raccoon then translated, "Groot said you still have him, and you still have all of us." Drax the Destroyer smiled, "Thank you all." Gamera then spoke up, "I thought they would come to try and get information from us, but I didn't expect them to not even want to have a chat." Star-Lord began to speak, "Perhaps the people in my hometown are just that simple and honest, simply seeing us off on our journey." At this moment, Rocket Raccoon's hands were constantly operating the network information hijacker, searching for the information he wanted, while he complained, "What kind of simple and honest place could you have been born in? Anyway, I don't believe it. I think I'll know the answer soon enough." Inside the Airbus conference room, Fitz went inside, where Simmons, Donnie Gill, and May Linda were also present. The plane was now on autopilot. Simmons asked, "Did you tell him that his maternal grandfather was still alive?" Fitz nodded, walked over, sat down, and said, "I've already told him, and he's a little agitated." Donnie Gill said, "But the alien races are really peculiar. There's a little tree man, a raccoon, and then there's a green woman and a dark red-skinned man whose race I don't know. By the way, which one has a combat power of over 500 points? Simmons guessed. According to the intelligence Captain Coulson relayed back, it should be that dark red-skinned alien man. That's truly terrifying strength. However, Peter Quill is also very strong, I think he's around 150 points. However, due to an error in the intelligence, everyone attributed Drax the Destroyer's combat power to Star-Lord, while Star-Lord's combat power was attributed to Drax. Melinda then spoke up, hopefully, this trip is to accompany Peter Quill back to Earth to visit his home planet, and not for any other unknown purpose. Fitz began by saying, although they are quite capable, I believe they are definitely no match for Chief Smith. If they cause trouble, they'll never leave this world. Melinda began by saying, it's best if they don't do anything reckless. The losses caused by that fighting force can be significant, and Chief Smith can't possibly come and keep an eye on them. All we need to do now is get it safely to its destination. As for the other intelligence, let Captain Coulson obtain it. Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. The other side. After seeing Howard Stark off, Smith Doyle also saw the intelligence that Coulson had compiled. The intelligence report included photos of Star-Lord and his group of 5, their combat strength, the reason for their weakened state, and their stated reason for returning to Earth, to accompany Peter Quill on a visit to his homeland. Smith Doyle looked at the combat power ratings marked under the 5 portraits. Groot, the little tree, had 8 points. Considering that the opponent was only in its juvenile stage, the size of a potted plant, having 8 points was quite impressive. His gaze fell on Gamera. 80 points of combat power was a bit low. After all, she seemed to have taken the energy weapons shot with her body. Could he have remembered it wrong? Peter Quill, 150 combat points. Smith Doyle frowned slightly upon seeing the information above this combat strength was indeed a bit puzzling. Which version of Star-Lord is the other person? Whether in the movie or the comics, judging from the visual presentation, physically withstanding the Power Stone and being blasted by an energy gun without injury, 150 points of combat power is not enough. However, returning to visit his hometown should have been a plot twist at the end of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, so how did it happen so quickly? Speaking of Star-Lord, did he ever meet his celestial father? As for Ego's identity, many people believe that he was a celestial embryo that failed to develop but did not die. Instead of developing his own celestial body, he continuously wrapped his body with cosmic dust and meteorites, becoming a huge planet. Smith Doyle was not interested in Ignatius's grand dream of devouring countless planets in the universe. On the contrary, I'm a little curious whether the fruits of the spiritual tree nurtured by such a special planet would be different. While the true purpose of the visit to Earth was still uncertain, Smith Doyle wasn't worried the Guardians of the Galaxy wouldn't cause any trouble. Their gazes fell upon Drax the Destroyer, whose unknown combat power exceeded 500 points. This data isn't surprising, but it's unclear which version it's from. The cinematic universe version might not even reach 500 points. Aside from looking a bit fleshy, its overall performance is far inferior. The comic book version is different. In the comics, Drax the Destroyer killed Thanos in a sneak attack and ripped out his heart. In the movie version, Ronan is no match for Ronan and becomes the comedic relief, but in the comic book version, Ronan is much stronger and can easily overpower him. At this moment, Smith Doyle also became somewhat interested in it, hoping it would bring him a pleasant surprise. As for the other party's purpose, whether it was to visit their hometown or something else, we will soon find out. The combat capability testing device seems to need an upgrade. I just don't know when the next Capsule Corporation Expo will start. Maybe I can talk to Fox about it. Sky. Smith Doyle closed the Guardians of the Galaxy file, glanced at the new recruit information Coulson submitted, smiled, marked it as approved, and left the office. Smith Doyle is going to check on the situation at Cohen Rock next. He had already ordered the Cohen Rock to be transported back to headquarters from the aircraft carrier controlled by SHIELD, and today was the day of its arrival. Smith Doyle was quite familiar with the Cohen Rock. It would turn into liquid at a certain frequency, and if someone entered the liquid, they would be transported to the planet Maveth, where the hive was located. As for the holes and missing parts on the stone, they were caused by several members of the Hydra family cutting them off and taking them away. While the location of Ego's planet remains uncertain, Maveth, where the hive is located, is within Smith Doyle's grasp, provided he can eliminate the hive. A backup future Ultimate Dragon Wish planet, or a place to plant spirit trees and fruit trees, will be available. With that in mind, Smith Doyle stepped into the elevator and headed to the location of Item 084, the Cohen Boulder. The other side. Coulson wasn't idle either. After the Milan spaceship was transported away, he took Sky and Laura to the Asgard embassy in New York. He wanted to confirm with the people of Asgard whether the Guardians of the Galaxy existed as an organization. Holding his SHIELD credentials, Coulson quickly met with Lorelei, the person in charge there. Lorelei looked at Coulson, who had appeared, and said with a smile, "I never expected you to come and visit me. It really surprises me. I thought you would all be afraid to meet me, and that's why you sent female agents." Coulson's gaze was firm as he looked down at the floor beneath his feet and began to speak. "I believe Ms. Lorelei will not do anything to me. Since Asgard and Earth established diplomatic relations, nothing unpleasant has happened." Lorelei nodded, then asked, "I heard Mr. Smith has taken over as director of SHIELD. Coulson nodded and said, "Yes, Mr. Smith is now our director." Lorelei was somewhat curious, thinking to herself, is such a big shot just playing around in this world? With that kind of strength and the Dragon Balls he controls, why doesn't he rule this planet but instead becomes a small bureau chief? That's really interesting. Raise your head. I have been able to suppress my abilities. Don't worry about being seduced by me. I wouldn't dare offend your Chief Smith." Upon hearing this, Coulson raised his head and stopped looking at the floor. Even though Lorelei had suppressed her abilities, Coulson was still in a daze. P.S. One more chapter, coming later. End of this chapter. Chapter 625 Speculations Approaching the Truth. Chapter 625 Speculations Approaching the Truth, bonus chapter of 4,000 words. A few seconds later, Coulson calmed down and said, "I'd like to ask you for some information. Do you know anything about the Guardians of the Galaxy?" Lorelei asked uncertainly after hearing this. "What organization?" Coulson reiterated, "Guardians of the Galaxy." Lorelei carefully reviewed the information she had gathered recently, but found absolutely no information about the Guardians of the Galaxy. She immediately spoke up, "Never heard of it. It's probably a newly formed squad that hasn't made a name for itself yet. There's no record of it in Asgard's intelligence system. What, is someone using this name to swindle and deceive people on Earth?" At this moment, Coulson had only one thought in his mind. He originally thought he was some powerful figure or someone with a strong background, but now it seems he's just a nobody. However, Coulson quickly banished the thought from his mind. The combat power of 80, 150, and over 500 points was not to be underestimated. Especially the combat power of over 500 points. Apart from the Avengers and Nick Fury, no one in SHIELD could match it. "Thank you for letting me know. I'll take my leave now." After saying this, Coulson led Sky away from the Asgardian embassy, and Lorelei watched the two leave without saying anything more. As for the so-called Guardians of the Galaxy, Lorelei didn't pay much attention to them either. As Sky stepped out of the embassy, she began to speak. "It seems we made a wasted trip. Asgard has no intelligence information about them either." Coulson nodded and said, "Having no intelligence isn't necessarily a bad thing, it just means we can be certain that there isn't any major cosmic power behind them." Sky complained, "I thought it was something amazing because it was named after the Guardians of the Galaxy." Coulson then said, "With a combat power exceeding 500 points, we still cannot underestimate our opponent. Since we have some time now, your application has been approved by Director Smith. I'll take you to SHIELD to complete the formalities." Sky's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, "You mean, Smith already knows about my hiring?" Coulson said with a smile, "That's right. Our team is directly under Smith's command, and the recruitment of members requires his approval." Sky excitedly cheered herself on. "Yes. I'm one step closer to my idol." The Airbus Center quickly arrived at Star-Lord's hometown, a small town in Missouri. Star-Lord and his 5 companions disembarked from the plane. Before parting, Fitz gave Star-Lord a phone and a certain amount of cash, telling him to call him after visiting his hometown so he could pick them up and take them to repair his spaceship. Watching the plane take off and leave, Star-Lord tossed his phone to Rocket Raccoon and said, "Hey buddy, check if there are any hidden doors or eavesdropping devices." Rocket Raccoon fiddled with his hands for a few moments, then spoke, "There are no hardware-installed eavesdropping and location devices on the phone, but you can use such a thing to locate and eavesdrop through the signal. The method is very simple. You can just turn off the device. Even if there is eavesdropping or hidden camera software, you don't need to worry." After saying that, Rocket Raccoon tossed his phone to Star-Lord. Star-Lord caught the phone, then turned it off and said, "Tell me about the information you've gathered." Gamera then asked, "Aren't you going to see your maternal grandfather first?" Star-Lord shook his head and said, "No rush, we can arrange this later. We'll go to my mother's grave first. It's been so many years, and I want to bring her a bouquet of flowers. As for intelligence, we'll discuss it as we walk." Hearing Star-Lord's words, everyone nodded and headed towards the graveyard. Rocket Raccoon then spoke up, "This planet is not simple. The information I found will definitely surprise you." Unlike other forces that mostly rely on technology to fight enemies, the powerful humans here mainly rely on their terrifying combat strength. They also formed several teams, the strongest of which was the Avengers, followed by the Boys, the Afterlife team, and some individuals whom we call the Extraordinary. Of course, there is another name for Justice superhero. Star-Lord, this is completely different from the hometown you described. Star-Lord said helplessly, I was young then, so I probably didn't have much exposure to it. Rocket Raccoon laughed. It has nothing to do with you. These things appeared gradually after 08. You left in 98, so it's normal that you don't know them. As for our target, the Dragon Ball. Ronan and his accusers came to Earth with the Dragon Balls as their goal, and they achieved some good results in the early stages. But as more and more superheroes emerged, the final result was not good. Rocket Raccoon waved his little hand, and a battle video appeared before everyone. The combat videos include battles between Kree soldiers and the Avengers, battles between Kree soldiers and the Eternals, battles between Kree soldiers and the Boys, and battles between Kree soldiers and Asgardian soldiers stationed at the Earth Embassy. The videos played and scrolled by rapidly, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Gamera couldn't help but exclaim, the Earth is truly a place where hidden talents abound. Rocket Raccoon clicked on a video and said, the truly remarkable one is this man. A projection of Smith Doyle appeared before everyone, and Rocket Raccoon continued, he is Smith Doyle, known as God among men, the strongest superhero on Earth. Ronan and his men all died at his hands. Rocket Raccoon played a video of Smith Doyle wiping out all the Kree soldiers in one move. Drax the Destroyer spoke, he avenged me, and I want to repay him. Star-Lord began to speak, he's that powerful. It seems we can only outsmart him to get the Dragon Balls and avoid direct confrontation. In addition, this planet recently hosted the World Martial Arts Tournament, which produced many formidable figures. We need to be careful. Star-Lord then asked, with so many people, besides Smith Doyle, should everyone else also avoid us? My energy cannon has proven effective. Star-Lord and his crew are armed with impressive weapons. Star-Lord even has a personal chest cannon with incredible power. Most people couldn't withstand a single hit from it. Rocket Raccoon began to speak, try to avoid them. Our goal is to find the Dragon Balls, not to clash with them. In addition, this planet was previously attacked by the Chidori army, and it was Smith Doyle who resolved the crisis like a savior. Gamera murmured, the Chidori army, that's an army under Thanos. Rocket Raccoon began to speak, it seems your father has been watching this place for a long time, but he hasn't really made a move yet. That's quite interesting. First they sent the Chidori, then Ronan. I wonder if next time they'll lead their army themselves. Gamera spoke, it's very possible that what he wants is here. By the way, have you found any information about Dragon Ball? Rocket Raccoon shook his head. We haven't found the real Dragon Balls yet, but we've found quite a bit of information about the fake ones. There were quite a few factories here that produced fake Dragon Balls, but many of them were destroyed by Ronan's soldiers. As for the function of the Dragon Balls, I haven't found any real information yet. However, there is one thing we need to pay attention to, something special, even something that shocked the universe, happened on this planet. As they talked, they arrived at the cemetery, and Star-Lord was now carrying a bouquet of flowers. Star-Lord looked at the name Meldus Quill on the tombstone, and then glanced down at the bouquet of flowers below, which looked incredibly fresh as if someone had just visited. Star-Lord stroked the tombstone, then placed flowers in front of it and whispered, Mother. After doing all that, Star-Lord sat down on the spot and looked at Rocket Raccoon, saying, what unusual thing happened? Rocket Raccoon began to speak, during the war of the Chidori invasion, all the dead humans on Earth were resurrected. Gamera spoke directly, this is impossible. Rocket Raccoon began to speak, don't even mention you, I find it unbelievable too. Resurrection, large-scale resurrection, a power that even gods cannot possess, but it has been achieved here. Drax the Destroyer thought of his wife and daughter, while Star-Lord's gaze fell upon the tombstone before him, his mind filled with thoughts of his mother. If one could be resurrected, would their loved ones have a chance? Little Groot shouted. I am Groot. Gamera then asked, have you found out the reason for the resurrection? Rocket Raccoon shook his head and said, there was absolutely no useful information. But do you think this has anything to do with Dragon Ball? These are the Dragon Balls that Thanos wanted, and that Ronan put a bounty on after failing to collect them. If it's the ability to resurrect, then I can understand why Ronan was so confident that he would offer the condition of destroying Xandar in exchange for taking it. Gamera then spoke up, investigate the true power of the Dragon Balls. If it is really as you guessed, we must find the Dragon Balls before anyone else comes to Earth. Otherwise, if this news spreads throughout the universe, it will be a complete disaster. This is a temptation that cannot be compared to hundreds of millions of star coins. Rocket Raccoon began to speak. If I want to investigate and filter intelligence in detail, then I need a lot more things than this little gadget in my hand can do. Star-Lord then took out his business card and asked, does Child know the purpose of the Dragon Balls? Rocket Raccoon immediately realized what was happening and said, they definitely knew. I can't be sure about others, but their bureau chief certainly knew. This is the strongest man on the planet. What secrets could he possibly keep from him, especially given Ronan's high-profile search? Star-Lord nodded thoughtfully and said, you will continue gathering intelligence. Our next stop is to visit my grandfather Jason. After that, we'll go back to Child to repair the spaceship and find out about the Dragon Balls. If you don't have enough materials to manufacture the equipment, Child can provide a lot of assistance. As he spoke, a smile appeared on Star-Lord's lips. Rocket Raccoon stuffed the network hijacker into his bag and said, then let's do it your way. Star-Lord stood up from the ground and said, let's go to my maternal grandfather's house. As Star-Lord and his group left, Ego, who had been hiding in the shadows, finally revealed himself. Before Star-Lord, the bouquet of flowers wasn't brought by his grandfather Jason, but by him. Unexpectedly, this coincided with Star-Lord and his companions who had come to pay respects at the grave. Melda Squill was a good girl who bore him a son, but it is unknown whether the child inherited his divine power. He needs to arrange a meeting without making it seem too abrupt. Star-Lord arrived at his grandfather Jason's door based on the address and knocked. Not long after, a man who looked somewhat old opened the door. Looking at the strange man and the two oddly dressed people, including the raccoon carrying a potted plant, he spoke, Halloween isn't here yet, I don't need candy or sales pitches. Upon hearing the other party's words, Star-Lord gave an awkward smile, realizing that Gamera and the others had been misunderstood. Grandfather, I am Peter Quill. Jason's aura changed instantly, and he concealed himself before anyone noticed. He sensed a trace of bloodline energy from the man in front of him. You bastard who disappeared for over 20 years, you actually know how to come back. Star-Lord said with some surprise, so many years have passed, and you still recognize me, grandfather. Jason began by saying, I can see the image of my daughter, Melda Quill, in your eyes and brows, and I believe you are Peter Quill. What, aren't you one? Star-Lord began to speak, it's me, grandfather, I'm Peter Quill. Jason turned and walked into the house, saying, bring your pets and friends in. Rocket Raccoon kicked Star-Lord, thinking to himself, he actually called me his pet, I really want to shoot this old guy. Star-Lord led everyone inside and said, grandfather, he is not my pet, he is my friend. His name is Rocket Raccoon. Jason waved his hand after hearing this and said, any drinks? At this moment, Rocket Raccoon spoke up, cola, thank you. Jason glanced at it and said, you're lucky, I happen to have a few bottles left, you can each have one. Seeing that Jason wasn't intimidated by his words, Rocket Raccoon looked disappointed, while Star-Lord, assuming that Earth had already connected with extraterrestrials, wasn't particularly surprised. In the universe, inside the Raider spaceship, one of his men asked, boss, according to the schedule, Star-Lord should have arrived on Earth by now, shouldn't we set off? I've heard that quite a few bounty hunters are preparing to go to Earth to test the waters, but I'm afraid that Star-Lord won't be able to handle it. We can meet him from outside Earth to prevent him from causing any more trouble. Yondu glanced at his eager subordinates and said, since everyone wants to give it a try, let's set our sights on Earth and set off. P.S. failed to update to 10,000 words, only 8,000 words left. We'll try harder to update more tomorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 626 IN 039 finally found you, my son. Chapter 626 I've finally found you, my son. Rocket Raccoon pulled the tab on the Coke, poured the liquid into his mouth, and then his eyes lit up as he said, this tastes good, I like it. Little Groot reached in, scooped up a little Coke, put it in his mouth, shuddered, and showed an expression of enjoyment. Seeing the two men's expressions, Drax the Destroyer picked it up, tasted it, and said, this is poison, isn't it? Gamera took a sip, without any noticeable change in expression. Jason said with a smile, those who like him really like him, while those who don't just can't get used to his style. As he spoke, he tossed a bottle of mineral water toward Drax and said, mineral water, this has no other taste. Drax took the bottle of mineral water, unscrewed it, took a sip, and said, this is real water. Jason sat on a single sofa and asked, tell me about your life over the years. We were very worried when you went missing. Star-Lord gave an awkward laugh and said, I'm sorry to have worried everyone. Star-Lord then briefly recounted his life after being taken away by Yondu, which Jason listened to with great interest. Star-Lord's maternal grandfather's full name was Jason Spartacus. He was the heir to the Spartan Empire, which was located in the Large Magellanic Cloud. He crash-landed on Earth during a war to expand his future empire and was trapped there. However, he chose to stay on Earth for love and be with Star-Lord's maternal grandmother, which led to the birth of Star-Lord's mother. While listening to Peter Quill's story, Jess did not tell his grandson about his Spartan royal lineage, nor did he reveal his own true identity. It's an interesting life. It seems you've experienced a lot over the years. So why did you come back to Earth? It can't be just to visit this old geezer, can it? Upon hearing his grandfather's question, Star-Lord fell silent for a moment, then slowly began to speak. Besides visiting my hometown, I also have another purpose, to see if there's a chance to find the Dragon Balls. Jason asked in confusion. Dragon Ball? What is that? Star-Lord shook his head. I don't know either, I just know it's very valuable in the universe, so I came to try my luck. Jason began by saying, good luck to you then. The other side. Smith Doyle arrived at the warehouse where 084's items were kept, looked at the Cohen rock standing in front of him, opened the glass door and reached out to touch it. The material was very hard, but he casually pinched a fingerprint on it, and he could easily destroy the Cohen boulder in front of him if he wanted to. Destroying the Cohen boulder would be very easy for him, but the easiest way to liquefy it would be for Sky to use a shockwave to activate its liquefaction teleportation state, or for him to wait for the Cohen boulder to liquefy itself and enter his body. As for returning, it was actually much simpler for Smith Doyle. He could simply use the power of the Space Stone to return to Earth smoothly. Furthermore, once he successfully travels to the planet where the hive is located and records the coordinates, he can easily travel between the two places using the Space Stone, making the role of the Cohen boulder irrelevant. It seems that Sky needs to come over to activate the Cohen boulder. However, he decided to wait until the Guardians of the Galaxy left before activating the Cohen rock. He didn't want Earth to be attacked because of the Guardians of the Galaxy, or a large group of raiders to arrive, while he was on his way to Maveth to destroy the hive. Regarding Star-Lord and his crew's motives, Smith Doyle speculated that there were only two possibilities, either the Infinity Stones or the Dragon Balls. The former might be due to Thanos' bounty, while the latter might be because, like Ronan, they somehow learned some information about the Dragon Balls and came here. Smith Doyle closed the glass door and then spoke to the agents behind him. Seal it off and do not allow anyone to open or touch it. The agent beside him said respectfully, yes, sir. Smith Doyle nodded and walked out of the warehouse. The next day, Star-Lord and his team bid farewell to their grandfather, explaining that their landing ship had malfunctioned and needed repairs. When Jason heard about the spaceship, he thought of himself back then. He was also trapped on Earth because his spaceship was damaged and he couldn't leave. He ended up getting married and having a daughter. Jason has adapted to life on Earth over the years and doesn't want to leave anytime soon, plus it's become quite interesting here. Jason didn't say much about Peter Quill's departure, nor did he tell his grandson about his bloodline before leaving, since he didn't like the raider profession. As Rocket Raccoon left his grandfather's house, he began to speak. The news about Dragon Ball has been covered up. I found on the dark web here that there were bounties worth tens of millions of dollars, but the bounties were withdrawn and the information was deleted. I can't find the people who posted the bounties at all. They must know something. That damned Ronan, it's definitely because of him. The erasure of this information all occurred after Ronan arrived on Earth. He made a big show of demanding the Dragon Balls, otherwise I would definitely have found the answer. Indeed, because of Ronan's invasion, Nick Fury used his authority to completely erase the bounty records of Dragon Ball in order to cover up the truth about Dragon Ball. Gamera spoke, or we can split up and look for clues. Rocket Raccoon began to speak. I advise you not to act recklessly, or Smith Doyle might suddenly unleash an energy wave and wipe you out. Moreover, the people around us were quite wary and curious about our appearance. This is not a planet that is completely connected to the universe. Just as Star-Lord was about to say something, a man walked towards them. Star-Lord's expression changed, and he instantly reached for his weapon, saying, how did this man manage to catch up with us too? The visitor was none other than Ego, Star-Lord's biological father. Ego approached Star-Lord and said, I've finally found you, my son. Star-Lord stopped reaching for the energy gun. Drax the Destroyer put down his two daggers, and Rocket Raccoon put the energy gun back into his backpack. Who do you say you are? Star-Lord asked in shock. Ego stepped forward and gave Star-Lord a hug, saying at the same time, you are the son I have been searching for all these years, Peter Quill. Your mother is Meldus Quill, my lover on Earth. Drax the Destroyer then spoke, Rocket, you've really made everyone suffer a lot in your attempt to get rid of Star-Lord's father. Rocket Raccoon said awkwardly, the appropriate separation was to allow the father and son to recognize each other more easily. Star-Lord was also a little excited at this moment. Having grown up without a father by his side, he had always wanted to find his father, but in the universe, he had long buried this thought in his heart and had no hope. End of this chapter. Chapter 627 Life Experience. Chapter 627 Life Experience. Inside the cafe, Star-Lord said in surprise, "So after you found out about me, you drove your spaceship all the way here?" Igor nodded and said, "Yes, you made too many space jumps, and I almost lost track of you." Star-Lord asked, "So you're not from Earth?" Star-Lord saw with his own eyes that Ego was standing directly on top of the spaceship without wearing any protective suit. Igor began to speak, "Not really. In fact, I am a god." Gamera and the others all looked surprised. Star-Lord, on the other hand, recalled that when he was in the Xandar prison, the people who examined him said that he only had part human blood. Star-Lord asked with some curiosity, "So I'm considered a demigod?" Igor began to speak, "I cannot be sure whether you have inherited my bloodline. As a god, I have a long lifespan and have visited various planets over countless years, falling in love with countless beautiful women and having children with them. But unfortunately, none of them inherited my bloodline. They all died in the long river of time. Your mother, Meldus Quill, was my last wife." Ego wasn't lying here. After falling in love with Star-Lord's mother, he hadn't yet had his clone carry out the next sowing plan, and naturally, he didn't have a new wife. Star-Lord asked, somewhat angrily, "Where have you been all these years?" Igor began to speak, "I had to leave Earth because of some urgent matters that needed to be dealt with. After your mother passed away, I hired Yonda to pick you up, but he didn't return you to me. Instead, he left you behind. I do not know why." After speaking, Igor picked up the dessert on the table and took a bite. Star-Lord looked at Ego and said, "I'll tell you why. Because I was a skinny kid, I could sneak into places adults couldn't go in, making it easier for me to steal things." Upon hearing Star-Lord's words, Ego exclaimed in surprise, "God, ever since then, I have been searching for you." Drax the Destroyer, sipping his coffee, spoke up, "I thought Yonda was your father." Star-Lord looked over in surprise and asked, "What? We've been together for so long, do you think Yondu is my father?" Drax the Destroyer, holding his coffee, looked at Star-Lord and said, "You two look exactly alike." Rocket Raccoon then spoke up, "Yonda has blue skin." Star-Lord then loudly retorted, "No, he is not my father. He kidnapped me, beat me to a pulp, and taught me how to fight. They threatened to eat me, which made me live in constant fear." As he spoke, Star-Lord glanced at Ego sitting to the side. Igor asked in surprise, "Eat you?" Star-Lord nodded and said, "Yes." Igor began to speak, "He's a real bastard." Gamera then asked, "How did you find us?" Igor looked at Gamera and then spoke, "Even in the most remote parts of the universe, you must have heard about the great battle that took place at the Collector's Place. The legendary Star-Lord found the legendary Orb of Destiny, but unfortunately it was stolen by Thanos' minions." Hearing his father's words, Star-Lord nodded. He was still very proud to have found the Orb of Destiny, but it was a pity that it was taken away by Thanos' henchmen. Igor then spoke up, "Would you like to go to my planet right now? It's a place that's quite far from here. You can really test whether you have inherited my divine power there. I also welcome your friends to come along, including that triangular-faced monkey." Upon hearing this name, Rocket grinned and then reached out to touch his cheek to confirm whether it really looked like a triangle. Igor continued, "That's a place you've never seen before. There, I can explain your special background to you. And I can finally be the father I've always wanted to be." At this moment, Igor stood up and said, "Excuse me, I need to go to the restroom." As Ego left for the bathroom, Star-Lord spoke up, "I do not believe." Gamera spoke, "I'll go for a walk with you outside." Star-Lord and Gamera went outside to the street and chatted as they walked. "He's been missing for so long, and then suddenly reappears today, and now he wants to be my father." Gamera nodded and said, "Yes." Star-Lord continued, "Also, this could be a trap, okay? It's still at a crucial moment in our investigation of Dragon Ball. Kree purists, even raiders, want to kill me or eat me. But he claims to be a god, yet over the years, I haven't felt any difference in myself." Gamera spoke, "I know, but..." Star-Lord looked at Gamera and asked, "But what?" Gamera spoke, "What about the story of Tseta Hasso that you told me?" Star-Lord asked in confusion, "Who?" Gamera spoke, "The one with a magic ship." Star-Lord thought for a moment, then spoke, "David Hosoff." Gamera nodded and said, "Yes, that's him." Star-Lord said helplessly, "It's not a magic ship, it's a talking car." Gamera asked, "Why can you talk?" Star-Lord explained, "To help him fight crime and to provide him with emotional support." Gamera continued, "When you were little, you would carry his picture with you and tell other kids that he was your father, but he had gone out." Star-Lord began to speak, "That was a secret I told you when I was drunk. Why are you bringing it up now?" Gamera spoke, "I like that story." Star-Lord retorted, I hate that story, it's so sad. When I was a kid, I always watched other kids playing catch with their dads. I also want my dad to play with me, that's my biggest wish. Gamera nodded and said, that's what I wanted to say, Peter. What if this person is your Hosav? Gamera walked over, took Star-Lord's hand, and said, listen, if we find out he's a bad guy, then kill him. If not, I don't want you to have regrets in the future. Star-Lord looked at Gamera's hands, which were clasped in his, and Gamera, realizing this, quickly let go. Star-Lord then spoke up, even if I go there, I hope it will be after I've dealt with the Dragon Balls. He's waited all these years, so I believe a little more time won't make a difference. Gamera nodded and said, whatever you choose, we will support you. End of this chapter. Chapter 628 On which planet should be chosen for fruit tree cultivation. Chapter 628 On which planet should be chosen for fruit tree cultivation. Cafe. Ego watched as Star-Lord and Gamera returned and asked, well, have you thought about it? Star-Lord began to speak, I can go back to your homeland with you, hear your stories, and determine whether I can inherit the divine bloodline you speak of. But before that, I need to accomplish my goal of coming to Earth to find the Dragon Balls. Rocket Raccoon was somewhat surprised to hear Star-Lord's choice, but the 7 million star dollar bounty was indeed worth the time. Igor asked in confusion, Dragon Balls, what are those? Star-Lord began to explain. Our goal this time is the Dragon Balls, which are worth 700 million star coins. Each Dragon Ball is worth 100 million star coins, and there are a total of 7 Dragon Balls on this planet. Igor thought for a moment and then asked, does that thing have any special abilities? Star-Lord shook his head and said, we don't know. Right now, all we know is what that thing looks like, but we have no idea what it does. Igor began to speak, if it's just about money, then it's actually the least important thing. For a god, especially an ancient god, the one thing that is never lacking is money. To put it another way, I am the owner of the planet I live on. What you will gain in the future will far exceed these. Once you get there, you'll realize that 7 million star coins is nothing at all. Upon hearing Igor's words, everyone present looked surprised. Star-Lord then refused. That's your wealth, not mine. I must find the Dragon Balls. Hearing Star-Lord say this, Ego could only nod and say, okay, since this is your idea, as your father, I will fully support it. I will help you find the Dragon Balls. Star-Lord smiled and said, then it's settled. However, our first step is to head to SHIELD to repair my Milan ship. Star-Lord then took out his phone, turned it on, and called Fitz to ask him to come pick him up, all in one smooth motion. Not long after, May piloted the Airbus Center to the town square and landed, successfully picking up Star-Lord and his crew before flying to the base in New York where the Milan spaceship was stored. Fitz looked at Ego, who had joined the team, and asked Star-Lord, Peter, who is this? Star-Lord looked at Ego, thought for a moment, and then said, this is my father. Upon hearing Peter Quill's introduction, Fitz looked at Ego with suspicion. According to the information he had, Star-Lord's father disappeared after his birth, and due to the passage of time, there was absolutely no useful information about him. Is this guy who's suddenly appearing really Star-Lord's father? Fitz reached out and greeted him. Hello. Igor smiled and shook hands, saying, hello, I'm Ego, Star-Lord's father. Fitz nodded and said, there are drinks and fruits in the refrigerator, you can eat whatever you like. Do you need any assistance with repairing the spacecraft? Rocket Raccoon shook his head and said, no need for that. The spaceship has maintenance equipment, I can handle it myself. Fitz said with a smile, okay, then I won't bother you any longer. I'll let everyone know when we get there. Star-Lord expressed his gratitude. Thank you, please. Fitz turned and left the lounge area. After returning to the conference room, Fitz immediately pulled up Ego's photo and compared it with the SHIELD database, but after a series of comparisons, he was unable to find the target. Fitz immediately uploaded Igor's photo to the Insight Project space carrier, requesting a global personnel database for information comparison. Upon receiving the application, the Insight Project personnel immediately conducted a facial comparison but still found no information about Igor, thus triggering an alarm for suspected extraterrestrials. The other side, Coulson took Sky to the SHIELD center to complete her onboarding as a SHIELD agent, while simultaneously appointing himself as Sky's supervisor. Coulson, what level of agent am I now? Coulson glanced at Sky's name tag and said, Level 0, trainee agent. But in my team, we have much more autonomy and access to information that even a level 5 or 6 agent might not be able to access. Sky nodded, then asked, I feel like everyone is very busy. Does SHIELD have a lot of work to do? Coulson sighed and said, for some reason, SHIELD is currently facing a large shortage of agents, and has also raised its entry standards. Now, one person is being used as 3 people. The Hydra incident was not something to be proud of, and Coulson did not tell Sky what had happened. Just then, I received a message on my phone. When I opened it, I saw that it was from Fitz. Star-Lord's biological father has appeared. He is suspected to be an alien and is currently on a plane. Upon seeing this message, Coulson frowned slightly and said, "It seems that another unfamiliar alien has appeared in the Guardians of the Galaxy. I wonder how he got to Earth. Let's go to the base and wait for their arrival." At that moment, Smith Doyle also received intelligence information from the Insight Center. After the Insight project officially began operation, he requested that any information that appeared to be of extraterrestrial origin be reported to him immediately. After all, according to the intelligence Smith Doyle had, there were very few simple aliens who could land on Earth, especially some with the ability to destroy the planet. Upon receiving the report of a suspected alien, Smith Doyle opened the file. Looking at the figure in the photo, the name Ego, and the identity of Peter Quill's father, Smith Doyle immediately knew the true identity of the man in front of him. Ego, also known as the life-bearing planet Ego, according to Smith Doyle, should be a member of the mutated Celestials who failed to hatch but did not die. Ego was not injected into a planet to be nurtured, but instead awakened his consciousness in the universe. He then continuously absorbed dust and meteorites from the universe to envelop his brain. Finally, over 1 billion years, the matter enveloping his brain evolved into a planet, and a very good one at that, a planet rich in energy and life. Even after becoming a life-bearing planet, his body remained unchanged, his core still being his brain. Although he possessed immense divine power, his weakness was still evident. He had not created his own physical body. To address this, Ego used his divine power to create a clone of himself, which he then dispatched to various planets to sow seeds and unite with local women, causing them to bear him countless children. Ego, who traveled to countless planets for this purpose, fathered so many children that their bones could fill an entire cave, but sadly, none of them inherited his divine power. The only one to inherit it was Peter Quill. As for Ego's dream, it was to devour the planets he planted on various planets, making them part of himself, thus achieving his dream of ruling the universe. The Ego appearing on Earth at this moment is merely a clone of the life-bearing planet Ego, not his true form. However, the arrival of the other party still aroused Smith Doyle's considerable interest. Interesting. I didn't expect them to chase Star-Lord all the way to Earth. Are they going to take Star-Lord back to Ego? Compared to the seemingly energy-depleted, garbage planet where the hive was located, Smith Doyle was much more satisfied with Ego, the life-bearing planet. The planet of the hive is severely desertified, and it doesn't seem to have much energy at first glance. But Ego's life-bearing planet feels full of energy. With Ego as a giant energy power bank, the benefits of planting the spirit tree will definitely be much greater. Smith Doyle, who originally had no intention of meeting the Guardians of the Galaxy, decided to visit the team and hitch a ride on Ego's ship to their planet. Instead of letting Rocket Raccoon blow that place up, it would be better to use it to plant some spirit tree fruits. That would be a way to make use of waste. With that in mind, Smith Doyle left Trident Building after arranging some work. The other side. May Melinda piloted the Airbus Center to a SHIELD base in the suburbs of New York, where Star-Lord's ship, the Milan, was parked. Inside the warehouse, Coulson looked at the Milan covered by a tarpaulin and asked the person in charge, "How's the analysis going?" The person in charge shook his head and said, "Because we can't disassemble it, we can't even scan many of the internal structures. We can only scan some external data and analyze these unfamiliar metals. Although we cannot understand the spacecraft's power module, energy, and intelligence systems, the benefits from materials alone will be substantial. We have secretly preserved some of the broken fragments." Sky, standing to the side, stared in disbelief and said, "Does this count as stealing?" Coulson shook his head. "The services we provide are worth these things. All right, you guys get out of here right now, they're almost here. Sky, come with me to pick them up." After saying that, Coulson led Sky toward the warehouse door. As they stepped out of the warehouse, a strong wind swept in as the Airbus Center was making a vertical landing. Soon, the cabin door opened, and Star-Lord and his group emerged from inside. Coulson and Sky, on the other hand, saw Ego, an alien who was with the Guardians of the Galaxy, another alien who looked like a human. Coulson stepped forward, a signature smile on his face, and began to speak. "How about it? My hometown has changed a lot, hasn't it? Did it surprise you? By the way, how is your maternal grandfather's health?" Star-Lord looked at Coulson, who had a seemingly kind and easygoing face, and smiled as well, saying, "The old man is still in good health." To be honest, the changes on Earth have really exceeded my expectations. Big white robot, hovercar, combat power detector, all-purpose capsule, superhuman, superhero. All of this, in my opinion, is a remarkable invention, even in the universe. The only thing it lacks is that it is in line with the universe. There are relatively few alien empires that have established diplomatic relations with us. I've heard that Asgard is the only one. Coulson nodded and said, "Come with me, everyone, your spaceship is inside." Skye looked at Igor without saying a word. As Coulson led the group inside, he spoke with Star-Lord. "All of this is mainly thanks to our director, Mr. Smith Doyle. The products you mentioned are all developed by his Universal Capsule Group. As for establishing diplomatic relations with alien empires, I think there will be more and more in the future, but we haven't gone out yet." Rocket Raccoon then spoke up, "You have too many regimes within your country. That's like the size of countless countries. I looked it up and there are a total of 197 recognized countries. Even if aliens came and wanted to establish diplomatic relations, they wouldn't know which one to contact." Star-Lord also said with a smile, "Haha, I've never seen a planet with so many regimes like my home planet in all my years in the universe, except for those civilizations that are too low-level to leave their planets. However, our technology is by no means inferior." Coulson showed no embarrassment whatsoever, and said with a smile, "This is not a difficult problem. Just establish diplomatic relations with the United Nations, which is the whole world, and set up an embassy in New York like Asgard. Are you all backed by forces that will establish diplomatic relations with Earth? You also think some of our technological products are good. In fact, there is an opportunity for them to go beyond Earth and be sold to the universe." Star-Lord shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do to help with establishing diplomatic relations with the alien empire." Gamera thought to herself, "I can help you contact Thanos, the cosmic overlord, but what I'll bring isn't diplomatic relations, but the slaughter of at least half the population." Igor, however, remained silent with a smile on his face. Soon everyone arrived in front of the Milan spaceship. Coulson pressed a button, and the four corners of the tarpaulin on the spaceship were pulled up and straightened, and then retracted along the left side, revealing the damaged spaceship. "This is your spaceship. Do you need any assistance?" Rocket Raccoon pulled some equipment from his toolbox, put it on, and said, "No need for that complicated process, I can handle it myself." Star-Lord also laughed. "Just leave it to Rocket Raccoon, he's the smartest mechanic on our team. How long will it take for the rocket to arrive?" Rocket Raccoon took the instrument and performed a test, then said, "The damage isn't too serious, it should be repaired in a few days." Hearing that it could be repaired in a few days, and that it was just this raccoon-like alien alone, Coulson was quite surprised. "That's impressive, our people couldn't do it in such a short time. Then I'll leave this place to you for the next few days. Let's go to the lounge and have a chat. Skye and I are both very interested in Peter Quill's alien adventures." Skye also spoke up, "We are very curious about everything about extraterrestrial life." Star-Lord said nonchalantly, "No problem, those stories could go on for 3 days and 3 nights. And every one of our team members is an interesting adventure book." End of this chapter. Chapter 629 Unauthorized and Forceful Invasion of Earth Deserves to be Punished. Chapter 629 Unauthorized and Forceful Invasion of Earth Deserves to be Punished. In the conference room, Star-Lord recounted his amusing adventures in space to Coulson and Skye, making them both laugh heartily, while Ego listened with great interest. At that moment, Smith Doyle used his levitation technique and arrived at Coulson's secret SHIELD base in the blink of an eye. As Smith Doyle landed from the air, soldiers immediately ran over and saluted. "Chief Smith." At the Airbus Center, which was parked in the open space, May Melinda and her group were standing below the planes. They were taken aback when they saw Smith Doyle arrive. Donnie Gill said in a low voice, "Chief Smith actually came." Smith Doyle nodded to the saluting agent, then asked, "I've come to see Agent Coulson and these arriving aliens." The agent standing nearby spoke up, "Sir, should I inform Agent Coulson in advance?" At this moment, May and her team members quickly ran over and greeted them. "Chief Smith." Looking at the 4 men in front of him, Melinda, Fitz, Simmons, and Donnie Gill, he asked, "How is the situation now?" Fitz began his report. "Captain Coulson, along with Skye, is exchanging intelligence information about space with Peter Quill and others. The alien that looks like a raccoon is inside repairing their spaceship." Smith Doyle nodded and said, "Let's go in and have a look." Smith Doyle looked at the previous agent and said, "Let Coulson know I'm here." May said, "I'll go and inform them you stay here and take your post." The field agent looked at Smith Doyle when he heard May Linda say that. Smith Doyle glanced at May and said, "Then go ahead." May immediately took the order and ran quickly towards the warehouse. Fitz then spoke up, "Chief, we haven't found any information about Igor. We suspect he's an alien, but we don't know why he landed on Earth." As Smith Doyle walked inside, he spoke, "It's okay, we'll find out the answer eventually." Soon Smith and his team entered the warehouse, where Rocket Raccoon was repairing the damaged Milan with equipment on his back. He glanced at the people coming in, but only glanced at May Melinda, who had rushed in first, and didn't pay her any attention. He recognized the pilot who had brought them here, but when another group of people came in, Rocket Raccoon's gaze immediately fell on Smith Doyle. He found a lot of information about Smith Doyle on the Earth's internet, and naturally saw his photos online. He was deeply impressed by his appearance, so he immediately stopped his repair work and said, "Heavens, the strongest man on Earth, a god among men. I didn't expect to alarm you so quickly." Smith Doyle walked up to Rocket Raccoon and looked down at him. "Rocket, it's nice to meet you." Seeing Smith Doyle's outstretched hand, Rocket Raccoon also extended his paw and shook it. "You are even more handsome and have a stronger presence than in the photos online." Smith Doyle smiled and said, "Shall we go inside and talk? The repair work shouldn't be in a hurry." After hearing what Smith Doyle said, Rocket Raccoon thought for a moment and then said, "Can?" Rocket Raccoon then removed his repair tools and said, "I can't believe you and Star-Lord are from the same planet. The difference between you feels like the difference between my intelligence and his." Smith Doyle glanced at Rocket Raccoon with some surprise, smiled, and didn't say anything more. Just as the two sides were about to enter the conference room, some of the bounty hunter spaceships arrived outside Earth via space jump. The alarm immediately sounded in the intelligence room of the Trident Building's Insight Center. "Warning! A large number of spaceships have suddenly appeared in outer space. Warning! A large number of spaceships have suddenly appeared in outer space. Warning! A large number of spaceships have suddenly appeared in outer space." After 3 consecutive alarms, a scene of outer space appeared on the screen, showing numerous spaceships. However, the next second, more and more spaceships appeared out of thin air in the universe outside Earth. These bounty hunters, interstellar pirates, and raiders piloted their spaceships directly towards Earth, scrambling to get there as if they were afraid of missing out on the Dragon Balls if they were late. Behind these bounty hunters and some raiders, Yondu, with his large number of subordinates, leisurely crossed space jump points and slowly made his way towards Earth. Inside the intelligence room, Agent Han's expression immediately turned serious as she watched the endless stream of spaceships arrive. Once again, she thought of an alien invasion. "Contact Chief Smith immediately." An agent standing nearby shouted. "Yes, sir." The images captured by the Hondawang satellite show the spacecraft approaching Earth and about to enter Earth orbit. Although he didn't know who the other party was or what purpose so many people had come to Earth, Hand was certain that they were not from the same faction. The spaceships were all different in style, and the paintings on them were all varied, giving her the feeling that they were a motley crew of ragtag soldiers. However, the fact that the other party could appear out of thin air near Earth and travel in space made it clear that even a rabble might not be so simple. At this moment, an agent asked, "Sir, should we order the 3 space carriers of Project Insight to launch an attack?" Hand began to speak. "Let our satellites send a message to each other, prohibiting them from approaching Earth and identifying themselves. If the other side forces a landing, open fire immediately." These 3 space carriers have undergone weapon upgrades, going beyond traditional guns and cannons. They now feature laser weapons combining those of the Zeta Swiss Army, the Dark Elves, and even improved versions of the Accuser Legion's laser weapons. While not as powerful as the laser weapons on large spaceships, combined with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s research and the 3 major alien technologies, it can still inflict considerable damage. Just then, Smith Doyle walked into the conference room, and Coulson introduced Smith Doyle to everyone about his role in SHIELD, when his phone rang. "I took out my phone and saw it was an emergency call from the Insight Center. It seems I'll have to postpone my communication with you all for a while." Insight Project Intelligence Center. "Commander Hand, Chief Smith's call has been connected." Hand looked at the connected signal, picked up the microphone and said, "Chief Smith, there is a major emergency." Smith Doyle frowned slightly, glanced at everyone in the conference room, and asked, "What happened?" Hand immediately reported, "A large number of spaceships have appeared in outer space, and the first spaceships to arrive have begun to descend towards Earth. Soon, more spaceships will be ready to land on Earth. Based on the style of the spaceships, it is currently speculated that they do not come from the same faction, as the styles of their spaceships are quite varied. We have already warned them using the InSight satellites, prohibiting them from landing and inquiring about the warning, but we have not received any response. I have already given the order that if the enemy forces their way onto Earth, the 3 aircraft carriers of Project Insight will immediately open fire and retaliate with laser weapons. Upon hearing Hand's report, Smith Doyle focused his mind on sensing the direction of outer space, and the aura of these aliens immediately appeared within Smith Doyle's perception range. Among these aliens, none possessed the powerful aura of a special agent, but that was only in his opinion. Compared to ordinary Earthling armies, these aliens were still considerably stronger. Smith Doyle looked at the Guardians of the Galaxy members in the conference room and began to speak. Gentlemen, can you explain to me the appearance of a large number of spaceships outside Earth? Star-Lord paused for a moment, then quickly realized that Yonda might have brought the raiders, but Yonda's was a single large ship, not a large number of ships. You mean a large number, not just one ship? Smith Doyle nodded. Star-Lord shook his head and said, "This has nothing to do with us. They're not targeting us." Coulson then asked, "Peter Quill, do you know why they came to Earth?" Smith Doyle then spoke to Hand on the other end of the phone. "Tell the Insight ship not to fire, let them in." Although he didn't know what kind of force or where the alien spaceships came from, Smith Doyle knew that while the space carrier had some offensive capabilities, it might suffer significant damage from a counterattack without a protective shield, and there was even a risk of the space carrier crashing. It would be simpler for him to take action himself. "Yes, sir." Hand immediately gave the order, "The space carrier is prohibited from firing and must maintain surveillance." At that moment, Smith Doyle, who was in the conference room, said, "Gentlemen, let's take a look at these uninvited guests." Smith Doyle got up and walked out of the conference room, going directly to the warehouse. The members of Coulson's team and Gago, a member of the Guardians of the Galaxy, also came out. At this moment, everyone looked up and saw that some spaceships had already entered the Earth's atmosphere because the space carrier did not stop them. Smith Doyle suddenly took to the air and flew overhead, appearing instantly in front of a large number of spaceships. Looking at the spaceships in front of him, Smith Doyle noticed their differences. Just as Hand had reported, they were all different, some even covered in graffiti, looking somewhat like space pirates and raiders. The bounty hunters inside the spaceship stared wide-eyed at the appearance of Smith Doyle, whose ability to fly was rare even in space. "Unauthorized invasion of Earth is punishable by death." Smith Doyle's voice echoed high in the sky, and even Coulson, Star-Lord, and the others in the base below could hear it clearly, as could the aliens in the spaceship above. With a wave of his hand, Smith Doyle unleashed countless air blasts. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the spaceships turned into fireballs and exploded in the air. To Star-Lord and the others below, it looked as if a meteor shower had occurred in broad daylight. Gamera said with a hint of trepidation, "Fortunately, we weren't shot down when we landed." Drax the Destroyer nodded seriously and said, "Looks like we got lucky." Coulson then spoke up, "We have warned them not to land on Earth and stated our intentions, but they have not heeded our warnings." Coulson then took out the counterinsurgency document, showed the photos sent by the Insight Center, and asked Star-Lord and the others, "Can you identify what kind of organization they belong to?" Rocket looked at the spaceships above and immediately recognized them as bounty hunters, raiders, and space pirates. Star-Lord hesitated for a moment, then spoke, "They should all be similar to bounty hunters and space pirates. Look at the graffiti on the spaceship. It represents the Flying Scythe pirate crew. A space pirate crew with a little reputation in the universe." Coulson nodded after hearing this. "That's strange. Why would these space pirates come to Earth?" At that moment, after Smith Doyle in the air dealt with the spaceships that had invaded Earth, those spaceships that hadn't yet entered Earth seemed to have hit the brakes instantly. Smith Doyle's performance was truly terrifying. He wiped out a large number of spaceships with a single move, and he was also a person with the ability to fly. What a terrifying force he was. Smith Doyle looked at the spaceship outside Earth and instantly exploded into the air, flying towards the outside world. Boom. Smith Doyle increased his altitude again, and at the same time, he instantly enveloped his entire body with an energy shield. This energy shield was developed by Smith Doyle based on Broly's abilities, and it allows him to survive in the vacuum of space for a period of time. It's worth noting that when Broly was a child, he survived by activating a protective shield and taking his father to a habitable planet when planet Vegeta was destroyed. Smith Doyle, shielded by an energy barrier, burst out of Earth and, looking at the numerous spaceships in the universe before him, immediately spoke, "Since you all want to invade Earth, then stay here." A beam of light shot out from Smith Doyle's palm, instantly unleashing a large number of energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. The gas bomb destroyed the spaceship the instant it made contact with it, leaving no trace of the aliens inside. Some spaceships and aliens in the rear that hadn't yet been hit by the gas bombs shouted upon seeing this. "Retreat." The remaining spaceship immediately made a space jump and disappeared from Smith Doyle's sight. At SHIELD headquarters, Agent Hand murmured as he watched the images transmitted from the satellite. "My God, this is Chief Smith's power." An agent murmured, "That's terrifying strength. Those alien spaceships are like they're made of paper." The other side. Outside the base, Star-Lord looked up at Drax the Destroyer and asked, "Drax, can you see?" Drax began to speak, "Although I can't see it, I can imagine what it's like outside of Earth." End of this chapter. Chapter 630 Journey to the Planet Igor. Chapter 630 Journey to the Planet Igor. While the others couldn't see Smith Doyle's actions of going to another planet, Ego saw it all clearly. Although somewhat surprised by Smith Doyle's performance, he did not consider it dangerous. Even with his body bearing a small amount of divine power, he could destroy all the spaceships in one move. It was unexpected that such a powerful figure would appear on Earth in just over 20 years. You have to know that when he came last time, even Captain America was a legendary figure who was already dead. The other side. Yondu's Raider ship was still a jump point away from Earth. Before it even jumped, many ships rushed out of the jump point and then quickly started the next jump, rapidly leaving Earth. Upon seeing this, Yondu asked, "What happened?" A subordinate standing nearby looked at a spaceship emerging from the jump point and said, "Isn't that Fathos' spaceship? I sent a message to inquire about it." Soon, news came back from Fathos. "Yondu, a terrifyingly powerful being, has appeared on Earth. He flew directly into outer space and destroyed a large number of spaceships with a single move. This is terrifying. Ronan's bounty is open to anyone who has the ability to claim it. I'm not getting involved." "Of course, you can try it with your whistle arrow, maybe you're even better at it." Yondu was also stunned when he heard the message from the other party. To be able to fly into space with one's physical body was an incredibly powerful existence. Although he possesses the whistle arrows, enabling him to destroy numerous spaceships in an instant, his physical body cannot survive more than a few minutes in space before he dies. Those beings who can move freely in the universe using only their physical bodies are basically people he cannot afford to provoke. One of the subordinates asked, "Boss, what should we do?" Yondu thought for a moment and then spoke, "Stop outside the spatial node and wait for Star-Lord's message. I hope that kid's spaceship wasn't shot down too." The subordinate immediately reported, "Star-Lord and his crew landed safely on Earth and sent us a message that they had landed safely." Yondu laughed. "Haha, I knew that little guy could do it." Yondu's spaceship stopped outside the jump point closest to Earth, awaiting Star-Lord's next message. After seeing that all the remaining spaceships had disappeared and no other spaceships had appeared, Smith Doyle turned around and flew back to the base. His actions this time were not only photographed by SHIELD satellites, but also by satellites from other countries. Everyone gained a new understanding of Smith Doyle's strength, and at the same time, everyone realized one thing: Earth could no longer contain Smith Doyle. They can fly away from Earth at any time if they want to. What the various factions are unaware of is that Smith Doyle already possessed the ability to easily destroy planets. On the ground base, Igor then spoke, "He is back." A gust of wind quickly swept in, and Smith Doyle returned to the ground base, then spoke, "Okay, the enemy is dealt with. Okay, let's continue our communication." Sky's eyes were practically sparkling with admiration. Chief Smith was just too handsome. At this moment, Gamera, Star-Lord, Rocket Raccoon, and Drax the Destroyer all looked at Smith Doyle with different eyes. Some of the video information on the internet was incomplete, but they hadn't even seen what he did after leaving Earth. The fact that he destroyed space pirates in the air was already amazing to them. Back in the conference room, Smith Doyle glanced at the Guardians of the Galaxy and asked, "Gentlemen, I think we can have an open and honest talk now. You've only been here a short time, and so many aliens already want to come to Earth. What is their purpose? Or rather, why did you and them come to Earth?" Upon hearing Smith Doyle's question, Star-Lord swallowed hard and replied, "We came to Earth for the Dragon Balls. The aliens on that batch of spaceships just now were too. Of course, I'd also like to take the opportunity to visit my hometown." Upon hearing the words Dragon Ball, Coulson was astonished. How could these aliens know about Dragon Ball? Even among Earthlings, only a handful of people knew about it. Coulson immediately asked the question that had been on his mind, "How did you and the others find out about Dragon Ball? There are hardly any people on Earth who know about this." At this moment, Rocket Raccoon spoke up. "Ronan placed a bounty before he died. He used the 7 million star coins he had in the Cosmic Bank as the bounty funds. 100 million star coins equals 1 Dragon Ball, which can be redeemed at any branch of the Cosmic Bank. This is a huge sum of money, more than enough to buy some undeveloped, wild planets." Coulson said through gritted teeth, "It's that guy who invaded Earth. You should know that because of Ronan, his Coulson squad was almost wiped out. The Airbus center was even taken down by the enemy. If it weren't for luck, they might not have had the chance to survive to this day. You should know that the people who died in that invasion were not resurrected by the Dragon Balls. Smith Doyle smiled and said, "Do you know what the Dragon Balls are used for?" Star-Lord and the others all shook their heads. Drax the Destroyer then asked, "Mr. Smith, you are my benefactor. Thank you for avenging me by killing Ronan. I owe you a favor." Looking at the straightforward Drax, Smith Doyle said with a smile, "He was causing destruction on Earth. Killing him was for Earth's sake, not to avenge you. You don't owe me anything." Drax the Destroyer insisted. "No matter the reason, I owe you a favor. If there's anything Drax can do to help, I'll do my best." Seeing the other person's serious expression, Smith Doyle nodded. Gamera then asked, "Can we find out what the Dragon Balls do? I'm really curious about why Ronan offered such a high bounty." His second bounty was that if anyone wanted to retrieve the Dragon Balls from the Cosmic Bank, the price would be the destruction of Xandar, the capital of the Nova Empire. Upon hearing Gamera's words, Smith Doyle thought to himself, "To destroy Xandar, all I need to do is bring the ultimate Dragon Balls to Xandar and make a wish." Smith Doyle laughed. "You'll have to discover the secrets of the Dragon Balls yourselves. Do you want to get the Dragon Balls?" Upon hearing Smith Doyle's words, Sky and Coulson in the meeting room both widened their eyes. Star-Lord and the others were also taken aback for a moment before speaking. "Mr. Smith means we have a chance to obtain the Dragon Balls." Smith Doyle smiled and nodded, and said, "Correct." Gamera asked, "What do you need us to do?" Smith Doyle shook his head and said, "No need for you to do anything. The opportunity to obtain the Dragon Balls can be very simple, or it can be very difficult. If you win the championship in the next World Martial Arts Tournament, you'll have this opportunity." Upon hearing that this was the way to obtain the Dragon Balls, Coulson and Sky breathed a sigh of relief. It really was true. As long as they can get this opportunity, they don't know what the actual limit of that guy with over 500 combat power is. If he's strong enough, they might still have a chance. At this moment, Rocket Raccoon shouted, "The world's greatest martial arts tournament, the competition for extraordinary individuals. No problem, we'll just drive our mechs onto the stage. With our technology, we still have a great chance." Rocket Raccoon had seen some news about the World Martial Arts Tournament, mainly because the main people Ronan attacked were participants in the World Martial Arts Tournament. He had also watched a few videos and found that everyone in the quarterfinals was indeed a monster. Smith Doyle shrugged. "That's a real shame. Starting from the next session, we may not be allowed to use products like firearms, and mecha suits will be removed." Rocket Raccoon lowered his head and said, "That's really a shame." Gamera, however, said with some confidence, "It's not like there's no chance at all. For a match like this, we can give it a try if we have the time." At this moment, Smith Doyle looked at Igor beside him and asked, "What brings Mr. Igor to Earth?" Seeing that Smith Doyle had asked him, Igor spoke up, "I came here in search of my son, Peter Quill. The changes on Earth are truly remarkable. The development over the past 30 years has amazed me." Upon hearing that Ego's target was Star-Lord, Smith Doyle nodded, just as he had guessed. Rocket Raccoon seemed to have figured something out at this moment, and asked, "Mr. Smith, when will the next world's #1 martial arts tournament be held?" Smith Doyle said, "There's still about half a year left, but we'll start warming up soon." Rocket Raccoon looked at Star-Lord and said, "There are still about 6 months left. Star-Lord, you could go and take a look at your father's hometown first." Smith Doyle looked at Igor and said, "Mr. Igor, I wonder where your hometown is?" Igor said with a smile, "It's a planet with a fairly good environment, so I'd say I'm a planetary lord." Smith Doyle smiled slightly and said, "A planet with a nice environment, I'd be quite interested in that." Upon hearing Smith Doyle's words, Igor immediately responded, "Mr. Smith, if you are interested, you are welcome to come and have a look around with us." In Igor's view, if Smith Doyle came to his headquarters, eliminating him would be a piece of cake. "Although this clone of mine doesn't carry much divine power, it's more than enough in my main base. Eliminating this guy in advance will reduce resistance when I devour the Earth." Smith Doyle smiled and said when he saw Igor inviting him, "When will Mr. Igor depart?" Ego turned to Star-Lord and asked, "Since we can't get the Dragon Balls right now, and the World Martial Arts Tournament will take about half a year, why don't you come to my place first? Perhaps once some things are settled, you'll have a chance to win the championship." Upon hearing Ego's words, Star-Lord recalled what Ego had said, that he would go back and determine whether he had inherited the divine power, and if he had, his strength would undergo a tremendous change. Although he didn't know what level of strength Ego would reach, he had seen Ego survive in space without any protection, and that kind of strength was not simple. It's just that the physical body of Yondu that he knew did not have that strength. After thinking for a moment, Peter Quill said, "Can Rocket Raccoon then spoke up, give me the coordinates, and I'll bring Groot to repair the spaceship here. Once it's fixed, I'll come find you. Igor nodded and said, no problem. Star-Lord looked at Rocket Raccoon and said, then let's set off first. You can come find us after you've repaired the spaceship. Rocket Raccoon reached out and said, go in peace, I will come back for you. Rocket Raccoon wanted to repair his spaceship and also wanted to investigate the Dragon Balls during this time. It would be a good thing for Smith Doyle to leave with him. Igor then spoke up, then let's set off now. I'll call my spaceship over. Smith Doyle looked at Coulson and said, if there's an emergency at SHIELD, contact me using the second-generation combat capability detector. Coulson was astonished. He knew the combat capability detector's communication function was incredibly powerful. Nick Fury once conducted tests to contact the ground even from outer space, and he didn't even test the limit of this distance. The fact that the bureau chief can be contacted with such certainty even though he doesn't know where he's going to retrieve a planet is truly terrifying. Yes, Director. Smith Doyle also sent messages to Fox and Bulma of the League of Assassins, saying that he was going to an alien planet and that if there was any emergency, he should contact him using the communication function of the combat power detector. Soon, Igor's nutshell-shaped spaceship arrived above the base in stealth mode. Igor spoke, my spaceship has arrived, let's get out. They finally stepped outside. There were no spaceships in the sky, and the group felt nothing unusual. The wind was also calm and silent. However, Smith Doyle looked towards the spaceship, where the presence of the Mantis Woman was beyond his perception. Ego glanced at Smith Doyle with some surprise, then deactivated the ship's stealth mode, revealing the nutshell-shaped spaceship to SHIELD and Star-Lord's crew. Because Smith Doyle was there, the SHIELD agents were only somewhat wary and did not take any special action. As the spaceship landed, the hatch opened and Mantis stepped out, standing respectfully to the side. Let's go. After saying a few words, Ego took the lead and walked into the spaceship, followed by Star-Lord, Drax the Destroyer, and Gamera. Smith Doyle turned to Sky and Coulson and said, don't worry, I won't be there for too long. Coulson nodded and said, yes, sir. Smith Doyle was the last to board Ego's ship. End of this chapter. Chapter 631 Planning for Planet Igor. Chapter 631 Planning for Planet Igor. As the spaceship rose, Smith Doyle and his crew left Earth and headed to Ego's planet. With the help of Mantis, Ego fell asleep in front of everyone on the spaceship. Star-Lord looked at the sleeping Ego and pulled a photograph from his leather jacket, a childhood photo of his father. Apart from the sleeping Igor, everyone sat together. Star-Lord looked at Mantis and said, can I ask you a personal question? Mantis glanced at everyone, then looked at Star-Lord and said, no one has asked me any personal questions yet. Smith Doyle knew that Mantis was currently a blank slate. Although there was a lot of vegetation on Ego's planet, there was no life other than the two of them. Having no experience in communicating with people and society, she didn't understand many things. Star-Lord asked curiously, what are your tentacles for? The praying Mantis woman repeated in confusion, what is the purpose of the tentacles? The destroyer spoke up from the side, yes, Quill and I made a bet. Smith Doyle and Gamera simply watched the two clowns without saying a word. Hearing Drax say it outright, Star-Lord said, annoyed, dude, you shouldn't have said that. Drax looked at Mantis with a serious expression and asked, I said, when you're about to cross a very low doorway, your antennae can sense the height and prevent you from hitting your head. Upon hearing Drax's words, both Smith Doyle and Gamera smiled. Star-Lord then said, yes, if it's for any purpose other than preventing head injuries, then I win. The Mantis woman glanced at the two of them and said, they are not used to sense door frames. Drax sighed when he saw he had lost, while Star-Lord laughed. The Mantis continued, I think they are related to my ability to empathize. Gamera then asked, what is that? The Mantis woman began to explain, when I touch others, I can feel how they feel. Star-Lord asked curiously, can you read minds? The Mantis woman shook her head and said, no. Telepathy is the perception of thoughts, while empathy is the perception of feelings and emotions. Then Mantis stretched out her arm and looked at Star-Lord, asking, may I? Star-Lord nodded and said, can. Mantis placed her hand on Star-Lord's hand, and the antennae on her forehead glowed as she used her powers. You are filled with love. Star-Lord nodded and said, with love, a selfless love for all people. The Mantis woman spoke up, no. It's romantic, carnal love. Star-Lord quickly denied it, no, I didn't. The Mantis pointed at Gamera and said, I love her. Seeing the way everyone was looking at him, Star-Lord quickly said, no, it's not. Ha 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 ha. Drax burst into laughter, pointing at Peter Quill and saying, she revealed your deepest secret. Star-Lord, enraged, said, dude, come on, you're overreacting. Drax continued, laughing. You must be so embarrassed. Smith Doyle couldn't suppress the smile on his face as he looked at the lively Drax. Drax patted his chest excitedly and said, "Come and sense me, try me out." After touching Drax's chest, Mantis laughed along, and immediately said with a laugh, "I've never felt such humor before." Then, together with Drax, they laughed and pointed at Peter Quill. At this moment, Star-Lord was so embarrassed that he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of his toes. Star-Lord looked at Gamera beside him and said, "It's just unbelievably disgusting." Mantis stood up, walked toward Smith Doyle, and asked, "Can I feel you?" Smith Doyle smiled and began to speak, "You can give it a try, I'm also a little curious." As he spoke, Smith Doyle mobilized his internal energy, enveloping his entire body. The mantis reached out and touched Smith Doyle's palm. The antennae on her forehead lit up again, but she frowned. I can't feel it. It's as if something is blocking me, as if I'm trapped in a void of the universe." Upon hearing Mantis's words, Smith Doyle thought to himself that she could indeed perform such detection and perception. It seems that this ability is not effective for everyone. At this moment, Mantis was a little confused. She felt that she had not actually touched Smith Doyle, but she was clearly touching the back of his hand. He then got up and reached out to Gamera to check if there was a problem with his abilities. However, before Mantis could even touch Gamera, Gamera grabbed her wrist. "If you dare touch me, all you'll feel is a broken arm." At this moment, Smith Doyle looked at Gamera with great interest, not daring to let the mantis touch her. Gamera's biggest secret at this moment was probably the location of the Soul Stone. Smith Doyle had no intention of retrieving the Soul Stone himself. He wouldn't trade his beloved's life and the Soul Gem for a one-for-one deal. He wouldn't make such a losing proposition. Let others handle this. As long as Thanos doesn't collect all the Infinity Stones, that's fine. In reality, he doesn't care whether he collects them all or not. At this moment, the Mantis woman looked at everyone and said, "I can also subtly alter people's emotions." Star-Lord asked curiously, "For example?" The Mantis woman began to explain. "If I encounter a sad person, I can comfort them and give them temporary satisfaction. I can make a stubborn person compliant. But I mainly use my abilities to help my master fall asleep, because he can't sleep at night because he's thinking about his offspring." Upon hearing Mantis's account, Smith Doyle realized that if Mantis's abilities were further developed, they would be incredibly powerful, encompassing emotions, desires, telepathy, and the ability to induce sleep. If used properly, they could be a devastating weapon. Even Thanos with the 4 Infinity Stones in the movie could be instantly controlled by Mantis using this move when she ambushed him. Star-Lord's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. But Smith Doyle knew that the offspring Ego desired was one who would inherit his divine power and help him rule the universe, not simply one who did not inherit divine power. "You must know that countless remains of descendants lie within that cave." Drax, hearing Mantis's explanation, exclaimed excitedly, "Try that on me." The mantis placed her hand on Drax's forehead and said, "Go to sleep." Drax instantly slumped backward and fell into a deep sleep, even snoring. Star-Lord and Gamera were shocked by this scene, but Smith Doyle, who already knew the answer, was unsurprised. Looking at the unconscious Drax, Star-Lord turned to Smith Doyle and said, "To be honest, the changes on Earth are so great that they have exceeded my expectations, especially your strength. Are you really from Earth? I heard you even flew to outer space." Smith Doyle looked at Star-Lord and said, "Yes. Based on this body, he shouldn't be considered an Earthling now. He looks more like a Saiyan." However, Smith Doyle didn't say that he was a Saiyan or a Namekian. "Flying into outer space, you might find in the future that I am not the only Earthling with this ability." Smith Doyle thought of Captain Marvel, who was a being who could traverse the universe in her physical body, and Sentinels with the power of 1,000,000 stars could also do so. Star-Lord widened his eyes and said, "There will be more than one person in the future. I am also an Earthling. How can I not be that powerful?" Smith Doyle looked at Star-Lord and said, "It's not impossible." In Smith Doyle's view, if Ego can create clones to traverse the universe, then Star-Lord, who inherits Ego's divine power, may not be without the opportunity. He did not intend to destroy planet Ego directly, but rather to preserve the planet for planting the fruits of the spirit tree. Ego's planet won't be destroyed directly, giving Star-Lord, who inherits Ego's power, a chance to strengthen himself instead of being taken offline after using a cheat once. Upon hearing Smith Doyle's words, Star-Lord also thought of Ego, who was already asleep, and realized that Ego might inherit his divine power and become incredibly powerful. The other side. On Earth, Rocket Raccoon and Groot remained, and he continued working on repairing the spaceship. While Rocket Raccoon appears to be repairing the spaceship, his investigation into the Dragon Balls continues unabated. Finally, perseverance paid off. Rocket Raccoon used the network at the SHIELD base to discover the true function of the Dragon Balls. Sky. So that's the kind of ability it is. No wonder Ronan dared to demand that Xandar be destroyed in order to retrieve the Dragon Balls. If you collect all 7 Dragon Balls, you can summon Shenron from Smith Doyle and make any wish upon him. Any wish, it's simply incredible. The reason why people who died in the Battle of New York were resurrected during the new Easter on Earth must also be because of the Dragon Balls. At this moment, Rocket Raccoon was extremely excited. Smith Doyle was not on Earth at the moment. Could I steal him? However, it seems that making a wish requires Smith Doyle's permission, so he probably wouldn't carry it with him around. If he doesn't carry it with him, where would he store it? S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters, Capsule Corporation, or the headquarters of the League of Assassins? In that instant, Rocket Raccoon was thinking a lot. Just then, the Milan spacecraft received a communication link request. Rocket Raccoon was somewhat exasperated. His daydream had been interrupted at this crucial moment, as he was already pondering how to utilize this wish. For example, you could wish for 3 things to come, and then do this and that. Rocket Raccoon finally pressed the communication link button, and Yondu's voice came through. Quail, how's it going on your end? Are you alright? A group of space pirates invaded Earth not long ago, but they all died. Rocket Raccoon began to speak. Star-Lord isn't here. Yondu spoke up. It's you, little mouse. Where did Quill go? Rocket Raccoon didn't hide anything and immediately said, his father came looking for him, this guy named Ego, and he took Star-Lord to his planet. Yondu exclaimed in surprise. What? Igor? Oh no, something's going to happen to Quill. Yondu didn't say much and simply hung up the call. Rocket Raccoon shouted, Yondu? What do you mean by, something's going to happen? On the other side, inside the Marauder ship, Yondu was also becoming anxious. Yondu had come to regard Peter Quill as his own son over the years, and he had never pursued the matter of Quill's repeated betrayals as a joke between father and son. He had noticed the crew's discontent to some extent, but he hadn't paid any attention to it because of the whistle. Although his raider ship was a large spaceship with many auxiliary compartments, it was incredibly powerful and carried a large number of raiders. But none of these posed a threat to him. He could easily slaughter all the raiders on the ship if he wanted to. Thinking about his experience raising Peter Quill, Yondu decided to rescue him from Ego. He knew Ego's true colors and the fate of Peter Quill's half-siblings. Yondu immediately gave the order, departure, heading to coordinates XXXXX, planet Igor. One of the subordinates asked, Boss, aren't we going to wait for Star-Lord to bring back the Dragon Balls? Yondu looked at the subordinate who had spoken and immediately said, they've been kidnapped. Aren't you going to chase after them? Without Peter Quill, what became of the other raiders who entered Earth? Have you seen it? I don't want the 700 million star coins anymore. Upon hearing their boss say this, the subordinate immediately shouted, Yes, boss. Change coordinates, full speed ahead, quick. Rescue Peter Quill, for 700 million, charge. Although Rocket Raccoon didn't know why Yondu said that, he guessed that Igor had a conspiracy. He immediately stopped thinking about the Dragon Balls. He needed to focus on repairing the spaceship and rescuing Star-Lord. As for the Dragon Balls, there was still the World Martial Arts Tournament as an opportunity. On the other side of the Fruit Core spaceship, after a series of spatial node jumps and dark universe traversals, they finally arrived at Ego's planet after a day of travel. The group stood on the aircraft, which then carried them out of the spaceship. Smith Doyle looked at the environment before him and nodded secretly. This place was indeed beautiful and also indicated that the energy of planet Ego was absolutely abundant, making it an excellent location for planting the fruits of the spirit tree. The question now is how to seal or restrict Ego while preserving everything on the planet. Killing Ego was Smith Doyle's last resort, as he feared it would cause the entire planet to collapse. Of course, upon closer examination, there is a solution. Rocket Raccoon's bomb can't be so powerful as to destroy any planet, can it? It seems we need to devise a better plan. End of this chapter. Chapter 632 Peter Quill, Inheriting the Bloodline of the Gods. Chapter 632 Peter Quill, Inheriting the Bloodline of the Gods. Igor turned to look at everyone and said, Welcome, everyone, to my world. Star-Lord looked around at his surroundings and couldn't help but sigh. Wow, your own planet, looks pretty good. Gamera thought the environment was nice, but she didn't care. As Thanos' daughter, she had seen a lot of the world, and owning a planet was nothing to a cosmic overlord like Thanos. Smith Doyle then asked, How big is this planet? Igor began to speak. It's not as big as the Earth, so it's barely presentable. Smith Doyle calculated in his mind that it was not as large as the Earth, but it should be much larger than the Moon. It seemed that he could plant the fruits of the spirit tree many times. It really was a treasure land. Drax, standing to the side, then said, I like humility. I am also a very humble person. At this moment, colorful bubbles floated in the air, creating a beautiful scene, and a smile appeared on Gamera's face. Drax touched the floating bubble with his hand, and instantly the bubble burst into smaller spheres that floated in the air, making him laugh out loud. Smith Doyle looked around and soon the group arrived at a castle. They stepped off the aircraft and saw a huge fountain in front of the castle, where fish were constantly leaping and circling in the splashing water. Gamera then asked, "You can survive in space without a protective suit, and you even have your own planet. Who exactly are you?" As he walked, Igor said, "I am the so-called god, my dear." Peter Quill was already aware of Ego's claim of being a god, and looked at Smith Doyle, saying, "You can also fly into space and easily destroy dozens of spaceships. Are you a god too?" Smith Doyle shook his head and said, "No, I'm still far from it." At that moment, Smith Doyle wasn't thinking of the gods of the Marvel Universe, but rather the Sun God. The Sun God's power was such that the commotion from his clash with Beerus was enough to destroy the universe. Only such power could earn him the title of God. In the Marvel Universe, he would be considered a powerful being on par with those in a single universe. Upon hearing Smith Doyle's words, Star-Lord looked at Ego and said in shock, "If Smith's strength doesn't even qualify him as a god, then how powerful must a god be?" Ego turned to Star-Lord and said, "I'm just a minor god, at least in the days when I was as humble as Drax." As the group entered the palace, they gazed at its decor and style. At this moment, Igor approached a device in the room that resembled a fruit core spaceship and said, "I don't know where I came from." At this moment, the instrument's screen displayed a picture of the cosmos, and at the same time, a brain-shaped object could be seen floating in space. "My earliest memory is of flickering, floating in the universe, existing in complete solitude. Over millions of years, I have learned to control the molecules around me, and I have become smarter and more powerful. The brain on the screen is now also enveloped by matter, forming a sphere. I keep growing stronger, layer by layer. Ultimately, the planet you stand on now was built." Ego looked at Star-Lord and continued, "But I'm not satisfied. I crave meaning. I think there must be other life forms in this universe besides me. So I resolved to find life, and I created the life I imagined, including the smallest details." Drax then whispered, "Star-Lord, do you have a penis?" Star-Lord looked at Drax and said, "Depend on." Gamera also shouted, "Drax, what's wrong with you?" Smith Doyle, looking at the somewhat goofy Drax, was truly a man who never fails to make outrageous statements. Drax began to speak. "If he were a planet, how could he have created humans for your mother? He'll crush her." Smith Doyle couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. Drax's statement is absolutely hilarious." Igor looked at the screen beside him, his mind full of questions. "Had I not explained it clearly? I clearly demonstrated it all. I created my current body." Star-Lord looked at Drax and said, "I don't want to hear how my parents gave birth to me." Drax asked, puzzled, "Why?" "My mother would tell the story of how he got her pregnant every winter solstice." Star-Lord, his face filled with disbelief, said, "That's disgusting." Drax countered, "That's beautiful. You Earthlings are really crazy." Star-Lord then spoke up, "Yes." Igor then waved his hand and said, "Drax, I have a second son, and he's not bad. I still have pain sensation, a digestive system, and everything that comes with it. I want to truly experience being human." Smith Doyle said at this time, "Actually, we're standing on you right now." Igor nodded and said, "That's true in a sense, but not entirely." He then continued, "After creating the body, I began to explore the stars. In the footage, Igor leaves the planet aboard a spaceship. I have finally found life, and I am not alone in this universe." Star-Lord then asked, "When did you meet my mother?" Ego looked at Star-Lord and said, "Soon after that." The scene then looped back to its previous state, showing Star-Lord's parents and Ego. "It was your mother, Meredith, who gave me my first experience of love. The love between us created you, Peter. I've been looking for you for a long time." Smith Doyle smiled as he watched the infatuated Star-Lord. It's unknown how many of Igor's children he told this story to, but sadly, all those children who did not inherit his divine power had their life drained by Igor, and were all turned into skeletons and abandoned in the cave. Igor continued, "When I heard that an Earthling had found the cosmic orb, I knew you must be the son of the woman I love." At this moment, Igor looked at everyone and said, "Could I have a little time alone with my dear son? We have some private things to talk about." Smith Doyle nodded, "Let's go out for a walk. I happen to be quite interested in your planet." Smith Doyle planned to look around and try to find the location of Ego's brain, to see if he could use the power of the Infinity Stones to trap the opponent's physical body. Gamera nodded in agreement. "Such a beautiful planet is rare, and I'd like to explore it as well." Drax then looked at Mantis and asked, "Is there anything to eat?" The Mantis woman then spoke, "I'll take you there." As the four left, Star-Lord looked at Ego and asked, puzzled. If you love her, why leave her? Igor began to speak. For some reason, I have to leave Earth and come back here. Star-Lord looked at the scene before him and said, my mother always told me that my father came from the stars. She has a brain tumor, so everyone thought she was delusional. Igor began to speak. Peter. Before Ego could continue, Star-Lord interrupted. Listen, I really want to believe all of this, but you left the best woman in the world and left her to die alone. Igor finally told the truth. I don't want to leave your mother, Peter. If I don't periodically return to my planet, to the light within, then this humanoid body will degenerate and disappear. Star-Lord also expressed his doubts. Then why don't you come back? Why did you send Yondu? Why did they have to send a criminal to pick me up? Igor said excitedly. I loved your mother, Peter. I cannot bear an Earth without her. You can't imagine what that feels like. Star-Lord also shouted, I know exactly what that feels like. I had to watch her die. Upon hearing Star-Lord's words, Ego paused for 2 seconds before speaking. I have existed for millions of years and have made many mistakes, Peter. But you are not one of them. Please give me a chance to be the kind of father your mother would want me to be. Star-Lord fell silent, and Ego continued. I have so much to tell you about this week, and about the light within it. That's a part of you, Peter. Star-Lord asked, puzzled, what do you mean? Igor began to speak. Give me your hand, son. Come. Hold it like this, that's fine. Now close your eyes and concentrate. Star-Lord did as Ego instructed. Let your thoughts drift to the heart of the planet. The next second, divine power appeared in Star-Lord's hands. Seeing this, Igor was overjoyed and shouted, great. That's all. Over the years, he has fathered countless children, but none of them have been able to inherit his divine power, nor have any of them been able to bear the power of his planet. Now his hope has finally appeared, a child who will inherit his divine power. As Ego shouted, Star-Lord opened his eyes and saw the extinguished divine power in the hand, and exclaimed in surprise, wow, even. How come? Igor reassured him, that's great, I'm fine. Relax and concentrate. Let's continue, you can try again. Star-Lord looked at his palms, and the next second, divine power surged forth from his hands once more. Igor exclaimed excitedly, great. Focus now, let's shape the divine power. Feel this power. Yes, that's it. At this moment, the divine power formed a sphere in Peter's hands, and Igor said with a smile, come on, throw it over here. Peter tossed the divine power to Igor with both hands, and Igor caught it easily. Ego rubbed the food in his hands, then tossed it to Star-Lord before backing away. Then the two of them started playing a ball-throwing game in the main hall, taking turns throwing balls at each other. The other side, Drax, having finished his meal, looked at Mantis and asked curiously, how did you end up on this strange, stupid planet? The Mantis woman spoke, I was discovered by Ego when I was still a larva. I was an orphan on my home planet. He raised me with his own hands and kept me by his side. Drax thought for a moment and then asked, so you're a pet? The Mantis shrugged and said uncertainly, probably. In fact, Mantis didn't know that Ego was her biological father, and that she was actually a descendant of the gods. Drax then spoke up, people usually keep cute pets, how could Igor keep such a disgusting one? The Mantis woman asked, puzzled. Am I ugly? Drax said with a serious expression. You are absolutely shockingly ugly. The praying Mantis woman's expression instantly fell. Am I really that ugly? Drax continued. Actually, that's a good thing. Even if you're ugly, someone will still love you. Then that person truly loves you. Beautiful people never know who they can trust. After listening, the Mantis woman spoke, then I'm glad I'm ugly. Drax looked at the scenery outside and said, those palms remind me of the time I took my daughter to the Forgotten Lake on my home planet. She looks a lot like you. The Mantis woman asked with a smile, is it ugly? Drax began to speak, simple. Mantis reached out and touched Drax's shoulder, her whole being filled with sorrow. The other side, Gamera followed Smith Doyle as they explored the planet. Gamera looked around, somewhat puzzled, and asked, why is there no other life on this planet? I haven't even seen a pet or an animal. But the vegetation here is very lush, and there are also rivers and waterfalls. Smith Doyle smiled and said, this planet is Igor, and Igor is this planet. Would you allow fleas to live on you? Gamera thought of Mantis and asked, what about the Mantis woman? Smith Doyle said, a useful flea, to help Igor sleep. Gamera nodded thoughtfully. Smith Doyle looked at Gamera and asked, do you know how Thanos found out about the Dragon Balls? Gamera asked in surprise, you know Thanos? Why ask me? Smith Doyle looked at the other person and said, you don't think I don't know you're Thanos' daughter, do you? It's like Earth is completely isolated from the universe. Gamera thought of the Earth Embassy in Asgard. Gamera shook her head, I didn't know. I didn't even know about Dragon Ball before Ronan's bounty was placed on my head. I completely betrayed Thanos after Quill got the orb, and I have no idea what happened there. However, I do know one thing: the Orb of Destiny, also known as the Power Stone, is now in Thanos' hands. Upon hearing this news, Smith Doyle exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, he's already got the Power Gem. From whom did you get it?" Gamora paused for a few seconds before speaking. "Nebula, along with Black Dwarf, stole it from me and Star-Lord." End of this chapter. Chapter 633 Thanos in the Death comic strip. Chapter 633 Thanos in the Death comic strip. After Gamora recounted what had happened, Smith Doyle understood why Ronan hadn't gone to capture Star-Lord and the others but instead had gone to Earth to find the Dragon Balls. Naturally, the iconic scene of Star-Lord's awkward dance killing Ronan was missing. Instead, he was soundly beaten by Nebula, along with Black Dwarf and Thanos' henchmen, who then stole the Power Stone from him. "Didn't you try to use the power of the Power Stone to destroy them back then?" Gamora looked at Smith Doyle with surprise and said, "The power of the Power Stone is too immense, we simply cannot withstand it, let alone utilize it." Before Nebula arrived with her people, one of the Collector's handmaids touched the Power Stone and immediately exploded into dust, bringing disaster to the scene. "I can't forget that scene even now." Smith Doyle paused for 2 seconds, then spoke, "Is it possible that Peter Quill can handle it?" Gamora paused for a moment, then said somewhat uncertainly, "Because of his divine bloodline." Smith Doyle nodded. Gamora closed her eyes, then opened them and said, "We were unaware of this situation, and Quill was also unaware that he possessed divine blood. Given the precedents, it's impossible for him to attempt it. Even now, we cannot be certain that Peter Quill is truly capable of withstanding the Power Stone." Smith Doyle also understood that unless one had a godlike perspective, who would believe that an ordinary person like Peter Quill had a body capable of withstanding the Power Stone? The other side, Earth. Rocket Raccoon finally succeeded in repairing the Milan spaceship after continuous repairs. At this moment, Coulson ran over and asked, "Mr. Rocket, are you leaving already?" Rocket Raccoon sat in the cockpit. Groot was placed on the seat next to him, and then he spoke, "Yes, the spaceship has been repaired, and I need to get there immediately." Immediately thinking of the Dragon Ball's abilities, Rocket Raccoon spoke up, "But don't worry, we'll be back." Upon hearing that the other party would return to Earth, Coulson smiled and said, "Then I wish you a safe and pleasant journey." As the hatch closed, Rocket Raccoon immediately piloted the Milan out of the warehouse and soared into the sky before the eyes of Coulson's team. After the spaceship successfully entered space, Rocket Raccoon picked up the communicator and sent a message to Gamora. "Quill, Gamora, you absolutely cannot believe how great Earth's Dragon Balls are. According to the information I have, as long as you collect all 7 Dragon Balls, you can get the opportunity to make a wish from Smith Doyle and any wish can be granted. The new Easter on Earth, that massive resurrection, is because of this. This is truly incredible. We must find a way to win the championship and get the chance to make a wish. Also, Yondu said Quill is in danger, but I don't know why. Don't worry about his father who suddenly appeared. I've fixed the ship and I'm coming to pick you up now. Our goal is the Dragon Balls." After sending the information to Gamora's communication device, Rocket Raccoon simply tossed the instrument aside and entered the coordinates of Planet Ego into the spaceship. As the coordinates were successfully entered, Rocket Raccoon looked at the address that required over 700 space jumps. His lips twitched slightly, and he muttered, "For mammalian life forms, 50 consecutive spatial jumps will cause damage to the body. Forget it, never mind." Without any hesitation, Rocket Raccoon pressed the red button that represented a space jump. The next second, the Milan spaceship disappeared and entered a space jump state, jumping directly from one space node to the next. After exiting, it entered a new space node without any pause. Under the immense pressure, Rocket Raccoon was completely disfigured. Clearly, this time it was even more severe than the continuous jumps it experienced when it came to Earth. Yondu wasn't having an easy time either, because he had to consider the problems of his subordinates. Although he didn't jump directly through 700 spatial nodes, he did jump through 50 spatial nodes. He planned to complete the journey to Planet Ego in 14 jumps. Just as the 4th jump of 50 space nodes was completed, the raiders on the entire large spaceship vomited all over the place, and the entire spaceship was enveloped in a foul odor. After one of the subordinates finished vomiting, he spoke up, "Boss, we've suffered so much, the profit-sharing ratio must be changed." Yondu spoke up, "This time we're aiming for 91. I believe that Kid Quill will know what's good for him. After a short rest during the voyage, we will continue with 50 space node jumps." The other raiders' expressions changed upon hearing this, but considering the division ratio and Peter Quill's adjustment to 90/100, they held back. Planet Igor. Star-Lord stood on a balcony, looking at the planet before him, and couldn't help but sigh. Then one day all of this may belong to me. At this moment, Smith Doyle and Gamera smiled and said, if you want to inherit all of this, can you outlive a god? At that moment, Gamera received a message on her communicator. Gamera took out the communicator, clicked play, and projected a virtual screen showing the image of Rocket Raccoon. Rocket Raccoon shouted on the screen, Quill, Gamera, you absolutely cannot believe how great Earth's Dragon Balls are. According to the information I have, as long as you collect all 7 Dragon Balls, you can get the opportunity to make a wish from Smith Doyle and any wish can be granted. The new Easter on Earth, that massive resurrection, is because of this. This is truly incredible. We must find a way to win the championship and get the chance to make a wish. Also, Yonda said Quill is in danger, but I don't know why. Don't worry about his father who suddenly appeared. I've fixed the ship and I'm coming to pick you up now. Our goal is the Dragon Balls. Gamera and Star-Lord looked at Smith Doyle, who was standing to the side, and then asked incredulously, can the Dragon Balls grant any wish? Smith Doyle was somewhat surprised, not expecting that Rocket Raccoon had uncovered the secret of the Dragon Balls in just a few days since arriving on Earth. It was clear that Earth's network information was useless in the face of alien technology. Ronan quickly found the answer, and Rocket Raccoon didn't take too long either. Under their gazes, Smith Doyle nodded and said, of course, there is a premise, I will not allow any desires involving darkness, destruction, or the end of the world. Gamera and Star-Lord both swallowed hard. Star-Lord then spoke, what if I wanted to become a planetary lord? Smith Doyle thought of the Dog King from the Dragon Ball universe, who found the Dragon Balls and wished to become the king of Earth. It can be done. Star-Lord continued, and what about the planetary lords of those dozens of planets? It can be achieved just as well. Star-Lord suddenly understood why Rocket Raccoon said not to care about Ego's planet. As long as they got the wish-granting opportunity from the Dragon Balls, each member of the Guardians of the Galaxy could become a planet lord. Gamera then asked, what if it meant killing half of all life in the universe? Upon hearing Gamera's words, Star-Lord looked at her in surprise, not understanding why she would ask such a wish. Smith Doyle knew this was Thanos' idea, not Gamera's. If it were the previous Earth Shenron, it might not have been possible, but the current great demon Shenron of the demon realm, whose strength far surpasses that of Super Saiyan 3 Shenron, can indeed fulfill such wishes. Smith Doyle said, the dragon can grant such a wish, but I will not allow such a wish to pass the review. Both of them were stunned for a moment. They couldn't believe that even such a wish could be granted. It really could grant any wish. But what is it that requires his approval? Those who can't beat him need to go through his approval process. Those who can beat him probably don't need his approval. Gamera then spoke up, Smith, we absolutely cannot let Thanos get the Dragon Balls. We cannot give him the slightest chance. In Gamera's view, there are 2 main things that can fulfill Thanos' wishes. One is to collect all the Infinity Stones, and the other is to gather all the Dragon Balls from Earth. Compared to the Infinity Stones scattered around the world, the Dragon Balls, which are only on Earth, seem easier to obtain. Star-Lord asked, puzzled, why stop Thanos from collecting the Dragon Balls? Is there something wrong with his wish? Gamera paused for 2 seconds, then spoke, the wish I just mentioned is Thanos' ideal. Star-Lord exclaimed, what? How could anyone have such a perverted idea? Eliminating half the population of the universe, that's incredible. Why did he do this? Smith Doyle looked at Gamera with great interest, wondering if she was about to reveal Thanos' ideology, the idea of universal population control and eliminating population to reduce resource consumption. Gamera looked at Star-Lord, then at Smith Doyle, and finally said slowly, to please a woman. Star-Lord shouted in disbelief, he's gone mad. He's willing to wipe out half the population of the entire universe just for one woman. Smith Doyle was taken aback. It wasn't to slow down the consumption of cosmic resources, but to please a woman. This is completely different from Thanos' philosophy in the cinematic universe. That woman represents death. Star-Lord then shouted angrily, who is that woman? Let's kill her and see if Thanos still has this idea. Gamera shook her head, I don't know, I've never seen it. I only found out by chance that everything he's done over the years has been to please that woman. Every time he conquers a planet and slaughters half the population, it's because of this. But it's clear that he wasn't satisfied with conquering planet after planet on his own, so he sent Ronan to Earth. But Ronan failed. Star-Lord asked in confusion, so he's collecting the power gems to make his move faster. The kind that can destroy a planet in one strike? Smith Doyle then spoke, you underestimate the Infinity Stones. Once you collect all the Infinity Stones, a snap of your fingers could wipe out half of all life in the universe. Star-Lord exclaimed, this isn't as convenient as making a wish. Smith Doyle and Gamera both nodded. At this moment, Smith Doyle was thinking that Thanos in his universe seemed to be more like the comic book version. It's important to know that Thanos in the comics isn't just a titan with high physical strength and defense, he's a member of the Eternal Watchers. Thanos' abilities include immense strength, endurance, regenerative abilities, and agility. His skin is nearly indestructible, especially against cold, heat, electricity, radiation, toxins, aging, and disease. Long before he was cursed with immortality by the goddess of death whom he secretly loved, he was able to survive without eating or drinking anything. Thanos' spirit is also nearly invincible, which makes him immune to most mental attacks. At the same time, he can gather magical energy waves or release plasma energy or cosmic energy through his eyes and hands. Could Mantis really hypnotize Thanos like this? This left Smith Doyle with a question mark in his mind. Furthermore, has the other party been cursed with death and become an immortal being? Would Thanos in that case still be considered a sub-celestial? Furthermore, there is another possibility involving Thanos, the goddess of death, the appearance of Thanos with the heart of the universe. Thanos of that caliber would probably require the Saiyan god to contend with, or even more so, Ultra Instinct Goku. Thinking about Thanos, who had become somewhat arrogant and stopped paying attention to him after becoming a Super Saiyan, Smith Doyle was forced to take this situation seriously. Gamera spoke. Smith, so you absolutely cannot let Thanos have a chance to get his hands on the Dragon Balls. Smith Doyle nodded. I will not allow such a wish. Gamera then looked at Star-Lord and said, the Rockets said you are in danger, but they didn't give a specific reason. I'll contact the Rockets now to see why they said that. Gamera immediately started calling out with the communicator in hand, Rocket, Rocket, are you there? However, Gamera received no reply and could only leave a message, Rockets, reply to me when you see this message. Gamera then looked at Star-Lord and Smith Doyle and asked, what danger will Star-Lord face? I have a feeling that something's not right here. Star-Lord began to speak, you were the one who suggested I come, so why are you saying this now? Smith Doyle understood that as long as Star-Lord didn't turn against Ego, there was no danger. But how could that be? Who could stand Igor injecting cancer into someone's brain? It's too perverse. If the Rockets say you're in danger, then you should be on high alert. If there's a real problem, I can take you away then. Star-Lord asked in confusion, he is my father, my blood relative, and I have awakened divine power. As he spoke, Star-Lord demonstrated his awakened divine power to the two of them, and energy appeared on Star-Lord's palm. End of this chapter. Chapter 634 Bone Burial Ground. Chapter 634 Bone Burial Ground. Looking at the energy in Star-Lord's hand, Smith Doyle had a question in his mind, that is, why Star-Lord lost his powers with the death of Ego's original body. Thinking of this, Smith Doyle asked, does this energy come from your own body, or? Upon hearing Smith Doyle's question, Star-Lord spoke up, yes, it comes from the planet beneath our feet. Smith Doyle quickly realized that the power Star-Lord was using was not his own, but borrowed from Ego. Because he is Ego's offspring and inherited the bloodline of the Celestials, he can forcibly borrow this power without Ego's consent. This is why Star-Lord was able to use Ego's divine power to fight Ego. Otherwise, Ego could simply disconnect his divine power from Star-Lord's use, and Star-Lord would have no way to oppose Ego. Meanwhile, Smith Doyle wondered, after Ego's death and the loss of his celestial powers, would Star-Lord be able to develop his own celestial powers? Smith Doyle believed it was definitely possible. After all, Star-Lord was still very young, while Ego had acquired his immense celestial power over millions of years, and Star-Lord, as a demigod, was only in his 30s at the moment. They are too young for the Celestials' lifespan and have not yet developed their own celestial power. You should ask your father how to cultivate your own divine power. There must be a way to cultivate this power. Smith Doyle wasn't sure if there was a way to cultivate divine power, but he believed there were techniques or training methods that could accelerate the development of one's own divine power. Reminded by Smith Doyle, Star-Lord also realized what was going on. The current divine power only proves that he is indeed Ego's son and has inherited his divine bloodline. However, the divine power he is currently using is borrowed from the planet beneath his feet, which is his father's. He does not possess any divine power of his own. No matter how much you borrow, it's not as good as actually possessing it yourself. Even if you are just a weak celestial being who has been nurtured, it is still truly yours. Gamera, standing nearby, also agreed. Only the power you cultivate yourself is truly yours and cannot be taken away. Star-Lord nodded and said, you're right, I'll go find my father right now. Watching Star-Lord leave in a hurry, Smith Doyle spoke up, I plan to explore other places. Gamera thought for a moment and then said, I'll go with you, and we'll see if the signal is better in other places so we can contact the rocket. Smith Doyle and Gamera then explored Ego again, with Smith Doyle trying to locate Ego's brain. On this journey of searching, Gamera still has not been able to contact Gamera. At this moment, Smith Doyle discovered a cave and spoke up, "There's a cave here, let's go in and take a look." Gamera looked at the huge hole in front of her and said, "What do you think might be here?" Smith Doyle turned his head to look at the castle, which was still barely visible, and said with a smile, "The location of this cave is neither too far nor too near, it's in a very good spot. Perhaps we can discover some unexpected secrets." Gamera looked at Smith Doyle and asked, "What, you still want to find Igor's true form?" Gamera had also seen Ego's introduction and naturally understood that the planet beneath her feet was Ego. Smith Doyle said with a smile, "Aren't you interested?" Smith Doyle thought that there were no intelligent beings on the planet Ego except for the mantis woman, not even animals. As far as he knew, the birth of the Celestials required a large number of intelligent life forms on the planet. Although Igor, as one of them, had awakened, he did not have a matching body. Was this because his planet had no intelligent life forms? Of course, the existence of this intelligent being meant that the Celestials would need a lot of time to successfully conceive, but Ego was clearly rushing headlong in the wrong direction. Without a body, his brain was extremely fragile. While rockets are clever and have good energy for creating bombs, in reality, such an explosion, let alone injuring someone of Odin's caliber, might not be as effective as the weapon Star-Lord used to blast Ronan in the original comics. Gamera looked at Smith Doyle and said, "God should not be insulted lightly. If you really find his true form, it may not be a good thing." Smith Doyle said nonchalantly, "I don't care, maybe it would be more interesting to see what he really is like." Seeing that Smith Doyle didn't seem worried at all, Gamera followed him into the cave. The other side, Star-Lord found Ego. Looking at the arriving Peter Quill, Igor asked, "What's wrong, my son? I saw your girlfriend go out with Smith Doyle." Star-Lord began to speak, "They are very curious about this planet, and Smith Doyle wants to explore it some more." Igor nodded and said, "Women are like the sea, and we are like the sailors the sea calls upon. We appear at sea, but we do not belong to the sea. Just as history calls forth heroes, your life is destined to be extraordinary, and women are merely an embellishment to your life." Star-Lord looked at Ego, hesitated for a moment, and said, "You are a god, naturally extraordinary, but I..." Before Star-Lord could finish speaking, Ego interrupted, "Quail, you don't need to worry about that. As long as the divine power of this planet continues, none of us will have to face death." Star-Lord asked in surprise, "Can I live forever?" Igor nodded, indicating that he was right. Star-Lord asked incredulously, "Really?" Igor began to speak, "Yes, as long as the divine power remains." Star-Lord hadn't forgotten why he came, and he began to speak, "Father, this is your divine power. Then how can I cultivate my own divine power? I inherited your bloodline and can control your divine power, so can I also possess my own divine power?" Seeing that Star-Lord had grasped the key point so quickly, Ego smiled and said, "That's right, you who have my bloodline can also develop your own divine power, a divine power that belongs to you. But it will take a long time. If someone like me reaches the standard of building a planet, it may take millions of years to practice and cultivate. But don't worry, time will not be a problem for your long lifespan. I will teach you how to cultivate your own power, but you can first use my divine power to familiarize yourself with it. After all, you are still very young. To the gods, a lifespan of 30-something years is no different from that of a newborn baby." Upon hearing that Ego would teach him how to cultivate celestial power and that he should first use Ego's power to familiarize himself with it, Star-Lord's guard, which had been raised by Rocket's mention of danger, lowered considerably. "Can I use divine power to create something interesting? For example, an 800-foot-tall bean statue, the Skeleton King, Heather Lackrell, I want to do some weird things." Seeing the excited Star-Lord, Ego smiled and said, "You can do whatever you want. But Peter, we exist with a mission, we have a great responsibility. Only we can reshape the universe. Only we can hold the reins of the universe and lead it in the right direction." Seeing the topic suddenly shift to such a high level, Star-Lord asked in confusion, "How to do it?" Ego's hand glowed with divine power, and Star-Lord followed suit, his fingertips also radiating divine power. With a smile on his face, Igor began to speak, "Come with me." Seeing this scene from outside the room, Mantis assumed that Star-Lord would suffer the same fate as the other children who had been brought in, so she ran out and found Drax resting in the room. Seeing Drax sleeping, Mantis immediately ran over and shouted, "Drax, Drax." Looking at Drax who had just woken up, he immediately said, "Drax, we need to talk." Drax, who had just woken up, spoke, "Sorry, but I like women who are a little bit chubby." Hearing Drax's words, Mantis was also stunned. "What?" Drax explained, "When I said I found you disgusting, it was because I didn't want to hurt you too much." The Mantis woman immediately said, "No, I don't mean to be with you." However, before she could finish speaking, Drax immediately turned around and made a vomiting motion, which left Mantis somewhat bewildered. "What are you doing?" Drax covered his mouth and said, "I can't help but imagine our skin touching." The Mantis woman immediately said, "Drax, you've misunderstood. I don't like you that way, I don't even like your species." Drax immediately moved the hand covering his mouth and said, "Hey, there's no need for personal attacks." The Mantis woman went straight to the point. "Listen, Igor got what he wanted. I should have told you sooner. I was so stupid. You are in danger." The other side. Ego led Star-Lord into the hall and began to speak. "You need to readjust the way you look at life. You are not the same person you were in the past. I need to reshape your values. Everything around us, including that girl, is temporary. Even someone as powerful as Smith Doyle had a short life for us. We are eternal." Star-Lord then spoke up, "Others might be, but Smith Doyle is different." Igor stopped and asked with some curiosity, "What makes him different? Could it be that you, like me, are a descendant of some god? Even the most powerful beings in the Asgardian pantheon have short lifespans compared to us." Star-Lord thought of the Dragon Balls that can grant any wish. For Smith Doyle, all he had to do was use Shenron to make a wish, and the other person could have an endless lifespan. Smith Doyle possesses something special, the Dragon Balls. Igor thought for a moment. He had never heard of this thing before, and asked, "What is the purpose of that thing?" "I don't even care about the Infinity Stones, so how can those things compare to the Infinity Stones?" Star-Lord began to speak, "The Dragon Balls can grant any wish." Igor waved his hand and said, "How can this be?" Seeing Star-Lord's unchanging expression, Ego asked uncertainly, "Are you sure it's real?" Star-Lord then spoke up, "It is true. The Earth experienced an invasion by the Chitauri, which killed many people. Smith used the Dragon Balls to make a wish and resurrected everyone. I even asked him, what if I wished to become the ruler of a planet? He said, not to mention one planet, even dozens would be very easy. As long as you can get the right to make a wish." Igor was also stunned for a moment, and said in disbelief, "This universe is truly incredible, there are such wondrous things. How do I qualify to make a wish?" Star-Lord began to speak, "It seems to be the championship of the World Martial Arts Tournament he organized. Winning the championship grants you the right to make a wish once." Igor laughed. "What a generous little fellow. We can talk about the Dragon Balls in more detail later." Star-Lord nodded in agreement, agreeing with Ego's assessment Smith Doyle's actions were indeed generous. Then, out of curiosity, I asked the question that had been bothering me, wouldn't an eternal lifespan be boring? Igor held up one finger and said, "You won't be bored if you have a goal, Peter. Bringing you here means I've helped you find your goal." Igor continued, "I told you, many years ago I had an indestructible wormhole that led me to life. But what I didn't tell you was that when I finally found it, it was so disappointing. It was then that I had a profound epiphany. My inner desire to find other lives is not so that I can wander among those lives. Peter, I have found my true mission and meaning." Then Ego reached out and touched Peter's forehead, transmitting the scene and its meaning to Star-Lord. At that moment, Star-Lord absorbed those memories, and immediately became lost in them, wandering among them, muttering to himself, I have seen it, eternity." The other side. Smith Doyle and Gamera explored the cave, which was enormous and had a complex interior. The two walked into a bright light, and upon seeing the scene before them, Gamera exclaimed, "My God!" Everywhere he looked was a skeleton. Smith Doyle did not find Ego's original body, but he did find the burial place of Ego's offspring. Gamera spoke, "We have to leave this planet. This must be the danger the rocket was referring to." Smith Doyle said, "I plan to search for his original body again." Gamera shook her head and said, "It's too dangerous here, we need to go back. We are in danger without a spaceship. Neither Star-Lord, Drax, nor I have the ability to survive in space, or even to leave a planet. Even their strength is far inferior." End of this chapter. Chapter 635 War turns into enmity. Chapter 635 War, turning against each other. Smith Doyle followed Gamera back to her residence, thinking that finding her through Star-Lord might be a better option than searching on his own. Seeing Mantis talking to Drax, Gamera immediately rushed forward, grabbed him by the neck, lifted him up, slammed him against the wall, and loudly questioned him, "Who are you? What exactly is this place?" Drax spoke up to dissuade him, "Gamera, let her go." Gamera ignored Drax's words and continued to question him, "Who are the corpses in the cave?" At that moment, the Mantis woman's antennae lit up, and she spoke, "You are afraid." Gamera paused for a moment, then released Mantis and took a few steps back. Even she was somewhat alarmed by such an ability to see into people's hearts, especially the secrets hidden in her heart. "What on earth are you going to do?" Drax then spoke up, "She has told me everything." Smith Doyle looked at the scene before him without saying anything, then turned to look at the main hall not far behind him, where the light of divine power had not yet shone, indicating that Star-Lord and Ego had not yet become enemies. The mantis stood up and said, "Those are all his children." Gamera's eyes widened in disbelief, while Smith Doyle, who already knew this, was not surprised. He immediately turned to Smith Doyle and said, "We need to get out of here with Star-Lord right away." The mantis woman then said, "Igor has definitely won him over by now. He has awakened Igor's bloodline. They may not leave with you." Smith Doyle then spoke up, "That's not necessarily true. Quill and Ego have no feelings for each other and could very well become enemies." The mantis woman immediately asked, "Why?" The other side. Inside the hall, Ego finished presenting his grand plan to Star-Lord and then spoke, "I call this behavior expansion, and that's my goal. Now, it's your goal too." As Star-Lord watched the demonstration show planets transforming into parts of Ego's body, he couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful." Igor continued, "For thousands of years, I have planted thousands of my extensions inside living planets. I must achieve the only true goal of my life, to live forever, to spread and cover all existence, until everything becomes me. Over the years, I have only encountered one problem, which is that a god does not have enough power to accomplish such a great feat. But 2 gods, perhaps that would be enough. The methods I've tried, or my favorite methods, in cultivating new gods. It was an attempt to have other species give birth to offspring that truly inherit my bloodline. I originally thought that this method could give birth to a new god. A god with the best human form." At this moment, Star-Lord listened to Ego's narration and accepted the other party's ideology. "For this reason, I found Yondu and asked him to send my offspring to my planet, which goes against the principles of a raider. But I generously compensated him with the star coins that he considered important. And to appease his conscience, I said I would never hurt them. That's true, they didn't feel anything at all. But unfortunately, they all disappointed me. None of them carried my divine bloodline. Until you came, Peter. Of all my descendants, only you have inherited my divine bloodline and are able to wield my divine power. This is the first time in my existence that I have truly had offspring of my own bloodline. I am no longer truly alone." At this point, Igor shouted excitedly, "For thousands of years, his continuous sowing has finally brought the dawn." Looking at Peter Quill, who seemed somewhat dejected, he asked, "What's wrong, my son?" Star-Lord began to speak, "If it covers everything, then my friends." Igor then spoke up, "You see, this is your human side, Peter." Star-Lord nodded and said, "Yes." Igor continued, "We have transcended those things." Star-Lord nodded and said, "Yes." Igor turned around and said, "All right, let's." Before Ego could finish speaking, Star-Lord interrupted, "But my mother. You said you love my mother." Ego turned around and looked at Star-Lord, saying, "I love her very much. She is my water lily, she can sing every song that plays on the radio." He then said with a hint of regret, "I returned to Earth 3 times to see her. I know that if I go back a 4th time, I will never leave again. This is something that has never happened to any other girl. But my mission, my expansion, my reason for being, are over. So I did what I had to do." It really broke my heart to see her get a brain tumor. Upon hearing these words, Star-Lord's consciousness returned immediately, and he said in disbelief, "What?" Igor realized he had said something inappropriate in his excitement and quickly corrected himself. "I know this sounds bad." However, before Ego could finish speaking, Star-Lord pulled out 2 energy guns from his waist and began firing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The laser beam from the energy gun pierced through Igor's body, obliterating him completely. After firing a few shots, Star-Lord stopped pulling the trigger. Igor steadied himself, and his body was now revealed to be constructed from divine energy. "Call. Who do you think you are?" Star-Lord shouted angrily. "You killed my mother." Igor's body began to rapidly recover, returning to its pre-attack state, and he spoke, "I put in a lot of effort to find the form that best suits you. Is this your way of thanking me? You've really grown up." As Ego reached out, a tentacle made of divine power instantly pierced through Star-Lord's body from behind. "I originally wanted to do this great thing with you, but it seems you can only be a battery for 1,000 years, growing slowly." The other side. Gamera finally received Rocket's message, and the two immediately began communicating. "Rockets, we've finally gotten in touch with you." Rocket, having successfully completed 700 jumps, arrived outside planet Igor and spoke, "Keep your communicator with you so I can come find you. We need to go back to Earth and figure out how to win the next Dragon Ball Championship. As for the danger Yonda mentioned, leading Igor should avoid it." Gamera spoke, "Igor is a madman," Rocket Raccoon said. "That's not important. Take Star-Lord with you and wait for my arrival. Let's leave now." As they spoke, the rocket pressed the thruster button and flew towards planet Ego. In the main hall, Igor looked at Peter Quill, who was hanging in midair and impaled, stepped forward, took the Walkman from his waist, and pressed the play button. Hearing that familiar music, he began to speak. My life, my love, my woman is the sea. Peter, divine power is the sea. He immediately crushed the Walkman, and seeing his mother's only keepsake damaged, Star-Lord shed tears. As for the Dragon Balls you mentioned, let me devour the earth and see what happens. Immediately, Igor caused the roots and seeds planted on Earth to sprout and grow, spreading out in an instant. The roots and seeds on Earth burst forth instantly under the supply of divine energy, becoming a ball of blue energy. Like an ever-expanding blue slime, it appeared in Missouri and directly devoured a nearby gas station before rapidly spreading outwards. Just then, Smith Doyle arrived with Gamera, Drax, and others. Boom! Smith Doyle kicked the door open with a single kick. Looking at Star-Lord, who had been pierced by divine power, he spoke, "Damn it, how could they treat us Earthlings like this?" The next second, Smith Doyle raised his palm and pointed it at Ego, and an energy wave burst forth instantly. Boom! The powerful energy wave completely obliterated Ego's body, leaving not even a trace. The energy was immediately cut off, and Star-Lord fell from the sky. Meanwhile, Ego's expansion on Earth was also abruptly interrupted, and the running people shouted as they looked at the object behind them. What is that? In the main hall, Gamera rushed forward to help Star-Lord up and said, I knew something was off. Star-Lord began to tease. I've said it before, this is exactly what I need to hear right now. Gamera helped Star-Lord walk towards Smith Doyle and said, so here I am. Star-Lord, still trying to woo the girl, said, because we have an unspoken, ambiguous relationship. Gamera retorted, there was no unspoken ambiguity involved. At this moment, Drax shouted, what are you doing? The rocket is coming too. Drax looked back, and the silhouette of the Milan became clearer and clearer. Fortunately, Smith managed to control the situation. However, Smith Doyle was not as optimistic as Drax. He knew that what had just been destroyed was merely a clone created by Ego. At this moment, the Mantis woman spoke, no, what was just destroyed was merely an extension of his true form. He will be back soon. As soon as the Mantis finished speaking, countless divine tentacles burst forth from the image, each one thicker than the one that had pierced Peter Quill earlier. Seeing this, Drax asked, how do we kill a god? Smith Doyle then looked at Star-Lord and said, where is his true form? Gamera and I searched for ages and all we found was the graveyard of his descendants. Peter Quill immediately spoke up, his true form is at the Earth's core, where there is a protective shell. The Mantis woman also spoke up, there is a passage leading directly to his body in the cave on the surface. Smith Doyle said, at the Earth's core, right? I understand. Gamera, you take Star-Lord onto the ship. I'll handle things here. No sooner had Smith Doyle finished speaking than these divine tentacles immediately pierced towards the crowd. Drink. Smith Doyle instantly went berserk, unleashing a combat power of up to 600 million without restraint. The terrifying aura directly shattered Ego's divine power tentacles. Smith Doyle, seeing the stunned crowd, began to speak, why aren't you evacuating? The Milan spaceship had already stopped outside the main hall. Rocket Raccoon shouted, everyone, get on the spaceship quickly. Gamera and the others felt like they were running outside. At this moment, Ego inside the Earth's core was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Smith Doyle's power to reach this level, which was beyond his expectations. It seemed that he had underestimated his opponent. Soon the group boarded the Milan spaceship. Star-Lord ran to the pilot's seat and sat down, with Rocket Raccoon sitting next to him. Looking at the human phantom constructed by divine power within the main hall, he pointed and said, I can't believe this guy is actually my father. Rocket Raccoon looked at Smith Doyle in the main hall and asked, isn't he going to board the spaceship with us? Star-Lord began to speak, he said he would deal with Igor and hand this place over to him. Rocket Raccoon immediately said, then let's go to the outer planet and wait for him. With his abilities, he can fly directly up here. Star-Lord refused, no, Ego is going to destroy the universe as we know it. We can't rely on Smith Doyle alone, we'll help him find Ego's core. The Milan spaceship immediately took off, but instead of heading out into space, it began searching for the surface cave that led directly to the core, under Star-Lord's control. The moment the spaceship flew away, the entire palace shattered into dust. Faced with the increasingly thick and powerful tentacles, Smith Doyle immediately said, Igor, let me see your true skills. What? Smith Doyle then suddenly raised 2 fingers of his right hand upwards, making the signature move of Nappa. Boom! Centered on Smith Doyle, the entire area within sight instantly turned into a deep crater. Of course, this was only because Ego used his divine power to protect the planet, otherwise, the affected area would have been much wider. The Milan in the air wasn't directly attacked, but the strong turbulence still nearly caused the ship to crash. Only after the ship stabilized did everyone on board stare wide-eyed at the scene outside, muttering, This is Smith Doyle's strength. My God, this is incredible." Star-Lord then said blankly that Surface Cave is gone. However, in that attack, the surface cave that Star-Lord knew about was also destroyed, and the entrance was completely gone. Although the Milan spaceship has decent attack capabilities, it is not actually capable of directly penetrating the Earth's core. Rocket Raccoon asked, "Then should we still go find the core?" Star-Lord shook his head, immediately launched the ship, and said, "We'll take off and watch the battle between Smith Doyle and Ego." Gamera then spoke, "We can't help with a battle like this at all." Drax then said, "No wonder he's the man who killed Ronan." The Mantis Woman then spoke, "Such an attack actually has no effect on Igor." End of this chapter. Chapter 636 Die, You Bug. Chapter 636 Die, You Bug. As Smith Doyle finished speaking, countless divine tentacles rose from the ground once more. This time, Ego did not attack Smith directly. Instead, the divine tentacles gathered together, and soon a huge body appeared in front of Smith Doyle. Igor glared at Smith Doyle and roared, "We will soon find out what the consequences are of angering a god. You and your planet are going to be destroyed." Upon hearing Igor's threat, Smith Doyle curled his lip in disdain. "You're all talk and no action, but I hope you can make me take things seriously." With his size advantage, Igor kicked directly at Smith Doyle. Although Igor is enormous, standing at a towering 50 meters tall, he is incredibly fast, generating a powerful gust of wind with each kick. Bump! Smith Doyle shielded his chest with his arms and took Igor's kick. The immense force sent Smith Doyle flying dozens of meters back, carving a deep trench in the ground. It has some strength, but it would be better if it were stronger. Although this enormous body is not simple, Smith Doyle felt that he could withstand it without even needing to transform into a Super Saiyan. Then as you wish. The next second, countless divine powers surged from the ground and became part of Igor's gigantic body once again, increasing Igor's combat power once more. Go to hell, bug. Immediately, Ego stomped on Smith Doyle, intending to crush the man in front of him to death. What? Smith Doyle then made a one-armed upward thrust, which pierced directly through Igor's foot. "You stepped on a nail, didn't you? I wonder if you regret creating a pain system for yourself." A large hole appeared in the sole of his foot, but as Igor withdrew his foot, he was instantly restored to his original state by divine power. "You are just a mortal. Such pain is nothing more than a drain on my energy. I am eternal." Shoo! Smith Doyle flashed and instantly appeared at the head of Ego's massive body. Smith Doyle crossed his arms and jokingly said, "So it's just eternal life after all. I thought you were eternal. You're so arrogant." Smith Doyle delivered a powerful whip kick to Ego's head, intending to knock him down, but unexpectedly, bump. In an instant, Igor's massive head was kicked and smashed. Such a fragile body. Although Igor's head appeared to be severely injured after being kicked, he had actually only lost a small amount of divine power. The next second, Ego's head grew back, and divine power surged forth again, transforming into armor that adhered to Ego's body. At this moment, Ego's appearance was already somewhat similar to that of a smaller celestial. Smith Doyle was not afraid at all, on the contrary, he became eager to try. Bump! Boom! Smith Doyle kicked out again, but it was blocked by Igor's outstretched arm, and the loud bang from the impact spread in all directions. Then Ego stretched out his arm and slammed it down on Smith Doyle, which from Smith's perspective looked like a wall hitting him. Smith Doyle was slammed through the air and crashed to the ground. Boom! Smith Doyle came to a stop after smashing through a small hill. As the smoke cleared, Smith Doyle's figure appeared before Igor, clearly unharmed. "That's more interesting. Let's continue." Drink. Smith Doyle instantly unleashed his fury, white flames shooting into the sky, instantly crushing the surrounding earth into dust. Smith Doyle unleashed his full combat power of 600 million without holding back. The next second, Smith Doyle charged forward and instantly appeared in front of the giant Ego, delivering a powerful punch directly to the opponent's armor. Boom! The armor in front of Igor shattered instantly, and the immense force caused Igor to fall to the ground. Smith Doyle spread his arms wide and shouted, "Go to hell." Cannon. Boom! A terrifying purple energy erupted from his hand, engulfing most of Igor's body, leaving only his legs. The crew of the Milan were all dumbfounded by what they saw. Too powerful. Rocket Raccoon said. "He is the strongest man on Earth, the undisputed number one." Star-Lord, who had traveled far and wide with the Raiders and entered countless planets, shook his head and said, "Not just on Earth, he's number one on the vast majority of planets." Drax nodded and said, "At least there are no heroes on my planet who can compare to him, otherwise my wife and daughters would not have been killed by Ronan." Groot raised his hands and shouted, "I am Groot." Gamera stared blankly at the battle below. Thanos gave her a feeling of unfathomable depth, and now Smith Doyle was giving her the same feeling. She couldn't tell who was stronger between the two. After all, Thanos also used such energy attacks, and his performance was no weaker than Smith Doyle's. Moreover, Thanos rarely took action personally anymore. Apart from deep fear, she didn't know his specific combat strength, only that he was terrifyingly strong. Gamera thought to herself, "Smith, I hope you can protect the Dragon Balls and the Cosmic Cube of Earth." Unlike the others, the Mantis woman was not optimistic and said anxiously, "Such an attack, apart from consuming Igor's divine power, will not cause any real damage." Gamera asked in surprise, "Even this won't work?" The next second, Igor, who only had his huge legs left, grew bones, veins, and flesh again and recovered once more, but the divine power surging from the ground was even greater and more immense. "I am immortal, I am eternal. You can never kill me." Upon hearing Ego's roar, Smith Doyle's lips curled into a slight smile. What he wanted was for Ego to continuously deplete his divine power. Only by constantly depleting Ego's divine power could he find a way to seal Ego away, rather than killing Ego and causing the planet to collapse. What he wanted was not to destroy the planet Ego, but to use the planet and even Ego's divine power to cultivate the spirit fruit tree. At this moment, under Smith Doyle's perception, Ego's body was even more powerful, and he was consuming even more divine power. Smith Doyle said, "Even gods die when they are killed." Super cannon. An even larger energy wave gathered between his hands and blasted it towards the newly recovered Ego. Boom! A mushroom cloud shot into the sky, nearly destroying the Milan in midair. Rocket Raccoon shouted as he operated the device, "Take off! Take off! To the stratosphere!" The Milan rose to a higher altitude once again, clearly indicating that even watching the battle of the big shots was life-threatening. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Smith Doyle, panting heavily, looked at the deep crater in the distance. As the smoke dissipated, the destroyed Ego reappeared intact before Smith Doyle, his armor now a darker color and his muscles even larger, indicating that he had expended a considerable amount of divine power. Igor looked at the panting Smith Doyle and said with a smile, "Go on, I want to see how many more times you can unleash such an attack." Unbeknownst to Ego, Smith Doyle was merely faking it. He could use this attack indefinitely. Although he didn't have unlimited energy and stamina, the consumption of this move was minimal. He was just trying to trick Ego into continuing to use his divine power to build up this form. Then so be it. I'll see if you're truly unkillable. Smith Doyle knew that his powerful attack with a power level of 600 million was no longer enough to destroy Ego, but in order not to scare Ego into doing something self-destructive, he did not immediately transform into a Super Saiyan 2x Kaio Fist. A red blast of air shot into the sky, shattering the clouds. Smith Doyle's combat power has now reached 1,200 million, but he looks even more exhausted. Clearly, although Igor was initially startled, he quickly made a judgment based on his observations. A move that overdraws potential. Let's see how long you can hold out. This time, Smith Doyle changed his tactics, no longer using Vegeta's super cannon, but instead using the Kamehameha turtle-style Kagon wave. Boom! As his energy increased, Smith Doyle once again destroyed Ego's massive body. At this moment, the battlefield below quickly turned into a scene where Ego was recovering, increasing his divine power output, and creating a more powerful body, while Smith Doyle was secretly increasing the multiplier of the Kaioken, destroying Ego's body and divine power time and time again. On the Milan, Star-Lord asked in surprise, "What is Smith Doyle doing? He should know that as long as Ego's core is intact, Ego will not die. This is just an incarnation of divine power." Didn't he hear it then? Gamera shook her head and said, "I don't know, but given his strength, it's impossible that he didn't hear it." At this moment, Drax immediately saw through it all. He is depleting Ego's divine power, and although I don't know why he is doing this, that's the fact. Although Drax the Destroyer may seem a bit goofy and comical, he is actually the most powerful member of the team. Everyone realized what was happening. Rocket asked, "No wonder, but what was his purpose in doing this?" Star-Lord then spoke up, "No matter what he does, I can lend him a hand." Everyone looked at Star-Lord and asked, "What do you mean?" Star-Lord began to speak, "Take me to the ground. I have Igor's bloodline, and I can forcibly extract his divine power. The effect is less in the air, but on the ground I can extract more and store it in my body." With Smith Doyle fighting ahead, he simply doesn't have the energy to deal with me. "I'm going to wear him down with Smith Doyle," Rocket said with a smile. "Although it's dangerous down there, I like your personality." The Milan immediately changed direction and plunged into the distance, heading towards a location far from the battlefield. The other side. Outside the planet Igor, the raiders' large spaceships had already arrived to meet them. In fact, Yonda happened to arrive outside Ego's planet while Smith Doyle was fighting the gigantic Ego. Using space technology, he witnessed the battle between the two sides from his spaceship. Upon discovering that Ego's body was being repeatedly blasted apart by a strange man, Yondu excitedly clenched his fist and shouted, "Igor, you've finally met your match." At this moment, the subordinate next to him asked, "Boss, shall we descend again?" Yondu shook his head and said, "Watching from here, Quill's ship is in the stratosphere, obviously nothing's wrong. We can't participate in such a great battle, and even the Grandmaster's arena doesn't offer such a fight. Don't miss it." The raiders all nodded and gathered together to watch the battle. Some raiders even took out their communication devices to call other raiders to come and watch the show on Planet Ego. "Boss, recording a battle between experts of this level would be a fortune." Yonda smiled and said, "Haha, I know this business all too well. Quail is really my lucky star. Wait, what are they doing down there, you bastard?" As he repeatedly restored his body and increased his divine power to create an even stronger physique, Ego finally realized that compared to before, he used more than 10 times the divine power to restore his body. Meanwhile, his opponent, who had been panting heavily and on the verge of collapse at the beginning, was now panting heavily even after 5 of his bodies had been shattered and his energy input had increased tenfold. They were making a fool of him. Even if Igor was slow to react, he realized he had been tricked. "You treacherous earthling. I'll show you my true power." The next second, Ego's body began to collapse and shrink inward, but even more divine power surged forth. Under Smith Doyle's perception, his combat power increased dramatically. At the core of the earth, Ego used a large amount of his divine power to create this special body. At the same time, most of the divine power tentacles that were spread throughout the planet were also withdrawn due to the consumption. Soon, a man of similar build to Smith Doyle, wielding a blue divine sword, appeared before him. Refer to Fat Janemba evolving into Skinny Janemba. The next second, the blue divine sword swung towards Smith Doyle. Shoo! A blue light flashed, and Smith Doyle narrowly dodged it, but blood gushed from his arm instantly. The ground collapsed in an instant, creating a deep abyss that was 1 meter wide, hundreds of meters long, and tens of meters deep. Seeing the scene before him, Smith Doyle showed no fear, but instead exclaimed excitedly, "This is the kind of power a god should have." As he spoke, Smith Doyle dispelled his 10x Kyokan form, and Igor, seeing this, smiled and said, "Can't hold on any longer, are you ready to surrender? But don't you think it's too late? I will cut you into pieces, bit by bit, just like the meat sauce of your earth." Smith Doyle laughed, "No, I'm just more excited." "What?" Instantly, a golden wave of energy shot into the sky, and Smith Doyle no longer held back. End of this chapter. Chapter 637. I only used 50% of my combat power. Chapter 637. I only used 50% of my combat power. Golden waves of energy swept across the sky, and even Planet Ego trembled under the force of this power. The full power of 3 million combatants erupted, and the entire planet's sky was immediately filled with lightning and thunder, highlighting the appearance of a powerful figure. Smith Doyle looked at Igor and said, "Let's begin the second round of the battle. Hopefully, you can get me excited. After all, having reached this level of combat power, I still don't have an opponent who can make me fight without restraint." Igor was also gritting his teeth at this moment. He did not expect that Smith Doyle was hiding so deeply. If he had known Smith Doyle's strength, he would never have allowed him to come to his planet. At this moment, he had to go all out because he could feel the death threat emanating from Smith Doyle. Without holding back any longer, Ego immediately wielded his divine longsword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that slashed towards Smith Doyle. Shoo! Faced with the incoming sword energy, Smith Doyle took a small step to the right. The sword energy landed on the ground, creating a ditch but posing no threat to him. The next second, Ego instantly appeared in front of Smith Doyle, his long sword transforming into energy that flowed into his body, while he unleashed a whip kick aimed at Smith Doyle's head. Shoo! A loud whooshing sound came as Smith Doyle effortlessly dodged Ego's attack with a simple crouch, his expression impassive, and quickly stood up at the same time. Shoo! Smith Doyle countered with a powerful overhead kick, and Igor extended his right arm to block it. Bump! Igor was struck hard in the arm, and his body tilted and slammed to the ground. As he slammed into the ground, Igor braced himself with his left hand and kicked his legs toward Smith Doyle. Bump! Smith Doyle was kicked in the chest, his body leaned back slightly but his feet did not move at all. Clearly he had completely absorbed the force of Igor's kick. Smith Doyle reacted quickly, grabbing Igor's calf and swinging him up before slamming him to the ground on either side. Boom! 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 Ego was given the same treatment he received when Hulk slammed Loki. After being slammed several times, Smith Doyle threw Ego away and slammed a beam of light into him with one hand. Boom! The gas bomb exploded the instant it made contact with Igor, sending flames soaring into the sky and shaking the earth. As the smoke cleared, Ego appeared before Smith Doyle, covered in wounds, and then divine power surged from the ground to repair Ego's body once more. The other side. The Milan star successfully landed, and Star-Lord and his crew disembarked from the spaceship. Looking at the distant explosions and the shaking of the earth, Drax said regretfully, "It's a real shame we can't see Mr. Smith beat up Igor." Star-Lord began to speak, "We are now helping him fight on the other side, so if you think about it that way, you won't have any regrets." After saying that, Star-Lord immediately invoked Ego's divine power, channeling it into his body while simultaneously compressing the power to store as much as possible. Before everyone's eyes, blue divine power appeared beneath Star-Lord's feet, and then his entire body began to glow with blue divine power. As soon as Star-Lord used his divine power, Ego immediately noticed the situation. After all, he had already consumed a large amount of divine power, and the divine power tentacles that were originally spread all over the planet had retracted into his body due to the continuous consumption. At this moment, the outflow of divine power made him feel all of this. However, in that moment of distraction, Smith Doyle seized the opportunity and delivered 3 consecutive powerful knee strikes to Igor, followed by a roundhouse kick that knocked him to the ground. This sudden and devastating blow left Igor with no time to lose focus. He used his divine power to repair his body while concentrating even more intently. Seeing that he had not been attacked while absorbing divine power, Star-Lord became even more unrestrained and increased his absorption of divine power. His body, which had not received divine power for over 30 years, was now greedily absorbing Ego's divine power, making Peter Quill increasingly stronger. However, as Star-Lord absorbed the power, Ego soon reached his breaking point. Peter Quill. Seeing Ego grit his teeth and shout Star-Lord's name, even Smith Doyle, who was fighting him, was stunned for a moment, and immediately roared, "I'm having a hysterical episode, sir. I'm Smith Doyle." Smith Doyle immediately appeared behind Igor, about to unleash a Kamehameha wave at him. Turtle-style Kagon wave. Then, just as he was about to shatter Igor's body, he condensed a Kamehameha wave. Igor's body seemed to disintegrate like pixels and disappear before our eyes. Boom! Smith Doyle's Kamehameha wave missed its target, flying directly into space and dissipating. Unfortunately, a newly summoned raider ship outside planet Ego was hit by the Kamehameha wave and exploded instantly, disappearing into space. At the same time, the pixelated Ego behind Smith Doyle reassembled into a body and attacked Smith Doyle immediately. Bump! Smith Doyle was caught off guard and was sent flying by Igor. Under the immense force, Smith Doyle tumbled before regaining his balance. Smith Doyle, who had stood up, frowned slightly as he looked at Ego. He knew that Ego's divine power was highly malleable, and he could mold it into any shape he wanted, just like a pixelated human, including giants and beanstalk. But to his surprise, he was able to aggregate and disperse like a pixel, which was somewhat unexpected. Then Smith Doyle's lips curled up slightly, which made it even more interesting. After knocking Smith Doyle away, Ego did not immediately come up to finish him off, but instead devoted some of his attention to Peter Quill. Several powerful tentacles burst forth from the ground in front of Star-Lord and the others. Mantis spoke, "Igor is here." Gamera drew a long sword and charged directly at the divine tentacles, but Ego's divine tentacles were instantly slapped away. Drax looked at Mantis and said, "Quickly, use your power to put him to sleep." The Mantis woman said anxiously, "He's too powerful, I can't do it. I can only put him to sleep if he cooperates." Drax drew his 2 daggers, held them in reverse grip, and charged toward the divine tentacles, saying, "I believe in you, you can definitely do it." After saying that, Drax rushed forward and slashed at the divine tentacles. Due to energy depletion, Ego could only send out 1 tentacle to attack Star-Lord's group. He needed to deal with these minions before piercing Peter Quill's body again to reclaim his divine power. Rocket Raccoon picked up the energy cannon, but couldn't press the switch because Drax was also in front of him. When Drax attacked him, the divine tentacles wrapped around Drax's body and pulled him down into the ground. Encouraged by Drax, Mantis steeled herself, touched the earth with both hands, and felt Ego's divine power. Her antennae glowed, and she shouted, "Sleep now." Immediately, the divine power tentacles that Ego had extended collapsed and dissipated. Ego hadn't expected the Mantis to attack him, and caught off guard, he immediately logged off and went to sleep. As the magical tentacles disappeared, the Mantis looked at her hands and excitedly shouted, "I did it." Drax got up from the ground, ran over and helped Gamera up, saying, "I never expected that she could actually do it." Star-Lord was still diligently absorbing Ego's divine power, and the blue light emanating from his entire body grew increasingly dazzling. The battlefield on the other side. Smith Doyle, seeing Ego suddenly fall asleep, realized that Mantis had intervened and put Ego to sleep. Without the slightest hesitation, Smith Doyle immediately gathered Kamehameha energy in his hands. As expected, Ego's body, which had consumed a great deal of divine power, was completely destroyed by Smith Doyle. As the body forged from such immense divine power dissipated, Ego's core also awakened. Feeling his body gone, Ego was filled with remorse. He hadn't expected Mantis to betray him. He had no time to pay attention to Star-Lord, and he wouldn't even attack him anymore. As for Star-Lord absorbing energy, let him absorb it. Given Star-Lord's rudimentary ability to utilize and absorb power, he could handle it. The focus now is on Smith Doyle, who senses that the enemy has begun attacking towards the Earth's core, and if they get through, he won't have much of a chance to fight back. Ego immediately focused all his energy on forming a new body, this time consuming most of his divine power. He wanted to completely eliminate Smith Doyle before turning his attention to Peter Quill and Mantis. At this moment, Smith Doyle stopped attacking the underground, but a large amount of divine power surged out, even more than before. Smith Doyle's lips curled up slightly. Let me see how much divine power you still have to waste. This time it'll be almost empty. Ego continuously drew upon the energy within his core to condense an even more powerful body for himself. This time, he intended to kill the man before him. The body he had just used was already capable of contending with the opponent, and he was confident that he would win this time. Just as Ego was condensing his body, Star-Lord on the other side felt that storing divine power in his body was too slow. For Ego, who had created a planet, it was like trying to scoop water from a pool with a cup. As Star-Lord absorbed divine power, he began to consume it, and a giant, pixelated bean-shaped body began to coalesce. Stay away from me, I need to expend my divine power. As his divine power waned, Star-Lord transformed into a giant gluttonous bean, and his body continued to expand. Both sides simultaneously consumed a large amount of divine power, in addition to the large amount of divine power consumed by being tricked by Smith Doyle, and the enormous amount of divine power consumed by trying to take over the Earth and directly accelerate the ripening of the Earth seeds. This immediately depleted Ego's divine power. After successfully condensing his body, Ego knew he no longer had the energy to immediately condense another body of this level. Smith Doyle sat on a rock, watching Ego successfully materialize a body, and said, "I've waited so long, I wonder if you still have the energy to condense a second body." Hearing Smith Doyle's teasing words, Igor's face darkened. Although he hadn't condensed the divine power of a second body of this level, his divine power was constantly replenishing itself, and the remaining divine power could repair this body countless times. Thinking of the divine power he had invested this time, Igor spoke, "This time, you'll be the one who dies." Igor unleashed his full power, emanating a terrifying aura. His combat strength increased by a full 30% compared to his previous body, meaning he could easily defeat his former self with overwhelming force. Smith Doyle stood up, the next moment. What? With a roar, golden flames shot into the sky, and terrifying beams swept across the entire planet and spread into the universe. At this moment, Smith Doyle held nothing back, unleashing his full 3 million combat power. Igor's eyes widened as he felt the terrifying aura emanating from Smith Doyle, and he asked, trembling, this is impossible. Smith Doyle held out his palm and said, "In the battle just now, I only used 50% of my fighting strength, and you were able to put up a fight against me, which is quite unexpected. But the game is over." Igor immediately roared, "I won't lose." Just as Ego roared, Smith Doyle's body seemed to shift and move towards Ego. At an unseen speed, Igor's body delivered dozens of heavy blows, shattering the armor that had formed on his body. Blood trickled from the corner of Ego's mouth. Before he could speak, Smith Doyle floated in front of Ego and delivered 3 consecutive knee strikes to the back of Ego's head. Bump, bump, bump. Igor was kicked and staggered, his head slightly deformed. He managed to turn around and look at Smith Doyle. Smith Doyle spun 360 degrees and kicked Igor in the chin, sending him flying. Bump. With his mouth full of blood, Igor staggered and steadied himself. At this moment, Smith Doyle turned around to look at Ego, his hands gathering at his waist, white light waves converging in his hands. Seeing this, Igor panicked and rushed forward at the last second before he could put up a fight. Turtle-style Kagong wave. What? Igor's body was instantly engulfed by the Kamehameha wave that erupted at full power. Boom. After the explosion, Igor's body turned into dust and vanished into the world. After destroying Ego's strongest body, Smith Doyle waited for a full 3 minutes, and sure enough, Ego did not condense another body to fight. Smith Doyle closed his eyes and sensed the entire planet, seeing everything within it, including Peter Quill, who had become a giant gluttonous being. At the same time, they sensed Ego's true form at the Earth's core, which was another place on the entire planet besides Peter Quill with powerful combat capabilities. "I've found you, Igor." End of this chapter. Chapter 638 Seal. Chapter 638 Seal. When Smith Doyle first arrived on planet Ego, he used his outdated senses to determine Ego's true form. However, at that time, Ego's divine tentacles covered the entire planet, and in Smith Doyle's perception, the entire planet was a huge combat force, making it impossible to pinpoint Ego's core. But this time, as the divine tentacles retracted completely, Ego's divine power was depleted, and he instantly sensed the location of Ego's core. The next second, the Infinity Gauntlet appeared on Smith Doyle's palm, and the Space Stone shone brightly. Smith Doyle appeared in front of Ego's core. Looking at the core encased in metallic ore, Smith Doyle slammed his fist into it. Boom! The metal shell encasing Ego's core began to crumble and fall away, and soon the core appeared before Smith Doyle, a gigantic brain. Looking at the enormous brain in front of him, before taking any further action, Ego used his already limited divine power to condense a body with little combat strength and appeared before Smith Doyle. "Who are you?" Smith Doyle looked at Igor, who had appeared, and said with a smile, "Not bad, you still have energy to spare." Smith Doyle flicked a single finger, unleashing a laser beam that instantly killed Ego's clone. The beam continued its momentum, striking Ego's core and leaving a finger-sized wound. Although not much energy was used, the already weak core was immediately severely damaged. As Igor's core weakened, divine power surged into the wound, continuously repairing it. Smith Doyle thought for a moment. He wanted to seal Ego. Although Piccolo possessed some demonic magic, he did not have any sealing skills. The Space Stone and Reality Stone in his hands were not from the sealing side. Although he himself did not know how, Smith Doyle quickly thought of someone he knew who could seal them, one of whom was Odin. Odin could seal Hela, and he could also seal the severely injured Ego, but Odin's life is nearing its end, and the seal will be broken upon his death. The other one is the Ancient One in Camartage. Smith Doyle then thought of Wanda, who was studying magic in Camartage, and wondered if she could seal Ego. If Wanda doesn't work, then we'll have to trouble the Ancient One. He really wants to plant the spirit tree in the brain of a god. If even the Ancient One can't do it, then he has no choice but to kill Ego and make him nourish the planet. With that in mind, Smith Doyle glanced at Ego, who was still frantically repairing himself, and used the power of the Space Stone to open a wormhole that led directly to Camartage. Stepping into the wormhole, Smith Doyle appeared in the training grounds of Camartage. Mordo, the senior disciple, was teaching his junior disciples magic. Upon seeing the wormhole, he knew who was about to arrive. After these days of training, Mordo, the guardian of the Dragon Balls, has washed away his impetuousness. Just as the Ancient One said, "Give this world a glimmer of hope, and don't question whether all of this conforms to the natural laws of the world's operation. Existence itself is reasonable." Just as magic is illogical to ordinary people, Dragon Ball is logical from the perspective of a higher dimension. Mordo stepped forward and greeted them. "Welcome, Mr. Smith." Looking at Mordo, who had changed so much since their last meeting, Smith Doyle nodded and said, "I've come to see Wanda about something." Mordo summoned the mage beside him and said, "Go find Master Wanda and bring her over. Mr. Smith needs to speak with her." After giving his instructions, Mordo looked at Smith Doyle and said, "I've sent someone to find Master Wanda. She'll be here soon." Smith Doyle nodded and said, "Sorry to bother you." Mordo suddenly spoke up and apologized. "Mr. Smith, I apologize for my previous reckless behavior. My perspective was too narrow before I was trapped in a cognitive bias." Smith Doyle was genuinely surprised to hear Mordo's words. Based on his understanding of Mordo, this sorcerer, like Caecilius, went down the path of villainy in most universes, and only became the Sorcerer Supreme in a very few universes because of Strange's death. Initially, he was a stubborn individual who refused to accept that the Time Stone could reverse time and resurrect a large number of people. He was even more unwilling to accept that he had not succeeded the Ancient One as the Sorcerer Supreme, and instead turned to the dark side, absorbing the magic power of other sorcerers and causing a magical catastrophe. So this is the beginning of accepting that the Dragon Balls are disrupting the laws of nature. My own universe is really interesting. Smith Doyle waved his hand and said, "That's all in the past, isn't it?" Mordo nodded and said, "Yes, it's in the past." As the two were talking, Wanda ran towards where Smith Doyle was. Wanda, dressed in a red sorceress robe, was very beautiful. She ran over and hugged Smith Doyle. "It's been so long, and you haven't come to see me." Seeing the situation before him, Mordo wisely left, leaving Wanda and Smith Doyle alone. Seeing Wanda rush over and hug him, Smith Doyle patted Wanda on the back and said with a smile, "Here I am. How's your magic learning going here? I need your help with something." Wanda released Smith Doyle and complained. "He said he came to see me, but it turns out he just wanted me to do chores." Smith Doyle smiled and said, "The two things don't interfere with each other, and I see you need my help with something." Wanda felt a surge of excitement. She hadn't been pushed away when she ran over and hugged Smith Doyle, and immediately asked, "What do you need me to do?" "I have learned a lot of magic here, and the library in Kamartaj is completely open to me." Smith Doyle said, "Do you know any sealing magic? I want to seal away a god who only has a brain and no body, and whose divine power is now exhausted." Wanda excitedly said, "I can give it a try. I know several sealing spells." Smith Doyle nodded, "Then come with me." Smith Doyle waved his hand, and a wormhole appeared before them. He then led Wanda into it. The next moment, Smith Doyle brought Wanda to the depths of Ego's core, in front of Ego's true form. Just as Ego had used his divine power to heal his physical injuries, Smith Doyle, who had disappeared, reappeared, bringing with him a strange woman. "Wanda, this brain in front of you is Ego. I need you to seal him here. Can you do that?" Wanda looked at the enormous brain in front of her and asked, "This is the brain of the god you mentioned. It's really strange that he can survive with just his brain. Let me try it." Wanda didn't chant any spells. She clapped her hands together, and red chaotic magical energy formed a red sphere covered with magical runes in her hands. Then she pushed this magical sphere toward Ego. Ego immediately stretched out a powerful tentacle and lashed it at the magic sphere, but he missed. The magic sphere instantly expanded and enveloped Ego's body, trapping him inside. Igor used his last bit of divine power to attack the seal, but it had no effect whatsoever. Wanda didn't stop casting spells again, and magical runes were inscribed all around, even setting up runes that prevented the use of divine power in this area. Watching Wanda's actions, Smith Doyle marveled at her status as a successor of chaos magic. Even before becoming the Scarlet Witch, she had already become so powerful simply by learning Kamartaj's magic. Moreover, Smith Doyle clearly saw that the magic Wanda used was different from Kamartaj. She didn't borrow magical power, but rather cast spells with her own chaotic energy, making the effects even more potent. The Dark Book should be in Agatha Christie's possession now. I wonder if Wanda ever saw the Book of Vishanti in Kamartaj. After doing all this, Wanda spoke, "Okay, done. I have completely sealed him away. I have placed 3 layers of seals on him and inscribed a magical restriction here that prevents him from using divine power." Upon hearing Wanda's words, Smith Doyle spoke up, "Your growth is truly unexpectedly rapid." Wanda said with a smile, "You have half the credit for this. If you hadn't sent me to Kamartaj, I would have had to figure things out and grow up on my own. There are so many magic books there, I've only read a small portion so far." When Smith Doyle heard Wanda say this, he shook his head and said, "That's because you have talent. There are so many mages in Kamartaj, but very few of them can truly stand on their own. Alright, let's leave here. There are a few little ones waiting for me outside." The other side. Star-Lord was fighting Ego for divine power when, the moment Ego was sealed away, Star-Lord could no longer sense any divine power outside his own body. "Strange, I can't sense it anymore." Rocket Raccoon roared. "Damn Quill, keep your voice down. Do you know how huge you are right now?" Gamera then asked, "Can't sense anything anymore?" Star-Lord lowered his voice considerably and began to speak. "I can no longer sense Igor's divine power, but I can confirm that he is not dead." Just as Ego was about to say something, Smith Doyle appeared before everyone with Wanda. Smith Doyle and Wanda were also stunned for a moment when they saw the gluttony being that was dozens of meters tall in front of them. Smith Doyle asked somewhat uncertainly, "Peter Quill?" Rocket Raccoon burst into laughter. "Haha, didn't expect that, did you? He actually created this kind of image for himself." Smith Doyle smiled and said, "That surprised me a bit. Can you withdraw the divine power back into your body and return to your original form?" Star-Lord began to speak. "I can try, but it will take time." Wanda looked at the group of people in front of her, a raccoon, a small twig, a blue-skinned woman, a creature with mantis antennae, a man with a fruit, and a giant glutton. "Smith, where is this? Are they Earthlings?" Smith Doyle said, "This is Planet Ego, the planet created by Ego, whom you just sealed away. They are members of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Gluttony is Peter Quill, a demigod, a hybrid of Earth and Celestial. This is Rocket, Groot, Gamera, Mantis, and Drax." At the same time, Smith Doyle introduced himself to everyone. "This is Wanda, a mage, and a member of my friend, the League of Assassins." Gamera then asked, "You just said that Igor was sealed away. Why not kill him?" Smith Doyle explained, "I still have some use for this planet, so I had Wanda seal it away." Don't worry, Igor has no chance of causing trouble again. The mantis woman exclaimed in surprise. My god, you guys are really amazing. Sealing Igor is much more difficult than killing him. At this moment, Star-Lord finally withdrew his divine power back into his body, the image of gluttony disappeared, and he returned to his true appearance. However, Peter Quill was obviously a little too full, and the blue light of the divine power flashed through his body from time to time. I feel so full, I'm finally done. Smith Doyle looked at Star-Lord and asked, have you learned how to cultivate divine power? Star-Lord grinned and said, not only did I learn it, but I also stole a large amount of divine power from Igor, enough for me to nurture my own divine power. I am now terrifyingly strong. As he spoke, Star-Lord even made a gesture of flexing his muscles. Smith Doyle smiled and said, Igor has already had Wanda sealed away. I have other plans for this planet. Are you coming back to Earth with me, or? At this moment, Rocket Raccoon spoke up, Yondu and the others are currently outside the planet, so we won't be going back to Earth with you for now. However, we will go to Earth to participate before the next World Martial Arts Tournament begins. Wanda, upon hearing this, said with some excitement, I missed the first World Martial Arts Tournament, but I'm going to sign up for the second one. Smith Doyle heard this and said, no problem, anyone who is interested can participate. Then Smith Doyle looked up at the sky and said, as for those raiders and Yondu, I'm nowhere to be found. Just tell them not to damage this place. As for normal visits from Earth, that's fine, but illegal intrusion will get them their heads. Alright, Wanda and I will be leaving now. After speaking, Smith Doyle waved his hand, and a wormhole appeared, directly taking Wanda away from Planet Ego. Star-Lord Smith Doyle, watching him leave, asked in confusion, why not just go to Earth? Rocket Raccoon began to speak, idiot, doesn't your divine power need training? There's still some time before the World Martial Arts Tournament on Earth, so we can improve our skills and increase our strength. We still need to deal with Yondu and the others from outside the planet. End of this chapter. Chapter 639 Peter Quill unravels his inner confession. Chapter 639 Peter Quill unravels his inner confession. Assassin's League headquarters. Instead of sending Wanda directly back to Kamartaj, Smith Doyle first brought her back to the League of Assassins. Wanda, how's your studying going over there? Can you open the portal? Smith Doyle did not see the sling ring on Wanda's hand, so he asked. Wanda was happy to be back in the League of Assassins, and could take the opportunity to relax. The Ancient One suggested that I learn the core concept of Kamartaj magic, using my own internal energy to power the spells. The advantage of this is that I don't need to use spells like they do, but the trouble is that I need to thoroughly understand the magic. Smith Doyle nodded after hearing this and said, the best approach is to understand magic and adapt it to your own needs. It doesn't matter if it takes a little longer, you have plenty of time to grow. Wanda said with a smile. Although it's a bit slower, that only applies to my ability to use white magic directly. Compared to other mages, I learn much faster. As for the portal, we still need the help of the sling ring. Smith, imagining a future king who could open portals with a thought, immediately spoke, you can practice the portal more, and you'll become so skilled that you can open it without a sling ring. Wanda exclaimed in surprise, is it really possible to open a portal without using a slingshot? Smith Doyle nodded. Seeing this, Wanda spoke up, I believe in you, and I will practice hard. The other side. Yondu and the others on the planet Ego looked at each other in bewilderment. They had all witnessed the great battle that had just taken place on the surface, and some of the raiders who had come over had even been grazed by Smith Doyle's attack, resulting in their ships being destroyed and their crews killed on the spot. Yondu, being nearly expelled from the raiders, wouldn't normally be able to summon other raiders. However, the spectacle of the battle between two unparalleled powerhouses still attracted many raiders from the surrounding area to join in the fun. Especially after some crew members shared some of the recorded battle videos, many people came out of respect for the two supreme warriors, rather than because of Yondu. At this moment, a subordinate spoke up, boss, the battle is over, and that man has disappeared. What do we do next? Yondu looked at the red planet in front of him and swallowed hard. The battle just now had really refreshed his understanding. Igor's strength was already beyond his expectations, but he didn't expect that man to be even stronger. We'll evacuate once that kid Quill returns. Oh, right, send a message to Quill and the others. We're outside. The subordinate asked in confusion, aren't we going down? Yondu looked at the red planet in front of him and shook his head, saying, I'm not going down. The other raiders who had come to watch the spectacle immediately evacuated the area in their spaceships after the battle ended. As for going to this planet to look for something, no one did that. They had to respect such an unparalleled expert. As for Yondu's men who had notified them, only a few of these raiders sent Yondu a message before leaving. thanking him for letting them witness the great battle. Inside the planet Igor, Rocket Raccoon began to speak. Gentlemen, Yondu is waiting for us in outer space. Shall we go back? Star-Lord asked in surprise. He's here too. Rocket Raccoon began to speak. When he heard you were here, he told me you were in danger, so he came with his men. However, because of the big fight between Smith and Igor, he didn't come down to cause trouble. Star-Lord was taken aback when he heard Rocket Raccoon say that, and then asked, why didn't he hand me over to Igor when he took me away from Earth? It can't be because I'm small that it's easier for me to steal things, right? Rocket spread his hands and said, maybe he had a change of heart. Star-Lord retorted, but he said he was going to eat me. The Rockets were speechless. Then, why are you still alive? If you want to know, go ask him yourself. Star-Lord scratched his head, then looked at everyone and said, let's go back. Mantis, are you coming with us? The Mantis looked at the planet before her, already ravaged by the battle, and spoke, I don't know what the meaning of my existence is, so I'll join you in the search. The group then boarded the Milan spaceship and flew towards outer space. Soon, the spaceship received a signal and entered Yondu's large spaceship. Seeing Star-Lord and the others emerge, Yondu stepped forward, gave Peter Quill a hug, and said, haha, I knew you'd come back alive. Who is the powerful figure fighting Igor this time? I'm going to make him famous in the universe. I can't let him remain completely unknown. Rocket Raccoon began to speak. He is quite famous in the 9 realms, but he is not known in other places. Yondu glanced at Rocket, then patted Peter Quill on the shoulder. Peter Quill began by saying, he is Smith Doyle, an Earthling. Yondu paused for a moment, then looked Star-Lord up and down and asked, I'd believe you if you said he was a god like Ego, but you say he's just an Earthling. Are you Earthlings really that powerful? Drax then spoke up. He also killed Ronan. Upon hearing this, Yondu realized that this was the same person who had destroyed Ronan, so it really was an Earthling. The difference between Earthlings and Earthlings is really huge. Star-Lord's lips twitched slightly before he spoke. Also, everyone can give up on the Dragon Ball thing. That thing belongs to Smith Doyle. Don't even think about taking or stealing it from him. Yondu reacted quickly, saying nonchalantly, it doesn't matter. Since it's in the hands of such a powerful person, we naturally won't covet it. Otherwise, we would be wiped out along with our spaceship in one move. Yondu could not forget that Smith Doyle's attack had unleashed energy from Ego, destroying a raider ship in the process. He also learned what had happened when he encountered those scattered raider ships outside Earth's spatial node. He must have run into this person. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Welcome back alive. We didn't come away empty-handed this time either. The battle recording of 2 top-tier experts is very valuable in the universe. Upon hearing Yondu's words, everyone nodded in agreement. After a simple dinner, everyone returned to their respective lounges to rest. Peter Quill went to the captain's cabin, where Yondu was alone. Upon seeing Peter Quill arrive, Yondu asked, what's wrong, kid? Star-Lord looked at Yondu and asked, why didn't you hand me over to Igor back then? Upon hearing this question, Yondu paused for 2 seconds before speaking. At first, I just thought it was a task to pick up children. After all, Igor said those were his offspring. But when I later learned what happened to those children, how could I possibly hand you over to him? Star-Lord began to speak. Isn't it because you want to eat me? Yondu roared. Am I some kind of cannibalistic demon? I was just trying to scare you. Star-Lord looked at Yondu and said, you really scared me. I believed that for over 20 years. Yondu rolled his eyes, then cursed, get lost, kid, I need to rest. Star-Lord walked to the doorway, turned to look at Yondu, and said, thank you. Also, I have awakened divine power. Peter Quill left the captain's cabin after demonstrating his divine power, leaving Yondu in a stunned silence. Earth, because Ego was sealed away, the seed energy that surged forth from the divine power withered and died after the divine power was severed. The blue, slime-like substance dissipated as the divine power was severed, leaving only a mess behind. After Coulson and his team finished inspecting the scene, they began to speak. It seems the energy that caused this phenomenon has dissipated, and these things have withered away. Report the information and have other agents take over to see if we can find any more intelligence we have. He then took out the task platform, glanced at the information on it, and said, we've received a mission, we need to get to the airport. The entire team immediately got into a car and headed towards the airport. Soon everyone arrived at the airport and boarded the Airbus parked there. Apart from May piloting the plane, all other personnel in the command center were present. May's voice rang out on the plane, S.H.I.E.L.D. Order 616, proceed to the airport in northern Colorado. At this moment, Coulson took out a tablet computer, which displayed information about the mission objectives. A few minutes ago, the SHIELD convoy escorting a red priority protected individual was attacked on Highway 76 near Sterling. Skye asked curiously, what is the red priority level? However, Coulson did not explain, but instead made a few gestures on the tablet, displaying a person's profile. The protected individual is Canadian physicist Dr. Franklin Hall, whose famous research includes. Before Coulson could finish speaking, Simmons cried out sadly, "Oh, no." Fitz looked at the data on the tablet and said in surprise, "Dr. Hall. He was our chemical kinetics tutor in our sophomore year." Simmons added, "Yes, he is very passionate about science, and we like him very much. Can we rescue him?" Skye asked curiously, "A scientist?" Coulson nodded and said, "He is our scientist, and we must do our best to rescue him." Donnie Gill, who was standing to the side, then asked, "Where are the attackers?" "Can't see." After saying that, Coulson turned and left. Watching Coulson leave, Skye felt like shouting, "Wait, can't you see it? Handsome." Donnie Gill glanced sideways at Skye, who quickly composed herself and immediately said, "This is terrible. Even in our area, there haven't been any superhumans who can turn invisible." Simmons asked curiously, "So you don't think it was any supernatural beings from your area who were involved?" Skye nodded. "Although there are many extraordinary individuals in the afterlife, with varying abilities, no one would do such a thing under my mother's management. And I know that there are currently no invisible superhumans in the afterlife." Sterling, Colorado. In the evening, a group of 7 people arrived at the scene on Highway 76. Coulson explained, "Dr. Hall is one of the top scientists who have always been protected by SHIELD. The enemy wants these scientists, so we hide them and keep moving them around. The possibility of Hydra remnants intervening cannot be ruled out. After all, the Avengers are still working on eliminating Hydra." Skye then asked the question she had previously raised, "What is the red priority level?" Coulson glanced at Skye and explained, "That means the security measures should be very tight. But it's also possible that the recent manpower shortage gave Hydra an opportunity to exploit the situation. Hopefully, that's not the case." They arrived at the scene quickly. Agent Mike had not left, he had his wounds bandaged and remained there. Coulson walked over and asked, "Agent Mike, this is Agent Coulson, in charge of this incident. Could you tell me what happened at the scene?" Mike looked at Coulson and said, "I'm not easily intimidated, sir." May asked, "Is there nothing in the sky?" Mike thought for a moment and said, "No, and there's nothing on the flanks either. But the strange thing is, they know our route. They are waiting for us to arrive." Coulson frowned slightly and said, "You mean, is there someone from inside the bureau colluding with you in this?" Mike shrugged and said, "It's a pity, but that's definitely how it is." Coulson was somewhat puzzled. He knew that the Hydra agents in the bureau should have been completely wiped out, and those with the ability to access memories through blood wouldn't have anything to hide. Skye finished her phone call with her mother and came over to say, "There are no superhumans who can use stealth attacks in the afterlife, and during this period, apart from me and the afterlife team, no superhumans have left the afterlife base." Upon hearing that it had nothing to do with the superhumans in the afterlife, Coulson and May both breathed a sigh of relief. However, Donnie Gill was somewhat curious about the situation at the afterlife base, a place not under the control of SHIELD, as it seemed that there were quite a few superhumans there. At that moment, Simmons shouted, "Fitz, what is this?" Fitz looked at Simmons and said, "I'm not wearing the full-spectrum goggles I designed, how am I supposed to see what it is?" As they were talking, Fitz and Skye walked over, and Fitz extended his hand and said, "Come on, let me see what you've discovered." "No, slow down, wait, don't move," Simmons shouted. Simmons grabbed a handful of dust from the spot and threw it forward. Instead of falling, the dust particles moved irregularly in the air. Skye exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on?" Coulson and Donnie Gill walked over. Simmons explained, "The electrostatic field scanner seems to have been activated." Coulson spoke up, "Can we turn it off?" "Turn it off now." Soon after Fitz operated the instruments and the readings went off the charts, the phenomenon finally stopped. Simmons crouched down and used tweezers to pick up an object from the ground that resembled a gyroscope. It was it that did this. End of this chapter. Chapter 640 Gravity Maniac and the Super Soldier Serum Injection Quota. Chapter 640 Gravity Maniac and the Super Soldier Serum Injection Quota. Coulson reached out and took the item, examining it closely for a moment. Skye, who was standing nearby, asked, "What is this?" After examining the situation for a moment, Coulson said, "This is a big problem." Back in the airplane's laboratory, Fitz began using the equipment to study what they had found. Coulson began, "Either someone has cracked our communication system, or the information Dr. Hall transferred has been leaked from within." May, standing to the side, said, "Do you really think we have a mole among us?" Weren't all the Hydra agents in the Bureau eliminated? I think you should check your communication records to rule out that possibility. We will inspect the tire treads of the traction equipment found at the scene. Sky began to speak. I can go get it checked. I can upload an image of the tire treads to see if there are any. At that moment, Donnie Gill walked over and said, "We've found it. It matches a 2010 model. Find a list of buyers within a 500-mile radius." The scope has been narrowed down to people with criminal records, financial difficulties, or a tendency to take risks. Donnie Gill then operated the machine, and information on 3 people appeared on the screen. "There are 3 suspects," Coulson added. "They may have sold their construction equipment to the kidnappers. Let's go and find out." After saying that, Coulson left with Donnie Gill. Sky, watching Coulson leave, called out, "Etc." At that moment, May walked over carrying a large stack of documents and placed them directly into Sky's hands. Sky asked doubtfully, "You want me to use it to practice weightlifting?" May said coldly, "Read it. This is all the information that headquarters sent out after the decision was made to transfer Dr. Hall." After speaking, May left to continue her work. Sky looked at the tall stack of documents in her hand and complained, "It looks like it will take some time." "Hold on, Doctor." Granary Hill, Colorado. A man dressed as a cowboy in the West is riding a horse through the mountains. At that moment, Coulson, who was on his way, greeted him, "Hello." The man pulled on the reins to stop the horse, then asked, "Who are you?" Coulson, wearing sunglasses, leaned against his car and said, "A citizen who happens to be subordinate to a huge government agency that monitors your every move." The man dressed in cowboy clothes reached out his hand and said, "I didn't do anything wrong." "Of course not, but the person who bought your excavator did something wrong. And as you know, that's why I'm hiding here to avoid trouble. I just want to know who bought it." Upon hearing this, the man grabbed the double-barreled rifle from the horse's back, loaded it, and aimed it at Coulson, saying, "He paid me not to answer those kinds of questions." Suddenly, the hunting rifle in his hand froze, startling the man so much that he dropped it to the ground. The next second, he was pulled down by the force of the impact. This sudden scene completely terrified him. The gun had been frozen in place. He knew that a superhuman had intervened, so he immediately raised his hands to indicate that he posed no threat. At this moment, Donnie Gill spoke up. "It has a kind of old Western cowboy feel to it." The man quickly spoke up, "They bought my machine, that's all. I don't know their names or what they look like." Coulson asked, "How do you collect the money? Do they write you checks?" The man pointed to the bag on the horse's back, and Donnie Gill saw this and pulled it off, emptying its contents onto the ground. 10 gold bricks fell to the ground, and Coulson picked one up. Donnie Gill then said, "Paying the bill with gold, this really feels like being a cowboy in the Old West." Donnie Giles then spoke up, "What should we do with this guy? Just take him out of here?" A look of terror crossed the man's face. Coulson shook his head and said, "Let him go." Then he continued, "We've confiscated your gold. It's going to be used to investigate those criminals." The man waved his hand and said, "Take the stuff as long as you don't kill me." Donnie Gill released the man and got into the car, which soon started moving. Coulson and the others returned to the plane, handed the gold bars to Simmons, and said, "Inspect these gold bars." Simmons took the gold brick, placed it on the lab table, wrote a number on it, and picked up the instrument to begin testing. This is actually an alloy ingot, meaning it was mined directly from the ore without being refined. The purity is only about 92%, so the cowboy was a bit fooled. Coulson looked at Simmons and said, "Can you locate the ore vein by looking through the impurities?" Fitz, who was standing nearby, immediately said, "Can. We have already analyzed it with our equipment, and the gold comes from the Daisy mine in Tanzania. The owner is Quinn International." Upon hearing the name Quinn International, Coulson began to speak. "You've definitely learned about this company's CEO in your chemical engineering class or seen him on the cover of Forbes. Ian Quinn. The other side, Republic of Malta." Ian Quinn was on the phone at the time, giving instructions to his subordinates. "We can't dig it out like a potato. We have to extract it from the ore and concentrate it." "I know. I'll tell him that it was this investment that got him that ridiculous yacht. He will thank me at the shareholders' meeting." After speaking, Ian Quinn hung up the phone, handed it to his secretary, and then went into a room. Opening the door, Quinn looked at Dr. Hall, who was tied to a chair, and said, "Why did you tie him up? Does he look like a threat?" Dr. Hall, with his back to Quinn, smiled upon hearing the newcomer's voice and said, "Quinn." The black bodyguard next to him immediately took out a dagger and cut the ropes binding Dr. Hall. Quinn looked at Hall and said, "I'm sorry they treated you like that." Watching the bodyguard leave, Quinn pulled up a chair and sat down opposite Hall, a smile spreading across his face. "Welcome to Malta, Hall." Hall looked at Quinn and said, "Stealing my ideas is one thing, Ian. You don't even spare me personally. Quinn said with a smile. First of all, I didn't steal your idea at all. We have always believed that information should be made public. Hall said. It's astonishing how much money you've made using this publicly available information. Quinn continued. Secondly, just think of this as a rescue operation, Hall. Actually, you'll thank me soon enough. My men intercepted a communication about the transfer of an important person. Once I deduced that it was you, how could I let this opportunity slip by? Giving up an opportunity doesn't really fit my style. After saying that, Quinn got up, went to the cabinet next to him, and took out a bottle of whiskey and 2 glasses. Hall then stood up, glanced around, and said, Malta. Pretty smart, SHIELD can't cause you any trouble here. Quinn said as he opened the whiskey, it's not just SHIELD. I have now become a citizen of this beautiful country. Glamorous beaches, tempting tax laws. Moreover, there is a deep-seated hostility here towards outside interference. Hall laughed. This sounds like your dating profile. Quinn also laughed. Yes. I moved my entire business here. I bought the former Prime Minister's official residence. It's not really to my taste, but the underground facilities here are huge. So I thought, buying it wouldn't be a bad idea. As they were talking, Quinn poured the wine and came over with 2 glasses. Hall took the glass and said, You've always been a stubborn bastard, and now you've finally found a place where the overseers can't reach you. Quinn clinked glasses with Hall and said, And it does not violate international law at all. After they both took a sip of whiskey, Quinn continued, More importantly, your old friends can't run into you either. Quinn took a miniature gravity bell out of his pocket and placed it on the table. Do you remember this thing? Seeing Hall holding it in his hand, Quinn continued, You designed this thing when we were still very young. This is just a miniature sample, a hypothetical machine driven by hypothetical matter. Franca, you're right. Quinn looked surprised and said, You found it? Fitz finally found information about the item that resembled a miniature gyroscope. He projected it onto the large screen and began to introduce it. Gravitonium is a rare element with an extremely high atomic number. It is also its driving mechanism, which is extremely rare. So much so that most people don't believe it exists. Not to mention a related theory that a single positive charge can reverse isotropic properties. At this moment, Sky interrupted, Guys, I'm a high school dropout. How does this device work? Simmons explained. The gravitational onchium destroys its internal gravitational field, forming a fluctuating amorphous shape. Once an electric current is applied, the gravitonium will solidify, and those gravitational fields will burst forth, randomly altering the gravitational field around it. This is why the truck and the escort convoy were thrown into the air at the scene of the accident. Many years ago, a genius published a paper on gravitonium and its various possible applications. Sky realized what was happening and immediately said, Dr. Franklin Hall. Fitz nodded and said, That's right, Dr. Hall and Ian Quinn both enrolled at Cambridge University. At this point, Sky expressed her opinion. Coulson may be mistaken. Quinn is a well-known good man. His charitable donations amount to approximately $8 billion. Simmons nodded and said, Yes, the money donated is earned by squeezing the Earth's resources dry. It seems he has made another new discovery. The other side. Hall looked at the miniature graviton in his hand, and Quinn beside him said, It took 20 years, 12 mines, and 6 continents. However, I finally found it. Seeing Hall looking over, Quinn laughed and said, Now we're going to have some fun with it. Hall nodded and said, Do you remember when we were talking about this on Orchard Street, and we said it was dangerous, very dangerous? Anything powerful is dangerous. Hall nodded in agreement. Quinn continued, But I'm not going to try to convince you with more empty talk, like 50% of the shares or the Nobel Prize. No, you don't want these. You only need to see for yourself. As he spoke, Quinn tapped a few times on the monitor on the table in front of him, and a window in the room opened, revealing a giant gravity bell, a huge creature with a diameter of 12 feet, which was much larger than the miniature gravity bell with a diameter of 2.5 centimeters that Hall had. I built a huge generator, but I need you to teach me how to control the gravitational field. You can accomplish your life's work, and I will do it whether you participate or not. But I know you'd want it to work properly. Hall looked at the miniature gravity onion in his hand, then at the large gravity onion outside the window, and nodded. Seeing that Hall had agreed, Quinn smiled and said, Now you should thank me. On an Airbus aircraft. At this moment, Coulson walked over with Donnie Gill. Once everyone was present, Coulson spoke. Dr. Hall has been kidnapped, and we must go and rescue him. Donnie Gill said, We've checked, and there are only 2 ways to get into Quinn's yard. One is to rely on the Aegis Assault Force, sending a large number of personnel to attack, which can break through there. Another method is to have someone as an inside agent, who used neodymium laser fencing to surround the territory. And the intensity of the laser net is such that even those injected with the super soldier serum cannot withstand it. Even my freezing ability won't work. Coulson shook his head and said, they will not allow the commandos into Malta. In addition, Quinn International is holding its annual shareholders meeting this weekend. If they make a big move to enter our market, it may cause global outrage, and we will not be able to explain ourselves then. At this moment, Sky asked curiously, how high is this laser net? If it's not particularly high, I should be able to jump over it. Upon hearing Donnie Gill's words, Donnie Gill immediately retrieved the data on the neodymium laser fence and then spoke. Although it is called a laser net, it is actually a laser shield. It is blocked in all directions in the sky. The only way to enter is underground. Sky shook her head regretfully. My shockwave can make me leap into the air, but it's not suitable for drilling holes. May opened her mouth and said, it seems I need an inside man. Donnie Gill thought for a moment and then said, calling for headquarters support. If the superhuman team attacks, they should be able to break through there. Coulson shook his head and said, the headquarters is currently facing a severe shortage of manpower. The Avengers are currently on other missions, and the superhumans in the agency are all fully booked. However, I have received information that Director Smith will be releasing more slots for the super soldier serum injection. End of this chapter. Chapter 641 The Universal Capsule Group and 039's Technology Expo. Chapter 641 The Universal Capsule Group's Technology Expo. Simmons then said, to reiterate, any SHIELD agent captured on Maltese territory can be executed by firing squad. And it's legal. Fitz nodded and said, yes. At this moment, Sky, who had been fiddling with her phone the whole time, spoke up, I can get and I won't be executed. Upon hearing Sky's words, Donnie Gill looked over and said, Sky, we're talking serious stuff. Coulson interrupted, wait, Sky, tell me your thoughts. Sky began to speak, I have two ways to get in there, but as for being captured, they need to have the strength to do so. Donnie Gill asked, tell me your idea, Sky. Fitz then said, there are deadly lasers there. If the laser network can't be shut down. Sky interrupted, let me explain my approach first, and then we'll see what you choose. May looked at Sky and asked, what's the plan? Sky began to speak, the first solution is that you can't get SHIELD support, but I can get support from the next world base. I have a member of my tribe who can bring us all there one by his own ability. At that time, with our capabilities, we can directly storm inside and find the doctor. The second method, I just tried it. Hacking in there is very simple. I have already made an invitation for myself. Strictly speaking, it is an electronic invitation. Coulson and May exchanged a glance, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Sky, which method do you prefer? Sky looked at Coulson and said, I prefer the second option. This further proves my abilities, and I believe I will be more confident in competing for the position of Bureau Chief Secretary in the future. Of course, I'm not too old-fashioned. If there's real danger, I'll call for backup immediately and get me away. The plane was bound for Malta, and there was still some time before the shareholders' meeting began. Coulson looked at his various body armor vests in his closet and said to Donnie Gill behind him, I understand your concerns, but we have no other choice. Donnie Gill said in a deep voice, she's definitely got some skills. She used a backdoor program on her phone to create an invitation during the conversation. But sending her as an inside agent without training is too risky. I know she is a superhuman with considerable combat capabilities, and she can even call for support from superhumans outside the group. But isn't that a bit too risky? The first plan is actually quite good. Actually, I'm a little worried that randomly calling for external support might leak the mission details. Coulson countered with, are you worried about her safety or her loyalty? Donnie Gill said, everyone is worried. Given the example of the Hydra, we must be wary. If it weren't for the Rising Tide organization, she wouldn't have gotten the invitation. Who knows how many other rules she's broken? Coulson selected the suit for the operation and then said to Donnie Gill, that was her responsibility to ignore the rules and find connections and backdoors that others couldn't see. Do you have any other concerns? Donnie Gill took a deep breath and then spoke, she's holding back, Coulson. She said she wanted to be a secret agent, but was unwilling to commit fully to it. And what kind of existence is that afterlife base that has so many superhumans with different abilities? Coulson countered with, Director Smith is in charge of liaison with the afterlife base. We can rest assured about the director's methods. Of course, I believe Sky understands the consequences of leaking SHIELD mission information. Coulson then offered his advice, Sky is different from agents like you and me who come from the SHIELD academy she joined midway through the process. The reason for bringing her in is that she has the opportunity to become the director's secretary. So we need to try to abandon all past strategies, stop thinking like secret agents, and start thinking like ordinary people. The afterlife base behind her can also be used as external support. Perhaps then, Sky's image will change in your eyes. However, she also needs our help. Donnie Gill asked in confusion, help him in what way? Coulson said, help her think like a secret agent. Donnie Gill nodded thoughtfully, then said, I'll go check on Sky and teach her some ways to deal with the enemy. Coulson nodded without saying anything more, then went to his chair, turned on his computer, and reported the mission information to Director Smith. The other side. After treating Wanda to a lavish meal, Smith Doyle sent her back to Kamartaj, while he discussed the Capsule Corporation's new product launch with Fox. How many new products have we prepared now? Fox said, this time, we are showcasing the second-generation Bimax robot, the third-generation combat capability detector, the co-branded universal capsule, and a single-person flying vehicle. After listening, Smith asked, what is the upper limit of the third-generation combat capability detector? Fox then spoke up, this time we developed 3 versions, the standard version with 5,000 combat power, the plus version with 10,000 combat power, and the pro version with 20,000 combat power detection online. It also features automatic recording, automatic cloud upload, one-click alarm, and communication functions. Upon hearing that 3 versions had been released in a row, Smith Doyle was taken aback, feeling a bit like he was seeing a cell phone. Are the only differences between the 3 versions combat power? Why not change it to a uniform 20,000 combat power? Fox began to explain. In reality, even the 500 power version is sufficient for ordinary people and the wealthy. The superhumans we encountered were generally between 10 and 100 points of combat power. But for some government agencies, the military, and some superheroes, what is needed is a more likely combat capability detection device. Just like the Dark Elf invasion and the Kree invasion, their combat power is obviously beyond the limit of 500 points. Looking at Fox in front of him, Smith Doyle thought, Malekith and Ronan, even with a combat power of 20,000, their limits cannot be measured. However, the life energy of these powerful beings in the Marvel Universe far exceeds their destructive power, or rather, the destructive power of the Key in the Dragon Ball universe is even greater. We'll prepare as you suggested, and we'll also change the new product launch into an expo to see if there are any other outstanding companies and products. Fox recorded it and said, I will send invitations to other companies to invite them to participate in the expo. The final meeting before the operation took place on an Airbus aircraft. Coulson pointed to the architectural plans of Quinn Manor on the screen and said, Sky will enter through the front door. The only external entrance to the Quinn underground facility is a shallow beach. A 2-person rescue team could sneak in from there, but it would be very difficult. Simmons. Fitz stepped forward and explained, the entire territory is covered by a 20-foot-high neodymium laser net. Touching it would be disastrous. The kind that kills you instantly. Coulson continued, the only way to disable the laser network is to paralyze the system and force a restart. This gives Donnie Gill 3 seconds to get through the laser net, but of course Quinn wouldn't be stupid enough to allow his territory to be accessed by a wireless network. Sky nodded and said, it's up to me now. Simmons then took out a powder box and said, a special powder box that can fool X-ray inspections. Open it and show it to Sky, sandrose color, to match your skin tone. But it is actually a reader. If you are close enough to a computer, it can connect wirelessly, and the red light on the mirror will turn green. Once it turns green, just put it down and walk away. Leave the rest to us, it's a piece of cake. At this moment, Donnie Gill looked at Sky and said, the premise is that you have to stick to the plan. Sky nodded and said, got it. Plan, turn green, let go, walk away. After explaining everything, Coulson turned and left, and May stepped forward and said, I don't want to question your orders, sir. Coulson glanced at May, yes. Then, bypassing the other person and continuing to leave, May quickly said, but the battles I encountered were beyond my expectations. This 2-person rescue team is exactly the kind of operation I want to avoid. Coulson turned to May and said, that's why we didn't send you. When May heard that she wasn't being sent, she continued, field personnel can't compare to operation experts, trust me. Last time you. Before May could finish speaking, Coulson interrupted. Hall is one of our men, and he's in trouble. I need 2 people to get him out, Donnie Gill is one of them, so I have to get involved. You forgot, I've been through a lot of fighting with the Avengers. Moreover, with Sky providing support from within, no one can stand against her, and I can guarantee the mission will be completed smoothly. After saying that, Coulson turned and left. Seeing Coulson leave, May remarked, "Be careful, you're not a superhuman." Before leaving the command center, Coulson shouted, "All right, guys, let's get ready to go." Republic of Malta. Sky, dressed in a red low-cut dress, arrived at Quinn Manor by taxi. I used my electronic invitation to pass the verification and entered the manor. A waiter brought a dessert to Sky. "Would you like some appetizers?" Sky picked one up and put it in her mouth to eat. At that moment, a man's voice rang out from behind, "Who are you?" Sky quickly turned around. The speaker was an elderly man with a white beard and white hair. At that moment, a man in a gray suit hurried over and said, "I apologize for his rudeness, he doesn't speak much English." Sky replied, Never mind, my name is Sky." He then extended his hand and shook hands with the other person. "Qasim Zakiuler, I have admired you for a long time." Upon hearing the name, Sky immediately exclaimed, "You built half of Dubai, including the Arabian Blade building. I love that building. It has a really sci-fi vibe." Hearing Sky's compliment, Qasim gave a kind smile. "Where is your wife?" In the Airbus control room, May immediately provided Sky with remote assistance and said, "Madam's name is Nadra." Sky asked with a smile. "Nadra." May continued, using the cartilage sensor, "Twin sons. Is she at home with the children?" Qasim said with a smile, "Yes, she's at home with the children." With the remote assistance of May and others, Sky chatted with the other party for a few moments, then took her leave. "It is a great honor to meet you." After speaking, Sky did not linger with Qasim, but turned and left. After leaving, Sky looked around and said in a low voice, "This is really nice, just like a good series." Captain calling out to the outlaws, "I see the big dog, and the eagle is landing." Inside the command center, Simmons asked blankly, "What are you talking about?" Sky quickly said, "Sorry, I made a mistake. I saw Quinn. I'll go talk to him." At that moment, Quinn was introducing the features of his project to his partner when Sky walked over and struck up a conversation. "Yeah, that's right." Then he said to Quinn, "Ian Quinn, I am an uninvited guest who arrived at the last minute." Sky held out her hand and said, "Sky." Quinn looked down at Sky, then shook hands with her and said, "Wow, it's nice to meet you." Then he introduced it to his companions. "This is Sky, a member of the Rising Tide organization. They are a group of hackers." Did I just reveal a big secret? Of course, what's even more impressive than that identity is her status as a participant in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Sky almost made it into the quarterfinals. Sky explained, "Compared to the members of Rising Tide, I prefer to be called a hacker activist. But of course I also like the identity of another superhuman." Then he looked at Quinn and said, "I'm glad you've heard of our website and are interested in my participation in the competition." Quinn looked at Sky and said, "I think no wealthy person would not pay attention to the world's #1 martial arts tournament, and of course I have also learned about your Rising Tide philosophy. We share similar ideas, more freedom of information. I appreciate that the government violates human rights less." Sky smiled upon hearing the other person's words. "No wonder they invited me, it's really not easy to get into this party." Quinn laughed. "It can't be harder than you getting into the encrypted backdoor and making us send out an invitation, can it? Actually, if you apply as a member of the top 16, I would be happy to send you an invitation. After all, I haven't recruited a single superhuman yet." Clearly, Sky's little trick had already been noticed by Quinn International, but considering the ideals of the Rising Tide members and their status as superhumans, they went along with it and did not cancel the authorization of the electronic invitation. Sky nodded thoughtfully and said, "If I had known it was this easy, I would have just applied directly." End of this chapter. Chapter 642 Backboard, Capture. Chapter 642 Backboard, Capture. Quinn extended an invitation to Sky. "You absolutely have to show me how you managed to hack into the backdoor. If you join us, I'd also like to see your superpowers." Sky asked in confusion, "Join what?" Quinn explained, "I have turned some hackers into white hats, not just for vulnerability analysis, but also for creative thinking. Of course, more importantly, it's your status as a superhuman. As I just said, I haven't been able to recruit a suitable superhuman yet. You guys are really rare, even rarer than your top-notch hacking skills." Sky exclaimed in surprise, "Are you going to offer me a job?" Quinn glanced around, then continued, "I didn't invite you here because you're pretty. Of course, I want to hire you before someone else takes you away from me." The conference then began. Quinn didn't communicate with Sky much more, but instead went up to the stage and started his speech. Meanwhile, Sky's bone conduction headset carried May's voice. "Looks like things are going well." "Yes, that's right." Quinn stood on the podium and began his speech. "Many shareholders have been with us through thick and thin for many years, and I've also seen some new faces. But I want to thank all of you for coming from afar to this beautiful country and to experience life in Sabatabana. This country allows us to pursue progress and make profits, free from the suffocating rules that bind the world. The US government, the EU, the DRTC, SHIELD, these agencies are hindering others from developing new technologies, while allowing themselves to conduct research. We dared to challenge them with new ideas, but they infiltrated and took them from us. But not today. You all know what Quinn International can do with basic minerals, let alone with uranium and plutonium. Although there are various unfair restrictions that tip the scales in favor of others. Today, I want to announce something, an element that can balance the scales. I mean the literal meaning. At this moment, a new element appeared on the electronic screen beside me, which read, Gravium, atomic number 123, atomic mass 308. At this moment, Quinn began to introduce the elements he had recently mastered, attracting everyone's attention. Sky took this opportunity to leave, intending to sneak into the manor, enter Quinn's office, and connect to the Wi-Fi on the computer inside. Meanwhile, Coulson and Donnie Gill quietly approached the island in a kayak, and then concealed the kayak after landing. Quinn excitedly introduced on stage, imagine if you could control gravity, we wouldn't need to drill for oil, the oil would just gush out on its own. Imagine if you could move the cargo of a supertanker with a wave of your hand. We can do it, and even more. Coulson said as he walked, this incident may have been very traumatic for Dr. Hall, and he may have changed after we found him. Donnie Gill, I'll take care of persuading him, and you'll cooperate with me. Donnie Gill said, I also admire the doctor's theories. Don't forget that I was also a top student at SHIELD, just like Fitz and the others. But Sky can't let us in, so even the best interpersonal skills won't have a chance to be displayed. Sky arrived at the manor and found Quinn's office, but when she opened the door, she found all the doors locked, so she whispered, the door is locked, but there is no keyhole. Inside the command center, Fitz asked, do you have a mini keyboard? Sky looked around but found no similar items. No. Can you hack into a mini keyboard? No, you can't do it over the phone. May then asked, is there a reception desk? Sky looked to the side and saw a table in the hallway with some documents and items on it, but no one was there. Yes, what should I do? But at that moment, Quinn appeared and looked at Sky, asking, what do you want to do? Sky looked at Quinn, then picked up the pen from the front desk and said, I just wanted to use a pen, and I found one. I need to write down all those good ideas, you know. Then he said, of course you know, you probably couldn't write down all your good ideas even with 10 pens. However, Quinn did not believe Sky's words and asked again, what the hell are you doing? Sky paused for a few seconds, then said, okay, you caught me. I want to see what's in your office and how your operations work. Quinn stepped forward, stood before Sky, and said solemnly, I invited you here as a guest, but you treat me like a corrupt organization, looking for trade secrets that can be leaked online. He then picked up his phone and said, security. Sky quickly grabbed the other person's hand and shouted, you should know that security guards are no use to me. Quinn immediately fell silent. Security guards were useful to ordinary people, but they were completely useless to superhumans, especially to a contestant in the top 16 of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Moreover, given the distance between the two, Sky was in real danger if she made a move. He really hated this feeling of being out of control. Sky saw Quinn fall silent and spoke up, there are so many pretentious people, you have to be careful and cautious at all times. Sky then began writing on a piece of paper at the front desk, saying as she wrote, watch your words, the secrets you're revealing. I hope we can be completely honest with each other, and I hope you understand what I mean. Quinn scrutinized Sky without interrupting her actions or words, until he saw Sky pick up the paper in her hand and see that it read SHIELD is listening in. Looking at the handwriting on Sky's paper, Quinn thought for a moment and then invited her to his office. The other side, SHIELD, Trident Tower. After finishing his conversation with Fox, Smith Doyle returned here, and Howard Stark delivered 10 vials of super soldier serum to him. Looking at the 10 vials of super soldier serum in the box, SHIELD will spend $30 billion on this. From Smith Doyle's perspective, the purchase price seemed a bit expensive, but if a vial of super soldier serum with no side effects were released now, it would definitely fetch more than $3 million, since it's something anyone can inject. Although scarcity drives up prices, and the procurement of super soldier serum may decrease in the future, it won't be his money being spent, and he also owns shares in the new company that produces the super soldier serum. After closing the box, Smith Doyle began to think about the 10 injection slots for the super soldier serum. The first people to consider are naturally their own people, the former subordinates of the inspectorate. Natasha has already been injected, but Barbara, Sharon Carter, and others are still ordinary people. The remaining drugs need to be optimized for maximum effectiveness. Let me see how many missions each agent has accomplished since the new policy was announced. Smith Doyle went through the information on the senior agents one by one, and soon his gaze fell on Coulson's team. Dr. Hall, Quinn Technology, Gravity Origin. Looking at the latest mission report uploaded by Coulson, Smith Doyle quickly recalled the plot. This wasn't about the doctor being kidnapped, rather, Hall had deliberately leaked the route and information so that Quinn could take him away. Thinking of Dr. Hall, Smith Doyle shook his head. He wasn't like Nick Fury, who would disagree with good ideas if they were reported. As for the Gravity King, it wouldn't be difficult to find it yourself or acquire it from Quinn. As for the arrogant king of 10,000 powers, there's no need for him to exist. With that in mind, Smith Doyle immediately wrote a note on Coulson's mission log. Hall himself leaked the route, deliberately allowing Quinn to kidnap him. His target is Gravity Omega. The rescue mission has been changed to an arrest mission. In the command room, the three listened to Sky's words. The environment is quite good. My former office was just a minivan. Wow, you can see the ocean view and the swimming pool here. Quinn, a good place to do business. At this moment, May spoke up. We've found the extension that leaked Hall's location. The user used an alias. Fitz suggested, tracking dynamic host configuration protocol. We're tracking it, but it'll take time. What about Sky? Simmons replied, I thought she was dead, but she managed to get into Quinn's office with a string of sweet talk. May asked in disbelief, how did she do that? At that moment, Smith Doyle's mission instructions arrived, and Fitz opened them immediately. Upon seeing that Dr. Hall himself had revealed his location, and that he had been taken away in collusion with others, the rescue mission was changed to an arrest. How could Dr. Hall do this? May said after seeing this, nothing is impossible. Hydra was able to infiltrate, so it's possible that he has other motives. Now our task is simpler. Capturing is much easier than rescuing. Inform Coulson and Sky that the mission has been changed. Simmons sighed, then said, I didn't expect Dr. Hall to have betrayed the organization as well. However, at that moment, the signal representing Sky on the screen suddenly cut off. Simmons exclaimed, oh my god, the signal is down. Fitz said nervously, what's wrong? It's not a problem on our end, it must be Sky. However, in Quinn's office, Sky took the bone conduction headset out of her ear and threw it into a glass full of champagne, completely cutting off the signal and not receiving the mission change information in time. Wow, this is much better. This is the first time I've felt like someone is watching my every move since I passed my driver's license test. Quinn looked at the contents of his glass and said, do you want to explain to me what exactly happened? Has SHIELD contacted you? Sky explained, they caught me in Los Angeles. I hadn't awakened my superpowers yet. I paid a price to escape and help them deal with some crises. But I am now a superhuman, and they want to recruit me. Quill set aside the champagne glass containing the bone conduction headset and said, as expected, your current value is greater than you can imagine. Sky continued, as for inside information, I have a bet on their plane. I've been gathering intelligence, waiting for the right opportunity to put it to use. I think this is an opportunity. After hearing Sky's explanation, Quinn seemed thoughtful and then asked, they never expected you to turn against them. At this moment, Coulson led Donnie Gill to the laser grid, where a sign read, warning, no entry, deadly radiation. Seeing that there was nothing in front of him, Coulson drew his dagger and threw it directly at the target. Hereby, with a hiss, a yellow laser net appeared, and the dagger that Coulson had thrown was instantly vaporized. Seeing this, Donnie Gill spoke up, this power is a bit greater than I expected. Even my freezing abilities can't withstand this level. Coulson frowned slightly, glanced around, and nodded, saying, the patrol will be here soon. At that moment, May's voice came through their earpieces. Sky has disconnected. Repeatedly, we lost audio and vital sign monitoring. Upon hearing this, Donnie Gill immediately said, we can't give up, but what if there's something wrong with her? Before Donnie Cool could finish his sentence, Coulson interrupted. She remains our only option to rescue Dr. Hall. Only we can bring them out. However, the next second, May continued, Director Smith has issued the latest mission directive. The transfer route was leaked by Hall himself, who colluded with Quinn to take him away. Now that Quinn is a traitor to SHIELD, the rescue mission has been changed to an arrest. Repeat, Hall is a traitor. The rescue mission has been changed to a capture mission. Just then, the sound of a patrol came from behind, and a small team approached where Coulson and Donnie Gill were. The other side. Sky sat on the sofa and looked at Quinn, saying, you mean they're trying to win me over because I pose a threat to them, because of my status as an extraordinary being? Quinn began to speak. That's right, and you meet their standards. Upon hearing Quinn's answer, Sky asked in confusion, standard? That's right. You're a criminal, and people outside are waiting to arrest you. Sky said dismissively, maybe. Quinn continued, and another skill. Sky laughed, I was trying to be modest, but it seems I failed. However, Quinn continued, I have no family. These 4 simple words instantly wiped the smile off Sky's face. She had found her parents with the help of SHIELD. Director Smith Doyle, but all of this was classified information. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to rub salt in your wound, but this is one of their specialties. SHIELD takes advantage of your fear, loneliness, and despair to provide a refuge for those who have nowhere else to turn. I can give you something better. Upon hearing Quinn's words, Sky remained silent for a long time before turning her face away and refusing to look at him again. End of this chapter. Chapter 643 Hall and 039's Ideas. Chapter 643 Hall's Ideas. The other side. Donnie Gill, who was hiding in the shadows, stretched out his hands, and the power of ice instantly spread out, turning the entire patrol team into ice sculptures that stood upright on the spot. Looking at the 3 people turned into ice sculptures, Coulson sighed. I always find your superpowers very convenient. Donnie Gill nodded and said, you can drink iced cola anytime, anywhere, right? Coulson blinked and said with a smile, haha, you really know how to live. However, the director once said that you have a lot of room for development. The stronger you are, the stronger your abilities will become. The super soldier serum, in theory, will greatly enhance your abilities. Donnie Gill's eyes lit up with longing at the thought of the super soldier serum. Unfortunately, former director Nick Fury did not include me in the injection list. One of the injections was given to a Hydra spy. Coulson said, last time, we didn't have enough tasks, so our team didn't even get a chance to contribute. But this time, as long as I finish all the tasks at hand, I will definitely be qualified to receive the super soldier serum. I'll apply for it for you then. Donnie Gill expressed his gratitude. Thank you, sir. Coulson pressed his headset and said to the 3 people in the command room, gentlemen, time is of the essence. Have you made contact with Sky yet? Inside the office, Quinn then sat down in front of Sky and continued to try to recruit her. You follow us, there are no secrets, no lies, no bad motives. You can do whatever you want without worrying about anyone constantly monitoring you. But first, you have to tell me, what exactly is the purpose of SHIELD sending you here? Sky looked at Quinn sitting next to her and said, wow. Then, while reaching into her bag to take out a powder compact, she said, they told me to find a way to get in here. Open the powder compact. A red light is displayed on the mirror surface. Quinn asked, and then? At that moment, the red light turned blue, and Sky pretended to look in the makeup mirror inside her powder compact and then scratched the corner of her eye. He smiled at Quill and said, give me a wink and I'll get you to talk. He then casually closed the powder box and placed it on the table. Just then, Fitz in the command room saw the network suddenly connect and immediately exclaimed, the connection was successful. She did it. Fitz quickly ran to his position and immediately began to operate, starting to crack the opponent's laser network. The operation was completed in just a few seconds. Fitz shouted, all right, successful crack. Their laser network will restart in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Coulson and his 2 companions saw the laser network disappear instantly and rushed over. 2 of them rushed over immediately, and 3 seconds later the laser restarted and was restored. At that moment, a patrol team arrived to check the situation and, upon seeing Coulson and his men behind the laser net, immediately drew their guns and opened fire. Bang bang bang. However, they didn't need to dodge at all. The bullets couldn't get in at all, as they were completely intercepted and vaporized by the laser net. The 2 arrived outside the manor, and Coulson gave the instructions. Donnie Gill, go pick up Sky, and come find me after you get her. I'm going to capture Dr. Hall. We'll split up. The other side. Quinn looked at Sky and said, then this time they really have thrown good money after bad, and it's gone for good. They won't let you capture me, will they? Just then, the office door opened, and 3 security guards walked in. One of them said, sir, our security has been breached. Quinn stood up and looked at his security guard. Sky, standing nearby, retorted, the timing was perfect. Quinn turned around, looked at the powder box on the table, grabbed it, opened it to check, and seeing the green indicator light on it, he immediately understood everything. Quinn angrily twisted the powder box in half and threw it on the ground. He then turned around, pulled a pistol from the security guard's pocket, and pointed it directly at Sky, who was sitting on the sofa. The other side. Coulson located the laboratory where Hall was located. Pushing open the laboratory door, Coulson immediately said, Dr. Hall, you've committed a crime, and I'm now ordered to arrest you. Hall continued operating the screen, glanced at Coulson, and asked S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes. At this moment, Hall spoke up. I didn't expect you to find out so quickly. I'm sorry, Mr. Coulson, this is where I should be. Coulson looked at Hall and said, to be honest, SHIELD gave you all the resources you needed. I don't know why you would betray them. Hall replied, a chance. At this moment, the giant graviton outside the transparent glass in the laboratory began to select, and the commotion it caused attracted Coulson's attention. Coulson saw what was inside and immediately spoke. We can't let Quinn take control of it, it's too dangerous. Hall retorted directly, I can't let anyone control it, that's why I came here. I want to bury it with him in the depths of the ocean. Clearly, in Dr. Hall's eyes, SHIELD is not a glorious entity. Even with a new director, he is determined to prevent anyone from mastering gravitonium. Coulson looked at the enormous gravity beam in front of him and said, I had already guessed it, but Chief Smith is a completely different case. Hall shook his head. It's the same. Hall continued. Petitions and embargoes couldn't stop Quinn. He grew stronger every day. Then I heard that he discovered this. At this point, Coulson understood why Hall had betrayed him, and he wanted to try to persuade him. Dr. Hall is one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s important scientists. If his whereabouts were leaked for this reason, it is forgivable and should not be easily dismissed. I'm sorry, Mr. Coulson, I have to make a choice. As Hall's finger touched the screen, current flowed through the gravity onion generator, and a suction force instantly pulled the two of them towards it. Coulson shouted, that doesn't seem to be the close button. Boom. Coulson's vision went black, and when he opened his eyes again, he and Hall were both sucked onto the ceiling. The entire space had completely changed. The ceiling had become the floor, and the floor had become the ceiling. Coulson pressed his earpiece. Guys, we need to talk. May said, you've been out of contact. We understand the problem, sir. Is something wrong with Hall? Fitz and Simmons asked, puzzled, why did he leak his whereabouts? Is there something wrong with him? As Coulson struggled to his feet, he said, Quinn built a gravity generator, like the one we found, but bigger. Hall knew Quinn needed him to control the primal forces, but Hall actually wanted to bury this giant gravity bonnet in the sea. Simmons asked, we found one with a diameter of 2.5 centimeters that intercepted a large truck traveling at high speed. How big is yours? 12 feet. It could absolutely destroy the entire manor. Simmons exclaimed in surprise. It will cause that place to sink to the bottom of the sea. Fitz added, no, it's more than that. Coulson gave the order. I'll cut the power to prevent the situation from getting out of control. At this moment, Coulson stood up, looking at the upside-down scene in front of him and Hall walking on flat ground with a look of astonishment in his eyes. Hall, however, walked towards the area in the laboratory where the whiskey was stored and said, they can't help you, get out of here quickly. If you hurry up and run out now, there is still a chance of survival. You don't need to be buried here with me. It will soon enter an exponential acceleration phase, and if you don't act now, you'll miss your chance. Hall took the whiskey and glass, and then picked up a chair and sat down. Coulson turned his head to look at the graviton that was spinning rapidly, and said, my team is here, and they are all good people. Hall asked, swear to protect humanity. That's exactly what I'm doing, and I promise to get everything back on track. The other side. As Quinn raised his gun and aimed, Skye raised her hand and released a shockwave. Under Quinn's horrified gaze, the pistol in his hand vibrated and then began to disintegrate into individual parts that fell to the ground. You actually threatened a top 16 martial arts tournament contestant with a pistol. I don't know where you got the courage. At this moment, 3 security personnel rushed up. Skye used a shockwave to hit the 3 of them, sending them flying and crashing into the wall. Quinn began to speak, don't you understand yet? SHIELD opposes everything you represent. They are the big brother. You're actually helping them? They're just using you. Skye, thinking of the reason she joined SHIELD, spoke up. Use me? Have you ever considered that I might be the one using them? And SHIELD stepped up to help others. But you've kidnapped someone. Quinn retorted, I set him free, I saved him. I could have saved you. The other side. Donnie Gill entered Quinn's manor and searched for a long time without finding Skye. He said somewhat helplessly, this place is really big. He then pressed a button on his headset and said, which way should I go? May said, the southwest corner. Donnie Gill, tell me you have the ground under control. I'm not here to help at all. At that moment, the ground shook violently, and Donnie Gill was also shaken, as if by an earthquake. With Skye and me here, there won't be any problems. They don't have any superhumans here. Inside the office, Quinn and Skye also swayed. After the shaking stopped, Quinn looked at Skye and asked, tell me, what exactly do you want to do? Quinn clearly thought the tremor was Sky's doing, since he had seen Sky's combat videos. Sky shook her head and said, "The shaking just now wasn't because of my rhythm. You should think carefully about whether it was because of you. After all, this is your territory." At that moment, Quinn thought of his gravity oven, and before he could speak, the building shook violently again, causing Quinn and the others to fall to the ground. Quinn, lying on the ground, saw the two steel plates on the ground float up, and knew that his guess was correct. At that moment, he knew that Hall might be plotting against him. "Hall." Quinn shook his head and looked at Sky, saying, "If you don't want to be buried here, you'd better run." Quinn and 3 security personnel immediately retreated to the rooftop, where their prepared helicopter was located. Sky watched Quinn run away without stopping her, because she had taken off her headphones and still believed that the purpose of this trip was to rescue Hall. In the laboratory, as the accelerator moved, the gravitational field changed again. The original orientation changed so that the glass equipped with gravity ingots changed from the wall to the ground beneath our feet. Coulson regained his footing, while Hall, on the other side, had already aimed his pistol at him. "I want to get into Quinn's lab. All I need to do is leave some clues and create puzzles for him to solve. Quinn likes to boast about his intelligence." Coulson looked at the other person and said, "So you revealed your location, why don't you reason with him?" "You can't reason with an addict. He's addicted and takes advantage of opportunities. He never considers his friends, the ecosystem, or the descendants he has destroyed." Coulson countered. "Like your former students, Fitz and Agent Simonster? They're whispering in my ear now, telling me you're not a bad person. We could have worked with you." At this moment, gravity changed again, and Coulson fell down again, while Hall, who had prepared in advance, stood firmly on the ground. He bent down to look at Coulson and roared, "S.H.I.E.L.D. is equally guilty. Just do the experiments without considering the consequences. Your exploration of unlimited energy led to the alien invasion. Nick Fury has committed so many atrocities, yet he still managed to escape unscathed. As for the newly appointed Director Smith, although he solved the Hydra invasion problem, he also gave me an opportunity. I don't have time to see if the SHIELD under his leadership is any different. Quinn won't give us that time." Coulson did not refute this at this moment, but nodded and said, "Makes sense. This element is too powerful for you, and it is too powerful for Quinn and for everyone. More importantly, it is outside the detection range of the combat effectiveness detector." The other side, Quinn boarded a helicopter, which immediately took off and lifted the laser net blockade, allowing him to quickly evacuate the area. He had no intention of dying with the enemy. Sky, who had run out, bumped into Donnie Gill, who was looking for her, and the two of them knocked down several security personnel who had surrounded them. Sky asked, "Was the rescue successful?" Donnie Gill shook his head and said, "Hall betrayed SHIELD, and now he's being arrested." Sky opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. The two then began walking towards Coulson's location. End of this chapter. Chapter 644 Obelisk. Chapter 644 Obelisk. Due to the random and ever-changing force of gravity, the position changes again. Hall lost his balance and fell down with Coulson, dropping his pistol in the process. Coulson seized the opportunity, crawled over and punched Hall, knocking him to the ground, and picked up the pistol at his feet. Hall slowly stood up against the wall and said, "I foresaw the future disaster was about to strike, Mr. Coulson." Coulson aimed at Hall and said, "I only see that many people are in danger now." He then reached out and pulled the power switch. After disconnecting the power, he looked down at the gravity generator at his feet, which was still operating. "No response, Fitz, Simmons. I turned off the power, but it didn't work." Fitz said gratefully, "You need to find a catalyst. The thing that triggers a chemical reaction at the core." Coulson looked at Hall and shouted, "It's not too late to do the right thing now. Help me find the catalyst." Hall refused. "I am doing the right thing, a selfless act. I know that history never praises things that never happened. They call them tragedies. They won't understand my righteous act." Coulson asked, "Killing innocent people?" "No, save millions of people. We have to bear the consequences of the choices we make, and sometimes we have to die with them." Upon hearing Hall's reply, Coulson understood and lowered the pistol he had been aiming at. At this moment, Donnie Gill brought Sky to the outside of the laboratory, and through the glass in the door, the two saw the scene inside. Sky began to speak. "The mission has changed so quickly, from a rescue to a capture." Donnie Gill glanced at it and said, "They should have convinced them by now. I think Coulson has already put down his gun." Coulson looked at Hall and said, "I understand that you have made a difficult choice." "Yes." Coulson nodded and said, "Now I have to make my choice too." Bang, bang, bang. Coulson fired several shots at the glass beneath his feet, and the glass shattered instantly. Coulson jumped up, grabbed the overhead cable to levitate, while Dr. Hall fell directly into the gravity pool below due to the shattering glass beneath his feet. Hall was engulfed by the gravitational indium inside the generator, and he himself became the catalyst that stopped the generator from operating. The surrounding magnetic field returned to normal instantly, and Coulson successfully returned to the ground. At that moment, Donnie Gill opened the door and Sky walked in. The three of them looked at the graviton inside and found that Dr. Hall was no longer there, only the graviton moving irregularly. Donnie Gill looked at the contents inside and said curiously, "So it can manipulate gravity?" Coulson nodded. "This is it, it's too dangerous." Sky blinked, then said curiously, "Now, is it our spoils of war?" Coulson shook his head. "We need to completely seal this up. It's too dangerous. Director Smith should decide whether to seal it up or what to do with it." Donnie Gill asked in confusion, "Why not just seal it up?" Coulson shook his head and said, "Faced with the increasing appearance of aliens, we need to arm ourselves." Inside Warehouse 084 in New York, Smith Doyle looked at the Gravity Omega that had been returned, with item 084, the Cohen boulder, placed next to it, on an Airbus aircraft. Coulson looked at the screen in front of him and said to Chief Smith on the screen, "Chief, this is the gravity oven that Quinn unearthed. A generator the size of 2.5 centimeters can easily flip a truck." Smith Doyle looked at the object in front of him and said, "Coulson, you've done a great job. This is a very important resource. There aren't many gravity originium reserves underground around the world, and the vast majority of them are right in front of us. This time, I'm granting your team a special dose of super soldier serum. You can submit the list of those to be injected, even you yourself can be included." Smith hadn't yet figured out how to use the Gravity King, an item that could create a king of 10,000 strength, but he wasn't stingy with rewards for his subordinates. As for how to use the gravity oven, it is actually very simple. Inject a small amount of gravity oven into your body, and you will gain the ability to control gravity. After mastering gravity, you can then devour the remaining gravity ovens to elevate your strength to an extremely high level. In the MCU universe, Megatron even claimed to be able to defeat Thanos, but there is no record of him fighting Thanos. He was injected with a modified centipede serum by Sky and was blasted off Earth, dying in outer space. Gravity King now has two uses. One is to have scientists like Bulma use it to develop weapons, and the other is to select a qualified warrior and turn him into a powerful superhuman. Otherwise, random injections could easily create another Gravity King. Upon hearing about this mission, Coulson immediately rewarded everyone with a super soldier serum, and it was open to any team member, including himself. "Thank you, sir." At this moment, Coulson was also a little excited. Chief Smith was indeed exceptionally generous. Smith Doyle waved his hand and said, "Keep up the good work. I hope to see the day when your entire team are all extraordinary." As soon as the video call ended, Coulson excitedly entered the conference room, looked at everyone, and said, "I have good news for you all. Because of everyone's performance over this period of time, and the gravity ogre brought back from this mission, Director Smith has decided to give the team a spot for a super soldier serum injection." Upon hearing about the availability of the super soldier serum, everyone except Sky's eyes lit up. Even Fiss and Simmons, who were primarily focused on scientific research, had dreamed of becoming superhumans one day. May, Fitz, and Simmons exchanged glances, then looked at Donnie Gill and Coulson. According to the optimal solution, Sky, who just joined the team, is not considered. So there are only two possible outcomes. One is to make Captain Coulson a superhuman to increase the team's combat capabilities, and the other is to give the injection slot to Donnie Gill, making his combat power even stronger through the injection of the super soldier serum. Seeing everyone's gaze, Coulson smiled and said, "Although there is only one spot this time, Director Smith hopes to see the day when our entire team becomes extraordinary." Under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s new reward policy, as long as we complete enough missions and save more people, we will be able to make enough contributions to make the entire team member superhuman. Donnie Gill thought for a moment, then spoke, "Captain Coulson, I think it would be better if you were the one to make the injection list this time. We are a team. Even though I am a cryogenic superhuman, I cannot be good at everything. Your mission this time is very risky. If you were a superhuman, you could avoid a lot of it. We have the ability to fight on 3 fronts. I suggest you become an injector." Donnie Gill had considered that, for the missions he was currently facing, whether his combat power increased or remained the same wouldn't have a particularly significant impact. However, having another superhuman in the team would greatly enhance their mobility and responsiveness. Fitz, Simmons, and May all agreed with Donnie Gill's suggestion. Sky then added, "Commander Coulson, as the leader of the team, you must also lead by example. becoming a superhuman first and then motivating the other members to become superhumans as well. Don't turn down such an opportunity. Coulson was taken aback by what the team members said. Whether it was the Nick Fury era or the current Smith era, he had never thought of injecting himself with the super soldier serum. Every time, it was for the benefit of the team. Coulson was very pleased to see that the rest of the team wanted to give him their spot. Considering the gradual rollout of the super soldier serum within the agency, Coulson didn't refuse. Alright, then I'll take advantage of everyone's good fortune and become a super soldier this time. Donegal said with a smile. Captain, you're one step closer to your idol now. When Coulson thought of Captain America, his smile widened even more. The other side. Just as Coulson's squad was laughing and joking, Baron Strat and his men arrived at an underground temple. A high-ranking Hydra official said, "Damn Pierce, because of him, Hydra suffered a devastating blow." Strath began to speak. "Now we have multiple bases under attack, and Hydra members within SHIELD have been completely eradicated. Fortunately, during Pierce's tenure, we brought the obelisk from SHIELD, and hopefully it won't let us down." Wearing a floral dress, Ruth Nega, who had originally followed Clairvoyant but switched allegiance to Baron Stratton after his death, immediately spoke. "According to the information we found, this is the place where the sacred ceremony was initiated." At this moment, the obelisk was in Ruth Nega's hands. Because of her ability to be unaffected by the obelisk, she was given important responsibilities here, and she used her previous experiments to find 2 other men who were not affected by the obelisk's burning. Following the guidance of the temple murals, the group arrived at a room with a stone platform inside. The platform was cylindrical and a beam of light shone down on it. "Here we are, right here." Baron Strath looked at the room and the stone platform before him and said, "Ruth Nega, take them inside, we'll wait for you outside." Unsure whether the awakening ritual had other consequences he was unaware of, Strat decided to observe from outside the room. Ruth Nega had a smile on her face. She was finally about to become a superhuman. Her dream was within reach. "Please come in with me, both of you." The 2 nodded and followed Ruth Nega inside. As the 3 entered, a stone door suddenly appeared and sealed the room. Baron Strath, seeing this, spoke up. "As expected, the awakening ceremony is not that simple. The obelisk alone is so powerful that ordinary people would die if they touched it, so how could awakening have no effect on ordinary people?" Ruth Nega glanced at the stone wall blocking the exit but didn't pay it any mind. Instead, she stepped forward and prepared to place the obelisk in her hand on it. After being illuminated by the light above, the obelisk immediately lit up with golden runes and flew up. "Don't worry, the awakening ceremony is about to begin, there will be no risks. We will become the extraordinary beings of the new era." Before the 3 of them, the obelisk began to open automatically, revealing the Titan crystal inside. As the obelisk was opened, the titanium crystals inside grew rapidly, creating a very beautiful scene. Watching the titanium crystal continue to grow, the man behind him asked, "What do you need me to do next?" Ruth Nega began to speak. "Just wait quietly." Bump. The next second, the Titan crystals suddenly emitted a mist that enveloped the 3 of them. The 3 of them were sprayed with Titanogan mist. Ruth Nega looked at her hands and said uncertainly, "Is this the end?" However, the next second, she noticed something was wrong with her. Her entire body, starting from her palms, was covered by a black, cement-like substance. "Oh my God!" After Ruth Nega cried out in alarm, her body was completely encased except for her head. She looked at the other 2 people, who, like her, had been turned into cement statues. Not long after the 3 turned into cement statues, the cement blocks on their bodies began to fall off, and the next second, "Ah!" Ruth Nega screamed as she looked at her spiky body, and at the same time, the sealed walls began to open, and the Turigen crystal returned to the obelisk. As for the other 2, flames erupted from the man's body, while the woman's body flickered within the room. Upon seeing this, Baron Stratton smiled and said, "So this is how you can create extraordinary individuals." Truss then led the Hydra agents and the 3 awakened superhumans, packed the obelisk into a box, and evacuated back to the Hydra base in Sokovia. Afterlife. Inside the Inhumans base, Gordon, who had mastered teleportation, sensed a golden light emanating from the box on his desk. He stepped forward, opened the box, and found an obelisk inside. At this moment, the obelisk seemed to have been triggered, and golden patterns on it kept flashing. Gordon picked up the obelisk, examined it for a moment, then placed it on the box and immediately took out his phone to call Jiaying, the leader of the Inhumans. Jiaying answered the phone and said, "Hello?" Gordon began by saying, "Did you see it? A new person has appeared. Tell the others that I will be responsible for bringing him here." After saying that, Gordon hung up the phone. The other side. The Kree's cleanup squad, established in the solar system, also received news that Inhumans had been activated. The activation method for the obelisk temple will not only be displayed on other obelisks, but the Kree cleanup teams left behind in the solar system will also receive the message. More defective products have been activated on Earth. I'm going to take charge of cleaning them up. After speaking, the Kree put on the equipment and memory eraser, disguised himself as an Earthling, boarded his small flying vehicle, and immediately headed towards Earth. Meanwhile, Heimdall, far away in Asgard, immediately reported the news of the Kree heading to Midgard to Odin, the king of the gods. Odin, Loki in disguise, listening to Heimdall's report, raised Gungnir and tapped it on the ground, then shouted, "Tell Sif to come over." At this moment, a heroic warrior stepped out of the temple and spoke. "Yes, your majesty the god king." Odin looked down at Heimdall and then spoke, "I'll have Sif handle this matter. You continue with your work of monitoring the 9 realms." Heimdall nodded and said, "Yes, your majesty the god king." Not long after Heimdall left, Sif arrived at the palace. She knelt on one knee and said, "Your majesty, you are looking for me." Odin looked at Sif and slowly spoke, "Heimdall reports that a Kree is already on his way to Midgard. All you need to do is banish him from Earth." Sif accepted the order and said, "Yes, your majesty the god king." After receiving the order, Sif took her leave immediately. P.S. Requesting some monthly votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 645 Prophet. Chapter 645 Prophet Baron Stratholm lost the opportunity to research the Mind Scepter, was unable to equip his men with laser weapons, and was missing Pietro and Wanda. However, the development of the obelisk gave them the opportunity to create more extraordinary individuals. Located in the Hydra base on the outskirts of Sokovia, Baron Strath looked at the man and 2 women in front of him and asked, "Ruth Nega, although your awakening has changed your appearance, I believe your potential is even greater. Tell me about your awakened abilities." At this moment, Ruth Nega, in her floral dress, had long lost the fervor she had shown when chasing after superhumans. Of the 3 of them, she hadn't expected that only her body had changed, and that she had become so ugly, looking like a hedgehog. After a few seconds of silence, Ruth Nega finally spoke, "I don't know, but I saw some images when I awakened. Some of these are scenes that may be from the future." Strat immediately became interested and continued to ask, "Tell me, what scene was it?" Ruth Nega began to speak, "I saw robots running rampant in the city, causing destruction at will. The city flew into the sky and crashed into the ground like a comet. Because I had just awakened, I only saw these 2 brief scenes." Strat asked, "A robot? What kind of robot? Is it the Bimax robot from Capsule of Life or Vank Industries War Machine? And the city, did you see which city it is? Is there any time information? When do you think what you saw happened?" Ruth Nega shook her head and said, "I don't know which year it was. I saw too little when I awakened, and I'm not yet proficient in using my abilities. As for the robots causing trouble, they are neither Bimax nor Vank Industrials war machines, but a type of robot that has not appeared on the market. As for the city that crashed into the earth, it was just a distant view, and it was impossible to tell where it was." Upon hearing the explanation given, Strat was not disappointed, but instead began to analyze. "Your abilities are somewhat beyond my expectations. I suspect it might be an extremely rare ability to foresee directions. During this time, you should stay at the base and master your abilities. If you are indeed a precognitive being, then your value will definitely exceed your imagination. I think you should understand the power of a prophet better than anyone else." Ruth Nega murmured, "A clairvoyant?" Stella's first point, given the power of the prophet, some physical sacrifices are worthwhile. Then he looked at the other 2 and said, "Tell me about your abilities." Lambert snapped his fingers, and a flame appeared on his finger. "My ability is to create flames, and I can even set my entire body ablaze without being affected." His abilities are very similar to those of Blaze from The Boys. Stella nodded, then spoke, "Fire-based superpowers still have great potential for development. You need to master your abilities and increase the temperature of your flames or enhance their explosive power. I have a shield analysis report on Fiery Blaze that you can refer to." Lambert nodded and said, "Yes, sir." Connie then introduced, "My ability is to run." Under Strat's gaze, Connie made no move, yet a gun belonging to a guard outside the base appeared in her hand. Strat looked at the item in the other person's hand and asked uncertainly, "Teleport? Super speed? Then what?" Connie began by saying, "The moment my ability is activated, the surroundings are relatively still to me. While I hold my breath, I can run and attack at will, but I will return to my original position the moment I inhale." After hearing this, Strat pondered for a moment, then looked at his subordinate and asked, "What is the longest time someone can hold their breath in the world?" His men immediately began searching, and then reported, "Sir, the world record for the longest breath holding by an ordinary person is 24 minutes and 37 seconds. Before attempting this, the person increased their blood oxygen saturation by inhaling pure oxygen and used heart rate control technology to minimize physiological consumption. This is considered assisted breath holding. The longest time I can hold my breath without assistance is 15 minutes and 1 second. Upon hearing these two timeframes, Strat's eyes lit up. He knew that even a minute was enough for Connie to kill many people, and if she could achieve the aforementioned two timeframes, the destructive power would be considerable. Connie, you're going to do some tests next to see if having assistance with breath holding will affect your abilities. Another thing is to find a way to train your breath holding time. Since you haven't trained in this area before, I believe your improvement will be huge." Ruth Nega, in her floral dress, listened to the two's introduction with eyes full of envy. They possessed such superpowers without any change in appearance. Looking at her own hedgehog-like face, it was truly unbearable to look at. At this moment, Strat decided that in addition to training the three to master their superpowers, he would also arrange for a large number of people to test the other's obelisk. Anyone who can pass the obelisk test can awaken superpowers and become an extraordinary being. The only problem is that failing the test results in death, making it impossible to have all subordinates test it. Will have to find volunteers. Although he couldn't let his subordinates test the obelisk, a test with a near-certain death, the improved extremis virus and human mechanical modification were still fine. The other side, SHIELD headquarters. Smith Doyle looked at Chinharan in front of him and said, "Don't be nervous. I have seen your mission log. You are a pawn planted by SHIELD in the boys, or rather, an undercover agent." Chinharan opened his mouth and said, "Chief, Chinharan was at a loss for words. The boys were a superhero team privately controlled by Smith Doyle and managed by Eddie Redmayne's Red Ribbon Group. He was Nick Fury's mole, monitoring the movements of the boys to see if they posed a threat to human safety. But now that Nick Fury has stepped down and left SHIELD, the current director of SHIELD is Smith Doyle, which puts him in a very awkward position. Chief, am I no longer required to go undercover?" Smith Doyle smiled and said, "What, you want to come back and be a secret agent?" After thinking for a moment, Chinharan said, "If I could, I would like to dedicate myself to the boys. I love it there. As for the undercover mission, it was an order from former director Nick Fury, and I had no choice but to do it." Smith Doyle understood what Chinharan meant, to join his ranks instead of SHIELD. After all, the Red Ribbon Group and the boys belong entirely to him, but SHIELD, while now under his command, is actually under the Security Council. Just stay put with the Black Robe Watch. As for the infiltration mission, some superficial projects still need to be done. Both the Black Robes and SHIELD were now under his control. Smith Doyle hadn't changed Chinharan's allegiance, and he'd reviewed the intelligence reports submitted by the Black Robes, which leaned more towards the Black Robes. Chinharan was taken aback, not expecting this outcome, and immediately nodded, saying, "Yes, sir." After Chinharan left, Smith Doyle headed to the symbiote base. On the way to the symbiote base, the phone rang, and upon seeing that it was Tony Stark, he answered it. "Dude, have you forgotten that you're also a member of the Avengers?" Clearly, Smith Doyle was absent from the Avengers' collective missions during this period, as he was handling S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tasks, including a trip to Ego. "What happened?" Tony shook his head and said, "Some remnants of Hydra, no surprise, we just breached one of their bases in the Arctic. But you haven't fought alongside the group in a long time." Smith Doyle said, "Okay, I'll definitely participate in the next operation. By the way, the Universal Capsule Group is holding a technology expo soon, remember to come." Tony readily agreed, "No problem, I'll come with Chili." As the call ended, Tony looked at his teammates and said with a smile, "Our Chief Smith will be participating in the next operation." Jessica Jones said with a smile, "We can't let him sit comfortably in his office and direct us, he has to lead by example." Natasha laughed when she heard that. Thor agreed, "We are a team, and we can't be without teammates." Asgard resides in the Earth Embassy. Sif, who had been transported via the Rainbow Bridge, arrived here immediately and met Lorelei. "I heard you've already managed to suppress your abilities?" Lorelei glanced at Sif and said, "It's not that easy. It's only when facing someone with an extremely strong will and with my own full suppression that I can barely communicate and look them in the eye. And it can't last long." Sif thought for a moment and then said, "It seems that Coulson's willpower is quite extraordinary." Lorelei rolled her eyes at Sif. Was this a warning to her? "It's really annoying to think that your every move is being monitored by Asgard." However, compared to her previous prison life, life on Earth is quite good, and she has no intention of giving it up. Did you come to Earth just to see how I use my abilities? Sif shook her head and said, Heimdall saw a Kree ship about to enter Earth and sent me to drive it away. Should I just kick them out, or should I inform them about this? Lorelei exclaimed in surprise. The Kree? Could they be here to avenge Ronan? A large spaceship? How many people are on board? Sif began to speak. A small spaceship, the single-person kind. Heimdall said that according to the markings on the spaceship, it was Ronan's opposing faction, which mainly advocated peace. We don't know what their purpose is. If it were large spaceships and troops, the God King wouldn't have sent just me. Lorelei now understood that it was just a Kree scout. As for the other party's purpose, it was still unknown, and he was not one of Ronan's faction. He was probably just here to see how Ronan died. Since there's only one person, find him and drive him away or kill him. As for Earth, Smith is now the director of SHIELD. You just need to let SHIELD know after you complete the mission. Tell SHIELD now that they've taken care of things themselves before you even have a chance to do anything. Even if you don't tell SHIELD, you're just fulfilling His Majesty the King's mission. But say goodbye before you leave, to show that you have helped them. I don't think Smith will completely ignore it. He's an honest man. Hearing Lorelei's analysis, Sif nodded in agreement. Do as you say, I'll go and find him first. Heimdall said he had arrived on Earth and bypassed their surveillance by using the stealth capabilities of his spacecraft. Lorelei said nonchalantly, that blue guy should be very conspicuous on Earth. Sif shook her head. No, he's disguised. He's not conspicuous at all now. I've gone to deal with him. After speaking, Sif walked straight out. Lorelei then asked, aren't you going to check on Thor? He's on Earth right now, and I even saw him on TV with the Avengers. Sif didn't even turn her head, but raised her right hand and made a contemptuous gesture of raising her middle finger. Sif clearly understood Lorelei's purpose in saying that. Seeing Sif's actions, Lorelei burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. The other side. Smith Doyle arrived at the symbiote research base and walked all the way to the place where the symbiotes were being held. Looking at the symbiotes in the containers, aside from the whip on Jessica Jones, there were still 6 symbiotes left. Green symbiote toxin, yellow-red symbiote lava, yellow symbiote hell, yellow-black symbiote devour, purple symbiote extreme, blue symbiote beast. These symbiotes have different abilities. Some are muscular and act as meat shields, while others are like the Flash of the symbiote world. 2 symbiotes can even combine to become twin symbiote hybrids, and their tentacles can even hold on to aliens. Looking at these symbiotes, Smith Doyle felt it was a waste to leave them in the base. They should be utilized as part of Earth's fighting force to deal with potential future dangers. However, Smith Doyle now faces 2 choices. One is to choose regular SHIELD agents and add 6 symbiote warriors. Although symbiote warriors have 2 weaknesses, fire and sound waves, if these 2 weaknesses are disregarded, symbiote warriors demonstrate a higher combat power than super soldiers created with super soldier serum. The second type is the combination of a symbiote and a superhuman, which can result in a situation where 1 + 1 is greater than 2, creating 6 more powerful superhumans like Jessica Jones. Even if the symbiote temporarily separates from the host itself will still have powerful combat capabilities. End of this chapter. Chapter 646 The Kree Invasion. Chapter 646 The Kree Invasion. After careful consideration, Smith Doyle realized that with the supply of super soldier serum, he didn't particularly need 6 more ordinary symbiote warriors. Instead, he needed to combine forces to create 6 powerful warriors who would become a strong fighting force in future battles. For example, if Pietro, who is already a speedster, were to combine with the Flash of the symbiote world, what would their combined speed be like? Would they be able to reach the same speed as Quicksilver and the X-Men, or even surpass him? Having made his decision, Smith Doyle decided not to stay at the symbiote base. He needs to select suitable candidates, but this time the 10 super soldier serum injection slots can be delegated to Sharon Carter, Barbara, Hawkeye Patton, Coulson, Hand, etc. A few days later, Coulson left SHIELD. After receiving a super soldier serum injection as the team leader, his combat power reached 50 points. Although he was far from being a top-tier superhuman, he was already a powerful warrior in the team for their daily missions. Back at the Airbus Center, May approached and said, "A Blue Dot agent from Portugal has called. You should listen to what he has to say." Coulson took the tablet, then looked at May and said, "Looks like we'll have to go out on field work." Portugal, Faro. Coulson took May to the local police station and said to the receptionist, "Thank you for taking care of her." The staff member began by saying, "I received a call from the Prime Minister's office, telling me to keep this crazy woman here and wait for you to arrive. So I kept her here." Coulson asked curiously. How did you subdue her and make her wait here? The staff member said with a smile. There's no need to subdue her, she stayed voluntarily. I told her I had found Kava and he was on his way to see her. Coulson exclaimed in surprise. Wow. But I'm not Kava. The smiles on the staff members' faces widened even further. Luckily, I don't have to tell her that. The staff then looked up at the bench in the second-floor corridor, where Sif was sitting, waiting for something. Seeing that Coulson had met with the target, he then spoke. Remember to take her sword before you leave. Coulson nodded, then went up to see Sif. Sif looked at the man in front of her and said, You are not Kava. Coulson nodded and said, Although I am not Kava, we are friends. I am Coulson, do you see? We've worked together before. As he spoke, Coulson opened his tablet and showed several photos of himself and Sif, all of which were taken by the monitoring system on the Airbus. Sif looked at the photo and shook her head, saying, Sorry, I don't remember. Coulson asked, Don't you remember who you are? Sif shook her head. I only remember that I came from Asgard, but I don't remember my home. You said I was Miss Sif, but why did I leave Asgard? What brought me to Midgard? Then, looking down at his clothes, he said, Why I'm wearing leather instead of armor is a mystery. Coulson said, I'll come back and help you solve it, the clues will definitely appear. May then walked over and said, Fitz has been found. May held up a tablet and played a video. In the video, Sif is seen fighting with a man on the dock, and the two are locked in a fierce battle. Sif also got up and looked at the video playing on the tablet, and asked in confusion, That was me. I don't remember any of that. I'm a good soldier. At this moment, May spoke up, This person is actually able to fight you all by himself, that's incredible. Coulson watched the video and said, Last time you came, it was to participate in our world's greatest martial arts tournament, but the fact that he could fight you suggests he's also a powerful superhuman. I just don't know if the other party is an Earthling or an alien. May then spoke up, I found out that you left from the Asgardian embassy on Earth this time. Perhaps your ambassador here, Lorelei, knows about your mission. In the end, the man defeated Sif and threw her into the sea. Seeing this, Coulson spoke up, This is more than just being strong, it actually managed to defeat you. Now we know you're looking for him, the question is, what is he looking for? Sif watched everything in the video without saying a word, she had lost her memory. The other side. The man in the video is a Kree who came to Earth in disguise, and his goal is to eliminate the awakened Inhumans. At this moment, the Cretan Kava arrived at a hospital and walked to the service desk. Hello, how can I help you? Kala looked at the human in front of him and said, Take me to your supplies, power components and fuel. The nurse at the service desk was a little confused, not understanding what the man meant. Kala grabbed the other person and said, Don't try to resist me. People in your world have been alienated, and I'm here to find them. The nurse quickly asked, What do you want me to do? Kala's camouflage was damaged, revealing his blue skin. He picked up his weapon and said, Don't worry, you'll forget about it soon. Coulson quickly led his team and Sif to the scene of the battle. Sif looked around blankly, unable to recall anything. My thoughts are as chaotic as a lost teenager's, I can't offer any valuable information. Coulson shook his head and said, That's not entirely true. Your clothes suggest you're on an undercover mission. You must have learned this after you came here last time. Your usual armor is a bit too conspicuous. Sif asked in confusion, You mean, I usually wear armor? Coulson and May nodded in unison. Sif continued to ask, So, am I a soldier? May praised, A very powerful warrior. Sif smiled, A great warrior. Coulson said, You've only forgotten some details, you surely remember things about your hometown, right? Sif thought for a moment and then said, It's just information that even little kids know. Coulson asked, What is the name of your sword? Sif shook her head. May, who was standing to the side, asked, What about Thor? Sif laughed when she heard the name, and then said, I don't know the meaning of this name, but when you mention it, I feel like smiling. Why? Coulson said, Who knows the secrets of the Asgardian brain? May then spoke, I have already contacted Lorelei. Coulson took the phone and said, Ambassador Lorelei, this is Coulson. On the other end of the phone, Lorelei leaned back on the sofa and asked, What happened? Coulson immediately spoke up, Ambassador Lorelei, we have located Miss Sif, but something unexpected has happened to her. She fought with a strange man and lost her memory after being defeated by him. Do you know the purpose of her trip to Earth? Lorelei exclaimed in surprise. What? Sif failed and lost her memory. Coulson nodded and said, That's how it seems at the moment. Would you mind telling me about the mission? Lorelei paused for 2 seconds, then spoke, A Kree pilot has landed on Earth in a single soldier ship, and Sif has come to drive him away. But clearly Sif's mission failed. Coulson exclaimed in shock. The Kree? They're here again. No, I need to report this to Chief Smith this time. At this moment, May, who was standing to the side, asked in confusion. But the man in the video doesn't look like a blue Kree, he looks more like one of us. Coulson said, camouflage. Thank you, Ambassador Lorelei. I'll have someone send Sif to you. I need to report the Kree matter to the director immediately. After speaking, Coulson hung up the phone and looked at Sif, saying, Miss Sif, there is an Asgardian embassy in New York. I will arrange for someone to take you there. I believe in your memory there will be a way to restore it over there. As for your mission, we already know about it. The one you were fighting was a Kree. This is a serious matter, and we will handle it ourselves. After Coulson finished speaking, he took out his phone and contacted Smith Doyle directly to discuss the promotion. The other side, Donnie Gill and Skye visited the hospital to conduct an investigation. Donnie Gill began by asking, we are looking for someone who may have been injured in the dock accident, or whether anyone has seen this person. As they were talking, Donnie Gill showed the other person's photo. The female doctor shook her head and said, no, it doesn't look familiar. As for the injury, I can inquire about it for you. The nurse who was working here just now is sick, so we are short-staffed right now and it may take a while. Donnie Gill nodded and said, okay, I'll wait here. At this moment, a female nurse behind the service desk spoke up, you've always called me that, is that my name? Why can't I remember my own name? Upon hearing the nurse's words at the service desk, Donnie Gill asked, wait, is that lady alright? What happened? Donnie Gill sensed something was amiss. The situation was very similar to Miss Sif's, and she immediately called May. May, we have evidence that he is in this hospital, but the hospital is very large and he could be hiding anywhere. Meanwhile, May also found some clues at the dock and immediately said, we know he needs nitrogen, and the hospital's surgical equipment requires nitrogen. Let's start looking from there. The other side, Smith Doyle's phone rang, and seeing that it was Coulson calling, he answered. He knew that when Coulson made an emergency call directly, something serious must have happened. What happened, Coulson? Coulson immediately reported, Sir, intelligence has been received that Kree soldiers have entered Earth aboard single-soldier reconnaissance ships. And the other side disguised themselves to look like us instead of having blue skin. Upon hearing that Kree soldiers had invaded Earth, Smith Doyle frowned slightly, whether because of Ronan's demise or because of the bounty on his Dragon Balls. Smith Doyle could not completely ignore the Kree Empire, one of the 3 great empires in the universe, and immediately said, I'll come and check your coordinates. Coulson immediately stated his location and coordinates, and Smith Doyle immediately opened a wormhole and appeared directly next to Coulson. Upon seeing Smith Doyle emerge from the wormhole, Coulson and his team immediately greeted him. Director. The other side. Waka was in the equipment room, having just finished filling his camouflage equipment with nitrogen, when Donnie Gill pushed open the door and saw the other person dressed in blue. Waka placed the device, and the color of his skin changed to resemble that of a human. Waka looked at Donnie Gill and said, you don't want to fight me, do you? Donnie Gill, seeing the blue skin that had just appeared on the other side, immediately thought of the invading Kree and gritted his teeth, saying, damn Kree, how dare you come to Earth? Immediately, icy energy was unleashed, intending to freeze the opponent. Waka was taken aback by Donnie Gill's attack method and said somewhat uncertainly, Inhumans? However, his detection equipment targeting the Inhumans did not light up a red warning light, so he immediately leaped up to avoid the icy aura. At the same time he said, a dangerous mutation has occurred in the humans on Earth, you are not our target. Donnie Gill ignored Vaka's words and with a wave of his hand, icy energy condensed into ice spikes in the air and attacked the opponent. Seeing this, Vaka immediately swung his weapon, shattering all the incoming ice spikes, and quickly suppressed them despite the icy power. After subduing Donnie Gill, he picked up a table and smashed it down on him. Bump. After knocking Donnie Gill down, Waka didn't linger but quickly fled the scene. He came to Earth to eliminate the Inhumans, not to waste time with Earthlings. As Vaka fled quickly, Skye and Vaka completely missed each other. She immediately helped Donnie Gill up and began searching, but found no trace of him. Smith Doyle was somewhat surprised to see Sif when he arrived at the scene. Sif, you're here too? Sif looked at Smith Doyle blankly and said, do I know you? Smith Doyle frowned slightly and looked at Coulson, saying, what happened? Coulson explained. Lady Sif fought the Kree, was defeated, and lost her memory. Looking at his surroundings and at the amnesiac Sif, Smith Doyle considered a possibility. End of this chapter. Chapter 647 The Inhuman Considered to Destroy Evil. Chapter 647 The Inhuman Considered to Destroy Evil. This situation is somewhat similar to the plot where Skye's memories are erased by the Kree, but Skye doesn't awaken in the temple, but in the afterlife base. Such an awakening shouldn't be sending a signal to the Kree scouts, so what's going on here? We are friends. However, given your situation, let's focus on restoring your memories first. Sif nodded at Smith Doyle. Once she regained her memories, she would remember everything. Smith Doyle looked at Coulson and said, "Show me the information you found, and I'll confirm some things." Coulson showed the video to Smith Doyle. Watching Sif fight the Kree and being thrown into the sea, everything matched what she knew. This Kree outpost soldier was a member of the Kree Empire's pacifist faction, whose purpose in coming to Earth was to eliminate the awakened Inhumans. Although the Inhumans were experimental subjects created by the Kree and abandoned after the experiment was deemed a failure, they are now one of Earth's fighting forces, and he will not allow the Kree to destroy them. In the original story, I remember that his memories of coming to Earth were erased by his own weapon, which is not difficult to do. At this moment, May walked in and said, "Chief, we have contacted the personnel who will take Miss Sif to the Asgardian embassy." Smith Doyle shook his head and said, "No need for all that trouble. Once we find the Kree's trail, her amnesia will be restored quickly. Let's go, let's search for his whereabouts first." Afterwards, Smith Doyle and Coulson returned to the Airbus Center. Looking at the Airbus Center, Smith Doyle nodded and said, "The rooftop office space looks pretty good. However, the demand for parking is quite large. Let's contact the Universal Capsule Group and make it into a universal capsule." Upon hearing Smith Doyle's words, everyone present had a bright idea. If the Airbus Center could be transformed into a universal capsule, it would greatly improve their convenience. Coulson immediately shouted, "Thank you, Chief." Smith Doyle waved his hand and said, "These are all minor matters. You are all people who are truly getting things done, and you should be given the necessary conveniences." Sky and Donnie Gill rushed back at this moment, and after entering, they began to complain. "That guy ran away. He has a very high level of physical resilience. Donnie Gill's freezing power was withstood by him." However, the next second Sky saw Smith Doyle and excitedly shouted, "My God, Smith Doyle." Then Sky abandoned Donnie Gill and ran over to Smith Doyle. "I didn't expect you to join our team." Smith Doyle smiled and said, "Haven't seen you for a long time. How do you adapt after becoming a secret agent?" Sky smiled happily and said, "Commander Coulson and the team have taken good care of me, and I have learned a lot here." Smith Doyle nodded, and then Donnie Gill walked over. "Hello, Director." Smith Doyle looked at Donnie Gill, the man in the original story who was tricked by Hydra and fell into the sea. "Donnie Giles." Donnie Gill said somewhat excitedly, "Sir, you still remember me?" Smith Doyle laughed, "I remember the last time we met was when you were selected to be a member of the boys." Upon hearing this, Donnie Gill's face flashed with embarrassment. Given the director's current status and authority, he should already have seen the result of his failed mission to infiltrate the boys. "Thank you for remembering me, Director." Smith Doyle said, "You have great potential for growth. Keep up the good work, I believe in you." Thinking of Iceman from X-Men, Donnie Gill still has a lot of room for growth. It's just unknown how much the super soldier serum will enhance him. "Director, I will try my best." At this moment, May walked over and said, "Sir, we've found his trail. The other side." At this point, Kala arrived at a cave and found the box they had buried deep inside. This box contains nothing but an obelisk. Just as Waka was about to open the box, Smith Doyle appeared with Coulson's team. "Do not move. Put your hands up." Waka looked at Smith Doyle and the others, shook his head, and said, "You can't stop me." As he spoke, Waka bent down to open the box. Upon seeing this, Smith Doyle shook his head and said, "How arrogant." The next second, he raised his palm, and without even releasing a key blast, Waka was sent flying and fainted on the spot. "All right, take him away. And don't forget his weapons in this box." Coulson and the others stepped forward, put special handcuffs on Waka, and locked him in the Airbus interrogation room, which was designed by Samanda and was designed to prevent escape. At this moment, Smith Doyle, Coulson, and Sif appeared in the interrogation room. Kala began to speak, "I'm here to help you." Sif asked, "So that's why you attacked me, Kree?" Waka looked at the other person and said, "You attacked me first. I have to erase your memory to prevent you from tracking me." Then, puzzled, he asked, "How did you track me down?" Sif slammed her hand on the table and said fiercely, "You have no right to ask questions, Kree. Don't speak." Coulson reminded him from the side, "Actually, we need him to speak." Waka spoke up, "I can prove that I am not a threat to you. I'm here to help you. Give me my short stick." Upon hearing that the other party was demanding weapons, Sif spoke up, as expected of the Kree, they need weapons to make their point. Smith Doyle then spoke, "Give him the weapon." Waka explained, "My short stick can restore her memory, wouldn't that demonstrate my righteous intentions?" Coulson said, "I'll consider it once I'm sure the short stick does have the effects you described." "What's your name?" "Van Waka. I will earn your trust." Meanwhile, Simmons was examining the short stick, but after a thorough check, he couldn't activate it and found no spectral information or energy source on it. Coulson's Airbus plane returned to base. Simmons began by saying, perhaps only he can manipulate this thing. We have seen other forms of matter that can be identified by biological or DNA. Coulson turned to Simmons and said, Fitz should examine that box. If what that guy said is true, we might finally find the answer we're looking for. Smith Doyle then spoke up, as an empire in the universe, you have to believe that their weapons must have some kind of identity verification. Otherwise, anyone could pick up a weapon and attack them. The members of Coulson's team all nodded in agreement. Now, not only the alien empire, but even the military is designing fingerprint-locking weapons. At that moment, Baca was led to a room inside the base. Smith Doyle looked at the Cree in front of him and threw the Cree's short stick weapon directly at him. Cree, restore Sif's memories. Waka caught his weapon and said, it has a dial at the bottom. I just need to run into Sif again and I can handle it. Knowing the reason and confident in saving Sif, Smith Doyle immediately spoke up, Sif, go up and try. I'll be fine with you here. Coulson and the others thought of the brutality of the Cree invasion, but considering the director's abilities, they didn't say much. Sif glanced at Smith Doyle, but immediately went up to him in order to regain her memory. Waka then struck Sif on the head with a short stick and used the weapon to restore Sif's memories. The moment the memory was released, Kawa released the short stick and placed it on the table. At this moment, Kawa spoke up, ladies and gentlemen, her memory has returned. Smith Doyle looked at Sif and said, have you recovered? Sif nodded and said, yes, I've regained my memories. I am Miss Sif from Asgard, a friend of Shield and Smith Doyle. After saying that, Sif went up and punched Vaka in the face, almost knocking him to the ground. However, none of the Shield members stepped forward to stop them. They had no goodwill towards the Kree, a race that had brought disaster to Earth. Sif didn't finish off the attacker after throwing a punch instead, she stopped. Waka stood up, stretched his facial muscles, and then looked at Sif and said, Asgardians, no wonder. Sif looked at the other person and said, that's right, we don't trust the Kree, that's why I came here. Heimdall saw a Kree descend upon your world, and Odin ordered me to bring him back. Waka looked at Sif and said, so you're here to cause trouble. Sif explained, we know the history of the Krees, and we have to be worried. And not long ago, your commander Ronan even invaded this place, and lost his life here for it. Waka fell silent for a moment, then spoke after 2 seconds, Ronan and we are not on the same side. He wants to start a war, but we want peace. We came here not because of Ronan. Waka looked at everyone and said, I don't know if any of you have heard of the legend of the Turigen mutation, perhaps Sif of Asgard knows something. At this moment, Smith Doyle understood. Sure enough, it was because of this matter. Sky was shocked. They were coming for their inhuman race. Sif nodded. In ancient times, the Kree landed on various planets and mutated the local natives to help them fight wars. Baka nodded. Earth is one of them. Sif continued. Long ago, the Kree waged a protracted war, suffering heavy casualties. They need more soldiers. May then said, you mean cannon fodder, right? Waka retorted, we need killers, not cannon fodder. Then he continued. A malevolent faction of the Kree that has altered the DNA of other creatures. These modifications can be activated by Turigen crystals. Sif added, we know these grueling experiments failed. Waka shook his head and said, there aren't any on Earth, but we had to stop the experiments here. These people have already built a city. They also brought the prophet, and the crystal is stored inside. Our more upright compatriots discovered and thwarted their plans, putting an end to that dark period of history. Even now, when I see an ancient signal being triggered, I know it must be a prophet. If the Kree Empire learns that these experiments have been successful, they will likely resume them. Sky then asked, then why did you come? Baka explained, these mutants are abominable. I know I must find the remaining prophets and erase all traces of them before more monster mutations are born. May then asked, how many prophets were originally in that box? Waka spoke up, enough to create an army. Fitz had already opened the box, only to find it empty. He immediately reported this to Coulson via radio. Sir, the box is empty. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then Waka slowly spoke. The thing I feared most has happened. We must find the rest of the prophets and the other mutants. Coulson then asked, what is a mutant, and what is a prophet? What significant changes have occurred in their appearance, or what abilities do they possess? How do we identify them? Coulson did not experience Sky's awakening, did not know the difference between inhumans and superhumans, and was not even an inhuman before this. After thinking for a moment, Waka spoke, the mutations of superhumans are diverse, and some mutations will cause changes in the body, making the differences between them obvious at a glance. This could mean losing your eyes, turning into a hedgehog, or becoming a gigantic monster. Any of these are possible. Of course, there are also some people whose appearance has not changed at all, and they look exactly the same as before, but their inner selves have been changed. Upon hearing this, Coulson thought of Gordon in his next life and suppressed the urge to look at Sky. Then he opened his mouth and asked, what abilities did they all acquire? After thinking for a moment, Waka spoke. They were created to destroy. Their abilities are diverse. They may be able to create flames out of thin air to attack, or they may have the ability to control ice, water, wind, or sound waves, or they may be able to create clones or move quickly. Their abilities are varied, but they are all for the purpose of destruction. Sky felt a sense of dread. Everything matched. They came to destroy themselves and their people, never imagining that their inhuman race was created because of the Kree experiments. At that moment, Smith Doyle appeared in front of Vaka, grabbed the short stick from his hand, and struck him directly on the body, concealing his memories of coming to Earth and instantly knocking him unconscious. End of this chapter. Chapter 648 An Unchangeable Premonition, Death. Chapter 648 An Unchangeable Premonition, Death. Coulson and Sif were both shocked. They hadn't expected Smith Doyle to suddenly attack Kava and use his weapon to erase his memories. Coulson asked, somewhat puzzled, Director? Don't we need to know more about the Inhumans? Sif, who had regained her memories, then spoke up, the modified Inhumans are extremely dangerous beings. It is recommended that they be destroyed. Sky's face turned pale upon hearing the suggestion to destroy it. Smith Doyle shook his head and said, there's no need to learn more. I know about the Inhumans. They are also part of Earth's power. Sif thought for a moment and then said, Mr. Smith, the Inhumans will bring disaster. I hope you will consider this carefully. Smith Doyle waved his hand and said, no need to think about it, we'll handle this ourselves. Once Kawa wakes up, he will forget why he came to Earth. Let him leave on his spaceship, and your mission will be complete. Sif fell silent. Knowing the history of the Kree, she knew very well that if the Kree found out that their experiments had been successful on Earth, they would continue to conduct the same experiments throughout the universe and create more warriors. As for killing Kawa, it will only attract more Kree scouts. I believe Smith Doyle can handle it all. Yes, my mission is accomplished once I see him leave Earth. Waka awoke beside a creek outside the city. He looked around blankly at his surroundings and his own attire, and asked in confusion, where is this place? Sif, standing to the side, spoke up, this is Earth, and also Midgard. Waka looked somewhat bewildered and asked, why am I here, dressed like this? Sif began to speak, I don't know, it could be an accident or some kind of mission. However, I'm sending you away from here. This place is a forbidden zone and is protected by Asgard. Baka nodded. It seems to be some kind of secret mission, but I can't remember it for now. Since this is Midgard, I should indeed leave. Under Sif's cajoling and threatening words, Baka summoned his spaceship and left Earth. Watching Baka leave, Sif knew her mission was complete. She immediately called Heimdall to leave Earth and return to Asgard. She had embarrassed herself in front of Lorelei and really didn't want to see her again. Within the base, seeing the two men leave one after the other via satellite, Coulson went into his office. Chief, they've all left. Smith Doyle nodded. He was currently looking at a message from Fox News about the Technology Expo and the companies invited. Coulson looked at Smith Doyle, thought for a moment, and then said, Chief, Sky and the forces behind her, they must be Inhumans, right? Smith Doyle put down his tablet, looked at Coulson, and said, not all superhumans are Inhumans, but Sky's group is indeed a product of Kree experiments, and they call themselves Inhumans. The diversity of abilities involves a wide range of areas. Coulson asked, should we make any preparations regarding the Inhumans? If they form their own race, will they identify themselves as a new kind of human and divide the people of Earth? Hearing Coulson's concerns, Smith Doyle shook his head and said, there are many races on Earth, and with so many countries, there is enough room for an Inhuman race. With me here, they won't have any inappropriate thoughts. Furthermore, their existence is also part of the Earth's power, and one day we will leave Earth and face the universe. Coulson thought of vampires, werewolves, Eternals, groups of mages, superhumans, and ordinary people. The human population on Earth was truly extraordinary. As for Sky, just treat her as an ordinary superhuman. As for information about the Inhumans, it will not be recorded. The entire team will maintain the highest level of secrecy. Coulson nodded and said, yes, sir. Currently, for the general public, superhumans are still beings who awaken randomly, except through the super soldier serum. Although everyone envies them, they still believe that their children or future offspring have a chance to become that lucky one. However, if they knew that there was a race on Earth that was 100% capable of becoming extraordinary beings, far exceeding their expectations, and that their offspring would inherit extraordinary genes, ordinary people would definitely be so jealous that it would cause some trouble, especially those ordinary people at the top of the pyramid. Smith Doyle could have predicted two possible scenarios. One possibility is that some families would go to great lengths to marry a female member of the inhuman race in order to improve their genes and make their descendants members of the family of extraordinary beings. This is one optimistic view, and another pessimistic view: there will be beings who hate the Inhumans and will do everything in their power to smear, suppress, and eliminate them, just like the X-Men in the next universe, who suppress the X gene, capture, suppress, and even eliminate them. Another investigation is needed to determine where the awakening of the Inhumans took place, which attracted Vaka. We can start the investigation by looking at the underground temple. We can also have Sky ask the forces behind her. Most of the lost Turigen crystals are in their hands. Just now, Smith Doyle checked the information about the obelisk through the SHIELD internal network and found that it had been moved out during Nick Fury's time. However, he was certain that this awakening was definitely due to the obelisk that came out of SHIELD. He just didn't know whether Nick Fury took it and caused the awakening, or whether it was because of Hydra. Coulson accepted the order. "Yes, sir." Smith Doyle continued, "There's also the Hydra family. Let's eliminate them. They have some black stones, remember to retrieve them. The patriarch is Gideon Malik, and the entire family follows Hydra. There's no need to spare a single one." After giving his instructions, Smith Doyle opened a portal and left the base. A week later, Avengers Base. Smith entered the council chamber, looked at the assembled crowd, and asked, "Haha, don't say I abandoned everyone. Who is the target this time?" Tony Stark walked up and punched Smith Doyle. "Tell me how long it's been since we last acted together. People who didn't know us would think the Avengers were just a few of us." Smith Doyle, clutching the spot where Tony had punched him, joked, "That punch has the force of 10 tons, are you trying to kill me? And here I am, aren't I? You have no idea what a mess Nick Fury left me with, and I have to deal with the Security Council directly. It's troublesome enough." Tony scoffed, "If I had 10 tons of power, the first thing I would do is spar with you. But that Nick Fury guy." Nick Friedenai shook his head when asked about it. At this moment, Steve Rogers stood up and said, "Smith, we've located the trail of Hydra's leader, Baron Strat, and Lister through Hydra's Antarctic base. They're at one of the bases." Upon hearing the familiar name, Smith Doyle immediately thought of the two men, but without the Mind Scepter and Wanda and Pietro, they shouldn't be able to cause much trouble. "Okay, when do we destroy them?" Thor picked up Mjolnir and immediately spoke, "Let's set off now, finish the work and we should be able to make it in time for dinner." Sokovia Hydra base. A man was seen turning into a scorched corpse after touching the Turigen crystal, and then shattering into pieces upon contact with the metal rod. Meanwhile, in the training rooms of the base, the Inhumans who had successfully awakened were training their respective abilities. Just then, Ruth Nega in the floral dress found Baron Stratford and said somewhat flusteredly, I saw a new scene." Stratton looked at Ruth Nega, his brow furrowing slightly, and said, "What did you see this time?" Ruth Nega said nervously, "The Avengers have arrived and are wreaking havoc inside the base." Baron Strath was stunned for a moment, then immediately began to curse. "Damn it. It must be because they investigated us after the Antarctic base was shut down. Arrange for personnel to be transferred immediately." Without the slightest hesitation, Stratton pressed the purple button representing emergency evacuation, then looked at Ruth Nega and asked, "How much time do we have left?" The moment Ruth Nega saw Strat press the purple button, she recalled the scene in her mind. It was in this base, right after the other party pressed the purple button, that the Avengers' attack began. Thinking of this, Ruth Nega's face turned pale. "We may not have time." The next second, the roaring sounds outside the base continued. All the soldiers looked at each other and, combined with the emergency evacuation notice they had just received, were unsure whether to resist or retreat. Strat's expression changed, and he immediately pressed the red button. At that moment, the broadcast began, "All soldiers, report to your posts immediately. This is not a drill, we are under attack. We're under attack. All extraordinary individuals, prepare to take up combat positions." The training doors for the extraordinary individuals opened with a beep. At this moment, a large number of soldiers picked up their weapons and rushed out of the base, while these awakened Inhumans also joined the battle. After doing all this, Strat looked at Ruth Nega and said, "Your intelligence came way too late this time. If it had come a few days earlier, we would have had some time to prepare." Ruth Nega shook her head helplessly. She didn't understand why this prophecy was so close that it didn't even need a prophecy. Outside the base, Natasha drove an armored jeep, while Patton stood in the back, constantly firing arrows at the soldiers in front. Whoosh! boom. Tony flew alongside, continuously firing his palm cannons at the enemy. Thor uses Mjolnir to propel himself into flight and attack the Hydra soldiers guarding the tower. However, the next second, an invisible air wave suddenly shot out, directly attacking the unprepared Thor. Boom. Caught off guard, Thor was blasted through the air and crashed his plane, but still managed to smash a tower to pieces. With the addition of Inhumans, the unprepared Avengers found themselves in numerous predicaments. Steve, riding his motorcycle, grabbed a Hydra soldier by the thigh, dragged him across the snow, and then threw him into a tree, killing him instantly. However, the next second a fireball fell from the sky and smashed directly into his Harley motorcycle. Boom! The motorcycle exploded on the spot, and Steve Rogers emerged from the flames, shield in hand. Jessica Jones was attacked by sonic waves, and the symbiote inside her body was almost knocked out. Smith Doyle used his levitation technique to fly through the air, and frowned slightly as he looked at the superhumans appearing on the battlefield. He soon noticed some superhumans with strange appearances. Are they Inhumans? So the obelisk was here with you. I was wondering who used the Temple Awakening to lure the Kree. At that moment, the heavy machine gun on the tower was aimed at Smith Doyle, and countless bullets were fired at him. Smith Doyle did not react at all. Ding, ding, ding. The bullets hit me like they hit vibranium. The bullets deformed and fell to the ground. Smith Doyle immediately waved his hand and launched a series of gas blasts. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, towers were destroyed by gas bombs, and none of the Hydra members inside survived. The other side, Bruce Banner transforms into the Hulk, picks up the enemy's tank, and smashes it towards a nearby armored jeep. Boom. When faced with the superhumans, Smith Doyle, Thor, and Hulk were completely fearless and easily crushed them. They could even ignore the attacks they suffered. However, Natasha, Barton, Steve, and Jessica Jones could not be completely ignored. Although they are all superhumans, the Inhumans' abilities are very strange, especially Yo-Yo Connie, who completely outmaneuvered Steve. If it weren't for SHIELD updating their suits and adopting the Assassin's Creed special stab-proof and bulletproof clothing, Steve would have been bleeding. Good protection, but it's a pity you don't have any neck protection. The next second, Connie disappeared again. Just as she was about to slash Steve Rogers' neck with a dagger, Smith Doyle caught a glimpse of it. Although Connie moved quickly, it was nothing to Smith Doyle. Smith Doyle appeared instantly in front of Steve Rogers, extending his palm. The dagger in Connie's hand struck Smith Doyle's palm and shattered instantly. To Connie's horrified gaze, Smith Doyle grabbed Connie's neck with his other hand. Crack! Smith Doyle snapped Connie's neck, and with Connie's death, everything returned to normal in Steve's eyes. He only saw Smith Doyle appear in front of him in an instant, and the enemy, who was incredibly fast, appeared directly in his hands and had his neck snapped. Thank you for saving me. End of this chapter. Chapter 649 The Last Head. Chapter 649 The Last Head. Smith Doyle looked at Steve Rogers and said, I can't possibly come here and still have staff shortages, that would be really embarrassing. After speaking, Smith Doyle vanished from the other person's sight in an instant. At this moment, a Hydra soldier who had been shot down by Steve earlier was still alive. After waking up, he picked up an assault rifle and attacked Steve. Steve reacted quickly, blocking the attack with his shield and then throwing it back, killing the attacker with its immense force. The other side, Tony launched a rapid attack while simultaneously using his missiles to dismantle the surrounding fortifications. Boom, boom, boom. The rapid-fire cannons surrounding the base immediately launched an attack on Tony, firing continuously. Tony dodged while simultaneously launching a counterattack. Suddenly, a cannonball was fired from an unknown angle, blasting Tony away. Boom. Tony was blasted away, rolling on the ground and crashing through two large trees. Asshole. Tony cursed. Upon hearing this, Steve instinctively said, Don't swear. Jarvis, what's the situation from up there? Jarvis, from space, aimed a satellite at the Hydra base and then spoke. Their soldiers poured out of them in a steady stream, including some superhumans. There were a great many of them. At this moment, a large number of soldiers, armed with guns and driving tanks, some using RPGs and other individual weapons, launched an attack on the Avengers. Even the anti-aircraft guns, ground-based artillery, and bunkers built with heavy machine guns near the base were all attacked. The Stratford base is far more advanced than the Hydra base we captured before. In addition to superhumans, Death Warriors have also appeared here. Thor knocked down a Death Warrior with a single punch, then spoke, Smith, there are way too many Death Warriors here. We've wiped out so many of them, yet Hydra still has such a powerful base. While keeping an eye on the other Avengers to prevent them from being fatally injured, Smith Doyle dealt with the Inhumans who appeared. He was somewhat surprised how many Inhumans had Stratos awakened, and how many had sacrificed themselves in the process. Dude, this should be Hydra's last large base. Natasha ran quickly across the battlefield, and as she watched an enemy-armed SUV drive past, she threw a specially made grenade at it. Boom! The soldier operating the machine gun on the vehicle was blasted to pieces. With the combat capability detector she wore, Natasha could clearly distinguish between ordinary soldiers and superhumans. The only thing to avoid is the combat power detector locking onto Hulk, Smith, Thor, and the others, otherwise the detector will instantly explode. Natasha then attacked the ordinary soldiers who were armed, quickly taking them down with her strong physique and fighting skills. Guys, this has dragged on for far too long. The other side. Patton dodged the shells fired from the tank and casually fired an explosive arrow, destroying the enemy tank. Boom. Yes, I think there's no way to win by surprise anymore. At that moment, several small missiles flew out of Tony's armor, shattering a surface-to-air missile launcher outside the base, and he spoke, "Wait a minute, doesn't anyone want to respond to what the captain just said? Don't swear." After Steve dealt with the enemy in front of him, he spoke, "I know, it just slipped out." Hydra Research Base. Baron Strath entered the command room and asked, "How's the situation?" One of his subordinates reported, "Baron Stratton, the Avengers have arrived." At this moment, a fully armed soldier said, "They landed on the outskirts of the forest, and the guards on the outskirts panicked." After speaking, the soldier grabbed his weapon and rushed out. Lister looked at Baron Strath and said, "It's possible that the data here was leaked because the Arctic base was attacked." Baron Strath glanced at his subordinate and said, "Can we stop them?" The subordinate said in surprise, "They are the Avengers, and even Smith Doyle, the pinnacle of humanity, is here." Their team now includes Natasha and Barton, who have become superhumans. Upon seeing this, Baron Strath immediately shouted to his men in the command room, "Deploy all tanks and concentrate firepower to attack the weak points." Baron Strath then looked at Dr. Lister and said, "If we release all our superhumans, we are not without the power to fight back." Dr. Lister nodded and said, "Then let them see what we've accomplished." Baron Stratton nodded, then spoke, "Hopefully these superhumans can hold them off for a while, enough for us to evacuate." Baron Stratton glanced at the monitor screen and then spoke, "Lister, have the soldiers attack the city to slow down the Avengers' advance as much as possible. I'll go find reinforcements." Lister nodded and said, "I understand, sir." Hydra soldiers immediately launched an attack on Sokovia with cannons. At the same time, a surface-to-surface missile was launched towards the city. Boom, boom. When the shells landed in the city, people were immediately terrified and ran in all directions. At this time, Jarvis' voice sounded, "Sir, the city has been hit." As Stark flew, he spoke, "We know that Strath doesn't care about civilian casualties. Send out the Iron Legion." Immediately, a large number of unmanned steel soldiers were dispatched to Sokovia. A suit of armor bearing the Avengers logo on its chest addressed the citizens before it, "This area is dangerous, please evacuate. We're here to help you. This area is dangerous, please evacuate. Please evacuate. We want to minimize collateral damage, and we will notify you as soon as this conflict is over. We're here to help you." However, the citizens of Sokovia were not appreciative and instead hurled insults and protests at the steel soldiers. A drunk man smashed his bottle over and shouted, "Avengers, go home." Boom. The bottle shattered on the steel soldier's head, and the surrounding crowd cheered, "We're here to help you." However, the oil paintings and graffiti on the walls at this time all showed contempt for Iron Man, and even depicted machine guns and other weapons on Iron Man's hands, which showed the rejection of the Avengers here. Inside the Hydra base, Lister was giving a pep talk, "We will never yield. The Americans sent their monsters to test us, and we sent their corpses back. Never surrender." The soldiers shouted, "Never surrender." The other side. Baron Stratton found Ruth Nega in the basement and began to speak, "Take the obelisk and we'll leave." Strat could give up on other awakened superhumans, but he still placed high hopes on Ruth Nega, who could foresee the future. Stella nodded as she watched Ruth Nega holding the obelisk, but the next second, Ruth Nega directly used the obelisk to contact Stratholm. Although her ability was mainly to predict direction, she still made a great improvement in her physical condition. Caught off guard, Strath stared wide-eyed at the obelisk that had come into contact with him. Before Strath could finish speaking, his entire body began to turn to scorched earth, and the next second it shattered into pieces on the ground. Outside the base. At this moment, Patton looked at the bunker in the distance that was being attacked by machine guns, turned around and hid behind a tree, ready to use explosive arrows to attack. Just then, an inhuman who controlled fire was running and leaping quickly through the forest. He saw Barton below and immediately swung his hand, sending a fireball at Barton. Boom! The fireball exploded above Barton's head, blasting him away. Barton rolled on the snow and saw Lambert attacking in the distance, and he was stunned for a moment. Boom, boom, boom. The next second, several fireballs hurtled towards Barton. Barton immediately tried to dodge, but was still hit by one of the fireballs. When Natasha saw that Barton was injured, she immediately shouted, "Clint!" At that moment, a ball of lightning struck Steve from above, but he managed to block it with his shield. Boom! The lightning ball struck the shield but did not damage Steve. Steve looked in the direction of the attack and noticed the superhuman who created the ball lightning. He immediately reported, "A new superhuman has emerged on the battlefield, a superhuman capable of creating ball lightning." Natasha ran towards Barton's location, firing her assault rifle at the distant superhuman controlling the flames as she went. Da-da-da. Barton was attacked by a fire-type superhuman and was injured. "Someone, take care of the fire superhumans and the bunker here." Smith Doyle looked in Natasha's direction, his gaze landing on Lambert, the fire-type superhuman. "Leave this guy to me." A gas bomb was immediately fired. Boom! At that moment, Banner roared and charged directly at the bunker in front of him. Boom! The bunker was destroyed instantly. "Thank you." Natasha, seeing the burns on Patton's body, immediately took out a knife and cut off the clothing covering the burned areas, then performed battlefield first aid bandaging. At this moment, Smith Doyle glanced at Patton from the air and, knowing that Patton was not in danger of dying, turned and left. Steve was now facing a superhuman who controlled lightning, who beat him so badly that he would have been in a terrible state if it weren't for his vibranium shield. Calling for backup. "I have a superhuman who can control ball lightning." Just then, a ball of lightning flew over and was about to explode at Steve's feet, blasting him away. At that moment, Thor arrived and smashed his hammer at the lightning-type superhuman. "How dare you use lightning in front of me, the god of thunder? Did you get my permission?" Boom! The lightning-type superhuman immediately launched a lightning ball at Mjolnir, trying to knock the hammer away. However, the lightning ball, which was expected to be a great success, was directly smashed and dissipated into the air by Mjolnir. Then, the hammer continued its momentum and smashed him away on the spot. Steve looked at Thor and said, "Thank you." The other side. Smith Doyle wasted no time on the perimeter and launched a direct assault on the Hydra base. The base before him was no different from a piece of paper. All the enemies who came to stop him were killed on the spot. Tony Stark saw Smith Doyle enter the base and followed him. Smith Doyle was preparing to retrieve the obelisk, so he didn't destroy the entire base in one fell swoop. He quickly made his way into the base as if it were empty. At this moment, Dr. Lister was deleting experimental data, including data related to the obelisk experiment and the inhuman genes, etc. Thanks to the genetic screening conducted by Lambert the Fireman, Ruth Nega the Prophet, and Connie the Yo-Yo, they were able to find the extraordinary genes of the awakened, which enabled them to screen and awaken a large number of extraordinary individuals in a short period of time. Otherwise, they would not have been able to reach this number. It should be noted that the one who tested Jiaying was the only extraordinary person he had ever discovered over countless years. Smith Doyle looked at Lister, who was still operating the device, and immediately pointed his finger, shooting out a laser beam from his fingertip. With his heart pierced, Lister collapsed and died on the spot. Looking at the computer data in front of him, Smith Doyle decided to hand it over to Tony Stark. As expected, Tony Stark didn't have to wait long. He followed the path opened up by Smith and charged in. "Here is their experimental data, please make a copy." Tony Stark nodded and said, "Okay, leave it to me." Tony opened his suit and stepped out, alert mode. Tony then walked to the computer, connected his phone to it, and said, "All right, Jarvis, I want them all. Remember to CC Smith Doyle at headquarters." After giving the instructions, Tony began copying the data. Smith Doyle was checking the hidden door, and he quickly discovered it, immediately firing a gas blast. Boom! As the hidden door shattered, a passage appeared before Smith Doyle and Tony. Tony started to complain. "Dude, I almost thought you were going to bury me." Smith Doyle said, "Want to go down and take a look together?" Tony nodded. "Let me see what other secrets they have." Smith Doyle led Tony down the path. After walking for a while, a figure with a pocket stood not far away, with mud and debris scattered around him. Waiting here was none other than Ruth Nega, the woman in the floral dress with prophetic abilities. Tony asked, "Who are you?" Ruth Nega looked at the two people who had appeared and said, "Mr. Smith, Mr. Stark. I am Ruth Nega, and this group is your target, Baron Strat, the leader of Hydra." Tony frowned and said, "You're saying this scorched earth is Stratholme?" Smith Doyle thought of Ruth Nega, the woman who chased the extraordinary and loved floral dresses, who seemed to have awakened. You killed him with the obelisk. P.S. Requesting guaranteed monthly votes for August, end of this chapter. Chapter 650 Regenerative Cradle Technology. Chapter 650 Regenerative Cradle Technology. Ruth Nega began. He's Hydra, he captured us to do experiments. If it weren't for your arrival, I wouldn't have had this chance. Just then, Gordon used his teleportation ability and suddenly appeared in front of Tony and Smith Doyle. Faced with the sudden appearance of the strange, eyeless man, Tony, though not wearing his armor, immediately assumed a fighting stance. Now, having been injected with the super soldier serum, he was also a superhuman. Gordon finally found his awakened kin, but the appearance of Smith Doyle and Tony Stark in his senses also surprised him. Mr. Smith. Gordon held Smith Doyle in the highest esteem, partly because of his strength and partly because Smith Doyle had avenged their patriarch, Jiaing. Tony was a little surprised and said, "You know him?" Smith Doyle nodded and said, "A member of the Inhumans, a member of Sky's tribe." Tony thought for a moment and finally remembered the list of participants in the World Martial Arts Tournament. So they were her people. "What are you doing here?" Gordon looked at Ruth Nega behind him, who was holding the obelisk, and said, "This lady awakened her abilities by accident, and I've come to take her back." Tony Stark said, "She's a Hydra agent. There are many other superhumans like her outside, all working for Hydra. Are you one of them?" Hearing Tony Stark's increasingly serious tone, Gordon looked at Smith Doyle and said, "Mr. Smith, you should know that our patriarch Jiaing has a blood feud with Hydra. We are sworn enemies and would never serve them. If the woman behind me is also a Hydra member, I'll either hand her over to you or I'll take care of her myself." Ruth Nega immediately shouted, "I am not Hydra, and I killed Hydra leader Stratholm." Smith Doyle then spoke, "Gordon, you can take her with you, but her abilities are somewhat special, so you should be prepared. Also, the obelisk she has actually belongs to SHIELD, and I want to take it back." Gordon heard the obelisk pause for 2 seconds, then spoke. Ruth Nega handed the obelisk over to Mr. Smith. "Just put it on the ground." After seeing Ruth Nega place the obelisk on the ground, Gordon continued, "Mr. Smith, you may need a box to contain the obelisk. Contact with it by non-inhumans could be life-threatening." Smith Doyle said, "No need to bother." Smith Doyle enveloped the obelisk with air and directly absorbed it into the system space. Gordon was somewhat surprised to see the obelisk disappear, but he didn't say anything more. "Mr. Smith, then I will take her back to the afterlife base." Smith nodded and said, "Give my regards to Jiaing. I will visit Ruth Nega regarding this matter." Gordon nodded, then extended his hand to Ruth Nega and said, "Hold my hand tightly." Ruth Nega took Gordon's outstretched hand, and the two disappeared from Smith Doyle and Tony's sight in the next second. Tony then said, "What is the relationship between the Next Life Squad and the Next Life base he mentioned?" Smith Doyle explained, "A group of people, who can be considered the representatives of the afterlife base outside. They are collectively called the Inhumans. Let me tell you about this group." Outside the base, Natasha, seeing that all the enemies on the perimeter had been dealt with, spoke up, "Clint's injuries are serious, everyone. I need to get him on the plane." Upon hearing this, Thor spoke up, "I can take Patton to the plane." Thor then looked at Steve in front of him and said, "Smith Doyle and Tony have already stormed the base, they should be completely dismantled." Steve nodded, "There's no movement inside, so everything must have been taken care of." Thor wielded Mjolnir and flew toward Barton's location. The other side. Natasha then found Banner, who was still furiously smashing things, and looked at him, saying, "Hulk, the battle is over." At that moment, Banner turned around and saw Natasha. "We should go back to see Betty." Hulk seemed momentarily dazed upon hearing Betty's name. Because of Smith Doyle's presence, Bruce Banner and Betty did not part ways, and Secretary of State Ross did not stop his daughter from leaving. At the same time, because of Betty, Ross saw Bruce Banner become controllable because of his daughter. Hulk nodded, handing over control of his body to Bruce Banner, and his physique began to change, transforming into Bruce Banner's appearance. Seeing this, Natasha smiled. Sure enough, Betty was the perfect cure for controlling the Hulk. Hulk quickly retreated, and Bruce Banner took the stage. The other side. Tony was somewhat surprised after hearing about the origins and current situation of the Inhumans. "I never imagined that the Kree had come to Earth so early, and even used our people for experiments. Fortunately, they didn't know the experiment was successful, otherwise I can't even imagine that it would be the final result for humanity on Earth." Smith Doyle nodded, then shook his head. "Even if we had known back then, the final result would not have been the destruction of humanity. There were too many things that would not have allowed it. The original Avengers members, Asgard, Kamartaj, the Eternals, and other beings can tolerate some accidents, but they will never tolerate the extinction of humanity. Tony nodded, then said, the Earth still holds many secrets, and it always brings me something new. However, they also benefited from misfortune. They are born extraordinary individuals, and I wonder how many people would envy them. Smith Doyle nodded, but still spoke up. However, the awakening of the Inhumans will cause some people's bodies to mutate, and not all Inhumans can accept it calmly. Tony nodded as he thought about their appearances. Perhaps one of the reasons for their isolation was their altered physical appearance. Let me see what other secrets this base holds. Continuing deeper, Tony came across the carcass of a Chidori behemoth hanging up. Hydra actually managed to get their hands on this. The collection at this base is quite surprising. Tony said, what should we do with these things? Smith Doyle said, let SHIELD handle this, there's too much stuff. Smith Doyle had no intention of putting all this junk into the system space. Letting SHIELD clean up the mess was a good idea. Gentlemen, let's retreat. Baron Stratton has been killed, and the Hydra here should have left no survivors. Tony nodded. Retreat. The two went outside. Jarvis had already copied all the data and put on his battlesuit. Soon everyone gathered and boarded the plane together. SHIELD will come and clean up the mess. Alright everyone, we can head back now. On the plane, Patton lay on a stretcher with N4 drip attached to him. At this moment, Smith spoke up. Barton, I've contacted Dr. Cho in Seoul. She has a new technology that should help you recover quickly. Patton exclaimed in surprise, don't you need to use a wax bath for recovery? Actually, the treatment pod you have is quite good too. Tony glanced at Barton lying there and said, then you'll have to work for Smith Doyle for the rest of your life to pay off his debts. I'm afraid your descendants won't be able to afford the price of that treatment pod. Patton asked in confusion, is it expensive? Smith Doyle said, it's not very expensive, only about $300 million US. Barton swallowed hard and said, then it really is impossible for generations to pay back the debt. Director, let me experience Dr. Zhao's skills. If not, a wax bath would be excellent. I should have a wax bath quota. Tony laughed and said, don't worry, Dr. Zhao's technique is very special, we'll just have to see it for ourselves. Bruce Banner, meanwhile, was sitting to the side listening to music. Natasha walked over and said, you and Betty have a really good relationship. Hulk is willing to help if you mention her. Bruce Banner took off his headphones and then spoke, Betty is my true love, and it seems Hulk has fallen in love with her too. At this moment, Smith Doyle walked over and said, Banner, when are you planning to marry Betty? If you keep dragging this out, your father-in-law Ross will become president soon. Natasha jokingly added, President's son-in-law, you're even more amazing now. Bruce Banner said, soon, when I can control myself to avoid death and transformation, I think I can marry Betty. Our relationship is practically platonic right now. Upon hearing this description, everyone present burst into laughter, understanding Bruce Banner's predicament. The plane soon flew back to Avengers Tower and successfully landed on the rooftop above. At this moment, Sharon Carter and Helen Zhao watched the plane land and went out to greet it. Barton was wheeled out on a stretcher, and Sharon Carter boarded the plane and began to speak, Boss, the laboratory is all set up. Smith Doyle nodded and said, we should thank Tony for including his office building as part of the Avengers base. Tony smiled and said, who told you to be the boss? I'm just in charge of settling accounts and designing everything. And also to make everyone look cool. Tony stood up and looked at Smith, saying, how about that? The Avengers now have 2 bases, pretty impressive, right? Smith Doyle gave a thumbs up and said, as expected of you, a consultant for SHIELD, working at your own expense. Tony shrugged nonchalantly, and Smith Doyle looked at Sharon Carter and asked, so, what's the result? Sharon Carter, holding the tablet, began to speak. According to the information sent back, the Death Warriors in Strath's possession were manufactured by a mechanical company controlled by Hydra. They mainly consist of prosthetic eyes with built-in aiming capabilities. As for the armor, it was based on the armor of the Chidori soldiers. It is still mainly manpower-based and is piloted by superhumans using modified centipede serum. In addition, they have conducted detailed research on the obelisk, including how to awaken and master the technology of screening the Inhumans' genes, which is also of great help to us. Steve glanced at it, then asked, Inhumans? Sharon Carter nodded, glanced at Smith Doyle as he walked away, and then said, a group of extraordinary individuals, different from other randomly awakened extraordinary individuals. As long as there is an obelisk, one can awaken the extraordinary abilities carried in one's genes. Steve nodded, handed the tablet back to Sharon Carter, and then stepped into the elevator, saying, they are truly a blessed race. I imagine how envious other ordinary people would be if they knew. Even Steve knew that people with superhuman abilities were highly sought after in the outside world. Meanwhile, the entire Iron Army that Tony had previously dispatched returned to base for maintenance. Banner walked over at that moment and looked at Tony, saying, "How is he?" Tony said nonchalantly, "It's nothing, he's Patton, he's just a little thirsty." Tony arrived at the lab and then spoke, "Hey, Jarvis. Let's get to work. My design for Ultron only needs one final step, and it will definitely surprise Smith." The other side. Smith was in Banner's lab at that moment, watching Barton lying on the machine receiving treatment from Zhao Helen. "Dr. Helen, could you explain your technology?" Zhao Helen began by saying, "We are currently performing skin grafts on the burned areas. The molecular bridge will instantly help him generate new skin, and his cells will not realize that they are combining with the biomimetic." Bruce Banner exclaimed, "She is an artificial biological tissue." Zhao Helen began by saying, "If you go directly to my lab, it can be done in 20 minutes in the regeneration cradle." Smith then spoke up, "Dr. Halu, I believe Bulma will be very interested in your technology. You two should have a lot in common." Natasha said at this time, "Bulma is the chief scientist of the Universal Capsule Group, which has two products in the field of treatment, wax baths and treatment chambers." Smith smiled and said, "Although Bulma is not a scientist focused on medicine, she can always bring some surprises if she puts in the effort. Perhaps the treatment pod and the regeneration cradle have many similarities." Zhao Helen said with a smile, "I also hope to communicate with Bulma. I have heard about the treatment pods you have built, and I am very interested in them." Just then, Tony walked in with a drink in his hand and jokingly said, "He's dying, announce it. What's the time of death?" Patton immediately shouted, "No, no, no, I want to live forever. Haha, I'm made of plastic now." Tony handed Barton a drink and said, "Here, your drink." At this moment, Zhao Helen spoke up, "You're still made of your own cells, Mr. Barton. Your girlfriend won't be able to tell the difference." Barton glanced at Zhao Helen and said calmly, "I don't have a girlfriend." Zhao Helen began by saying, "Then there's no way." Then he looked at Tony and said, "This is the future, Tony. Your bulky metal armor is going to be obsolete." Tony laughed and said, "This is the effect we want. You'll be going to the party on Saturday, Helen." Zhao Helen refused. "Unlike you, I don't have much time to go to parties." At this moment, Smith spoke up, "I'll bring Bulma along then, so you can chat together." Zhao Helen thought for a moment, then spoke, "I will come, but more for the purpose of exchanging medical technologies." Smith smiled and nodded. End of this chapter.
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.